Global acid rain triggered the zombie virus. Jiang Yi did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights to take care of his girlfriend who had a high fever. Who would have thought that after his girlfriend Chen Jiazi awakened her water-related supernatural powers, her former brothers would kill her for supplies. 30 female zombies outside the door were tearing at the wooden door frantically. Jiang Yi used his flesh and blood to hold up the last line of defense. The most miserable school hunk in Long Province University of Technology was pushed into a pile of zombies by his good friends. Shen Tongyin smiled and gave a fatal kick, and Wang Hai walked away with the supplies. Desperation, Jiang Yi took out the crystal core hidden close to his body. This was a secret treasure dug out from the head of the zombie king. The moment the dying Jiang Yi swallowed the crystal core, a terrifying blue light burst out from his blood vessels. The corpse core enters the throat and turns into boiling magma. Jiang Yi's skin was cracked all over and his eyes were glowing blood red. The bones made a crackling sound like frying beans, and the zombies outside the door suddenly stopped collectively. The time for awakening has come. When Jiang Yi tore open his blood-stained school uniform, a mysterious totem appeared on his shoulder blade. In the global zombie apocalypse, at this moment, a new zombie overlord has arrived. Bang! 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 The rotten wooden door creaked under the violent impact of the zombies. Jiang Yi's arms were bulging with veins as he pressed against the door panel, sweat and blood running down his cheeks and hitting the floor. Shen Tong. Wang Hai. Jiang Yi's pupils trembled. The betrayal 10 minutes ago was still vivid in his mind. The black hand reaching out to him when the zombies surrounded him, and the hideous smile on his companion's face when he turned around. The wound on his right arm burst open, and 3 charred claw marks oozed foul-smelling black blood. Jiang Yi lowered his head and sneered, his nails already turning a dead blue-gray. Infection, mutation, ha. Crack, the door frame suddenly cracked, and rotten fingers pierced through the gap. Jiang Yi used up his last bit of strength to insert the bolt, and his back hit the ground heavily. Outside the window, dozens of zombies were banging on the glass frantically, and their foul-smelling saliva formed a river on the glass. Is this my fate? Jiang Yi took out the crystal from his arms with trembling hands. The faint blue light illuminated his bloodshot eyes. This was the zombie crystal core he found while moving corpses. It was one of only 10 remaining among the thousands of survivors in the cafeteria. It turns out that there was global acid rain 10 days ago, a mysterious plague 3 days later, and the corpses in the hospital morgue opened their eyes collectively. His girlfriend Chen Jiazi had a high fever after being caught in the rain, but when she woke up, she found that she had the power to control the flow of water. The moment the crystal core entered his hand, the coldness spread along his blood vessels. Jiang Yi remembered the survivor's warning, ordinary humans will die if they take it. Only those with special abilities can devour it and evolve. Fuck these bullshit rules. Jiang Yi suddenly crushed the crystal core, and dark blue liquid splashed out of his throat. The pain instantly exploded his spine, and he curled up like a shrimp and howled miserably. The wound on his right hand healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the charred blood scabs fell off. Jiang Yi's whole body twitched, and his blood vessels bulged like wisteria crawling all over his neck. The skin on his right arm took on a pearly luster, and his nails grew half an inch and flashed with cold light. Jiang Yi felt severe pain and was reassembled by a mysterious energy. He knew he had no choice but to try a dangerous experiment. Devour corpse cores in order to gain superpowers and avoid becoming a zombie. Over the past week, all the injured people have turned into zombies. Jiang Yi was no exception. He was injured, and if he didn't take action, he would be as good as dead. He once heard a biology professor say that the difference between ordinary people and people with special abilities is that they have not been exposed to the mysterious acid rain. The people with special abilities and the zombies also have something in common, which is that they are all affected by the acid rain. Therefore, Jiang Yi speculated that if an ordinary person had the zombie virus in his body and then ate the corpse core, perhaps the virus can be eliminated, or even superpowers can be acquired. However, this is only an unconfirmed conjecture. Due to the scarcity of corpse nuclei, this theory has never been verified. Until yesterday, when the biology professor was unfortunately killed while searching for supplies. Jiang Yi finally had the chance to try out this theory. In desperation, he swallowed the hidden corpse core. The process was extremely painful, and Jiang Yi's screams attracted more zombies to attack him crazily. When he woke up from his trance, he found that not only was he not dead, but he also gained some kind of power. Jiang Yi felt a strange force flowing in his body. He realized that he might have become a capable person. He clenched his fists excitedly, although he was still a little weak. But he felt as if he were back to his healthiest self. However, Jiang Yi soon discovered that his abilities were not as strong as others. He began to wonder if the others were hiding their strength. He thought of his girlfriend, who also seemed to be hiding something. Jiang Yi decided to explore his abilities further. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Suddenly, a light screen appeared in front of him, showing his various attributes. Constitution 5 points, Spirit 8 points, Strength 4 points, Speed 5 points, Defense 3 points. These data made him realize that he was indeed weak. Jiang Yi noticed an option on the light screen, whether to consume your own attributes to generate soul weapons. He chose yes without hesitation. In such an environment, he had no choice. As he made his choice, Jiang Yi felt a throbbing pain in his temple. A black light appeared in front of him and gradually condensed into a weapon. As the light became more and more solid, Jiang Yi felt his strength and spirit rapidly declining. Finally, a pitch-black tang sword appeared in front of him. This knife is very unique, the scabbard is made of black wood and the blade guard is dark silver. The handle was woven from an unknown leather, with a metal skeleton hand hanging from the end. Jiang Yi picked up the knife and felt uncomfortable. At this time, the zombies outside the door began to hit the door. Jiang Yi realized that he had to take action. He picked up the tang sword and swung it vigorously. The zombie's arm passed through the hole in the door. Jiang Yi chopped it hard, but the knife got stuck on the bone. After being attacked, the owner of the hand immediately wanted to pull back his arm. But the black knife was stuck in the door, so he couldn't pull his arm back. He struggled madly for several times. Under Jiang Yi's horrified gaze, the arm was actually broken and torn off and fell to the ground. The black knife stuck on it also fell to the ground. Jiang Yi didn't care about his weakness. He grabbed the black knife and moved back a distance. Ouch! Just as Jiang Yi dodged the hole, an ugly and rotten head broke through the enlarged hole. The originally long black hair had now turned into a mess, and a layer of scalp had been scraped off by the hole. The zombie that had stuck its head into his head opened its mouth full of pitch-black fangs and bit hard as if it had seen Jiang Yi. The scene was extremely terrifying. But Jiang Yi was not a rookie who had seen zombies for the first time, so he was not afraid. In his opinion, the zombies stuck in the door were no different from cabbages delivered to his door. He tried his best to lift the black knife and used his body to hold the handle. He pounced forward suddenly, and the sharp blade pierced directly into the female zombie's eyes. The feeling of exhaustion made Jiang Yi almost come into close contact with the rotten female zombie. Just as they were about to collide, a surge of strength suddenly surged in Jiang Yi's body. The blurred vision seemed to become slightly clearer at this moment. Without too much time to think, he took advantage of the sudden force to fall to the side, and finally managed to preserve his innocence. He just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly, a strange white light emerged from the zombie's body and rushed straight towards him. Oh my god! Jiang Yi screamed and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The ball of light shot straight into his chest and disappeared. Huh? You didn't feel anything? He touched his chest in fear, but unexpectedly found that he could still stand up. Jiang Yi's eyes widened, and the data on the screen in front of him jumped wildly. Level 1, 02, 1 point of constitution, 1 point of spirit, 1 point of strength, 1 point of speed. Defense 1 point. He remembered that all his attributes were exhausted before. There was only 1 point left, and it almost became a meal for the zombies. He eagerly clicked on the light screen, trying to add points, but found that the attributes did not change. The screen turned and a bunch of options appeared. Please choose the direction of future additions. Jiang Yi's scalp was tingling, and these options made him dizzy. Balanced enhanced warrior system? No, it's too ordinary. He shook his head. Physical fitness enhancement warrior system? Too weak. He rejected several options and finally set his sights on the customized enhanced warrior system. Humph, I don't believe that my choice, Jiang Yi, would be wrong. He gritted his teeth and clicked on the custom enhancement. The 5 major attributes appeared on the screen again, each with a 20% number behind it. Jiang Yi's heart tightened. Isn't this asking him to allocate the percentages? He adjusted the percentages carefully, fearing that he would accidentally make the wrong choice. Speed, defense, strength, spirit and physique, he switched back and forth, and finally made a decision. Speed 40%, defense 20%, strength 15%, spirit 15%. Physical fitness 10%. He took a deep breath and clicked, confirm. Level 1, 02, speed 3 points, defense 2 points, strength 1.75 points, spirit 1.75 points, constitution 1.5 points. Jiang Yi felt his body was light and fluttering, as if he was about to fly. He clenched the black knife in his hand. He was secretly delighted. This time, I will show you what a real warrior is. He carefully examined the black knife in his hand, and a light screen appeared on the blade. Skull-cutting knife, left-hand knife. A soul weapon condensed from all physical strength and blood. It is unique, indestructible and cannot be lost. Jiang Yi's eyes widened. This knife actually has consciousness. He gently stroked the blade, and suddenly, the leather belt behind the handle automatically wrapped around his wrist. Oh my god, this knife can also tie people up. Jiang Yi was surprised. From now on, you are my partner. Jiang Yi said firmly. At this moment, the roar of zombies was heard outside the door and the door panel shook violently. The zombies were tearing at the door, trying to break in. Just in time. Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with excitement. He clenched the black knife and prepared for the battle. The door was about to be torn apart. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and prepared for battle. Roar! With a loud bang, the door panel was finally torn apart, and the zombies rushed in one after another. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. He held the knife in both hands, raised it high, and aimed at the first zombie that reached out. Go to hell, he shouted, and the black knife chopped down with the force of thunder. The zombie's neck was cut off instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Yi was stunned. The power of this knife was so terrifying. Huh, cool. He laughed excitedly. However, at this moment, another ball of white light shot into his chest. Jiang Yi was stunned. No power emerged this time. Obviously, he did not upgrade. Jiang Yi had already anticipated that although upgrading from level 1 to level 2 only required killing a zombie. But he doesn't think the upgrade at each level is so simple. When he brought up the light screen on the wall, he saw that the properties had not changed much. He was not surprised that only the grade was marked as level 1, 12. Killing a zombie will earn you a little experience. If I kill another one, won't I be able to level up quickly? Jiang Yi is like a tiger with wings for having such ability in this doomsday. Every time you kill a zombie, your experience will automatically increase, and when it accumulates to a certain level, you can level up. His abilities were significantly enhanced after the upgrade, which was undoubtedly what he needed most right now. Unable to wait to verify his guess, Jiang Yi used his scabbard to push the corpse's head stuck in the hole out. The hole that had just been vacated was immediately filled with the head of another zombie. It's so cool. Killing monsters and leveling up is so easy. Jiang Yi slashed down with his sword. The zombie's head in front of him was almost completely cut off. With a flash of dazzling light, his aura rose again, as if entering another level. He hurriedly checked his information, level 2, 04, speed 5 points. Defense 3 points, strength 2.5 points, spirit 2.5 points, constitution 2 points. As he expected, he successfully upgraded again. When Jiang Yi saw the experience he needed for the next level, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. It only takes 1 experience point to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, but 4 experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. The difficulty of upgrading increases at an astonishing rate, as if it increases according to the law of 2 to the power of n. The speed at which the experience requirements increased made Jiang Yi instantly lose the joy of upgrading. He didn't have time to worry about it, as the zombie head in front of him still needed to be cleaned up. Although the increase in experience made him anxious, he could still feel the sense of security brought by the increase in power. Jiang Yi quickly adjusted his mindset and began to accurately chop off the zombies' heads one by one. Until there was no more banging sound from zombies at the broken wooden door. Jiang Yi finally realized that all the zombies outside the door had been killed by him. Tired, he finally let go of the skull-cutting knife in his hand and fell to the ground, his arms trembling. He has advanced 2 levels in a row, and his body's abilities have been significantly restored. Except for spirit, other attributes have returned to near normal state. This made Jiang Yi feel a little comforted, and he temporarily put aside his worries about the speed of gaining experience. However, the hunger in his stomach attacked him like a ferocious beast. Jiang Yi knew that even though he possessed special powers, the amount of food he consumed was just as huge as that of an ordinary person. The food in the cafeteria was becoming increasingly scarce, and Jiang Yi had difficulty meeting his basic needs at almost every meal. Looking around, Jiang Yi found himself in Qinjiazi's dormitory. The place you flee to in a panic during a zombie attack. He didn't think much about it for a moment and started looking for food. The situation in the cafeteria was not optimistic. Just like ordinary survivors, people with special abilities need food to maintain their physical strength. Jiang Yi quickly found Li Yuling's storage cabinet. Jiang Yi had long known that there must be something in her cupboard that could fill her stomach. Sure enough, he found bread, mineral water and potato chips in Li Yuling's cabinet. Although the bread had gone moldy, the bag of potato chips and mineral water became his most precious food at the moment. After wolfing down the potato chips, Jiang Yi did not feel satisfied. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Yi suddenly noticed that the jade pendant necklace that Qinjiazi had mentioned had disappeared. She once said that it was a treasure left by her grandmother, and Jiang Yi had promised to help her find it. Although he had never seen the jade pendant before, he still searched for it anxiously, but still couldn't find it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange light from the backpack he had left behind a few days ago. When he reached in, a light screen suddenly appeared in the bag. The grid showed several items, a water bottle and a piece of bright red meat. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. Could this be the so-called system backpack? He hurriedly took out the water bottle and found that it showed heavenly spring water. Spring water extracted from the energy essence of monsters. Each bottle can quench thirst for 1 day. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a treasure. He then took out the piece of meat, and the screen displayed, fat meat. Food extracted from monsters can greatly increase physical strength and speed up wound recovery. Jiang Yi couldn't help but take a bite. The meat was delicious, which immediately refreshed him. He had eaten up all the meat rolls. He burped with satisfaction. This was probably the most satisfying meal he had had in the past 2 years. Jiang Yi thought to himself, every time I kill a zombie, I can get food. If this situation could continue, he would never have to worry about food again. After eating and drinking, he put on his backpack, picked up the skull-cutting knife, and gently opened the door. The air was filled with a foul stench as he stepped over a pile of emaciated corpses and walked into the outside world. At this moment, Jiang Yi couldn't wait to go back to see Qinjiazi and tell her that he had become a capable person. Jiang Yi's feelings for Qinjiazi did not stem from her beauty, but from her hard work and positivity. Since high school, Qinjiazi has been the most dazzling girl in the class. Although her grades were average, her optimism and enterprising spirit made her popular. Jiang Yi used to be an introverted boy, but he never expected that one day Qinjiazi would confess her love to him. At that moment, he was surprised and moved. After spending a few times together, they confirmed their relationship. But for various reasons, their relationship never progressed further. Despite this, Jiang Yi still tutored her with all his strength before the college entrance examination, and she was eventually admitted to Long Province University of Technology. Jiang Yi had the opportunity to go to other better schools, but in order to prevent the two from being separated, he applied to the school where Qinjiazi was. However, the coming of Doomsday changed everything, and all the beautiful visions turned into bubbles. Jiang Yi walked carefully along the corner towards the stairs. He knew that even if he possessed extraordinary powers, he could not act recklessly. Today, 4/5 of the students in the university have turned into zombies, and the entire campus is almost surrounded by zombies. Every day, new zombies join the ranks, while the number of survivors decreases. Fortunately, the campus is large, and although there are many zombies, you can't encounter them at any time. Due to the hot weather, the zombies are very slow in their movements during the day. They only become active at night and hunt everywhere. Therefore, as long as he doesn't make too much noise during the day, Jiang Yi can basically move around the campus safely. Zombies are not active during the day, they are still very dangerous and any living person who appears will become their prey. Jiang Yi prayed silently in his heart that luck would not leave him. When I slowly reached the dormitory door, suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky and slammed heavily outside the door. Jiang Yi watched the bloody body of the girl fall to the ground with empty eyes. She seemed to have ended her life voluntarily, but her death brought about a greater disaster. Oh no! Jiang Yi's heart sank. He turned around and ran away, rushing into the guard room without hesitation. He hurriedly climbed under the window sill and looked out. The fear in his heart instantly filled his entire chest. The girl's body attracted the attention of nearby zombies. The zombies outside the door rushed in like a tide and pounced madly on the corpse. Damn it, if you want to die, why don't you die later? Jiang Yi cursed angrily, turned around and continued to run upstairs. He never thought that there were survivors in the dormitory building. Especially for girls, in this doomsday world, it is even more difficult to survive alone when facing the attacks of zombies. However, as food and water became scarce, more and more people began to collapse, and some even committed suicide. Jiang Yi was used to seeing these tragic scenes, but this time, he couldn't help but feel angry when he saw the tragic scene before him. Just as Jiang Yi was anxiously preparing to continue his escape, suddenly there were bursts of huge roars coming from outside. Jiang Yi looked up and saw a huge zombie rushing in. It rushed forward and knocked several zombies away. It tore one of the zombies into pieces with its huge force. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A red light flashed on the giant zombie's forehead, and it was obviously an upgraded zombie. Jiang Yi felt a chill instantly, and the fear in his heart almost made him lose his mind. Oh no! It's an advanced zombie. He quickly lay down and held his breath. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: escape. He had witnessed the horror of advanced zombies firsthand. The corpse core he picked up was dropped from an upgraded zombie. He still cannot forget the brutality of that battle. Although Jiang Yi had the ability, facing this kind of zombies, he had no courage to resist at all. He knew that if he didn't escape now, inevitable death would be waiting for him. Not long after, Jiang Yi heard the zombies outside the window start to bang on the window frantically, and time was running out. In order to avoid being completely surrounded, he grabbed the spare key hanging on the wall, rushed out of the guard room, and ran upstairs at full speed. He knew that only by running to the high ground upstairs could he temporarily escape from the encirclement of zombies. After running all the way to the 4th floor, Jiang Yi finally felt a little relieved. Just as he took a moment to catch his breath, a weak female zombie suddenly jumped out from the corridor and pounced on Jiang Yi. Roar! The female zombie let out a hoarse cry and pounced on Jiang Yi. The powerful force made him almost unable to resist. Jiang Yi managed to hold its arm with his knife, but was still forced to retreat continuously and almost fell down the stairs. Jiang Yi kicked out, removing the zombie's strength and taking the opportunity to knock it down. Gasping for breath, Jiang Yi was ready to kill the zombie, but at this moment he heard a violent banging sound coming from the dormitory door. He was stunned, gave up the opportunity to kill the zombie, turned around and ran straight to the 5th floor. Jiang Yi knew that if he continued to stay here, he would probably be surrounded by the zombies and would never be able to escape. The female dormitory building of the University of Technology has a total of 6 floors, and its sturdiness is still commendable. The dormitory has a simple structure, with only 2 staircases for going up and down, and the only entrance and exit is the main door. Now, when Jiang Yi saw the corpse in the corridor, he was stunned. There were several corpses lying all over the corridor, and at a glance, they were almost all zombies. Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown, wondering who did all this. When he climbed to the last step of the 6th floor, Jiang Yi wanted to lie down on the ground and rest. But the vigilance of Doomsday prevented him from letting down his guard. He gripped the black knife tightly, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the top floor of the dormitory. The dormitory building is a standard dormitory with spacious corridors. The doors of the surrounding dormitories were closed and there was almost no movement. However, there was a body on the ground and thick bloodstains on the wall. Jiang Yi felt an ominous atmosphere. He walked into the corridor carefully, trying not to make any noise. Zombies trapped in a room are usually quite quiet unless there is food or noise to attract them. Even if he was facing an advanced zombie through a door, they would not be able to easily discover him. Walking to the side of the body, Jiang Yi carefully observed the condition of the body. This zombie was apparently killed by a powerful blow to the head. And judging from the extent of the damage, his head had been turned over after death. Jiang Yi's brows were furrowed, and the blood on the ground had not yet dried. This was obviously what had just happened. This female dormitory was once surrounded by zombies, and there were almost no survivors. Today, only he, Shentong and Wang Hai had been here, and it was obvious that this corpse was killed by Shentong and Wang Hai. Jiang Yi's heart was filled with confusion and anger. Why would Shentong and Wang Hai, two people with special abilities, plot against me? Although their abilities are not particularly outstanding, they are enough to protect themselves in this doomsday. Shentong's strength is stronger than that of an ordinary person, while Wang Hai's defense is almost impenetrable. Although the two have mediocre abilities, they have considerable power in the cafeteria because they stand on Gao Wei's side. In the end, Shentong and Wang Hai relied on Gao Wei's ability to improve their status. Almost all people with special abilities do not dare to confront them easily. However, what Jiang Yi couldn't understand was why they suddenly attacked him. Holding the skull-cutting knife tightly, Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Whatever the reason, if they dare to take action, they should be prepared to pay the price. Jiang Yi swore in his heart that he would go back and settle accounts with them, especially Gao Wei. Jiang Yi was not afraid of Gao Wei's ability. His skull-cutting knife was no weaker than Gao Wei's metal deformation ability. However, after Jiang Yi calmed down, he realized that his current strength was not enough to fight against these three people. Especially since Shentong and Wang Hai are inseparable, to deal with them one must improve one's abilities. He suppressed his anger, quietly walked to the end of the dormitory building, and opened the door of the utility room. The room was filled with dust. Jiang Yi resisted the urge to cough. After a quick search, I found a pile of abandoned bed frames and some useless items. The messy environment made Jiang Yi feel a little uncomfortable, but he still found a place to sit down. I relaxed completely, feeling a wave of exhaustion coming over me, and fell onto the mattress, barely able to hold on. After sleeping until the sun went down, Jiang Yi opened his eyes drowsily. Only when I saw the unfamiliar surroundings did I realize where I was. The black skull cutter gleamed beside the bed, reminding him that this was not a dream. Not only did he not die, he also gained a powerful infinite battle upgrade system. Jiang Yi summoned a light screen and checked his status. Then he took out the jade fat meat and Tianquan water, solving the dinner problem. Although it was just simple food, Jiang Yi became more and more familiar with his abilities. He discovered that the summoning light screen was not available at any time and he had to place his hand on the ground or other flat surface. In this way, he can look up information about items he owns and even use abilities similar to identification. However, his space backpack is not perfect, it can only hold items generated by abilities, ordinary items cannot be put into it. Moreover, the use of a space backpack also requires a carrier, such as a backpack or other container. This makes Jiang Yi's ability more like a kind of protection, preventing his ability from being easily discovered by others. Knowing his own abilities, Jiang Yi decided not to waste time anymore. He knew that the zombies outside were gathering. His only option was to wait for the zombies to disperse. And take the opportunity to increase your experience by killing monsters. The female dormitory building became his best place to spawn monsters. The zombies were trapped in each room. As long as he is careful, he can use this opportunity to improve himself. Moreover, he knew that Qinjiazi was still waiting for him in the cafeteria. If he didn't go back quickly, she would probably be worried about his departure. But Jiang Yi knew that his current strength was not enough to fight against multiple zombies head-on, so he decided to endure it for the time being and improve his strength first. He cautiously came to the door of dormitory 620, listened for a moment and made sure there was no movement inside before slowly opening the door and entering. The dormitory was in a mess, and Jiang Yi began to search for useful items. Soon, he put the useful items into his backpack. Including practical items such as diesel lighters, tape, power banks, etc. After leaving dormitory 620, Jiang Yi marked the door with a marker. Then I quietly walked towards the dormitory 619 opposite and heard a scratching sound coming from inside. He knew there were zombies inside, but he wasn't sure how many. He marked the house and moved on to the next one. Next, Jiang Yi used this method to check the rooms on the entire floor one by one to see if there were any zombies. The result was much better than I expected. In the 10 rooms, there were only 3 rooms with zombie sounds, and Jiang Yi entered the others one by one to search for things that would be useful to him. Jiang Yi had not expected that surviving the doomsday would make him so interested in the items in the girls' dormitory. Many of the small items here can actually be put to use. However, what makes him laugh and cry is that there were actually many unopened condoms that he put into his backpack. When he reached dormitory 609, Jiang Yi just had to be careful and avoid making any noise. Even if there were zombies inside, they wouldn't be able to detect him. I just put my head closer, but before I could listen carefully. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, almost at close range. The door and window glass, which was less than 10 centimeters away from his face, was blown open in an instant. A rotten palm reached out to Jiang Yi's face like lightning. Jiang Yi was horrified and instinctively stepped back, raising his left arm to block the hand. Hiss. Jiang Yi took a cold breath as he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Although he managed to avoid the zombie's hand that was grabbing his neck, his left arm was still scratched by the sharp nails, leaving a deep bloody mark. Blood flowed from the wound again, and the zombies immediately went crazy when they smelled the blood. Jiang Yi quickly pulled out his knife belt and wrapped the knife around his arm to form a thick arm guard. With a swipe of the sword, he chopped off a rotten arm amid an angry roar. As the battle broke out, the zombies on the floor were alarmed and began to roar wildly, and the doors were slammed violently. Jiang Yi's eyes turned red. He didn't dare to hesitate. He chopped off the other arm with another blow. Suddenly, a green face rushed over madly from the broken glass. Although the space is limited, the zombies' head impacts make the glass still firm. But they struggled desperately, biting wildly through the glass with their mouths. Jiang Yi sneered, swung his knife and stabbed out, instantly piercing the zombie's mouth. However, even after being stabbed, the zombie still did not give up and struggled frantically. Jiang Yi pushed the knife hard to both sides, and finally tore half of the zombie's head off. A white light flashed, and Jiang Yi felt a surge of power flowing into his body again. He successfully upgraded. This level increase made him feel that his whole body's strength was restored almost instantly. Just as he was about to check out his loot, another zombie squeezed in through the broken door and window. Jiang Yi didn't pause, he swung his knife down, directly chopping from the top of the zombie's head to the center of its eyebrows, completely killing it. Finally, silence returned to the room. Jiang Yi pushed aside the two corpses blocking the door and walked into the dormitory. Jiang Yi frowned as he walked into the house, unexpectedly seeing a male zombie appear here. The two zombies were completely naked and emitted a foul stench. Jiang Yi frowned and quickly searched the dormitory, and found several men's clothes neatly hung in a metal cabinet. His clothes had not been changed for many days and were covered with blood from zombies. It was stained with many stains and had already turned hard and black, making it completely unwearable. Jiang Yi no longer hesitated and quickly tore off his short-sleeved shirt, preparing to change into the branded sportswear in the closet. Seeing that the wound on his left arm was still bleeding, he paused. He found a small medicine box before, took out the medicine, cleaned the wound with water and sprayed it with hemostatic medicine. The pain was like a needle prick, making him break out in a cold sweat, but he endured the pain and treated the wound. During the time Jiang Yi was in the cafeteria, almost none of the special ability users were infected by ordinary zombies. The only exception is the infection caused by advanced zombies, where those with special abilities suddenly turn into zombies within a few hours after being injured. According to speculation, people with special abilities may need to upgrade to resist the infection brought by upgraded zombies. But Jiang Yi knew that he was far from reaching that stage. To be on the safe side, he could only treat the wound carefully and avoid any possible risks. Not finding any gauze in the box, Jiang Yi tore off a piece from the clean bed sheet. Simply wrapped around his left arm, he put on his new gym clothes. Although the clothes are a little big, the material is soft and comfortable, and it does not hinder movement when worn. Jiang Yi, who looked refreshed, jumped a few times and assessed his speed and strength. After the upgrade, Jiang Yi clearly felt that he was more flexible and responsive than before. He checked his attributes and found that he had reached level 3. And the experience required for the next upgrade has become January 8th. His heart was filled with anticipation. With each level up, his abilities would increase dramatically. Jiang Yi wasted no time and returned to dormitory 619 again to pick up the skull-cutting knife and scabbard. He first smashed the glass on the door with his scabbard, and the zombies immediately pounced on him. Jiang Yi swung his knife without hesitation, chopped off the zombie's head, and quickly gained experience. The entire 6th floor became his place to kill monsters and level up. He killed zombies one after another. Finally, when all the zombies on the entire floor were cleared out, it was completely dark. However, although he successfully advanced to the next level, Jiang Yi was somewhat disappointed with his gains. At the beginning of the apocalypse, many students were afraid to stay because of the panic caused by the disease. There are not many zombies on the 6th floor. 10 days have passed, and most of the zombies that can survive have left the room. Jiang Yi looked at his watch and it was almost 8 p.m. With the power outage, the corridor was completely dark. Jiang Yi knew that going to look for zombies at this time would be courting death. He decided to take a short break in a clean dormitory and sort out his gains from the day. Although most of the supplies found were just power banks and small items, there was not much water and food, and the backpack was barely half full. However, Jiang Yi was not in a hurry. After all, this was only the first floor, and there were more floors waiting for him to explore. He knew that the dormitory building was the safest place for him, as zombies were not able to climb the stairs. The smell of zombies on the entire 6th floor has covered up his breath, which makes Jiang Yi feel a little relieved. Tonight, he could enjoy the most restful sleep he had had in the past 10 days. However, when he fell asleep, Jiang Yi did not notice. The door handle that was originally motionless began to turn slowly, and the wooden door opened silently. The sense of security from gaining power allowed the exhausted Jiang Yi to fall into a deep sleep for the first time in the apocalypse, until he was suddenly awakened by a heavy pain in the chest. He almost instinctively reached to his right hand but found nothing. At this moment, Jiang Yi was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Where's the knife?" After fumbling around a few times, Jiang Yi was horrified to find that the skull-cutting knife he had placed beside him was missing. "Don't move." A cry made Jiang Yi tremble all over, and he looked up at the darkness in front of him. The dim moonlight poured into the room, and Jiang Yi, who had just woken up, was horrified to see that there was a dark shadow 4 or 5 meters away from him. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't get excited, I'm alive." But the other party obviously knew it long ago, and his voice was unusually cold. "Where is the other person with you? Where is he?" Jiang Yi was stunned. "Another person? No, I am just myself." The woman's voice in the darkness clearly didn't believe it at all. "Don't try to explain yourself. I know everything you two did during the day. You are a bunch of unscrupulous scums." Jiang Yi was completely confused. What the hell was going on? Knowing that the other person was a girl, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel relieved. However, since he didn't have a weapon with him, Jiang Yi decisively admitted his mistake and could only answer honestly, "My classmate, you recognized the wrong person. I really don't know who you are talking about. I am the only one here." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light suddenly lit up on the other side. Jiang Yi instinctively blocked his eyes and it took him a long time to adapt. "Don't move, or don't blame me for being rude." The other party obviously didn't trust him, and his words were full of resentment and anger. Jiang Yi felt aggrieved and wanted to slap himself. He was too arrogant. He had just gained the ability and he actually let down his guard. He didn't even know that someone had approached him and taken away his weapon. This was definitely a fatal oversight in the era of Doomsday. But finally, with the light, Jiang Yi could see who broke into his room. He was shocked. A cold metallic light was dazzling. The sharp tip of the arrow was pointing at his head. At this moment, Jiang Yi was really panicked. He never expected that the other party would threaten him with a bow and arrow. All I saw standing opposite me was a tall woman wearing a pink sportswear with a hood that completely hid her hair, and a black mask on her face. The bow in his hand was pulled to the limit, and the cold light of a titanium steel arrow would not make Jiang Yi doubt its penetrating power. This woman was obviously also a student of the school, but how could she have a bow and arrow? Seeing her experienced bow posture, Jiang Yi would never doubt whether she really knew how to use it. Then, Jiang Yi looked at the backpack and skull-cutting knife he had packed during the day, which were placed at the woman's feet with a bitter face. With the help of the light, the woman also saw Jiang Yi clearly. A hint of murderous intent made the woman frown. "Raise your hands and kneel on the ground. Don't try to resist, otherwise you can try to see if my arrow can shoot through your head." "You!" Jiang Yi glared and instinctively wanted to refute, but when he saw the woman pull the bowstring a little further, he gave in. He raised his hands and squatted on the ground honestly. Kneeling was definitely impossible. If that happened, he would rather die than give it a try. She looked at him distressedly. "Senior, you really got the wrong person. I'm not the one you're looking for." The woman held a bow, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yi like an eagle. "Let me ask you, did you come to this building with other people yesterday?" Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded honestly. "Yes, I came here with 2 people, but..." It's true. You were the ones who did such a heartless thing yesterday. It's a pity that I couldn't save Jiao Jiao. The woman didn't give Jiang Yi a chance to explain. Tears flashed in her eyes and her voice was filled with sadness. But you can't escape today. I don't know how you could be so stupid to dare to do this alone. Then I will use your life to pay for Jiao Jiao's life. As she said that, the woman's bow was stretched to its limit once again. Jiang Yi was shocked. Although he was confused, he had no time to analyze the reason. He shouted hurriedly, "Wait a minute, if you want revenge, wouldn't it be better to wait for the other two people to come?" Jiang Yi couldn't explain anything now. This woman wouldn't listen to him at all, so he could only think of a way to eliminate the danger first. The woman was stunned for a moment and then screamed, "How can I come back after leaving here? Don't try to trick me." Jiang Yi also shouted, "They will be back at dawn, otherwise I won't stay here. We agreed to meet here at dawn to clean up the entire dormitory." Really? Jiang Yi stopped the woman from getting excited, told her about the situation in the cafeteria, and made up some lies, using both true and false means to portray himself as a small follower who stayed behind to guard the supplies. If the other party could think carefully, they would definitely find that there were many loopholes in Jiang Yi's words. However, the woman was very emotional at the moment. In addition, the stimulation of some unknown situation yesterday made her believe Jiang Yi's words, which were 70% true and 30% false. But she still couldn't help but sneer, "In this case, I will kill you now, and I will kill them naturally when they come tomorrow." Jiang Yi hesitated, "This. We agreed that I will watch them from the window tomorrow. If I don't show up, they probably won't come in." When Guo Hanxue heard this, a frost suddenly appeared on her face. "You lied to me. If you really are their companion, how could they not come in to look for you if you didn't show up?" Jiang Yi pretended to smile in distress and said, "Senior sister, why do you still believe this? If we are really friends, would they let me stay alone in this building full of zombies? To them, I am just a cannon fodder. In the cafeteria, ordinary people like us are not worthy of being friends with people with special abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, and the trace of doubt in his heart flashed back. Hearing this, Guo Hanxue could not help but remain silent for a while before saying, "You really had nothing to do with that incident yesterday?" Jiang Yi smiled bitterly and held his head. "Sister, I don't know what you are talking about. You also saw that I was not with those two people at all. After entering the dormitory building, we separated." Guo Hanxue frowned twice, and seeing that Jiang Yi didn't seem to be lying, she let out a light breath, and her tense body relaxed a little. Obviously, killing people was a big challenge for Guo Hanxue. "In this case, let's wait until dawn to see them coming. Don't even think about running away, I believe you are not faster than my arrow." Jiang Yi was so timid that he nodded quickly. "Okay, senior sister, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here." Although he said that, Jiang Yi was thinking quickly in his heart how to get away from this dangerous woman. You know, what he said had many obvious loopholes. Even if the woman really waited until dawn, those two bastards would definitely not come again, and then his lies would be exposed. Therefore, Jiang Yi, who seemed to be very honest, was running his brain at a high speed. His speed was now 9, which had reached the peak of normal humans. If he suddenly attacked a woman when she was not paying attention, he would have a great success rate. But my knife was in her hand, and I had no weapon, so I didn't know if I could subdue her in the first place. Sure enough, we still have to get the weapons back first. With this in mind, Jiang Yi quickly simulated a tactic. He calmly looked at the woman who was still pointing the arrow at him, and found that this woman lived alone in this dormitory, and her complexion and expression were not worse than those of the well-protected girls in the cafeteria. In fact, she was even worse. I don't know if she has been here since the beginning, or if she just came here recently like me. As he was observing her, there was suddenly an embarrassing sound in the room. Jiang Yi was stunned, while Guo Hanshue's face turned red under the mask. She couldn't help but curse herself for having a stomach growling so loudly. Jiang Yi reacted quickly, showing a particularly friendly smile. "Are you hungry, senior sister? I have a lot of food in my bag, you are welcome." Guo Hanxue glared at Jiang Yi and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You are my prisoner now. These things are already my spoils of war." Jiang Yi wanted to curse loudly. How shameless. These were obviously the things he had worked so hard to collect. He was angry in his heart, but smiled and said, yes, they all belong to me, please do as you please." Obviously, Guo Hanxue was a little embarrassed, but she hadn't had any water for 2 days and she really couldn't hold on any longer when she heard that there was food in the bag. After thinking for a while, looking at Jiang Yi who was as thin as a chicken, he thought to himself, I don't think he can do anything. Then he slowly put away the bow and arrow, but without taking his eyes off Jiang Yi, he slowly squatted down and touched the backpack at his feet. Now. Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled. The moment the girl put away her archer and pulled the zipper of her backpack, he rushed over like a little leopard. Jiang Yi was extremely fast at this time, and he reached the 4-meter distance almost instantly. He went straight to the black knife next to the backpack and grabbed it. Buzz! A strong wind sounded, accompanied by Guo Hanshue's delicate scolding, I knew you were so kind. Oh no! Feeling the sound of breaking air from above his head, Jiang Yi immediately gave up snatching the weapon and retracted his outstretched left hand like lightning. But what shocked Jiang Yi was that Guo Hanshue's attack speed was beyond his expectations. Even though he used up all his speed, he still couldn't avoid Guo Hanshue's hateful attack. Chapter 9, Raids and Dangers. The hard metal composite bow hit Jiang Yi's arm heavily. Ah! Jiang Yi couldn't help but screaming in pain as if his palm was run over by a car. He held his left hand with his right hand and looked down. His entire left hand was visibly swollen. The purple-red lump was covered with dark red blood. Before Jiang Yi could react to what was happening, Guo Hanxue had already stood up quickly, drawing the bow and arrow, and the black composite longbow was fully drawn once again. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air in his ears terrified Jiang Yi. He didn't expect that this woman would really dare to shoot an arrow. He didn't care about the pain in his left hand anymore and rolled over to avoid the terrifying arrow. The arrow shot out and brushed Jiang Yi's hair and hit the ground heavily. The granite ground was extremely hard. The arrow only made a small hole and bounced away, but a small stone particle that was hit and brushed Jiang Yi's cheek like a knife, and immediately a hot liquid flowed down his face. Jiang Yi didn't care about all these at this time, and yelled, Are you sick? Crazy woman. After yelling, he turned around and ran, quickly jumped out of the room and ran towards the stairs. Guo Hanxue shot an arrow in anger, but Jiang Yi had already turned out of the room by then, and the violent titanium steel arrow could only vent its owner's anger on the solid wooden door frame. You can't run away. Guo Hanshue's hand speed was extremely fast. She chased after him the moment the arrow was shot. As if she hadn't expected that the two arrows didn't hit Jiang Yi at all, a hint of hesitation flashed in Guo Hanshue's eyes when the arrows missed. However, when Guo Hanxue thought about being cheated, he didn't have time to think about it and chased after him directly. As an archery athlete, Guo Hanxue has excellent eyesight. She is also very familiar with the terrain here, so even in the pitch-black space, she can still steadily track Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi listened to the sound of pursuit from behind, and wanted to curse. If he hadn't had his knife in his hand, would he let such a little girl bully him? But at this moment, he was just thinking in his mind. Now that he had been defeated by this woman one after another, he already knew how powerful she was. If he couldn't beat her, it would be better to run away first. There would always be a chance to get back at her. But he didn't expect Guo Hanxue to chase him so fast. Jiang Yi just rolled and crawled to the 5th floor, and a strong wind broke through the air behind his ears. He quickly hugged his head and rolled over. Then he felt a wind as strong as a knife roaring and blowing over his head. Boom! A rapidly flying arrow brushed past Jiang Yi's head and hit the glass in front, instantly shattering the entire window. The loud noise startled Jiang Yi so much that he looked up. He almost peed his pants at first glance, as he saw that the entire plastic window glass not far from him was completely shattered, and countless glass flew out of the window. The huge penetrating force actually deformed the entire plastic window frame. Damn, how can a bow and arrow be so powerful? Jiang Yi was really scared. Even a pistol couldn't match this terrifying power. Now Jiang Yi had no idea of revenge. He just wanted to run away from this vicious woman. After 3 consecutive arrows failed to hit Jiang Yi, Guo Hanxue didn't know whether she was angry or anxious, her breathing became a little heavy. Looking at the figure that disappeared in front of her again, she stomped her feet in hatred and chased after him with a gloomy face. Jiang Yi didn't even dare to turn his head, he just ran for his life. When he reached the 4th floor, he saw the zombie that he had kicked down trying to climb up. It took more than 10 hours for it to climb back to the 4th floor. Jiang Yi couldn't be polite, he kicked the zombie again, and the zombie that had just come up rolled back. Jiang Yi was just about to run away before it got up, but he was stunned for a moment, and a sly smile appeared on his face. He stopped running and ran directly to the fourth floor. He kicked every door he came across, breaking the glass on the door, and even kicked the door handles away. When Guo Hanxue chased him to the fourth floor and saw Jiang Yi in front of him, Jiang Yi had already kicked more than 10 rooms. After chasing him for 2 steps, Guo Hanxue, who didn't know what he was doing, raised her bow and shot. Jiang Yi, who had been mentally exhausted, suddenly fell to the ground, dodged the arrow, and turned back to curse at Guo Hanxue. "Bitch, come here if you have the guts, don't let me escape, otherwise I will rape and kill you sooner or later." Originally, he cursed a few words out of anger, but it reminded Guo Hanxue of what happened before, and his eyes suddenly turned red with anger. "You won't have another chance, today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven." As he spoke, he pulled out another arrow from the quiver on his waist. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly, got up and ran away. "You still say you are acting in the name of justice, why don't you go and overthrow the Qing dynasty and restore the Ming dynasty?" Knowing that there was no point in reasoning with her now, Jiang Yi ran madly towards another staircase across the corridor. Boom! Jiang Yi thought there was another arrow coming from behind him. When he heard the noise behind him, he instinctively shrank his neck. However, the expected arrow did not appear, but there was a crazy slapping sound and roar coming from behind him. Jiang Yi was happy, and glanced back. In the dark corridor, he vaguely saw several dark things coming out of the door, blocking Guo Hanxue's way. Jiang Yi was happy to see that Guo Hanxue really couldn't catch up, so he turned around and planned to run to the 6th floor. His knife was still on it. With the knife, although he was not sure about dealing with the crazy woman, he should have no problem protecting himself. As a result, just as I stepped onto the stairs to the 5th floor, I heard a woman's panicked scream behind me, "Help! Don't come over here." Jiang Yi was stunned. This woman was so cruel that she dared to kill people. How could she be so scared of a few ordinary zombies? Afraid that it was her trick, Jiang Yi ran up 2 more steps and heard a loud bang from the 4th floor, as if something exploded. The entire 4th floor was in an uproar. The zombies of the Dark Queen were more powerful and more violent. The continuous noises made the zombies in the entire building ram into the doors frantically. The doors of the rooms on the 4th floor, which had been mostly destroyed by Jiang Yi, were knocked open one after another. Guo Hanxue's face turned pale, and he quickly shot the arrows in his hand. The nearest zombies were shot in the forehead and fell to the ground, but soon the zombies behind them swarmed over like hungry tigers. Guo Hanxue retreated while reaching for the quiver behind his waist, but found nothing. He hurriedly looked back, and his face suddenly turned pale. The few arrows she had originally had all been used up without her noticing, but there were still more than a dozen zombies gathered around her. Among girls, Guo Hanxue's mentality was considered very stable. Faced with this kind of situation, she did not scream like ordinary girls. Instead, she bit her lips tightly and used the metal compound bow in her hand as a weapon. Guo Hanxue had strength that was completely disproportionate to her size. She struck out with a stick, and the zombie in front of her had his eyes burst open. The zombie fell to the ground and died miserably. After the blow, Guo Hanxue's face turned even paler. Obviously, compared with her excellent long-range attack ability, her close combat experience was almost zero. Just killing a zombie actually increased her breathing speed. Knowing that she couldn't handle so many zombies, Guo Hanxue suddenly raised her hand and swung it forward with all her strength as if she was gathering strength. A green light like the moonlight shot out from her hand, and the 2 zombies that were about to rush forward paused. 2 very thin bloodlines flashed on their necks, and then their bodies fell to the ground, and the 2 heads rolled to Guo Hanxue's feet like worn-out footballs. The green light continued to move forward, beheading 2 zombies and smashing into the fragile window, blowing all the glass off the window. The huge destructive power made all the zombies stunned, but Guo Hanxue turned around and wanted to escape. But she didn't notice that the head she had cut off before was right under her feet. She stepped on the zombie's head and twisted her feet. Guo Hanxue fell to the ground with a scream. At this time, the zombie had already pounced on her and was biting Guo Hanxue crazily. The iron bow in her hand had been thrown away, and the sharp nails pierced her arms and body. One zombie even bit Guo Hanxue's calf. The intense pain and the fear of death made her unable to hold back and cry out loudly, "Help! I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie. You bitch, are you just lying there waiting to die? Get out of here quickly." Just when Guohanxue was in extreme despair, an angry roar came from outside the zombie group, which made Guohanxue's spirit startle. A strong desire to survive made her burst out, and she grabbed a zombie's head and slammed it against the wall next to her. Not far from her, a figure was waving an iron chair and madly hitting the zombies that were surrounding Guohanxue and trying to grab a piece of meat. Although 4 points of strength was not strong, Jiang Yi easily killed the 2 zombies that could not get in with full force. After seeing Guohanxue resist again, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and used a chair to hold the zombies that rushed over, but was pushed back step by the zombies with huge strength. However, Jiang Yi naturally knew that he was no match for their strength. He swayed his body and used his flexible body to avoid the zombies' attack. He kicked it down with 1 foot and was about to smash it down with a chair, but 2 more zombies abandoned Guohanxue and rushed towards him. Although Jiang Yi's speed was much faster, he was not yet at the level where he could ignore the zombies. He was knocked down by the zombies without paying attention. He was startled and quickly held up the 2 zombies that fell down. However, the zombie actually crawled over on all 4s and bit Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Jiang Yi screamed in pain and knocked the zombie off his shoulder with his elbow, but a zombie grabbed the iron chair in his hand and took it away. Jiang Yi, who had no weapons, screamed as he was overwhelmed by several zombies. Guohanxue's face changed drastically. No. Having witnessed all this, she threw the zombie in her hand away and tried to save Jiang Yi, but her calf was bitten and bleeding, and she stumbled and almost fell. Then the zombies around blocked the road between her and Jiang Yi again. Chapter 10, The Life-Saving Skull Cutter. Guohanxue frantically resisted the zombies' attacks with a miserable smile. She really didn't expect that the person she was chasing would be eaten by zombies in order to save herself. At this moment, Guohanxue's heart was entangled, and only regret was left. Forget it. Since he died because of me, I will repay him with my life. Guohanxue, who already had many wounds on her body, gradually gave up resistance. Seeing the zombies around her slashing their sharp fangs at her, she closed her eyes in despair. Boom! With a loud explosion, a zombie's head flew out and landed right in Guohanxue's hands. Guohanxue was startled and opened her eyes, only to see that not far away, the group of corpses surrounding Jiang Yi were now emitting blood. A dark blade light was flashing wildly, and every time the blade passed, a piece of body was shattered into pieces. Jiang Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and the black skull-cutting knife was once again wrapped around his arm. His left hand holding the knife chopped wildly almost instinctively. No zombie could resist the sharpness of the skull-cutting knife. Soon, under Guohanxue's stunned gaze, the 5 zombies besieging him were completely dismembered into pieces. Jiang Yi held the knife with murderous intent and slashed with it 1 step at a time. The rapid slashing completely stimulated the murderous nature of the skull-cutting knife. No matter which direction the zombies came from, Jiang Yi's knife seemed to predict it in advance and could always chop the opponent's neck 1 step ahead. The skull-cutting knife, well deserved its name. Seeing Jiang Yi fighting frantically, Guohanxue lost his will to die. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity to catch his breath, he picked up his longbow and put it directly on the neck of the zombie that was pressing on him. He pulled with all his strength, and the sharp bowstring pierced directly into the zombie's neck. The ball-sized head rolled out with dirty blood. Jiang Yi glanced at them coldly, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. With the last bit of strength, he stabbed the black tang sword into the eye socket of the last zombie. As soon as his strength was released, he sat down in a pool of blood, unable to hold the black sword anymore. He gasped as if he was about to explode. Guohanxue was not much better than him. Both of them were covered in black and red blood, with almost no good flesh on their bodies. They were either scratched or had teeth marks. Fortunately, the zombies on the 4th floor had been completely killed by them, otherwise the 2 of them, who had let out their anger, might have been eaten by any zombie. Guohanxue, who had been resting for a long time, felt that he had regained some strength. He stood up with the longbow in his hand. Looking at Jiang Yi, who was still lying on the ground gasping for breath, he hesitated for a moment, but still walked over with the help of the wall. Jiang Yi felt a terrible pain all over his body. In addition to the wound, the most important thing was the huge consumption of strength and spirit. He regretted his hasty choice again. Suddenly, he felt Guohanxue walking towards him not far away. He immediately thought of something and his face turned pale. Damn, you're still coming. As he said that, he struggled to grab the black knife standing on the zombie's head, but he couldn't even lift a finger. Gua Hanxue rolled her eyes as she watched Jiang Yi wriggling on the ground like a big black bug. Okay, don't worry, I don't want to kill you now. Do you want to lie here forever? Jiang Yi's face froze, and he looked at Gua Hanxue in distress. Then you have to promise not to cause me any more trouble. Gua Hanxue glared at him angrily. If you don't want to get up, just die here. Then he turned and left. Jiang Yi hurriedly shouted, No, I don't want to lie with a pile of stinking corpses for a whole day. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. Help me up. Gua Hanxue listened to the almost rogue shouting behind him, suppressed his rising rage, turned around and stretched out his hand angrily. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reached out and held Gua Hanxue's hand. At this moment, both of them seemed to be stunned for a moment. Although the two dirty hands were weak and powerless, they seemed to support each other. This kind of feeling, this kind of atmosphere has never been experienced by either Gua Hanxue or Jiang Yi. Fortunately, this feeling was almost fleeting. They staggered and supported each other. Jiang Yi pulled out the skull-cutting knife, glanced at the blade with some strangeness, but said nothing. He let Gua Hanxue help him climb to the 5th floor. The two of them walked into the half-opened room 508 easily. After Gua Hanxue threw Jiang Yi on a bed, she also fell on the bed opposite. Both of them were panting weakly, looking at each other, their eyes intersecting, and for some reason, they suddenly laughed at the same time. Gua Hanxue's smile was somewhat sad, but Jiang Yi was glad to have survived the disaster. Without resting for long, Jiang Yi, who was covered with wounds, stood up and gritted his teeth to take off his sportswear. Gua Hanxue's dead eyes moved over. What are you going to do? Jiang Yi carefully separated the clothes from the wound and said, Heal the wound and stop the bleeding. If it keeps flowing like this, I will bleed to death if I don't die in the zombies' mouths. Gua Hanxue laughed bitterly. It's useless, don't waste your energy. If you are bitten or caught by a zombie, you will become a zombie in a few hours. What's the point of treatment or not? Thinking of something, Gua Hanxue suddenly looked at Jiang Yi excitedly. Promise me, whoever turns into a zombie first, the other person will help him get rid of it. I don't want to die and become a zombie. As she spoke, 2 lines of tears wet her cheeks. Jiang Yi blinked and turned to look at Gua Hanxue, who looked desperate. Don't you know? Ordinary zombie viruses are ineffective against us people with special abilities. Gua Hanxue was heartbroken, and suddenly heard Jiang Yi's words. She looked up in surprise. What did you say? Are you saying that we can't die? Jiang Yi really couldn't appreciate Gua Hanxue, whose face was so dirty that he couldn't see the 5 tubes clearly. He nodded and continued to take off his clothes. Of course, you and I don't know, but I'm sure I won't die. Is this the ability you are talking about? A breeze blew gently through the dormitory along with Gua Hanxue's words. Jiang Yi looked up in astonishment, and saw a faint green light flexibly coiling around Gua Hanxue's raised right finger. Seeing this, Jiang Yi's heart was pounding. Are you a superpower? In fact, from the power of Gua Hanxue's bow and arrow when she attacked him, Jiang Yi guessed that she should also be a person with special abilities. But he still thought it was some kind of ability that could increase the power of the bow and arrow. After all, Gua Hanxue's melee ability was really too poor. But now seeing the ability that was almost identical to Qinjiazi's, Jiang Yi couldn't help but be surprised. You know, among the nearly 1,000 survivors in the cafeteria, only his girlfriend had such a mysterious performance that went beyond the scope of science. Gua Hanxue nodded, and dissipated the energy between her fingers helplessly. I don't know either. A week ago, after I recovered from the fever, I found that I could induce wind power. But this power is too small, and I don't usually use it. Am I really not going to die? Compared with the ability to introduce, Gua Hanxue is more looking forward to his own life. Jiang Yi looked at her with some envy, but still said, You can't turn into a zombie, but if you don't stop the bleeding, you won't look good if you die from excessive blood loss. Hearing this, Gua Hanxue no longer cared about the excitement of turning into a zombie, and screamed softly, Then stop the bleeding quickly, but I don't have any medicine here, what should I do? Seeing the panicked Gua Hanxue, Jiang Yi felt a little amused. He couldn't associate her with the one who wanted to kill him before. Okay, I have some medicine. Take off your clothes first. I'll go get the medicine. He said, picking up the knife and walked out, completely ignoring Gua Hanxue's expectant gaze. The zombies on the 5th floor had obviously been cleared out, and the 6th floor had also been cleared out, so Jiang Yi returned to his previous room in almost a minute. The first thing he saw was the arrow nailed to the door frame. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, secretly cursing Guohanxue for being so cruel. He had lost a lot of blood, so Jiang Yi took a few bottles of water from his backpack, and without caring whether it was wasted or not, he drenched his entire body, and wiped off the blood bit by bit with a bed sheet. He repeated this 2 or 3 times before finding the medicine box and spraying medicine on the wounds on his body. At this time, there were few good places on Jiang Yi's body. The most serious one was the torn flesh on his shoulder, and other parts of his body were also scratched by the zombie's nails and blurred. However, as long as we ignore the horror of the zombie virus, these wounds are not fatal to ordinary people. After spraying the medicine on the wound, it is like being covered with a layer of gelatin and there is no need to bandage it. While the medicine was still there, Jiang Yi gobbled up a portion of yuji meat. Yuji meat has a certain healing effect, and it may be a bit of psychological comfort. After eating it, Jiang Yi seemed to feel that the wound was really not that painful. After putting the things into the backpack, Jiang Yi, who was carrying the backpack, stared at the scabbard on the ground in a daze. Tentatively, he reached out to the scabbard on the ground with his right hand. Something strange happened. The scabbard on the ground suddenly jumped and then seemed to disappear out of thin air. When it appeared again, it was already held in Jiang Yi's hand. Even though he already had a guess in his mind, Jiang Yi was still shocked. The skull-cutting knife can actually appear out of thin air in front of me in response to my call. You know, at the critical moment when Jiang Yi was almost eaten by a group of zombies in order to save Guohanxue, he just thought about it if a skull-cutting knife would be enough, but the black knife in his left hand suddenly appeared. Fortunately, this is the case, otherwise it would be hard to say what the ending would be for Jiang Yi and the other person. Jiang Yi tried hard to hold back his laughter. He finally understood what the skull-cutting knife meant by not being damaged or lost. This knife was simply a doomsday artifact. Compared to it, the weapons made by Gao Wei were simply weak. With joy, Jiang Yi returned to the 5th floor with his things. He walked into the dormitory with a small table lamp with its own battery, and saw Guohanxue lying on the bed with a quilt wrapped around her, with a pile of tattered clothes she had been wearing thrown on the ground. Seeing Jiang Yi coming back, Guohanxue breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help blushing. You know, she was almost naked under the quilt at this time. Chapter 11 Team Mode. Jiang Yi was still immersed in the joy of his own unique ability, and didn't pay much attention to Guohanxue's expression. He took out 3 bottles of water and hemostatic medicine and placed them on the bed. Wash your body with water first, and then spray the medicine. Guohanxue didn't move, just stared at Jiang Yi dryly. Jiang Yi looked up strangely. Why are you looking at me? Then he raised a sly smile and said with a lewd look, do you want me to help you? Guohanxue's face changed drastically, and he immediately frowned and snorted, get out. Seeing that Guohanxue was about to get angry, Jiang Yi took 2 steps back with an innocent look on his face. If you don't need it, then don't need it. Why are you angry? Just leave if you want to. Looking at the back of him who left without hesitation, a complicated look flashed in Guohanxue's eyes. Jiang Yi waited for more than an hour. Seeing that it was almost dawn outside the window, Guohanxue finally opened the door wearing a clean school uniform. Jiang Yi yawned, you are so slow. I am a patient. You are so cruel to let me stay outside the door all the time. Guohanxue rolled her eyes at him and said, don't be so arrogant. Even though you saved me, let's keep things to ourselves. I haven't settled the matter with you for yesterday. Jiang Yi, who was lying on the bed, was stunned and couldn't help looking at her. What happened yesterday? Why did you have to kill me? A trace of resentment flashed in Guohanxue's eyes, and she looked at Jiang Yi's face with murderous intent. Are you still pretending to be stupid? If you hadn't tortured Jiao Jiao for more than 2 hours, how could Jiao Jiao not be able to bear it and jump off the building to commit suicide? Thinking of Jiao Jiao's screams and sorrow that lasted for more than 2 hours, Guohanxue wished he could kill the scum in front of him with 1 arrow. Wait. You said someone committed suicide by jumping off a building? Could it be that woman from yesterday? Jiang Yi sat up suddenly and looked at Guohanxue in shock. Guohanxue sneered, what? You don't pretend to be innocent now. You remember. You are simply scum worse than beasts. Jiao Jiao trusted you so much, but you treated her. At the end, Guohanxue couldn't hold back her tears. When Guohanxue, who was hiding on the 5th floor, heard Jiao Jiao's screams yesterday, she was going crazy. She and Jiao Jiao were classmates in high school. Although they were not in the same department in college, they kept in touch because they lived in the same building. If there weren't zombies everywhere outside the 5th floor, Guo Hanxue would definitely stay with Jiao Jiao these days. Yesterday she took great risks and frantically killed the zombies outside the corridor, but when she rushed to the 6th floor and broke open the door, she only had time to see Jiao Jiao standing at the windowsill and looking at her with one last desperate look. How could Guo Hanxue not know what happened with the smell and scene in the room? She wanted to find those who insulted Jiao Jiao madly, but was blocked by the zombies on the 4th floor. In the end, she could only return to the 5th floor unwillingly. Jiang Yi was so angry that he jumped up and down. Don't compare me with those two bastards. What happened yesterday has nothing to do with me. Then, under Guo Hanxue's distrustful gaze, he angrily told them how they had plotted against him yesterday, hiding only the fact that he had acquired his abilities only yesterday. Guo Hanxue still didn't believe it. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. Nonsense, if you don't believe me, go to the 3rd floor and take a look. There are still a pile of corpses in the room where I stayed yesterday. If I really did something worse than beasts like them, how could I be trapped here because of the zombies attracted by your friends jumping off the building? I would have left with them long ago. Thinking of what she said before, Jiang Yi continued, and you also said that you clearly heard from your classmates yesterday that the other party was 2 people. Then why was I not there when the 3 of us came together? Guo Hanxue is not stupid. After she regained her consciousness, she analyzed what happened and everything matched. It seems that it is true as Jiang Yi said that they plotted against her first, and then Jiao Jiao was insulted by those 2 beasts. So what I did before was indeed a wrong accusation against Jiang Yi. What's more, it's hard for me to believe that Jiang Yi would do such a thing, as he was able to come back and save me at the critical moment, regardless of his own safety. Thinking of this, Guo Hanxue couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but she still said stubbornly, then why didn't you tell the truth at the beginning, and told me a lot of lies? Jiang Yi was so angry that he pointed at the compound bow beside him and roared in grievance, Big sister, you are pointing the bow at my forehead like a madman. If I don't find a way to steady you, then my death will be too unjust. Guo Hanxue's face suddenly turned red. She lowered her head with some grievance, I'm sorry, I really lost my mind at that time, and I didn't know that you would separate after you came in. ZZ. Jiang Yi, who was feeling wrong for taking the blame for no reason, couldn't help but shudder when he heard Guo Hanxue's low apology. He looked at her with a strange expression as if she had regained her little womanly appearance. No, big sister. Just be like before. I'm not used to you being like this. Guo Hanxue was stunned, and instinctively raised her hand to slap him. You want to die? I'm talking to you nicely, but you dare to look down on me. Jiang Yi screamed and fell on the bed, holding his left hand and crying, Sister, please be careful when you hit me, my wound just stopped bleeding. Guo Hanxue looked over hurriedly, Sorry, I didn't notice. Jiang Yi took a look and realized that the medicine was in vain. He had no choice but to spray some more medicine to deal with it. After all this fuss, it was all a misunderstanding. What else could Jiang Yi say? He looked at Guo Hanxue, who looked sad and aggrieved. He scratched his hair hard and could only blame himself for his bad luck. Looking at the watch, although it was almost dawn, the two men were exhausted after the life-and-death battle all night. After the misunderstanding was resolved, it didn't take long for Jiang Yijing to lie on the bed, too tired to even talk. When he heard Guo Hanxue snoring softly across from him, he pressed his hand on the wall, and his attribute table appeared again. Level 4, 15-16, Speed 9, Defense 5, Strength 4, Spirit 4, Constitution 3. Sure enough, just as Jiang Yi expected, although the battle just now seemed fierce, not many zombies were actually killed by Jiang Yi. The battle that almost cost 2 people their lives at the mouths of zombies actually prevented Jiang Yi from even breaking through the first level. But fortunately, it's almost time. As long as he kills one more zombie tomorrow, Jiang Yi can level up again. Just as he was about to put the light screen away, Jiang Yi was suddenly stunned to find that there was a cursor flashing in the lower corner of the light screen, which meant that there was a next page on the light screen. Confused, he clicked it and the text on the screen immediately changed. After taking a closer look, Jiang Yi was stunned. Team mode is successfully enabled. In this mode, you will gain corresponding experience points for the monsters killed by your team members. The amount of experience points gained is determined by the team members' trust in the captain. The higher the team members' trust, the higher the experience share the captain gets. Team members can also get the same upgrade ability in this state. Note, the experience points gained by team members in team mode can only improve their strength at the current level, and do not have the power to break through. Jiang Yi read it carefully more than 10 times, panting and pondering over the line of words one by one, and almost fell off the bed with excitement. I really didn't expect that after saving Guohanxue, I would get such a big reward. The team mode may not be of much use to other people, but it has a special meaning to Jiang Yi at this moment. This means that the more team members you have around you, the more experience you will get. This will be very helpful for your future upgrades. However, in the previous battle, Guohanxue killed more zombies than himself, but this experience was not counted on himself. Why is that? Jiang Yi frowned, and finally set his sights on the trust value on the light screen. He clicked it, and sure enough, there was an annotation. Guohanxue, trust value 28%. The experience points you can get are 14%. Note, trust value will change depending on the closeness of your relationship with your teammates, so please pay attention to maintaining the relationship. Jiang Yi stuck out his tongue. It seemed that Guohanxue still didn't completely believe in him. He didn't know how he got teamed up with her. Thinking back to the past, was it because the two of them had fought together? Or was it because the misunderstanding between the two people was resolved that the team mode was triggered? Unfortunately, the system did not explain this, so Jiang Yi racked his brains but could not figure out the way to form a team, until he fell asleep in a daze. In the end times, no one really dared to fall into a deep sleep. The so-called rest was nothing more than a shallow sleep with eyes closed. The alert Jiang Yi opened his eyes instantly when he heard the creaking sound of Guohanxue's bed next to him, so that he could see Guohanxue sitting up. Guohanxue sat on the bed, staring blankly at her hands. It turned out that she really wouldn't turn into a zombie. The worry she had been holding on to finally settled down. But then there was a sudden rumbling in her stomach, so loud that Jiang Yi couldn't pretend to sleep anymore. Under Guohanxue's blushing gaze, he sat up and scratched his head helplessly. Are you hungry? I have some food here. As he said that, he handed over the bag. Jiang Yi thought very clearly, since Guohanxue had become his team member and would have to work for him in the future, then the emperor could not afford to have hungry soldiers. Fortunately, he had collected a lot of snacks before. Jiang Yi, who already had jade fat meat, naturally looked down on these things. He carried them with him on the principle of not wasting them, so they were just right for Guohanxue. Chapter 12 Abducting Guohanxue. Guohanxue stared blankly at the backpack handed to her, and suddenly woke up and shook her head. No, I can't eat your food. Food is too precious now. I can find it myself. I don't need to eat yours. Guohanxue is obviously still very different from the survivors who have experienced 10 days of apocalypse. Even though he knows it is the end of the world, Guohanxue has not lost his principles. Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw Guohanxue refusing to accept the salary he gave her. Obviously Guohanxue didn't know that she was now considered a member of his team. This is good, as I can conceal my abilities, but just because the other party doesn't know doesn't mean I can feel at ease getting such a huge benefit from her. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yi didn't want Guohanxue to refuse, and piled all the food in the bag in front of her. Then consider it as I lend it to you, and you can return it to me when you find food later. Guohanxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded, and opened a bag of chocolates a little embarrassedly. Then, thank you. Seeing that Guohanxue accepted his suggestion, Jiang Yi couldn't help but grin happily. It doesn't matter, we will be teammates in the future, and it's only right to help each other. Guohanxue stopped eating chocolate and asked, teammate? I mean comrades. Since we fought together yesterday, we are comrades. Jiang Yi almost let it slip and hurriedly found an excuse. Guohanxue thought about it and accepted this statement. Jiang Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want Guohanxue to know that he had been sold to him inexplicably. Looking at Guohanxue eating quickly but elegantly, Jiang Yi handed her a bottle of mineral water. Guohanxue, what are you going to do next? After swallowing the food in his mouth and drinking a sip of water, Guohanxue said with difficulty, I want to go back to Beijing, but I can't contact my father, and I don't know how they are now. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Are you from Beijing? The capital is far away from Long Province. If this is the case, it is obvious that Guohanxue cannot leave Long Province for the time being. So, does he have a chance to keep her by his side and work for him? Yes, my father works in Beijing and my mother accompanies him, so I have to find a way to go to Beijing. Guohanxue said firmly, and it was obvious that he had been thinking about this idea for a long time. Jiang Yi pretended to think and said, but the capital is very far away from here. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid there is no means of transportation to the capital. How are you going to get there? Guo Hanxue smiled bitterly and shook her head. It was obvious that she also knew the difficulty of this decision. Beijing Long Province is nearly 1,000 miles away. It takes several hours to take the high-speed rail at ordinary times, not to mention the chaotic end of the world now. Seeing Guo Hanshue's hesitation, Jiang Yi immediately smiled and struck while the iron was hot. And since you can go to Beijing for your uncle and aunt, are you sure that your uncle and others will not come to Long Province for you? Guo Hanxue couldn't even think about eating after hearing Jiang Yi's analysis. She looked up anxiously. It's impossible. Beijing is the capital. Dad and Mom are safer there. How could they come here? Jiang Yi shook his head. Because you are here, wherever the child is, the parents' hearts are there. When Guo Hanxue thought about her parents coming to Long Province from the capital, thousands of miles away, her heart ached. The important thing is that now she doesn't know what her parents chose, and what she should do. What should I do? The helpless Guo Hanxue instinctively looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi coughed and continued his deception. The important thing now is to find a way to get in touch with the outside world, or get news from others about the capital before deciding whether to go or stay. Guo Hanxue nodded, obviously agreeing with Jiang Yi's idea. Jiang Yi saw that Guo Hanshue's mood had stabilized a little, so he said, how about this, let's stabilize ourselves in school first, and then find a way to go outside to get some information. Give uncle and aunt some time. If they really come back, they will definitely come to the school to find you as soon as possible. If they don't come, after a period of time, I think Long Province will also have countermeasures, and there may even be many people who want to go to Beijing. When the time comes, we will go together. Guo Hanshue's eyes lit up when she heard Jiang Yi's words. Yes, Jiang Yi was right. Instead of rushing around, it would be better to stay in school first. In this way, if her parents really come, they can find her as quickly as possible. Even if they don't come, she can find a way to find them in Beijing later. After making the decision, Guo Hanxue calmed down quickly and looked at Jiang Yi gratefully. Thank you, Jiang Yi. If it weren't for you, I might have been too concerned and left school rashly to go to Beijing. Jiang Yi waved his hand. It's okay, but since you want to stay in school, why don't we go together? Guo Hanxue was stunned, and suddenly became alert. What do you mean? Jiang Yi didn't know why Guo Hanxue suddenly changed her expression, but he still said, you and I are both capable people. If we hadn't helped each other yesterday, none of us would have survived. Fighting alone, no one can guarantee that they can survive. Don't you want to have some powerful companions around you? Guo Hanxue realized that she had misunderstood Jiang Yi's words again. So this is what he meant. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Well, you are right, but can we do it with just the two of us? Seeing that Guo Hanxue agreed to go with him so easily, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. It seems that he has a talent for negotiation. How could he know that the reason why Guo Hanxue agreed to his request so easily was, firstly, because Jiang Yi saved her yesterday, and secondly, she really had no other choice now, unless she really went alone. So if she was not a fool, she would definitely not refuse a companion with the same fighting strength at this time. Jiang Yi heaved a sigh of relief after he confirmed Guo Hanshue's idea. He wanted to check immediately whether there was any change in the trust value between him and her, but he still restrained the urge to get excited and discuss the next course of action with Guo Hanxue. Since Guo Hanxue had already decided to travel with Jiang Yi temporarily, she didn't think too much about it. When she learned that Jiang Yi intended to clean out the entire dormitory, she readily agreed. However, it was at this time that Jiang Yi realized that Guo Hanshue's wind ability had a big flaw. That was that the energy was too weak. A powerful wind blade like that could only be cast 3 times. No way, you are so powerful, how could your ability be so thin? Jiang Yi felt a little disappointed. His own ability was bad enough, so how could Guo Hanshue's ability be so deceptive? What can 3 wind blades do? Kill 3 zombies? If Guo Hanxue consumes too much energy, she will become weak. Even if she didn't say it, Jiang Yi knew this from Qinjiazi. Actually, my ability is not that weak. I still have a bow and arrow. Guo Hanxue was unwilling to be looked down upon by Jiang Yi, so she couldn't help but pick up her longbow. Jiang Yi's eyes fell on it and he couldn't help but think of the terrifying power of Guo Hanshue's arrow shooting yesterday. His eyes lit up. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten why you have a bow and arrow. And it seems that your arrows are particularly powerful. He has not forgotten the amazing arrow that blew up the entire window yesterday. When she mentioned her specialty, Guo Hanxue suddenly became excited. She lifted her long hair and raised her head proudly. I am the president of our archery club. It's not strange that I can shoot arrows. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up when he saw her confident look. As the president of a club, no matter what club it is, she is definitely a big shot in the university. Unfortunately, I have never been very interested in these things, so I don't have much impression of Guo Hanxue. You're amazing. He sincerely praised Guo Hanxue, which made Guo Hanxue even more excited. You don't know, I discovered yesterday that my wind ability can be used on my arrows. It makes the arrows I shoot faster and more powerful. Jiang Yi smiled. It was indeed the case. He had suspected it before, otherwise her arrows would not be so powerful. Don't underestimate this ability. It undoubtedly gave Guo Hanxue a stronger ability to survive in the early stage when her superpowers were weak. Otherwise, how could she, a new psychic, safely survive these long 10 days? The first task after forming a team is to clean up the 5th floor. At this time, the 5th floor had been completely cleaned up by Guo Hanxue, but the corridor full of dead bodies was obviously not suitable for human survival. So the two of them put on rubber gloves and threw all the stinking corpses on the 5th floor into a dormitory, locked the door, and finally felt a little relieved. Guo Hanxue's face turned pale. Although she dared to fight zombies, it didn't mean that she, a young girl, was willing to carry corpses. However, carrying the corpse also allowed her to recycle the arrows. Otherwise, no matter how powerful her archery skills were, it would be useless without a bow and arrow. The used arrows were severely damaged, so Jiang Yi had to accompany Guo Hanxue to screen and replace the collected arrows. As a result, Jiang Yi felt like there was no progress at all this morning. With a hint of resentment, Guo Hanxue arrogantly directed Jiang Yi to search for supplies on the 5th floor. After all, it was a girls' dormitory, so there weren't many things that were useful to Jiang Yi, but there were a lot of things that Guo Hanxue could use. If Jiang Yi hadn't decisively refused, Guo Hanxue might even have taken away all the good things in the dormitory. Gathering supplies was obviously a joyful experience, and soon the two of them swept the 5th and 4th floors. They had a great harvest, and only then did Jiang Yi forcefully drag Guo Hanxue, who was still a little unsatisfied, to sweep the 3rd floor. Jiang Yi was holding a skull-cutting knife, while Guo Hanxue was holding a longbow with a quiver hanging from her waist. She wore a black mask on her face, and her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, and her whole temperament suddenly became fierce. Jiang Yi nodded secretly with satisfaction. She was indeed worthy of being the teammate he chose. Just based on her temperament, she was incomparable to those girls who still needed protection after the apocalypse. Standing on the 3rd floor, Jiang Yi drew out his black knife and whispered to Guo Hanxue, "Remember, use your powers as little as possible. Your mission is to protect my back, and you don't have to worry about anything else." There was no other way. Although he was already a member of the team, it would be disadvantageous for him if Guo Hanxue joined the battle at this time. You know, he was in urgent need of experience. Chapter 13: The Mystery of the System. Guo Hanxue nodded. Her expression was not visible under the mask, but her dark eyes showed a determined look. The corridor on the 3rd floor had been cleaned by Jiang Yi yesterday, so he only had to deal with the zombies trapped in the room. Jiang Yi still used the previous method and smashed the glass on the door with a knife. Suddenly, the zombies inside stretched out their hands and grabbed him frantically. Jiang Yi excitedly chopped with the black knife continuously, and as a strong energy swept through his body, the previous fatigue seemed to have never appeared. Jiang Yi knew that he had been promoted to the next level. Even without looking at the light screen, he could basically calculate the changes in his attributes. As he thrust out the second time, he could clearly feel that his swinging speed had become very fast. The strength also increased more obviously. With a flash of the knife, the pitch-black skull-cutting knife actually split the entire zombie's head into 2 halves. Great! Jiang Yi laughed excitedly and reached level 5. At this time, his condition finally surpassed his pre-awakening self. It was as if he had a new body and he wanted to scream, but with Guo Hanxue behind him, Jiang Yi was able to control the excitement in his heart. He hurriedly ran to the next room, his eyes glowing blue. These were all experiences. God knows how much experience this ability of his consumed. Jiang Yi was extremely fast. Guo Hanxue was still shocked that he had such a simple and safe way to kill zombies. Suddenly, she realized that Jiang Yi had appeared outside the door of the next dormitory. Wait for me. She hurriedly chased him, but saw that Jiang Yi had already finished the new battle. I stared at the busy figure in the corridor in amazement, and was slightly shocked in my heart. Why does he seem to be faster? If the speed of 9 points was not obvious enough to Jiang Yi, then the speed of 11 points, which was already beyond that of ordinary people, made Jiang Yi look particularly special. Be careful. Suddenly, Guohanxue saw that the door that Jiang Yi was about to destroy was suddenly knocked open, and 2 zombies rushed out of the door. She was immediately shocked and instinctively reached behind her waist, drew her bow and shot an arrow. But when she let go of her hand, she was shocked to find that her target's head had been chopped off by a knife. Jiang Yi was pulling out the black knife from the zombie opposite him when suddenly a strong wind broke through the air behind him, startling him. He tilted his head hastily, and a speeding arrow instantly swept past his ear and shot into the face of the zombie opposite with a dull sound. Wow, you're going to kill me. Jiang Yi was so scared that he broke out in cold sweats. If he hadn't tilted his head at the right moment, the arrow would have hit his head. Guohanxue didn't expect this to happen. She had been showing off her ability to hit the target every time, but she was slapped in the face so quickly. She couldn't help but blush. I was trying to save you, but who knew you would act so quickly now? After hearing this, she suddenly realized that Jiang Yi's fighting ability at this moment was obviously much stronger than yesterday. Maybe it was an illusion. Guohanxue tilted her head and looked at Jiang Yi's busy figure with a little more inquiry. There weren't that many zombies on the 3rd floor. In less than half an hour, when the last zombie's head was chopped off, both of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Yi shook his aching arms. Although he had reached level 5, Jiang Yi could feel that he was not much different from ordinary people. This is normal, after all, his current attributes have not exceeded the scope of ordinary people. Guohanxue found out helplessly that he was just a little follower. Except for the arrow that was accidentally shot before, he didn't have a chance to fight at all in the whole battle. For the first time in the 11 days since the apocalypse, she had the absurd thought of hoping there would be more zombies. The battle was over, and now it was time to harvest the spoils. The 2 men were not polite at all. One of them occupied one side and swept through the place frantically. In addition to the food that had to be taken away, Jiang Yi also collected some essential things for girls for Qinjiazi, including unworn underwear and even things that women use during their periods. However, the 2 also discovered that there were not many useful things in the female dormitory, which made Jiang Yi more eager to leave the female dormitory and return to the cafeteria. Unfortunately, standing by the window on the 5th floor, the 2 could still clearly see the zombies gathered outside the gate of the dormitory building. Although the zombies had dispersed a lot after a day, it was not enough for the 2 to have the confidence to break out. He sighed. It seemed that he would have to wait another day. It was getting dark again, and the idea of continuing to kill monsters to gain experience was shattered again. Jiang Yi looked at the food he had harvested today, discussed with Guohanxue, and then chopped a table into strips with a black knife, used the iron bed frame commonly seen in the dormitory as a frame, and lit it to make a simple stove. Guohanxue also found Jiang Yi's suggestion very novel. She consciously cleaned a dusty frying pan with mineral water and placed it on the burning fire. The size was just right. The 2 of them quickly poured in clean water, tore up several packs of instant noodles, and Jiang Yi also chopped up 2 sausages. Soon, a large pot of fragrant instant noodles made the 2 of them swallow their saliva at the same time. Guohanxue, who almost never ate instant noodles before, felt for the first time that instant noodles could be so fragrant. The thick broth was bubbling with the yellow instant noodles, and the ham sausage was even more fragrant after being boiled in water. Before it was cooked, the 2 of them were already vying to put noodles into their own bowls. For a moment, neither of them thought about talking. They buried their heads in the bowls of noodles in their hands and kept slurping the noodles. The only sound in the whole dormitory was the sound of firewood exploding and the tempting chewing sound. More than 20 minutes later, Jiang Yi collapsed comfortably on the bed. He took the fragrant instant coffee handed over by Guohanxue and took a sip. Great. Guohanxue was a little dazed holding the cup. A day ago, he was hiding here without even drooling. Who would have thought that just 1 day later, he could not only eat hot food, but also have the leisure to boil water and make a cup of coffee after dinner. And all these changes happened after I met this guy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was enjoying the sweet coffee after dinner. He felt Guohanxue looking at him and couldn't help laughing. What's wrong? There are noodles on my face. As he said that, he reached out his hand and rubbed it on his face in a funny way. Guohanxue rolled her eyes at him and said, "Can't you be a little nervous? It's the end of the world now." Jiang Yi shrugged innocently, "I'm already nervous. I haven't relaxed at all in these 10 days. It's a rare opportunity for me to have such a filling hot meal, won't you let me relax? My nerves are too tense and can easily break." As he spoke, he made an exploding motion with his fingers. Guohanxue hesitated for a moment. "Can you tell me what's going on outside?" Guohanxue felt a little chilly when he thought that the whole world was in chaos. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, and the expression on his face faded. "What can I do? In the apocalypse, everyone died or escaped. I was lucky enough to stay in the cafeteria at the beginning. Although I was surrounded by zombies at the beginning, I was quickly killed by the people who came to the cafeteria later. When I left yesterday, there should have been more than 1,000 people there. I don't know how long the food there will last." Jiang Yi was not worried about other people, but was a little worried about whether Qinjiazi would be hungry or cold. However, when he thought about Qinjiazi's ability, he thought she would not be bullied. Guohanxue didn't say anything, but listened quietly to Jiang Yi talking about the changes in the school in the past 10 days. Even though she was holding a hot cup, she could feel a hint of coldness emanating from the bottom of her heart. Only after Jiang Yi stopped talking due to dry mouth did Guohanxue look at him with sadness. "Jiang Yi, if the whole world is full of these monsters, do you think we can still survive?" Jiang Yi was silent for a moment, then raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. "It will happen. You have to believe in the country and believe that the power of mankind is unlimited. Rescue will come soon, and by then, our China will be able to settle down again." After waiting for a long time but getting no response, Jiang Yi couldn't help but look in the light of the fire, only to find that Guohanxue was leaning on the bed frame, curled up in a ball, with her eyes slightly closed, and murmured something softly. Under the reflection of the firelight, a crystal teardrop slid down from the corner of her eye. Looking at Guohanxue like this, Jiang Yi felt a pang in his heart. No matter how strong she was just a girl. He was afraid that in the 10 days before he met him, Guohanxue had not even closed her eyes in peace. He quietly walked over, took the cup from her hand that was about to fall, and wrapped the quilt around her. Guohanxue, who felt insecure, hugged herself, and the warm fire made her more relaxed and fell asleep. Sighing, Jiang Yi returned to his bed and turned on the attribute light screen. Level 5, 1730 seconds, speed 11 points, defense 6 points, strength 4.75 points, spirit 4.75 points, constitution 3.5 points. Just as he guessed, Jiang Yi didn't pay much attention to it. He clicked the screen to check the trust value between Guohanxue and himself. Unexpectedly, after a day of getting along, the trust relationship between him and her has reached 60%. The experience gained from her is also 30%. This share is not small, that is to say, Guohanxue can get some experience points for killing 3 zombies. It may not be obvious now, but as his level increases and he needs experience points more and more, the experience points shared by teammates will become particularly important. It seems that I should pay attention to finding more powerful teammates in the future. Jiang Yi didn't feel that his idea was very utilitarian. After all, the other party could also gain experience. This was equivalent to the other party also gaining part of his awakened ability, which was obviously a win-win situation. While Guohanxue was sleeping, Jiang Yi reapplied medicine to his wounds. A day of exercise had caused many of his wounds to break open again. There was no other way, after all, his recovery ability was still too weak. I don't know if I can achieve that kind of instant recovery ability as my abilities become stronger and stronger. Chapter 14, Red Forehead Zombie Appears. With a little expectation and fantasy, Jiang Yi put on a new coat with a pale face. Then he stood in front of the window and watched the movement outside the window vigilantly. When Guohanxue woke up, Jiang Yi still kept this action without moving. The moment Guohanxue woke up, she was shocked. How could she have slept so deeply? When did she fall asleep? This was something she had never experienced in the past 10 days. Even before the end of the world, she was a very light sleeper. How could she fall asleep without realizing it now? She opened her eyes and saw Jiang Yi's back, feeling confused. Was it because of this person? It's only been a day, and he deserves my trust. Guohanxue didn't know, and even Jiang Yi didn't think that all this was caused by his own ability. The team mode of the battle upgrade system is definitely not as simple as what he saw on the surface. While Jiang Yi could clearly see how much trust Guo Hanxue had in him, the influence of Jiang Yi as the team leader on Guo Hanxue was also constantly affecting the relationship between the two. Guo Hanxue had no way of knowing her change towards Jiang Yi as clearly as Jiang Yi did. However, Jiang Yi's ability still allowed her to clearly feel the changes in the relationship between the two. It was this influence that made her more relaxed and alert in front of Jiang Yi, a stranger. As long as they are still in team mode, this unspoken trust will become deeper and deeper. Jiang Yi, go and rest, I'm awake. Without thinking too much, Guo Hanxue got out of bed and took Jiang Yi's place. Jiang Yi did not refuse, as the energy boosted by the coffee had almost been used up. If he continued to hold on, even if he was still awake, his vigilance would relax. This is very dangerous for the people on night watch. Guo Hanxue, who was on night watch in the second half of the night, was obviously in a better mental state. He used the hot water from the remaining fire to make another cup of coffee. After a few sips, he was completely awake. After all, as an awakened person, the functions of all aspects of the body are far superior to those of ordinary people. With someone on guard, Jiang Yi no longer had to worry about someone around him doing something bad to him. He lay on the bed and fell asleep quickly. When he woke up, he was attracted by the strong fragrance. People with special abilities have a big appetite, and they had already consumed all the food they had eaten last night. When Jiang Yi smelled the fragrant instant noodles, his stomach couldn't help but growl. Due to limited conditions, Jiang Yi could only use a bottle of water to simply brush his teeth and wipe his face. But in the end times, this is considered a very luxurious life. Looking at Guo Hanxue, who was busy cooking noodles, Jiang Yi thought about it and took out a portion of yuji meat from his bag. A portion of jade meat weighs about half a pound, and the energy it contains is enough to feed a person with special abilities. If it were a day ago, Jiang Yi would definitely not take out such an important food to share with others. But after fighting together for a while, Jiang Yi became less wary of Guo Hanxue. Without exposing his true abilities, Jiang Yi was also happy to take out the good stuff in his hands to increase everyone's survivability. Use a fruit knife to cut the jade fat meat into small pieces and pour it into the pot under Guo Hanxue's astonished gaze. The pot, which was already overflowing with fragrance, became even more fragrant as the jade fat meat rolled in the soup. The two of them couldn't help but swallow at the same time, looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. The instant noodles with the addition of the jade meat were obviously different. Not only the taste, but Jiang Yi clearly felt a heat in his stomach, and the small wounds on his body were also slightly hot. Unfortunately, due to his physical defects, Jiang Yi could hardly rely on the healing power contained in the jade fat meat to treat his injuries. However, Guo Hanxue's wounds had healed by more than half without her noticing, which was a world of difference from Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked at the radiant Guo Hanxue and couldn't help but feel a little sad. They were all awakened people with special abilities. Why was there such a big difference between him and others? You know, even now that he is already level 5, he is actually no match for Guo Hanxue in all aspects. Even his speed, which he was most proud of, was only slightly faster than others in the eyes of Guo Hanxue, who had the wind element. Jiang Yi even arm-wrestled with Guo Hanxue, but was easily crushed by a girl. Guo Hanxue's longbow, which she always carried with her, could not even be fully drawn. In addition to Guo Hanxue's special ability, compared with her, Jiang Yi felt that he was now a waste. But Jiang Yi knew what his strengths were. Although he felt sad, he was not so discouraged that he would not be defeated. Just wait, when I reach level 20, I will definitely turn defeat into victory and completely crush Guo Hanxue. Humming in his heart, Jiang Yi buried his head in his food even harder, as if all the frustration in his heart had been swallowed up at this moment. After dinner, Jiang Yi didn't even have time to clean up, and he pulled Guo Hanxue upstairs. Guo Hanxue was confused by him. She didn't know why Jiang Yi was suddenly so eager to go for the sweep. How could she know that Jiang Yi was not anxious for supplies, but for the experience points he gained from killing zombies? Jiang Yi was eager to grow quickly, at least to crush Guo Hanxue once. He was so anxious that he didn't even notice that, unlike the zombies on other floors, there were zombies on the second floor, but they were extremely quiet. They only roared and attacked Jiang Yi when Jiang Yi smashed the glass. Guo Hanxue, who was behind him, was holding a bow, looking at the strange corridor with some confusion. Was it his own illusion? Jiang Yi is now extremely motivated. As his level increases, all aspects of his body have greatly improved. Killing zombies is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The skull-cutting knife in his left hand flashes with a blood-sucking black light, and he chops wildly, and an ugly zombie head flies out. After taking a look at his experience, Jiang Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that his experience had reached 31 of 32. As long as he killed one more zombie, he could level up again. Wasn't it for this moment that he had worked so hard? Thinking of this, he was so excited that he couldn't wait to rush to the next dormitory. There seemed to be no zombies in this room. Jiang Yi made such a big fuss, but there was no sound inside. This made Jiang Yi, who was excited, a little disappointed. Glancing at Guo Hanxue, who was a little far away from him, he couldn't help but say, "Why don't you come over? Are you too full? Can't you walk anymore?" Hee hee. Facing Jiang Yi's teasing, Guo Hanxue surprisingly did not refute it at this time, but a little cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and the hairs all over her body stood up. Her left hand tightly grasped the longbow, and her right hand instinctively reached for her waist. What's going on? Why is my heart so panicked? There seems to be something scary ahead. Guo Hanxue could only feel his heart beating wildly, and his face was as pale as a piece of white paper. Jiang Yi was teasing him and smashed the glass beside him with his scabbard. But at this moment, Guo Hanxue, who was not far away, screamed, "Get out of the way." Jiang Yi was stunned. Before he could react to what happened, his eyes went dark. The wooden door that he almost hit suddenly exploded and the entire door panel hit him. Jiang Yi didn't even have time to raise his knife before he was blown away by the flying door panel. He hit the concrete wall hard, and Jiang Yi barely raised his arms to block the door panel pressing on him. Ah! With a violent roar, a black shadow jumped out from the broken dormitory door. The body was not tall but abnormally fat and swollen. The leaping body hit the flying door panel heavily. Jiang Yi, who had just stood up, didn't even have the ability to fight back, and was directly pressed under the door again. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam. The tremendous pressure made Jiang Yi scream and struggle. The dark shadow across the broken door was obviously attracted by the living flesh under his feet. The sharp nails instantly pierced through the door panel and grabbed Jiang Yi below. Only then did Jiang Yi fully realize what had happened and was horrified. Feeling something piercing the door panel, his body instinctively slid out using the angle formed by the door and the wall. The sharp black nails pierced through the door panel directly. The black shadow found that his prey escaped from his sight, and he roared angrily. With his arms, he tore the door panel under his hands into pieces. Jiang Yi just rolled out of the attack, and his ankle hurt, and his whole body softened and he knelt on the ground. It was the fragments of the door frame that were lifted up that hit his feet. Fuck. Jiang Yi didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his ankle and rolled and crawled forward to escape. There were heavy footsteps behind him. In the roar, even without looking back, Jiang Yi could clearly feel the stench coming from behind him. I was careless. He cursed himself for being too arrogant, thinking that he could rest easy after getting the ability, but he didn't expect that he would be hit hard before he even left the door of the female dormitory. At this moment, Jiang Yi was extremely grateful that he had prioritized improving his speed. The super high speed of 11 points finally allowed him to escape the opponent's attack at the last moment. The fat black shadow grabbed Jiang Yi's collar with one claw, and when he exerted force, his hand loosened, and only a torn coat was pulled back. Jiang Yi's pores all over his body exploded at this time. This was the first time he was so close to death, and his reaction ability was raised to the limit. The moment he felt something tight behind him, he slipped out of his coat like a slippery fish. The other party obviously didn't expect this result, and finally gave Jiang Yi a chance to breathe by tearing his coat. Jiang Yi looked up and finally saw clearly what was attacking him. This one glance frightened him so much that his heart stopped for a second. A female zombie weighing more than 200 kilograms was standing between her and Guo Hanxue, frantically tearing Jiang Yi's coat into pieces. Not having the delicious bloody food she imagined, she stomped her foot in anger, crushing the only wooden frame left under her feet into pieces. Oh no, it's an upgraded zombie. Jiang Yi didn't care about the size of the zombies at all, his eyes were fixed on the shiny forehead of the female zombie. A blood-red crystal was embedded between its eyebrows. The sunlight hit it, emitting a sparkling brilliance like a gemstone. But Jiang Yi had no intention of appreciating it at all. Now he just wished he could have 2 more legs and run away without looking back. This is not a zombie. This is a nightmare. Chapter 15, Escape from the Battlefield. Just a few days ago, it was such a zombie that broke into the cafeteria and caused the sudden death of 7 people with special abilities. And it was because of the corpse core of that zombie that I got my current abilities. Jiang Yi. Are you okay? Guo Hanxue had never seen an upgraded zombie, but that did not affect the fear that pierced her bones when she saw the zombie for the first time. When Jiang Yi was attacked before, she didn't even have the courage to attack. The terrifying zombie aura oppressed the 2 of them and made them unable to breathe, but it didn't hesitate at all, ignoring Guo Hanxue behind it, and rushed towards Jiang Yi with a roar. Jiang Yi instinctively took 2 steps back and was about to run away, but at this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and a charcoal steel arrow pierced through the space and shot into the neck of the female zombie. Roar! The fat zombie was furious when his vitals were attacked. His arms, which could not bend back, could not touch the attack behind him, so he had to continue attacking Jiang Yi in front of him. Jiang Yi, who was about to escape, was stunned for a moment after Guo Hanxue's arrow shot. Looking at the tail of the arrow hanging behind the zombie's neck, he suddenly had an extremely bold idea: we can win. The horrifying zombie ran to Jiang Yi in a few steps, bent its sharp fingers like animal claws, raised them high and grabbed Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi retreated halfway and yelled, "Skull-cutting knife." A pitch-black tang sword appeared in front of him out of thin air. Jiang Yi grabbed the handle of the sword with his left hand and held the back of the sword with his right hand. Swish! The sharp nails scratched the black knife, and blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Yi spat out blood and the black knife in his hand was almost shaken off again, but he was excited and crazy when he saw the 3 fingers that were chopped off. If he could really hurt this zombie, then he might win. But even with the advantage of the weapon, Jiang Yi knew that he was still no match for it. The continuous heavy blows made his internal organs seem to be cut by a knife. If he hadn't known that he couldn't faint, such a serious injury would have been enough to make him lose consciousness. The zombie roared madly. Although it didn't hurt to lose a finger, the strange feeling still made it know that it was injured by the little ant in front of it. Ignoring the injured palm, the short and fat female zombie rushed towards Jiang Yi madly with the glowing red crystal on her head. Jiang Yi held the knife tightly, using his more flexible body to dodge the crazy attacks of the upgraded zombies. He didn't forget that he couldn't resist the zombie virus. Once you get caught by it, the outcome will be worse than death. Swoosh! Another arrow shot over. Guo Hanxue's support came again. With trembling hands, although he was so scared by the upgraded zombies that he couldn't even open the bow, Guo Hanxue still gritted his teeth and tried his best to draw the bow and shoot the arrow. The second arrow shot straight at the back of the zombie's head. The terrifying arrow force hit the back of its head heavily. However, with a muffled sound, the long arrow only pierced a layer of skin and was knocked away by the hard skull. Guo Hanxue looked at the zombie biting Jiang Yi in disbelief. How could her arrow fail to penetrate the zombie? What kind of monster was this? Jiang Yi's smile was just about to rise, but it was stuck there. He didn't believe that the upgraded zombies could actually resist the power of bows and arrows. The important parts were attacked, and the upgraded zombies became more violent. They attacked Jiang Yi desperately. With his mind on guard, he could only hold the knife and carefully dodge the opponent's attack. Guo Hanxue reacted from the blow, and seeing that Jiang Yi was obviously having difficulty maintaining his position, he gritted his teeth and pulled the bow again. Jiang Yi saw this scene from the opposite side, and he yelled, "Don't shoot the head, shoot the knee." Guo Hanxue was stunned, but her body followed her consciousness and instinctively shot the arrow in her hand. Pooh! The soft knee was pierced instantly. The leg stuck with a foreign object could hardly support itself, and the zombie screamed and knelt on one knee on the ground. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and without taking a breath, he chopped the zombie's neck with a knife. Roar! The zombie roared, raised its head suddenly, and grabbed the black knife with its relatively intact left hand. The black skull-cutting knife instantly cut into its palm, but was stuck tightly as the zombie clenched his fist. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and pulled out his knife, but he couldn't pull it out even a little. Instead, the zombie held the knife and pulled him forward. Jiang Yi was shocked that the zombie was so strong. The terrifying force pulled his feet to rub against the ground, but he couldn't stop its power at all. Seeing that he was about to be caught by the zombie, Jiang Yi decisively let go of his hand, rolled over, and escaped from its attack range. At this time, Guahanshue's fourth arrow shot out and directly pierced through the zombie's other thigh. Roar! Unable to stand, the zombie finally realized the little reptile that had been playing tricks on him behind his back. Holding Jiang Yi's knife, he turned around and roared at Guahanshue, and even rubbed his knees on the ground, and his palm with 3 fingers missing kept scratching in the direction of Guahanshue. It was the first time that Guahanshue looked directly at an advanced zombie. Being stared at by those blood-red eyes, she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. She even had the illusion that she couldn't move. "Don't come over here." In panic, Guahanshue put the long arrow on the bow and screamed and shot at the zombie. The sharp arrow shot into the zombie's body but did not cause much damage. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and tried to move forward, but his vision went dark and he almost fell to the ground. He held onto the wall and coughed hard until he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Only then did he feel better. But at this moment, his physical strength was exhausted and he couldn't even run. Guahanshue shot several arrows in a row, and his face turned as pale as paper. But he couldn't kill with one arrow. He touched his back and found that there were no arrows left. He turned around and wanted to run away, but he didn't expect that his feet would trip over each other at this critical moment. He flew out and slid a long way on the ground before stopping. His arm was burning with pain. Guahanshue touched it and it ended up covered in blood. "Jiang Yi, save me." The pain in Guahanshue made her extremely weak at that moment, and she instinctively asked for help from Jiang Yi, who was leaning against the wall. Jiang Yi watched the zombies crawling on their knees getting closer and closer to Guahanshue, and roared, wanting to pounce on them. But his ribs seemed to be broken, and if he moved a little, his whole body would feel like it was being torn apart. Damn it! Knowing that there was something wrong with his condition, Jiang Yi's face was as gloomy as water. Looking at Guahanshue crawling away on the ground, he suddenly turned around and ran without looking back. When Guahanshue heard the footsteps, she looked back in surprise, but was shocked to see Jiang Yi's receding figure. She couldn't believe that Jiang Yi would actually abandon her and run away. No. At this moment, Guahanshue's heart seemed to be torn into pieces by claws. She couldn't believe it no matter what. The person she thought she could trust the night before would abandon her and escape at this time. "Jiang Yi, don't go, save me." Guahanshue shouted at the top of her lungs. At this moment, a feeling of grievance rushed into her heart, and tears could not stop flowing down her eyes. Her body that wanted to stand up became more and more uncontrollable, and the promoted zombie roared and pounced on the delicious flesh and blood in front of her. However, it completely ignored the fact that the black knife that it had been holding tightly in its hand had disappeared at some point. "Ah! Don't come over here." Guahanshue, who couldn't stand up, could only crawl to get farther away from the monster, but obviously she ignored the monster's horror. Even though his legs were injured, the zombies crawled faster than Guahanshue. Guahanshue felt her ankle tighten, and when she turned around, she saw that the weird zombie was grabbing her ankle and pulling her back. As if knowing that he would soon have a delicious breakfast, the advanced zombie actually raised his head and exchanged glances with Guahanshue, then gave a terrifying and sinister smile. "Ah!" Guahanshue struggled madly, kicking the zombie's arms with both legs non-stop. "Let me go, let me go." The crazy screams shook the entire dormitory building. The surviving zombies began to roar wildly. Even the zombies outside the gate that were about to disperse began to hit the locked door out of instinct. The advanced zombie was extremely powerful. No matter how frantically Guahanshue struggled, she could not stop it from opening its mouth and pouncing on her. No. Guahanshue couldn't think of anything at this moment, she just kept yelling. Puff. The foul smell of blood spurted out, splashing all over Guahanshue's face. Guahanshue's eyes, which had been tightly closed, opened involuntarily, and she saw a piece of black blade less than 5 centimeters away from her eyes. The black blood that slid down from the tip of the knife hit her arm. Roar. The promoted zombie also reacted at this time. Someone had pierced his neck with a knife. Jiang Yi held the knife tightly and stopped the fat zombie from trying to stand up. The black knife lay horizontally, and he gritted his teeth and wanted to cut off the monster's head, but he didn't expect that the neck of the upgraded zombie was so hard that even if he used all his strength, he couldn't cut a wound that was fatal. The zombies were struggling frantically, and they were about to break free from the blade. Guahanshue looked at Jiang Yi in shock as he left and returned, and forgot to run away for a moment. Jiang Yi tried his best to control the zombies, but he saw Guahanshue staring blankly. He immediately flew into a rage. what are you still staring at? Run! Guahanshua trembled, wiped his eyes hurriedly, gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his ankle as he crawled out. Seeing the delicious food about to slip away from his mouth, the horrified female zombie struggled frantically. Jiang Yi, who was restraining her neck from behind, had his whole body swaying with her crazy twisting. He was almost thrown out several times. He tried again, but still couldn't cut her neck. Jiang Yi knew that he couldn't kill it by himself, and he couldn't help but look at Guahanshua, who was sitting far away. An idea suddenly came to his mind. He pulled out a long arrow stuck in the back of the zombie and threw it to Guahanshua. Help me. Guahanshua's courage, which had been frightened, had just calmed down. Seeing the long black arrow thrown at his feet, he couldn't help but look up at Jiang Yi, who was in a stalemate with the advanced zombie. When Guahanshua thought about how he had actually abandoned her and escaped, she developed a strong resistance to his orders. I wish you were bitten to death. Chapter 16 Misunderstanding. It would be better if you were bitten to death. A dark thought suddenly flashed through Guahanshua's mind, which startled her. I shuddered all over. Why did I think like that? Could it be that I was also like those unscrupulous people, who had lost even the most basic conscience? Why are you still sitting there like an idiot? Come and help me. Jiang Yi had no idea that in just a few seconds, his trusted teammate would suddenly have such a dark thought. The terrifying power made him be completely carried around by the zombies, and he could only use flexible movements to avoid being caught by the zombies. Hearing Jiang Yi's roar, Guahanshua finally reacted and realized that he couldn't let Jiang Yi die, otherwise if he died, he would be the next target to be killed. Biting his tongue hard, Guahanshua grabbed the arrow at his feet, drew the bow and pulled it with all his strength. The long arrow shot out instantly, leaving a black light in the air, and shot straight at the forehead of the zombie entangled with Jiang Yi. Dang! The sharp arrow hit the zombie's forehead, but the expected penetration did not happen. The skin and bones of the advanced zombies were much harder than those of ordinary zombies. Guahanshua shot the arrow with all her strength, but it only scratched a thin layer of skin. It just passed by the zombie's head. Damn it! Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed suddenly and he quickly retracted his neck. The arrow that was slipped away by the zombie narrowly brushed past his ear. This scene frightened Jiang Yi and Guahanshua at the same time. The horrifying upgraded zombie suddenly exerted force. Jiang Yi tightly grasped the handle of the knife, and his feet were lifted off the ground. The whole person was carried on the zombie's back. He roared and pressed down with all his strength, forcibly pressing the zombie that wanted to stand up again. Jiang Yi shot another arrow from the zombie's neck with red eyes. Use your superpowers to shoot it to death. Jiang Yi never expected that Guahanshua's fighting consciousness was so weak. She didn't even use her superpowers when she was desperate. Damn it, if this continues, he will really lose control. Once the advanced zombies break free, they will both die. Guahanshua hurriedly caught the arrow thrown by Jiang Yi. She hesitated when she saw the badly worn arrowhead, but she also knew that now was not the time to find fault. She bit her tongue and pulled the longbow with all her strength. The longbow that had been used by the core made a harsh squeak. Guahanshua, who had pulled the long arrow, took a deep breath, staring forward like a falcon. The strange power in his body began to wander, and finally surrounded the broken long arrow on the bowstring. Guahanshua's consciousness was completely locked on the zombie in front of her. Her facial features began to focus. At this moment, she could not hear the zombie's roars, nor see the chaos around her. Traces of wind surrounded her, and her hair was gently lifted by the wind's intimate caress. Swoosh! A sharp whistle. Guahanshua loosened his right finger, and the entire longbow broke instantly, and a light green arrow flashed away. Jiang Yi was struggling to resist the zombie's struggles when he heard a sharp sound of breaking air in his ears. A strong sense of danger made him loosen his hands in horror, and he was thrown out by the terrifying advanced zombie. Boom! The promoted zombie just broke free from the reptiles on its body, and the next second its entire body was blown away by a terrifying force. Amid screams and roars, green light pierced through its neck and disappeared straight into the distance behind it. Arrows that were blown into pieces in the air flew everywhere fiercely. Jiang Yi, who was lying on the ground, hurriedly protected his head and barely avoided being accidentally injured. Ha, ha! As if a broken bellows, the dust dispersed. Jiang Yi looked in shock at the zombie that had just left him helpless. Now only a little tendon and skin was left connecting its thick neck to its body, and half of its head was almost blown off. The black knife that was stuck in the neck also fell to the ground. However, the zombie was not dead despite such a heavy blow. Its bloody head hung diagonally on its body and it was still staring at Guohanxue, stretching out its hands to scratch her. Guohanxue was so scared that she threw away the broken bow in her hand and kept backing away. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Jiang Yi looked at the zombie in front of him that was already badly injured, gritted his teeth, grabbed the skull-cutting knife, and forced himself to stand up. He held the knife with both hands, stared at its neck with his bloodshot eyes, roared, and chopped it down with all his strength. The sharp black knife did not let him down this time. The zombie's head, as big as a watermelon, was chopped off by the knife, hit the wall and rolled heavily to the ground. The body without the head also fell straight down. Ha! Seeing the two light balls shooting into the body, Jiang Yi let go of the knife in his hand and collapsed to the ground. He finally killed it. With the death of the advanced zombie, Guohanxue was stunned for a long time before finally waking up. Looking at Jiang Yi who fell to the ground exhausted, a complex look flashed in his eyes. He stared at Jiang Yi for a long time before suddenly turning around and walking away. Jiang Yi, who was feeling thankful for surviving, looked at Guohanxue's arrogant departure in astonishment and immediately shouted in a hurry, "Hey! Guohanxue, where are you going? Come and help me." Guohanxue shuddered, turned around slowly, and looked coldly at Jiang Yi who looked innocent, but couldn't help crying, "Why did you ask me to do that? Didn't you abandon me and run away just now? I didn't expect you to be such a person. What teammates? You used them to deceive people." Jiang Yi looked at Guohanxue, who looked sad and desperate, and couldn't help but complain, "Please, if I ran away, why would I come back?" Guohanxue sneered, "Then tell me why you ran away just now, what were you doing?" Jiang Yi choked and stammered, not knowing how to explain it for a moment. After all, this involved the secret of his own ability. "You can't tell, I think you are just guilty. I don't know why you came back, but this time, I won't trust you again." After the cold taunting, Guohanxue turned decisively and walked towards the stairs. "Wait a minute." Seeing that Guohanxue was about to misunderstand that he was leaving, Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and called her. Guohanxue sneered, "What else do you want to say? What reason do you have to continue lying to me?" Jiang Yi did not explain, but raised his left hand and gently grasped the skull-cutting knife not far away. The pitch-black Tang sword instantly appeared in his hand. This mysterious scene made Guohanxue, who originally had a look of disdain on her face, couldn't help but dilate her pupils in shock. Using the knife to support himself and standing up, Jiang Yi smiled bitterly, "Didn't you ask me why I left? Come with me and take a look." After saying that, without caring whether Guohanxue followed him or not, Jiang Yi walked in another direction on his own. Looking at Jiang Yi who was moving forward with the support of the knife, Guohanxue gritted her teeth, and followed him quickly with curiosity and reluctance. Jiang Yi didn't walk far before he stopped in front of a dormitory door not far from where the previous battle had taken place. Guohanxue looked at the place curiously and found that the door had been chopped open, and inside the door was a zombie corpse with its head chopped off. "Why did you let me look at this?" With a discerning eye, Guohanxue knew that this was Jiang Yi's fighting method. Jiang Yi pointed the knife at the corpse and said, "Didn't you ask me why I ran away just now? I came here to kill this zombie." Guohanxue thought of several reasons he would give, but she didn't expect Jiang Yi to answer her like that. Not knowing whether she was disappointed or angry, Guohanxue laughed angrily, "Do you think I'm a fool? It was so dangerous at that time, but you didn't care about that zombie. You actually came here to kill this ordinary zombie. Are you sick?" Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly, "I don't want to either. Didn't you ask me what my ability was yesterday? This is my ability. Killing a certain amount of zombies can make my strength grow. And every time I grow, my physical condition will return to its best." Guohanxue was stunned. She couldn't believe whether Jiang Yi's explanation was true or not. If it was false, he wouldn't have to make up such a ridiculous reason to deceive herself. But if it was true, if what he said was true, then there would be a reasonable explanation for the change in Jiang Yi's state that I had doubted before. No wonder Jiang Yi changed so much every day, and it became easier and easier to deal with zombies. Don't forget, I was injured at the very beginning. In that state, I was no match for this zombie. Fortunately, I only needed to kill one more zombie to level up. Although the level up can't make my injuries better, it will restore my condition to the best. At that time, I had no choice but to level up first and then I could really stop that zombie. After Jiang Yi covered his broken ribs and honestly explained his reasons for running away in the middle of the battle, he stared at Guohanxue, who had a look of hesitation on her face, and said, Guohanxue, I was serious about what I said before that we are teammates. But if I were given another choice, I would still prioritize upgrading first and then deal with that zombie. If you can't accept my behavior, I won't try to keep you. After that, Jiang Yi looked at her intently, waiting for Guohanxue to make a decision. Guohanxue's face turned red. She had believed Jiang Yi's words, but she couldn't say anything now because she was too shy. But Jiang Yi didn't seem to notice her embarrassment and was still waiting for her answer in a daze. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time, which made Guohanxue feel very confused. Knowing that Jiang Yi must be a straight man, she stomped her feet in despair and punched him in the chest. Ah, I'm so annoyed. This is the first time, I forgive you. After saying this, she turned around and ran away in extreme embarrassment. Poor Jiang Yi was originally waiting for Guohanxue's answer, but he was punched on the wound. He screamed in pain, and the severe pain made him gasp. But after hearing Guohanxue's answer, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis of the team's disbandment was resolved. Gritting his teeth, he chased forward. Wait a minute, there is one more important thing. Chapter 17 Frankness. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and chased forward. Wait a minute, there is another important thing. Under Guohanxue's strange gaze, Jiang Yi picked up the head of the advanced zombie with some excitement. However, when his eyes fell on the forehead, he was stunned. The red dot that was supposed to be embedded in the forehead had disappeared, and there was only a small hole left there. Not only that, the head in Jiang Yi's hand was wrinkled as if it had shrunk, and even the weight was much lighter. Not only the head, Guohanxue also found strangely that the headless body had shrunk at some point. Strange, why is the corpse core gone? Jiang Yi anxiously searched the area under his feet, even splitting open his head to look for it. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the corpse core that he desperately wanted. Guohanxue was a little puzzled. What are you looking for? Jiang Yi was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Corpse core, I'm looking for a corpse core. Pointing at the small hole on the zombie's head, he said, do you remember? There was a little red thing here before. It's impossible. It should still be there. Guohanxue couldn't help but think about it carefully, and suddenly realized that there was indeed a little red color between the zombie's eyebrows. She originally thought that it was some kind of decoration that the person had glued on before he turned into a zombie. Looking at Jiang Yi now, it was obvious that the item was very important, and he couldn't help but curiously ask what it was. Jiang Yi didn't think much about it, and it wasn't a secret. You should have found that this zombie is difficult to deal with. This is because this zombie is an advanced zombie. The characteristic is that there is a red dot on its forehead. That is not a decoration, it is the corpse core in the zombie's head that is exposed from under the skin after it is formed. While the two of them were searching, Jiang Yi explained to her the function of the corpse core. Upon hearing that corpse cores could actually enhance superpowers, even Guohanxue couldn't help but want to find it urgently. Unfortunately, the two men were about to be disappointed. Jiang Yi wanted to dig up the ground, but he couldn't find anything similar to the corpse core. The injuries and fatigue forced the two to give up in disappointment. Guohanxue carefully noticed that Jiang Yi had many scratches on his body, and seeing him holding his ribs, she knew that Jiang Yi was not feeling well, so she forcibly pushed him into the house. Go in and rest, I'll look for him again. Jiang Yi was powerless, and the pain from his broken ribs made it difficult for him to breathe. The upgrade could indeed restore his condition, but it could not heal his injuries. Hospitals no longer exist now, and I don't know what to do with my ribs. Worried, Jiang Yi accepted Guohanxue's care, leaned weakly on the bed, and casually opened his attribute light screen. Level 6, 1064, Speed 13 points, Defense 7 points, Strength 5.5 points, Spirit 5.5 points, Constitution 4 points. After reaching level 6, his attributes finally surpassed his previous levels, especially his speed, which was extremely good. Jiang Yi was very satisfied. When he was about to turn the page, he was suddenly stunned. The violent movement pulled his wound and he couldn't help but gasp. However, he didn't care about the wound and carefully checked his condition. How come my experience points suddenly increased by 10 points? In order to reach level 6, after he killed a zombie, he only killed the zombie that was promoted. Is that right? A promoted zombie actually gave himself 10 experience points. If this is true, then the value of advancing to zombie level is very considerable. Jiang Yi was a little excited. If this was true, then if he killed advanced zombies in the future, he would get more experience than ordinary zombies. As for the terrifying power of the advanced zombies, Jiang Yi didn't care too much. Before the day before yesterday, 10 of them could not be the opponent of an advanced zombie, but now he and Guohanxue could kill a complete advanced zombie, which meant that he had really become stronger. As long as he becomes stronger, it won't be long before he can kill the advanced zombies independently. By then, the advanced zombies will be just walking experience packs in his eyes. The large amount of experience finally relieved Jiang Yi's fear of the future experience value. After turning a page, he saw that Guohanxue's trust in him had reached 70%. Satisfied, he closed the screen and chuckled. It seems that exposing some of his secrets appropriately is beneficial to the trust between his teammates and himself. In addition to being excited, Jiang Yi endured the pain and pressed his ribs, feeling a little panicked. Such a serious injury would greatly affect his next actions. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment Jiang Yi didn't even have the strength to lift the knife. I endured the pain and found a few painkillers in my bag. When I reached out to get some water, the system backpack appeared in front of me. The hand that was about to take a bottle of water paused for a moment. Jiang Yi was surprised to see that a small red bottle appeared in the third slot on the system backpack, which had only occupied 2 slots, and the number 1 was displayed in the lower right corner. There's something new. When did it happen? Confused, Jiang Yi took out the small bottle. The bottle was very small, just like a small blue bottle with a lid inside. There was a blood-red liquid inside, and the bottle mouth was sealed with a small wooden stopper. Jiang Yi curiously summoned the light screen, and sure enough, the light screen showed the introduction of the small bottle in his hand, blood recovery potion, small, a very effective potion for treating external injuries. After drinking, it can quickly heal the body's injuries. Note, this potion is ineffective against side effects and diseases. It was actually red medicine. Jiang Yi shuddered and couldn't help but sit up straight on the bed, looking at the potion in his hand in shock. What kind of ability did he get that he could actually have such a game-like item? However, the blood-restoring potion was indeed the thing he needed most right now. Without thinking too much, he pulled out the cork and poured it into his mouth in one gulp, not wanting to spill a single drop. The red potion slid into the throat. It did not have the pungent taste as imagined, but rather warm and sweet, just like honey water soaked in warm water. Before Jiang Yi could taste it, the potion that had slid into his stomach directly overflowed all over his body. Then Jiang Yi was shocked to feel as if there was a pair of invisible hands in his body, pushing his broken ribs back to their original positions, and the broken bones also healed quickly after being spliced together. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 broken ribs were restored to their original state, and the purple swelling on the skin also subsided quickly. Then, Jiang Yi stared blankly at the small scratches on his hands and feet that disappeared. After 5 or 6 minutes, except for some deeper wounds, Jiang Yi looked no different from when he was not injured. Even though there were still a few wounds under his clothes that had not completely healed, these wounds had already scabbed over completely, and except for a slight pain, they did not affect Jiang Yi's movements at all. Jiang Yi stood on the ground in disbelief and jumped a few times. His body actually recovered. Jiang Yi, who felt like he had been reborn, tightly grasped the small bottle in his hand and wanted to laugh out loud. With such a magical potion, he would never have to worry about getting hurt again. Huh. Jiang Yi suddenly felt that the bottle in his hand was somewhat familiar. He looked carefully and found that the bottle was not made of glass, but more like corpse core. Apart from the difference in color, the texture of this bottle is surprisingly similar to a corpse core. Jiang Yi's face froze, and he thought of the disappeared corpse core. Could it be that my ability is playing tricks? The more Jiang Yi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, how could he explain the appearance of the blood-restoring potion? Jiang Yi didn't feel it was a bad deal to exchange a corpse core for a bottle of blood recovery potion. What really made Jiang Yi nervous was that the zombies he killed in the future would not have their corpse cores directly taken away and turned into potions. If this is true, how can I obtain corpse cores for cultivation? Unfortunately, there are no zombies to help me verify my guess. Jiang Yi, I have searched many times, but I can't find the corpse core. Just as he was getting angry, Guohanxue suddenly opened the door and walked in. Jiang Yi quickly put his hands in his pockets, and the empty bottle magically returned to the system space. Exhaling a breath, Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly, knowing that it was impossible to find the corpse core. Forget it, I guess I can't find it. Gua Hanxue was stunned when she saw Jiang Yi, who couldn't even stand up, standing on the ground as if nothing had happened. Why did you stand up? Jiang Yi rolled his eyes, because I took the potion. Gua Hanxue shook her head, impossible, how could a medicine be so effective? Jiang Yi sighed. It was indeed difficult to use common sense to cover up his change. Gua Hanxue was his teammate and they would be together for a long time in the future. If he lied to her now, it might cause trouble when she knew the truth in the future. This is my ability. After killing the zombies, my ability can turn the corpse core into healing potion. I just discovered this. Jiang Yi thought about it and decided to be honest with the people around him. After all, if even your teammates are not trustworthy, then the abilities you gain will make you even more timid. Gua Hanxue was indeed somewhat shocked when she heard Jiang Yi's answer. After seeing Jiang Yi take out a bottle of clean water from his thin pocket, she suddenly said in a daze, Jiang Yi, you don't have a game system, do you? Chapter 18 Gua Hanxue's Special Training. Jiang Yi rubbed his head helplessly, it shouldn't be. I know clearly that these are my abilities, not the kind of systems in time travel or rebirth novels. But I can't explain it clearly. To be honest, my abilities are the same as yours, and I am also groping for it. Gua Hanxue opened the Tianquan water and took a sip, her eyes sparkling, oh my god, it tastes so good. Your ability is so amazing, I really envy you for having such a useful ability. Jiang Yi pouted, I envy your ability. Do you know that I almost died because of this ability? Jiang Yi simply told her about the miserable situation when his body was reset to 0 when he first got the ability. Gua Hanxue chuckled when she heard this. At the same time, she was gloating, but also felt worried for Jiang Yi. Compared with him, she seemed even luckier to have obtained the wind-related supernatural power. After all, her own ability was enough to protect her from the beginning, and the emergence of supernatural powers did not deprive her of her physical fitness, but strengthened it a lot. Compared with her, Jiang Yi's ability would probably make it difficult for anyone to survive safely even in the initial period. One can imagine how dangerous Jiang Yi was when he just awakened. After the previous misunderstandings and after explaining and communicating their abilities to each other, the two people felt more trusting of each other. Jiang Yi's ability is very powerful, but it also comes with many limitations. There are even many pitfalls that he himself has not discovered. If he is not careful, Jiang Yi will be killed by his own ability one day. Thinking of this, Gua Hanxue patted his chest confidently, don't worry, I'm here and I will definitely not let you get cheated again. Jiang Yi glanced at the surging mountain peaks and couldn't help but complain, you. Come on, you almost killed me just now. Gua Hanxue was stunned. Seeing that she didn't understand, Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh, don't you realize that your wind ability is indeed powerful, but your combat awareness is really too poor. I was almost injured by you several times before, and you didn't even use your ability when you knew that the zombies after the promotion were not afraid of ordinary bows and arrows. I really don't know how you became the president of the archery club. Hearing Jiang Yi's complaints, Gua Hanxue felt her face flushed red. Indeed, her previous performance was horrible. If she had half of Jiang Yi's courage and fighting awareness, with her powerful abilities, she would never let the zombie get close to her. Well, I'm a girl. Fighting and killing is not suitable for me. Gua Hanxue was stubborn, but Jiang Yi shrugged, you can talk to the zombies about this. Let's see if they won't eat you just because you're a girl. Gua Hanxue twisted her fingers in grievance, I don't want to either. I get nervous when I fight. What can I do? Jiang Yi patted her shoulder and grinned, don't worry, I will train you so that you can become my reliable partner. Gua Hanxue shuddered and looked at him strangely, what do you want to do? Seeing Gua Hanxue retreating and trying to escape, Jiang Yi grabbed her and laughed, of course I want you to face the battle and learn how to use your abilities. As he said that, he dragged her to the first floor despite Gua Hanxue's resistance. Don't retreat, stare at the zombie's face. Determine the position you want to attack, and be decisive. 10 minutes later, Gua Hanxue, looking pale, held the fire axe that Jiang Yi stuffed into her hand, and watched the two zombies that Jiang Yi released. It's not like she hasn't killed zombies before, but in previous battles she relied on her extraordinary archery skills and her unrivaled supernatural powers. Now that the longbow was broken and his supernatural powers were almost exhausted, Gua Hanxue, whose legs were a little weak, couldn't help but want to turn around and run away even though he knew he didn't have to worry about being infected by the virus. It's a pity that Jiang Yi didn't give her this opportunity at all. Because there is a hall on the first floor, there are not many dormitories. After confirming the number, Jiang Yi directly released 2 zombies to pounce on Guohanxue. Guohanxue screamed and dodged continuously. With her wind-related abilities, she was naturally faster than ordinary people. Even Jiang Yi, who had a speed of 13 points, couldn't catch up with her movements. Unfortunately, the zombies are obsessed with food, and no matter how fast Guohanxue is, they can always block her in this narrow corridor. Jiang Yi, you bastard, come and save me. Guohanxue called out anxiously, barely holding the zombie's arm with an axe. However, Jiang Yi leaned behind her with a smile, holding the skull-cutting knife in his arms, and had no intention of helping. Be careful of its claws. Yes, hide to the left quickly. Cut, oh, you are so stupid. Not only did Jiang Yi not help, but he kept commenting on Guohanxue's actions. Guohanxue was so angry that her mind left her body, but she was helpless against him. Damn Jiang Yi, you wait. Wait until my supernatural power recovers. While saying harsh words, Guohanxue finally managed to calm down under the siege of 2 zombies. After concentrating his mental strength, Guohanxue indeed found that the threat posed by ordinary zombies to him was pitifully low. Even without a bow and arrow, it seems that I should be able to kill them easily. Sure enough, after listening to Jiang Yi's suggestion, Guohanxue nimbly avoided the encirclement of the 2 zombies, bent down and crawled out from under their outstretched arms, and kicked the zombie's leg, and the zombie fell to the ground. The other zombie turned around and wanted to bite Guohanxue, but Guohanxue chopped it down on the head with an axe, which hit the zombie's head hard. The zombie fell to the ground, and the one on the ground didn't have time to stand up. Guohanxue's attack was successful, and he couldn't help but chop the neck of the struggling zombie on the ground with an axe. Guohanxue gasped and finally killed both zombies. She didn't see that 2 small dim light beads floated up from the 2 zombies on the ground and shot into her chest. Jiang Yi, who had been observing his attributes, brightened up. Sure enough, his experience value increased by 0.7 out of thin air. Although there is not even a little bit, it also proves that in team mode, teammates can really increase their experience points. As for whether Guohanxue gained experience or not, Jiang Yi had no idea for the time being. But what made Jiang Yi a little concerned was that even though he had killed 2 zombies, no new items appeared in his backpack. Could it be that the zombies killed by his teammates could not produce items? If this is true, it would be disadvantageous to me. However, Jiang Yi was not too worried about this problem. After all, the most common monsters in the world were zombies, and they were definitely impossible to kill. He couldn't think that he could kill them all by himself. How is it, feeling good? Jiang Yi smiled and walked over to Guohanxue, who was still panting. Guohanxue's eyes flashed with cunning, and suddenly stomped on Jiang Yi's foot the moment Jiang Yi approached. Jiang Yi didn't expect Guohanxue to do such a childish thing. When he reacted, his whole right foot felt swollen and painful. It hurts. It hurts. You are so cruel. Hiss, my god, it's swollen. Jiang Yi sat on the ground and rubbed his feet. Guohanxue then proudly shook her long hair. Humph, let's see if you dare to bully me again, this is your punishment. Jiang Yi sat on the ground, looking up at Guohanxue's youthful and beautiful appearance. He was slightly stunned, but he quickly recovered and jumped up on one leg with a grin. I dare not, miss, let's continue. Guohanxue felt a little embarrassed when she saw Jiang Yi seem to be in pain, but she also knew that Jiang Yi was doing this for her own good. It is undeniable that his combat awareness is too weak. Jiang Yi's method can indeed make him grow rapidly in a very short time. So although he resisted verbally, Guohanxue still resolutely completed the killing battles again and again. Jiang Yi couldn't help but grin as he watched his experience points keep rising. The unearned gain soon came to an end. When Guohanxue and Jiang Yi were still feeling unsatisfied, they suddenly realized that all the zombies on the first floor were killed by Guohanxue alone. Looking at Guohanxue at this time, there was no trace of cleanliness at all. His whole body was covered with stains, and his face and hair were covered with blood from killing zombies. When she heard Jiang Yi say that the training was over, she relaxed from her tense state. When she turned around and saw the bodies in the corridor, she finally reacted and looked at her hands in shock. Did I do all this? She had never thought that she could kill a floor of zombies with just an axe without any damage, without using a bow and arrow. Jiang Yi was even more shocked than her. Although his expression was not obvious, Jiang Yi felt as if he had been hit hard in the heart. According to preliminary statistics, not counting the odds, Guo Hanxue actually gained 8 experience points for herself. This means that she killed about 20 zombies by herself. This is not like Jiang Yi's trick of cheating by taking advantage of the terrain. You have to know that each of these 20 zombies faced Guo Hanxue without any restrictions, and at most there were even 5 of them. But even so, under his guidance, Guo Hanxue managed to kill them again and again without any danger. His expression was as calm as water, but he was thinking MMP in his heart. What a joke. A girl's fighting power is so much stronger than mine. Although Jiang Yi is very fast now, he is still not as good as Guo Hanxue. Don't forget that Guo Hanxue's specialty is not close combat. Which man would not go crazy if his own advantages cannot compare to her disadvantages? Knowing her battle situation, Guo Hanxue seemed very excited, and she was still jumping up and down while collecting supplies. But Jiang Yi seemed a little listless, and couldn't help muttering to himself when he saw Guo Hanxue's active figure. Chapter 19 Love Crisis. How much supplies could be found in the entire dormitory building? Looking at the bags that filled the entire room, Jiang Yi was really shocked. It turned out that men were not as careful as girls. Guo Hanxue could always find very useful items in the room she had searched. There was enough food for 2 people to survive for half a month, hundreds of pieces of sportswear, more than 200 power banks whose power was unknown, and all kinds of seemingly inconspicuous but very useful small electrical appliances were everywhere. And this was only a small part of the supplies. After the 2 of them had sorted out everything, they felt exhausted. But looking at the room full of harvest, they couldn't help laughing together. It was different to be with a companion, and there was no need to deal with them. Guo Hanxue quickly began to prepare dinner, while Jiang Yi continued to sort and integrate the supplies. Their supplies were sufficient now, so there was no need to save them. After all, they couldn't possibly take all the stuff with them. For example, the 200-plus power banks, when put together, weighed more than 500 kilograms. Just carrying them would leave them with no space for their hands. In the end, the 2 people decided to fill 2 backpacks each, and use as much of the other things as they could when they left, and they could come back to get the rest when they had the chance. It was at this time that Guo Hanxue heard Jiang Yi say that his space could only hold items created by his own abilities, and had no reaction to these ordinary items. She couldn't help but despise him, which made Jiang Yi feel humiliated. Find all the power banks with good quality and large capacity, and charge them with the remaining power in other power banks. Jiang Yi began to organize the small appliances at hand that could be powered by power banks. A few unlocked cell phones, a few small table lamps or flashlights. He put everything he could use into the bag. As for clothes, in addition to the few men's clothes, he only packed a few sportswear according to Qinjiazi's body shape. Finally, seeing that there was still a little space in the bag, Jiang Yi put in as much toothpaste, facial cleanser and other things as possible. Finally, he carefully put a bottle of expensive perfume in his pocket. Thinking of Qinjiazi's expression when she saw the gift he brought her, Jiang Yi couldn't help but giggle to himself. Guo Hanxue bumped into Jiang Yi, who was holding instant noodles, and said, "Hey, you are smiling so foolishly, what are you thinking about?" Jiang Yi coughed twice to cover up, "Nothing. Let's eat quickly." Guo Hanxue tilted her head in confusion, but did not ask any further questions. The 2 of them enjoyed a sumptuous dinner in silence, and as usual, each of them had a cup of high-calorie coffee. Guo Hanxue glanced at Jiang Yi hesitantly, and Jiang Yi noticed something and put down the cup in his hand. "What's wrong?" Guo Hanxue looked up and asked nervously, "Are we leaving?" Jiang Yi nodded, "Yes, we have already searched here, there is no point in staying here any longer, we will leave here when the zombies outside disperse a little." Suddenly he thought of something, "Don't you want to leave? You have to know that this is the end of the world. If you rely on yourself, you will never survive to the end. Only with more people around us can we become stronger and safer." Guo Hanxue hurriedly shook her head, "Of course not, I have wanted to leave here for a long time." "Well, if I leave, can you accompany me to go somewhere first?" Jiang Yi was stunned, "Where are you going?" Guo Hanxue lowered her head and bit her lip, but still said, "I want to go back to the archery gym. There are some things that are very important to me, and I must get them back." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed, I thought it was a big deal, is that it? Okay. If we can leave tomorrow, we'll go to the archery gym first. Gua Hanshue's eyes flashed with surprise, really? Jiang Yi nodded, of course. Speaking of which, I have been in school for so long and have never been to the archery gym. There should be a lot of weapons there, right? Gua Hanshue nodded confidently, of course. Apart from other things, our archery team alone has more than 20 high-strength bows and arrows. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. What was the most important thing in the apocalypse besides food? Only weapons. A handy weapon can save your life at a critical moment. Take Jiang Yi for example. Although he has obtained magical powers, if he did not have a skull-cutting knife, no matter how magical his abilities are, they would only become delicious food for the zombies. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi immediately decided that the next destination would be the gymnasium of Gongda University. After receiving a positive answer, Gua Hanshue went to wash up with peace of mind. Although no one dares to drink tap water nowadays, as a person with special abilities, Gua Hanshue has no problem using it to take a cold shower. She didn't dare to do that before, but she wasn't too worried after she learned that she wouldn't be infected by common corpse poison. After Gua Hanshue, who was tired from the day, lay down and fell asleep early, Jiang Yi continued his night watch. Having already explored his abilities, Jiang Yi leaned against the window, watching the corpses moving in the dead silence of the campus in the moonlight. From time to time, the roars of zombies and the last screams of the survivors could be heard from afar. I don't know what's going on in the cafeteria now. Can Jiazi have enough food? I hope there are no zombies breaking in. Scratching his head in annoyance, Jiang Yi became more and more eager to return to the cafeteria. Feeling that something was wrong with him, Jiang Yi forced himself not to think too much and reached out to take a bottle of water from his backpack, but he touched something hard. He took it out and saw that it was Qin Jiazi's diary. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment and was about to put it back, but perhaps because he missed Jiazi too much, Jiang Yi opened the book for some unknown reason, wanting to use this diary to miss Jiazi who was still waiting for him to return. On June 25th, my decision turned out to be correct. The tutoring that guy gave me was really effective. I was admitted to Long Province University of Technology. I am very satisfied with this result. Should I end it now? On June 28th, today he actually told me that he had also applied to Long Province University of Technology like me. I really can't say what I want to say. Oh my god, why is he so stupid? With his grades, he can obviously go to a better university. What a fool. August 15th, I didn't expect that it would be so relaxing to have him accompany me to college. He could help me solve any troublesome problems. My roommates envied me. November 12th, wow, I didn't expect there would be so many good resources in college. If I had known, I wouldn't have revealed that I have a boyfriend. Yesterday, he didn't even offer to help me with online shopping. Meili and the others all took the initiative to help. On January 18th, he actually wanted to meet my parents. How is that possible? I don't want to take him back to my home. It seems I can't delay it any longer. After the Chinese New Year, I will dump him. May 20th. I had a tantrum with him today. Humph, he actually stood me up and got me wet in the rain. If he hadn't promised to buy me new cosmetics, I would have made him look bad today. But it seems that I can't get anything from him anymore. He actually wants to marry me. I'd better dump him as soon as I get the gift. But the senior that Meili introduced to me is really handsome. She said that his family runs a mine and is very rich. I'll stop writing here. I feel a little dizzy. Do I have a cold? Jiang Yi flipped through the pages of his notebook with an expressionless face, his fingers gripping the notebook so tightly that they turned white. After finishing the last page, he calmly put away the diary, woke up Gua Hanshue to take over, and then lay down on the bed, wrapped himself in the quilt and fell asleep. Seeing Jiang Yi, who had taught her like a big worm, Gua Hanshue couldn't help but yawn. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment he woke her up, the air around her seemed to have cooled down. Jiang Yi, wrapped in a quilt, tried hard to cover his eyes, but the tears still couldn't stop flowing out from the corners of his eyes. It was so painful to feel his heart being torn apart. Jiang Yi pressed his chest hard. He once thought that the expressions of the actors when they were hit in TV dramas were too exaggerated, but it turned out that they were all real. The feeling of heartache was really painful. Jiang Yi felt like his heart had been broken into pieces. He tried hard to glue them together, but every time he thought of a happy memory with her, he was crushed by the dark side of the diary. Jiang Yi, Jiang Yi. Guo Hanxue looked at the time and finally couldn't help but walked over and pushed Jiang Yi, who had been lying motionless since then. Jiang Yi didn't respond to her. Guo Hanxue was stunned. After spending the past few days together, Guo Hanxue knew clearly how alert Jiang Yi was. Usually, as long as she made the slightest noise, Jiang Yi would wake up immediately. Jiang Yi, get up quickly, it's time for breakfast. Guo Hanxue, who was a little worried, forcefully pulled the quilt off Jiang Yi. A wave of heat rushed out from the quilt. Guo Hanxue was stunned for a moment, and after a closer look, she immediately discovered that there was something wrong with Jiang Yi under the quilt. At this time, Jiang Yi was steaming all over, breathing rapidly, and his face flushed. He curled up into a ball, and even though Guo Hanxue had taken off the quilt from him, he didn't wake up at all, but just curled up even tighter. Jiang Yi, what's wrong with you? Guo Hanxue was shocked when she saw this scene. She hurriedly pushed Jiang Yi a few times, but was frightened by the heat coming from Jiang Yi's body. Even without a thermometer, Guo Hanxue knew that Jiang Yi had a fever. After being at a loss for a moment, Guo Hanxue immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly rummaged through the drawers and took out the medicine packages he had sorted out yesterday. He found the medicine that could quickly reduce fever. He hurriedly stuffed the medicine into Jiang Yi's mouth, not caring about being too rude, and forced Jiang Yi to drink half a bottle of water before he could successfully drink the medicine. Feeling that Jiang Yi's clothes were soaked with sweat, Guo Hanxue had no choice but to move the drowsy Jiang Yi to her bed. After hesitating for a long time, she blushed and took off all his clothes and pants. Chapter 20 Escape from the girls' dormitory. God knows, Guo Hanxue's fingers were trembling while doing this. Guo Hanxue forced herself to stay awake, patted her face hard, wiped the sweat off Jiang Yi's body with a towel, and then covered him with a thin blanket. After doing all this, Guo Hanxue's breathing became much heavier. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Jiang Yi, whose breathing was gradually slowing down due to the effect of the medicine, and couldn't help but be a little dazed. I never thought that one day I would undress a boy I had only known for less than 5 days. Oh my God, I was going crazy. Guo Hanxue patted her red face hard, and her rosy face looked particularly attractive. But after she calmed down, Guo Hanxue became a little worried. What happened to Jiang Yi? Why did he suddenly fall ill? Was he seriously injured in the battle with the advanced zombies yesterday? Or did the potion have side effects? The more Guo Hanxue thought about it, the more panicked she became. Apart from preparing some soup for Jiang Yi the whole day, she could almost be said to be taking care of Jiang Yi every step of the way. Fortunately, because of the flu, she had found a lot of antipyretic drugs. She almost kept an eye on the time to feed Jiang Yi the medicine. It was not until the afternoon that Guo Hanxue completely relaxed after looking at the temperature displayed by the thermometer in her hand. Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling a little dazed for a moment. He felt as if he was in memories, in which he was browsing his past with Qin Jiazi from the perspective of a bystander. I have to say, now that I think about it, I was really stupid in the past 2 years. A lot of things were obviously obvious, but he, who has always been proud of his high IQ, didn't notice them at all. Even the reminders from his high school friends went in one ear and out the other. My throat hurts and my head aches so much. Jiang Yi looked around. This was not his bed. This was Guo Hanxue's bed. How did he end up on his bed? When he sat up, he saw Guo Hanxue sitting on the ground, lying on the edge of the bed next to him. I was startled and thought something had happened to her, then I saw antipyretic drugs placed beside the bed and half a basin of dirty water with a towel soaked in it on the floor. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. Could it be that he was the one who was sick? I instinctively pressed my forehead and it was still a little hot. At this time, Guo Hanxue was also awakened. Looking at Jiang Yi who was sitting, she couldn't help but stand up happily. You're awake. I was scared to death. You are so silly. Why didn't you tell me that you were sick? If I hadn't discovered it early, you might have been burned to death. Guo Hanxue said, a little arrogantly, as if waiting for Jiang Yi to thank her. You. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and found that his voice was hoarse like a blower with a hole in it. Guo Hanxue hurriedly handed over a bottle of water. Drink some water, don't rush to talk. Seeing Guo Hanxue so nervous, Jiang Yi would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. Unexpectedly, after knowing the hypocrisy of his love, he gained a true friendship. After drinking some water bit by bit, his throat finally felt less painful. Jiang Yi wanted to get up, but when he lifted the quilt, he was suddenly stunned and looked at Guohanxue stupidly. Guohanxue seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly ran out the door with a guilty conscience. Well, put on your clothes first, I'll go get you some water to wash your face. Looking at Guohanxue, who was obviously evading responsibility, even though he was in a very bad mood, Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh dryly. Thinking back, I was really naive. It was the end of the world, but I was still so depressed that I fell ill because of a fake relationship that never belonged to me. It turned out that I was not as strong as Guohanxue. But, with a gloomy face, he looked at his body that was stripped down to only his underwear. Was he considered to be being taken advantage of by Guohanxue? Guohanxue carefully poked her head into the dormitory and saw Jiang Yi, already dressed in new clothes, sitting on the table packing his luggage. She stuck out her tongue and carefully put the wash basin aside. Why are you up? Come and wash your face. Jiang Yi glanced at her with amusement. If you don't get up, are you still waiting for you to put clothes on me? Guohanxue's face suddenly turned red, and then she raised her head with a broken jar. Don't be so ungrateful after getting an advantage. It's obviously me who is at a disadvantage. What's so good about your skinny body? Who cares about it? I worked so hard to wipe your body and feed you medicine, and now you are blaming me. As she spoke, her slender fingertips were almost on Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi smiled and looked at her like a kitten with its fur blown up. He couldn't help but squinted his eyes and chuckled. Yeah, you are right. Thank you, beautiful Han Shui. Guohanxue was stunned for a moment, then suddenly covered Jiang Yi's eyes like lightning, and said with a stammer, Hey, let's talk, but don't try to seduce me. I'm the woman you can't get. You're not my type. Jiang Yi was also startled by her action. Listening to her words, he smiled bitterly in his heart. What is going on? Not to mention that he had just been hurt in love. Even under normal circumstances, Guohanxue's personality was not the type he liked. If I have to say, I'm just a little envious of her body. Don't blame Jiang Yi for having such unreasonable thoughts. Compared with Chen Jiazi, Guohanxue's body is more seductive and perfect. If Chen Jiazi gives people the feeling of a daughter, weak and powerless, giving people an infinite desire to protect her, then Guohanxue gives people the feeling of a lively female leopard. Anyone with normal aesthetic sense will not remain indifferent when seeing her powerful curvaceous figure. But precisely because of this, Guohanxue gives men the feeling that she is the one being protected. Anyone who is recognized by her will be protected under her wings. Although Jiang Yi looks simple and frail, he is actually quite chauvinistic in his heart. Therefore, in terms of personality, Jiang Yi really cannot have the kind of feelings between men and women towards Guohanxue. In fact, if Guohanxue's appearance wasn't so obvious, I would probably always ignore her gender. This is also why Jiang Yi has always been very careless with her and never treated her as a girl. Are you kidding me? Is she a girl? In terms of fighting ability, she is 3 blocks away from me. Jiang Yi slapped her hand and rolled his eyes, ignoring the resentful look from Guohanxue. Don't think too much, it's just to thank you for taking care of me, but you also saw my body, so let's call it even. Guohanxue was so angry that she jumped up and down. Bah, what's so good about your body? Do you think I am interested? Get out of here. Stop irritating me here. As she said that, she kicked Jiang Yi in the butt. Jiang Yi dodged flexibly and then washed his face. The two of them finished their meal while teasing each other. Look at the weather. I missed another day because of illness. However, Guohanxue did not do nothing. While Jiang Yi was sick, she had already packed up all her things. Let her go and rest. Jiang Yi, who had already slept for a whole day and was not sleepy at all, rubbed his face and temporarily got rid of the irritability in his heart. After taking medicine again, he packed up the things that he could not take away and hid them under the bed. Then they continued to keep watch. At this time, most of the zombies outside the dormitory building had left, and the remaining few could not cause much hindrance to the two of them. It seemed that it was time to leave after dawn. Because of the medicine, Jiang Yi felt sleepy in the second half of the night even though he had slept all day. He switched places with Guohanxue and slept again. Guohanxue would glance over at him from time to time, worried that his illness would relapse. Fortunately, nothing happened overnight, and Jiang Yi was fully revived before dawn. It must be said that the body of a person with special abilities is indeed different from that of an ordinary person. Even though Jiang Yi's physique at this time is only half of that of an ordinary person, his recovery ability is obviously much faster. After eating something, the two of them each carried a bag and picked up another. Guo Hanxue looked at her dormitory with some reluctance before gently closing the door. This time she left and might never come back here again. But Guo Hanxue was not the kind of person who couldn't let go of something. She quickly got rid of her reluctance and became eager to try. She carried a bag in her left hand and an axe in her right hand. She wore a slightly tight leather jacket and a pair of blue jeans with diamonds on them, forming a phoenix totem. She wore a pair of long leather boots, and her long hair was twisted into a bunch of hair and fixed with 2 pencils. She looked very wild. Looking at Jiang Yi on the other side, he was wearing ordinary sportswear and carrying a school bag that was a circle larger than the one Guo Hanxue was wearing. If it weren't for the obviously unusual black knife in his right hand, he would look more like a follower of Guo Hanxue's queen. Standing in the lobby on the first floor, Guo Hanxue looked at Jiang Yi with some surprise as he casually threw the scabbard of the knife on the ground. Jiang Yi glanced at her and asked, "Are you ready?" Guo Hanxue was eager to try. "Don't worry, I've remembered everything." Jiang Yi nodded, then pulled out the wood stuck in the door and pushed open the door that had been sealed for several days. Roar! Several zombies wandering outside the door heard the sound and glared at Jiang Yi at the same time, roaring and rushing towards them. Zombies' mobility is not very strong. Ordinary zombies have stiff limbs, and their fastest speed is about the same as that of an ordinary person's brisk walking. With a number of less than 10, they were not even taken seriously by Jiang Yi and Guo Hanxue, two people with special abilities. Jiang Yi didn't even wait for them to surround him. He rushed out of the door in 2 steps and kicked a zombie in the air. He kicked a zombie back. The zombie behind him rolled into a ball. The zombie on the side was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, a pitch-black tang sword flashed by, and the zombie's rotten neck was cut off at the root. He fell to the ground without even having time to drop his head. Guo Hanxue chopped the zombie's neck with an axe, and his hands were splashed with smelly blood. He looked at the knife in Jiang Yi's hand with some envy. This is really a good weapon. Jiang Yi didn't know someone was planning to use his skull-cutting knife. The two of them had a clear division of labor. In less than 3 minutes, less than 10 zombies were all dismembered. The two looked at each other and smiled at the same time. It felt so good to fight side by side. Chapter 21, Malice from Humans. Guo Hanxue even had an illusion that after Jiang Yi's guidance the day before, her fighting style had become simpler and more powerful. He easily dealt with 4 zombies without even using any of his special powers. She didn't know that every time she killed a zombie, her strength increased a little bit. Even the energy in her body became more condensed. Guo Hanxue did not have time to think carefully about her changes. The two of them picked up their backpacks and ran quickly to the gymnasium under the guidance of Guo Hanxue. The female dormitory was still some distance away from the gymnasium where the archery team was located. Fortunately, it is daytime now and there are not many zombies on the road. The speed of both people is very fast, basically far exceeding that of ordinary people. At this speed, even if they are discovered by the zombies, they have escaped the zombies' perception range before the zombies gather. However, this fast running did not last long. It was not Guo Hanxue's problem, but Jiang Yi had a hard time persisting. There was nothing he could do about it. His physical fitness was only 4 points, not even half of that of an ordinary person. This put Jiang Yi in an awkward situation. His endurance was too low. I can't take it anymore, go slower. The rapid depletion of his physical strength made Jiang Yi's breathing disordered. Jiang Yi, who was aware of his shortcomings, called out to Guo Hanxue in time. He didn't dare to exhaust his endurance. In case a zombie rushed out, he would have no ability to resist without any strength. Compared to Jiang Yi's embarrassment, Guo Hanxue's face was only slightly red, and even her breathing was almost unchanged. Fortunately, there were no zombies where they were now. The sun was getting brighter, and the zombies began to look for dark corners to hide. The two of them moved forward slowly. Guo Hanxue disliked Jiang Yi's weak constitution, so she snatched the backpack from his hand and shared the weight for him, which allowed Jiang Yi to catch his breath. As the speed slowed down, some zombies gathered around. Jiang Yi did not let Guo Hanxue take action. He beheaded the zombies with a knife. Then the two of them ran straight to the gymnasium. They could see the shadow of the gymnasium from a distance. Guo Hanxue was a little excited, "We'll be there soon." Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had walked such a long distance since the end of the world. To be honest, Jiang Yi's heart was always in his throat, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. As long as he passed through the woods in front of him, he would reach his destination. Suddenly, Guo Hanxue turned around and looked at a path not far away. Jiang Yi also suddenly became alert. There was a loud noise, and a boy terrifiedly escaped from the path, crawling and tumbling. Before Jiang Yi could react, several roaring zombies rushed out from behind the boy. Jiang Yi's pupils shrank and his eyes fell on a petite zombie in the front. The zombie didn't look tall overall, but its legs were longer than those of ordinary humans. It ran much faster than ordinary zombies, and it almost caught the boy by grabbing his figure. Help! Save me! The boy panicked and didn't know what to do. If he wasn't good at running, he would have died several times at the hands of this extremely fast zombie. After quickly twisting his body to avoid the grab of the strange zombie, the boy obviously saw Jiang Yi and the others. His eyes suddenly lit up and he ran towards them madly while shouting. Guo Hanxue couldn't help but exclaimed, "Li Shan." Li Shan also discovered Guo Hanxue. It was obvious that the two knew each other. Li Shan rushed over without thinking. Jiang Yi cursed inwardly, turned around and ran. He had already seen clearly that there was also a flash of vermilion on the forehead of the weird zombie. Another advanced zombie. Guo Hanxue obviously saw it as well, and turned around to follow Jiang Yi's footsteps. Li Shan became very anxious when he saw that Guo Hanxue and the boy actually ran away. God knows how long he has been running to avoid this terrifying zombie, and his physical strength has long been exhausted. Now that he has finally met a living person, how could he let go of this opportunity? He gritted his teeth and ran wildly. Li Shan's speed was not much slower than Jiang Yi's. It was almost behind Guo Hanxue. The promoted zombie was chasing after him with a group of his followers, and they were getting closer and closer to the woods surrounding the gymnasium. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. As long as he escaped into the trees and took advantage of the complex environment, it would not be a problem to get rid of this group of zombies. Jiang Yi, who had an idea, turned around and was about to shout at Guo Hanxue to run into the woods, when he angrily saw Li Shan grabbing Guo Hanxue's clothes with malicious intent on his face and throwing her behind him while Guo Hanxue screamed. Guo Hanxue had never expected that Li Shan would actually do such a thing, and for a moment she forgot to resist. She lost her balance and fell backwards. The advanced zombie behind Li Shan stretched out its sharp nails and grabbed Guo Hanxue's clothes, and was about to bite her neck the next moment. A sinister smile flashed across Li Shan's face. As long as someone fed the zombies for him, he would be able to escape safely with his speed as the long-distance running champion of Gongda. Guo Hanxue looked at Li Shan's hypocritical face with despair. She never thought that he, who once wanted to pursue her, would do such a thing. A slender arm grabbed Guo Hanxue's wrist. Guo Hanxue's body paused, and a force pulled her up. The advanced zombie only scratched her clothes, but before he could attack, Guo Hanxue had been rescued. The sudden change made Li Shan, who was on the other side of Guo Hanxue, stunned for a moment, and then he saw a face full of murderous intent. Jiang Yi pulled Guo Hanxue back like lightning, and kicked out, hitting Li Shan in the chest as he was running towards her. Ah! No one expected such a sudden change. Before Li Shan recovered from his excitement, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and fell backwards. His back felt soft, as if he had hit something, stopping him from falling. Before he could rejoice, the next second, Li Shan felt a pain in his back, as if a drill had penetrated into his body. He turned around with difficulty and saw a bloody mouth that tore open his throat, blood spurting out. The bloody scene stimulated all the zombies. Faced with Li Shan's frantic struggle, the zombies that came up from behind pressed him to the ground and bit him madly. Li Shan screamed and tried to get up, but he never had the chance to get up until recently. Swallowing the fresh meat in his mouth in big mouthfuls. The promoted zombie did not continue to eat Li Shan, but his eyes fell on the other two foods in front of him. Guo Hanxue had been stunned by a series of changes. Jiang Yi had a murderous look on his face, and he was not at all panicked about Li Shan's death. Although he has only obtained the superpowers for a few days, believe him, killing a person in a doomsday world is definitely much easier than killing a zombie. As for guilt, Jiang Yi had eaten it along with dry steamed buns long after the end of the world. Guo Hanxue was dazed for a moment, but Jiang Yi pushed her and said, "I'll leave the ordinary zombies to you. I'll stop this guy." As he said that, he stretched out his black knife and actually took the initiative to attack. Provoked, the advanced zombie roared, blood foam splattering from its mouth. Jiang Yi slashed at its head with a knife, but the knife was bound to hit it, but it missed as the zombie twisted strangely. Jiang Yi was stunned, but he didn't have time to think about it and slashed at the zombie madly. Guo Hanxue also reacted. Although she felt a little resistant to Jiang Yi's actions just now, when she thought of what Li Shan had done, Guo Hanxue couldn't bring herself to blame Jiang Yi at all. She felt so depressed that she wanted to vent, and the group of zombies surrounding her happened to become her punching bag. A gust of wind flashed by, and the red fire axe brutally smashed open the head of a zombie. Jiang Yi's knife was very fast, but the zombie on the opposite side was also extremely fast. Its extraordinary speed did not make it difficult for it to deal with the sharp skull-cutting knife. Instead, it suppressed Jiang Yi in a subtle way. Jiang Yi's eyebrows twitched wildly. He had already discovered that, unlike the two advanced zombies he had seen before, this zombie was extremely fast, even faster than himself. It could easily dodge his attacks, but he was almost injured by it many times. A knife shook its arm apart. Jiang Yi gasped heavily, and his arm was extremely sore. But his eyes were particularly bright. He had discovered that although this zombie was very fast, its strength was much worse than the previous zombies. It was only slightly bigger than himself. As long as I can control its speed, I should be able to hold it back with my own strength. His mind raced as Jiang Yi glanced at Guo Hanxue, who was madly hacking at ordinary zombies. After making sure that she was fine, he slashed away the advanced zombie with a knife. Jiang Yi gave it a weird smile, turned around and ran. The zombie was extremely annoyed after failing to catch the prey for a long time. When it saw that the prey was about to run away, it followed it without thinking and roared. While fighting, Guo Hanxue paid close attention to Jiang Yi. Seeing that Jiang Yi was almost injured many times, his heart was in his throat. The axe attacks of his men became more and more fierce, and he wished he could go over to support Jiang Yi immediately. When Guo Hanxue saw Jiang Yi winking at her and then running into the forest, she no longer had the thought of being betrayed as before. She just watched the advanced zombies who followed Jiang Yi and disappeared into the woods with increasing anxiety, and the axe in her hand chopped and chopped with great force. The energy in his body began to surge, like a lioness waking up from sleep, full of murderous energy. The energy unconsciously flowed along his arms and gathered on the axe. A faint green cloth appeared as Guo Hanxue chopped a zombie's chest with an axe. With a sharp sound that broke the wind, the zombie was chopped away, its chest was completely smashed open, and blood splattered all over the sky. Guo Hanxue didn't think much and swung the axe again, splitting its head in half. There were still several zombies in front of him. Guo Hanxue killed more than 10 of them in a row, but he didn't feel too tired. He was anxious and swung the axe in his hand frantically. The axe shadow was as fast as the wind, and the zombies in front of him were shattered under the axe shadow. The death was extremely tragic. Chapter 22, Giant Beast Dahue. Jiang Yi dodged and crashed into a tree, turning randomly so that the promoted zombies behind him could not catch up with him at all. He even crashed into a tree from time to time before he had time to change direction. When Jiang Yi saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. He took 2 quick steps and went behind the tree. The advanced zombie that broke through the bushes roared and slammed into the big tree where Jiang Yi was hiding. Jiang Yi jumped out from behind the tree like lightning and slashed with a knife. The zombie instinctively retreated. The knife that was originally aimed at its neck only broke a layer of skin. Jiang Yi felt sorry for missing the target, but turned around and ran out again without any reluctance. This extremely fast zombie roared and madly tore the grass and trees under its feet into pieces. Even though its clothes were torn into rags and its skin was scratched and bleeding by the thorns on the bushes, it showed no intention of retreating. Jiang Yi was not having an easy time either. Even though he tried his best to avoid the grass, his body was still scratched by it. The new clothes he had just put on in the morning were now torn to shreds. But after all, he had a normal IQ and consciously avoided most of the obstacles. Not only did he easily avoid the attacks of the advanced zombies, he could also turn around and counterattack from time to time. Unfortunately, the advanced zombies are not so easy to kill. Even though Jiang Yi has counterattacked many times, his attacks are basically useless when facing this zombie that is faster than himself. Roar! The zombie that had been flying the kite went berserk, its eyes, already bloodshot, now even scarier red. Not caring about the scratches on its body, it only wanted to eat the annoying little reptile in front of it. Jiang Yi clearly felt the increasing pressure from behind him. The zombies that had been promoted to the next level were not only faster, but also much more powerful. Every time they swung their claws, they could shake off the long sword that Jiang Yi was blocking. Roar! Jiang Yi used his knife to deflect the zombie's attack again, cutting off one of its fingers, but the black knife was also shaken to the side. With his strength exhausted, Jiang Yi was about to jump over a bush again, but he didn't realize that his shoelaces were caught on the bush. He fell forward and hit the ground heavily. The black knife slipped out of his hand, and Jiang Yi felt a suffocation in his chest. It was as painful as being hit by a car. Ouch! Jiang Yi suddenly fell down, and the zombies behind him immediately rushed over, forcing through the bushes and rushing towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi tried to get up in panic, but his shoelaces were still scraping against the hard branches, and even his shoes were stuck in the bushes. I pulled hard several times, but couldn't get it out. At this time, the promoted zombie had already squeezed through the thorns in front of him and finally rushed in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was horrified, and with a wave of his left hand, he instantly grasped the flying black knife in his hand and chopped madly at the dry thorns that were wrapped around his feet. How could an advanced zombie let go of the food that had played tricks on him for so long? He grabbed Jiang Yi's blade, and regardless of the fact that his fingers were almost cut off, he opened his bloody mouth and was about to bite Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi only felt the stench in his face, and all his thoughts disappeared for a moment. The petite zombie lowered its head and bit Jiang Yi. The next moment, in Jiang Yi's eyes, the zombie's head suddenly exploded. A red light flew over Jiang Yi's head, spinning wildly. With a dull thud, it slammed heavily into the tree trunk behind him. Jiang Yi looked up blankly, and saw a fire axe, completely stained with blood, deeply embedded in the tree trunk. As the headless zombie fell down, Jiang Yi could see clearly that behind the zombie, Guohanxue was holding onto a big tree, his whole body soaked with sweat and dirty blood. His right hand was still in the throwing posture, but his whole body was shaking violently. Only when he saw that Jiang Yi, who was sitting on the ground, didn't look like anything was wrong did he fall to the ground, leaning against a tree as if he had lost all strength. Jiang Yi pushed away the corpse that was pressing on him, chopped the branches that were entangled under his feet with 2 knives, stood up, looked at the corpse at his feet, and then looked at Guohanxue who had not yet recovered. He suddenly grinned twice, pulled the axe from the tree, and under the gaze of Guohanxue, dug out a crystal with a glowing red light from the head of the zombie that had been blown into a paste. Sure enough, the crystal core will not disappear unless the zombie is killed by oneself. The light that flashed on himself and Guohanxue was not as bright as before. He didn't know how much experience Guohanxue could gain from killing an advanced zombie. Jiang Yi and Guohanxue did not realize that compared with Jiang Yi's changes, Guohanxue had accumulated a lot of experience from the countless zombies he had killed along the way. These experiences slowly but steadily improved Guohanxue's overall strength. If not for this, she would not have been able to hit the zombie's back of the head with a flying axe at the last moment. The violent wind power of the axe directly exploded the advanced zombie with stronger flesh and skin, saving Jiang Yi's life. Are you okay? When Jiang Yi patted her hands and pulled Guohanxue up, the two of them actually said the same thing at the same time. They were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but grin. He handed the axe and corpse core to Guohanxue. Let's go quickly, it will be troublesome if we attract more zombies. Guohanxue looked at the corpse core in Jiang Yi's hand and hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something, but under Jiang Yi's frank gaze, she finally took it and carefully put it into the inner pocket of her clothes. The two men supported each other and walked out of the woods, picking up the school bags they had thrown away during the battle. The supplies inside are very precious and Jiang Yi is reluctant to throw them away. Fortunately, the bag of food was thrown far away by them and was not contaminated by the zombies. Guohanxue happily picked up the bag and was excitedly patting the dust off the bag. Jiang Yi's action of bending down to pick up the knife suddenly stopped, and he looked in shock at the woods where they had just walked out. A huge shadow was staring at the unaware Guohanxue. Looking at Guohanxue who was about to pick up her bag and stand up, she shouted in a low voice, "Don't move." Guohanxue's body froze, and she almost instinctively stopped standing. Looking at Jiang Yi who was extremely serious, a sense of terror struck her heart. Jiang Yi stared at the shadow in the woods, and his left hand holding the knife was even wet with sweat. "Stand up slowly, yes, slowly. Walk forward and don't look back." Following Jiang Yi's command, Guo Hanxue stood up mechanically and walked slowly step by step to the front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was extremely tense, and Guo Hanxue could see tension and fear in his eyes. But Jiang Yi did not retreat. His eyes were fixed on the woods. Take my bag, don't look back, run to the gymnasium, don't stop. As if knowing it had been discovered, the huge black shadow in the woods hesitated for a moment, and finally crawled out from the dark bushes. Jiang Yi's pupils instantly dilated to the extreme, and an irresistible pressure came over him. Guo Hanxue also heard the noise behind her. Although she didn't know what it was, her instinctive feeling was that it was not the zombies that were behind her. Roar! Suddenly, there was a deafening roar of a beast, and the monster finally couldn't help but pounce on him. Guo Hanxue hurriedly tried to turn back, but Jiang Yi grabbed her shoulders and swung her back, chopping with all his might with the black knife. Guo Hanxue rolled on the ground holding her backpack. Looking back, she saw a huge monster with its bloody mouth opened wide and being held up by Jiang Yi. Its pale fangs bit on the black knife, and actually produced a spark. Woof! After failing to hit the monster, it let out a loud cry and its claws as big as a palm fan pounced directly on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Jiang Yi was horrified and quickly released his strength and stepped back. With a tearing sound, Jiang Yi's chest was scratched by the monster's sharp nails. Jiang Yi's face turned pale and he almost fainted. Blood flowed from the 6 bloody wounds on his chest to his body. Guo Hanxue only saw Jiang Yi take a step back before being pounced on, and did not see anything unusual in front of Jiang Yi. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but his hands went limp and he almost dropped the axe on the ground. Jiang Yi didn't look back, his eyes were fixed on the monster in front of him that was circling in front of him. Hanxue, go. Guo Hanxue stood up in a hurry, but heard Jiang Yi continue to say, you have used up all your abilities. You can't do anything here. Leave quickly, I will find you at the gym. Guo Hanxue wanted to refute, but the feeling of emptiness in her body proved that what Jiang Yi said was true. Her strength had been completely exhausted. Staying here would only cause trouble for Jiang Yi. Thinking of this, even though she was unwilling, Guo Hanxue picked up her backpack, turned around and ran into the woods, shouting as she ran, Jiang Yi, I'll wait for you at the archery gym. You must come back. Seeing one of its prey running away, the huge monster couldn't help but chase after it, but it caught a glimpse of a black light from the corner of its eye. The sharp blade cut the corner of the monster's eye, and its instinctive sense of crisis made it dodge backwards, thus avoiding the danger of being blinded. Jiang Yi was covered in blood, and his clothes, which were scraped into strips, were torn off. There was a hint of madness on his face, as if he was facing not a ferocious beast but his own enemy. Come on, Dahue. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days. Let me see how much you have evolved. As if it was somewhat familiar with this name, the giant beast in front of it actually revealed a hint of doubt in a human-like manner, but soon showed its sharp fangs again. Of course Jiang Yi recognized the terrifying beast in front of him, or rather, he knew it from more than 10 days ago. Although it had grown several times larger, Jiang Yi still guessed what kind of ferocious beast he was facing from its unique right ear with a hole in it. Dahue was just a little stray dog hiding in the woods of Gongda University before the end of the world. However, its acquaintance with Jiang Yi was not friendly. It was bitten by another stray dog and was tired and hungry, so it actually attacked Jiang Yi who was passing by with a takeaway. Jiang Yi was really scared at that time, but fortunately Dahue was only interested in his takeaway. Apart from warning Jiang Yi not to get close, he did not make any move to attack Jiang Yi. But the takeaway worth dozens of yuan was just fed to the dog. Jiang Yi was so angry that he wanted to kill the dog. However, when he saw its right ear that had been bitten off and the desire for life in its eyes, Jiang Yi did not report it to the school. He also named it Dahue because of its unique gray hair. Chapter 23, The Will to Fight Against Death. However, he did not expect that Dahue, who had been forgotten by him after the end of the world, would become so huge and ferocious. Jiang Yi did not try to play the emotional card with Dahue. Because even before the end of the world, Big Gray had no sense of closeness to any human being and would madly attack anyone who tried to get close to it. Jiang Yi was not surprised by Dahue's changes. A few days ago, he heard someone in the cafeteria say that after the end of the world, not only humans but many animals also evolved. There was even a rat bigger than a cat that was found in the cafeteria. However, the rat dragged its fat tail and stalked away slowly with a piece of bacon in its mouth amid the screams of the crowd. It has to be said that when Jiang Yi learned that animals could also awaken and evolve, he was greatly shocked. You know, how much he envied those classmates who had awakened abilities at that time. And this ability that he had been longing for was easily obtained by a group of animals. How could Jiang Yi not be jealous? Running like the wind in the woods, Jiang Yi could feel the sound of running coming from behind him, as well as the pressure of Dahue's huge body. If it was before, even 2 days ago, when he met Dahue, Jiang Yi would have run away without looking back after awakening. But now, in order to allow Guohanxue to escape safely, Jiang Yi actually decided to stay at the first opportunity. However, he would not be so reckless as to engage in direct combat with such a terrifying giant dog. The moment Big Gray pounced on him, Jiang Yi rolled over. Without any intention of fighting Big Gray head-on, he rolled directly into the woods. De Hui missed the target and rushed into the woods without hesitation. De Hui, who had been hiding in the woods before the end of the world, had already regarded the woods as his own territory. Jiang Yi not only did not run away, but broke into his territory. How could De Hui let him go? But apparently Big Gray ignored his own huge size. If it were in the past, its small size could have fully utilized its advantages in the woods and easily escaped from the siege of more than a dozen people. But now, although its huge calf-sized body increases its combat power 100 times, it greatly limits its flexibility in the narrow woods. A hint of surprise flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. The previous battle made him clearly know that Dahue's speed and strength were far beyond his own. He would be at a great disadvantage in a head-on battle with it, so the only thing Jiang Yi could think of was to find a way to get rid of it. The body shuttled through the woods like a nimble little snake, and the giant dog behind him was often caught in the gaps between the trees. However, the increasingly crazy Big Gray struggled and rushed, almost ignoring the damage of losing fur and rubbing against it. Boom! Jiang Yi panted heavily and finally ran slower and slower until he was exhausted. Then he suddenly realized that the dog's sense of smell was too sensitive and he could not escape Dahue's tracking at all. The previous battle had already exhausted his physical strength, and now he had been chasing Dahue for half a day. No matter how strong Jiang Yi's willpower was, he could not hold on and his physical strength was almost exhausted. There were stars in front of his eyes. Jiang Yi, who was panting like a cow, suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. He instinctively rushed forward. With a sharp scratch, the big tree behind Jiang Yi was torn off a piece of bark by the big ash. At this time, the big gray cat finally caught up with its prey, but its condition was not very good. It kept rushing around, not only causing a lot of its hair to be scraped off, but also some deep wounds that were slowly bleeding. But he could only kill the man in front of him, and De Hui didn't feel any pain at all. Jiang Yi squatted on the ground, holding the black knife tightly in his hand, his whole body tense to the extreme, the sweat on his face blurred his vision and he didn't dare to reach out to wipe it. De Hui slowly circled around Jiang Yi looking for Jiang Yi's weakness. Even though Jiang Yi was much weaker than it was now, the Hui's habits before the end of the world still made him always remain alert to any living creature. Jiang Yi's eyes went dark, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He knew he couldn't wait any longer, Guohanxue should be safe now, so he should find a way to get out. With a roar, Jiang Yi suddenly rushed forward. He knew that it was impossible to escape directly. Although he was more agile than Dahue in the woods, he was already very close to the gymnasium and could see the gymnasium gate through the layers of trees. He had no way to retreat after being blocked by Dahue. Once you leave the woods, you will become its food directly. We can't retreat. After thinking it through, Jiang Yi did the craziest thing and slashed at the dazed Dahue with a knife. De Hui slapped Jiang Yi's knife diagonally with his claws. Jiang Yi staggered, his heart skipped a beat. Then he felt a huge pain in his chest, and was thrown out. But it was Big Gray who suddenly kicked him with his hind legs. Even though Dahue is a dog, he is very skilled in kicking. With a lightning-fast kick and unparalleled force, he kicked Jiang Yi, who weighed more than 100 pounds, out. Bah! Kneeling on the ground, Jiang Yi covered his chest with his hands, his whole face turned blood red, and he spat a mouthful of blood onto the dry ground under his feet. As if smelling blood, Dahue became more and more excited. Jiang Yi wiped the blood, looked at Dahue who was already running towards him, held the knife in both hands at the same time, and when Dahue rushed towards him, his body suddenly flashed, revealing the two narrow big trees behind him. Big Gray was stunned, unable to stop the momentum, he crashed headfirst into the middle of the two big trees, with his waist stuck in the middle. After just a moment of hesitation, the big gray immediately began to struggle frantically, and the tree trunk as thick as a thigh was actually shaken by it. How could Jiang Yi watch it escape? The next second after he was sure that it was really stuck, the black knife had already chopped out. Puff! The sharp skull-cutting knife chopped on Dahui's hind legs. Dahui, who could not see behind him at all, let out two miserable howls and struggled more and more frantically. With one blow of the knife, Jiang Yi fell down, his face turned pale as he looked at his knife. He had no strength to support himself, so even with all his strength, he could only barely cut the animal's skin. His hands and feet kept shaking, and Jiang Yi felt that he was gradually losing control of his body. But if he didn't get rid of it, once it got out of trouble, he would be the next to die. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the iron smell of blood filled his mouth. The black knife supported Jiang Yi's body, and he staggered towards Dahui step by step. Dahui, who was stuck in the middle and couldn't move forward or backward, was a little panicked, and a sharp howl came out of his mouth. Jiang Yi instinctively raised his knife and chopped at Dahui's neck. Dahui obviously knew Jiang Yi's intention, and he shrank back frantically, and the sharp black knife cut across his ear. The palm-sized dog ears fell to the ground as it howled. Blood splattered everywhere. The seriously injured Dahui stood up, holding onto the tree trunk with both hands and unexpectedly escaped from the hold. The huge body rushed directly towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi only had time to raise his arms before Dahui pounced on him and knocked him to the ground. Losing an ear made Dahui completely lose his mind. He placed his front limbs on both sides of Jiang Yi's body, and his huge dog head bit Jiang Yi frantically. Jiang Yi kept blocking with his knife, but he could only block some vital parts. Soon his body was covered with blood from the bites of the big gray. Jiang Yi was constantly injured, and he was in a panic. He couldn't think of any way to escape, so he could only swing his knife instinctively. But how could he be a match for a giant mad dog? When he wasn't paying attention, his right arm was immediately bitten by the big gray. Amid Jiang Yi's shrill screams, a tooth-grinding sound of fracture was heard, and Jiang Yi's right arm was actually bitten off. Jiang Yi screamed and found that big gray was about to shake off. He was so frightened that he suddenly hugged its head. "You can't let it swing, otherwise your right hand will be torn into pieces." Just like that, with a strange scratch, in the messy forest, the huge gray dog kept running and crashing, and a thin human arm was held in its mouth, but the opponent's legs clamped its neck, making it unable to exert any strength. Jiang Yi was hit by a tree, his eyes went dark, but he dared not loosen his feet. He could only keep the distance between him and it. But Jiang Yi still overestimated himself. His pitiful 5.5 points of strength made him no match for the promoted Dahui. Dahui just shook his head vigorously, and Jiang Yi felt his legs starting to slide off his neck. Is this the end? I felt my body getting weaker and weaker, and the wound on my right hand from being bitten by Dahui became even more severe. I wanted not to give up, but I knew I was powerless to fight back. Just as he was about to release the force on his feet, he suddenly caught sight of Dahui's eyes, which were so close to him. He suddenly grinned, his teeth stained red with blood. "Dahui, what are you looking at?" He heard a question that sounded like it came from someone he knew. Jiang Yi used up his last bit of strength, suddenly stretched out his left hand, and grabbed it into Dahui's huge eye socket. A stream of blood shot out, and amid Dahui's crazy roar, Jiang Yi pulled out Dahui's right eye. Dahui obviously didn't expect that Jiang Yi, who had become a trapped beast, would fight back desperately. The damage to his eyes made him roar madly. It threw Jiang Yi away with one bite, and Jiang Yi smashed it against a tree while holding one of its eyes. He lay on the ground and vomited blood. He had already lost consciousness and was on the verge of death. Dahui sensed something unusual in his right eye and became extremely furious. The lack of vision is a particularly serious damage to it, which has become a ferocious beast. Thinking of this, Dahui rushed towards Jiang Yi frantically, and bit Jiang Yi's head with his bloody mouth. Jiang Yi, who had lost consciousness, had no idea that he was so close to death at this moment. He shouted angrily, "You damn dog, you're looking for death." The moment he heard this angry rebuke, the domineering and ferocious big gray suddenly choked, and the remaining ear instinctively shrank back. A trace of fear flashed in his one eye, but when he thought of the harm Jiang Yi had done to him, he became bolder and ignored the sudden voice and bit Jiang Yi again. Chapter 24, Former Love Rival. But at this moment, a not very tall figure ran in from the woods. Even before it got close, when Big Gray saw his figure, he clamped his tail and took 2 steps back. When the shadow stopped beside Jiang Yi, a trace of fear flashed in Dahue's eyes, and he actually suppressed his beastly nature that wanted to tear Jiang Yi to pieces. After the figure confirmed that the person at his feet was still alive, he turned back and stared at Dahue. Get lost. It was just a simple word, but it frightened Big Gray so much that he shrank his body, with his tail tucked between his legs, not daring to come out. Taking 2 steps back, Dahue looked at him, then at the unconscious Jiang Yi. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally turned around and ran away, disappearing into the shadows of the woods. After staring closely at the direction where the giant ash disappeared and finally confirming that the giant ash had really left, Shadow heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Jiang Yi, whose life or death was unknown, with some complexities. Jiang Yi had a dream. In the dream, Chen Jiazi was running and he was chasing her. He knew clearly Chen Jiazi's true attitude towards him, but his body would unconsciously follow her. But no matter how fast he ran, he could only see Chen Jiazi's back. He didn't know how long he had been running, but the tireless Jiang Yi suddenly saw a man appear next to Chen Jiazi. The man was very tall, but his facial features were all black, making it impossible to see who he was. He just hugged Chen Jiazi tightly. Even though his mind told him that this was all a dream, Jiang Yi rushed forward without hesitation. Unfortunately, before he could take 2 steps, his feet were empty, and a huge black hole swallowed him directly like the big mouth of a giant beast. A terrifying feeling of weightlessness woke Jiang Yi up instantly, and then the pain of his whole body being torn apart made him groan a few times. The pain made him wake up quickly. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a small room. The room was really small. There was only a single bed and a metal wardrobe in the whole room. Jiang Yi lay on the single bed, feeling excruciating pain all over his body. The wounds caused by the bite of the Big Gray were so deep that the bones were visible, especially on the right hand. Even though it was bandaged now, he could still feel the piercing pain from the bones. It was difficult for Jiang Yi to move his body, so he could only scan the surroundings with his eyes, trying his best to distract himself from the extreme pain. This room didn't even have windows, and it was terribly quiet all around. Jiang Yi really couldn't analyze from the room what had happened after he fell into a coma. I was clearly knocked unconscious by the big ash, how could I still be alive? Did someone save me? Just when Jiang Yi was confused, he heard someone talking outside the door through the not silent door. Jiang Yi tried his best to focus on his ears, and then he could hear the voice outside clearly. Why pick up a person like this? Who knows if he will turn into a zombie? A sharp man asked loudly, and then a duller voice responded faintly, he was bitten by a dog, how could he turn into a zombie? Is that a dog? Even a lion is not as big as it. The sharp-tongued man interrupted the other person's conversation. At this time, a new voice came out, okay, the person has been rescued anyway, it should be fine to lock him up in there, and it won't be dangerous if he really turns into a zombie. The sharp-tongued man refused decisively, no, we can't leave him here. What can such a useless person do even if he wakes up? Do you want us to support him? Who will? There is only so much food, why should we feed it to a dying useless person? The dull man said coldly, don't forget that the food you are eating now was brought by that person. The sharp-tongued man seemed to pause for a moment, then began to accuse even more excitedly. Because of the speed of their speech, Jiang Yi, who was already having difficulty listening, could not hear clearly what they were saying. But I can feel that the sharp male voice was finally persuaded away by the third person. Then I heard the door suddenly open, and a figure walked in with a paper cup in his hand. Jiang Yi didn't have time to close his eyes, and their eyes met at the same time. Jiang Yi was stunned, a little unbelievable, it's you. The visitor obviously didn't expect that Jiang Yi would be able to wake up in less than 2 days. You have to know that the injuries he suffered were unlikely to make him survive. Originally, he was just trying his best to save Jiang Yi, but he didn't want to let him survive. Hearing Jiang Yi's words, the man nodded, how are you? Do you want some water? Jiang Yi drank the whole glass of water with his hand in a daze. The water tasted a bit strange, and he didn't know where it came from. Lying on the bed, looking at Qingdou with mixed feelings. Qingdou took the paper cup with both hands and put it on the table, then looked at Jiang Yi, how do you feel? Does the wound hurt? Jiang Yi looked at this guy who was less than 175 centimeters tall but very handsome and with fair skin with some complexion, much better, he shouldn't die. After thinking for a while, he asked, "You saved me?" Qingdao nodded, "Yes, you were almost killed by that giant dog, and I happened to pass by and rescued you." Jiang Yi felt a little complicated, but he had no doubts at all. After all, although this guy looks short, thin and weak, he can be said to be the best in Yamato Kendo at the University of Technology. Not only in Kendo, this guy Qingdao has profound attainments in Taekwondo, Karate and even Jeet Kune Do. His legend in the university began when he was a freshman, fighting more than a dozen hooligans with only a bamboo sword and winning without any injuries, and he became famous in the university. Even students from other universities in Long Province knew him. And the reason why a nerd like me and Qingdao got to know each other was because Qingdao fell in love with Qinjiazi at first sight. Even when he knew that she already had a boyfriend, he had no intention of giving up. He even announced to the whole school that he would challenge him, and whoever lost would leave Qinjiazi. God knows, when Jiang Yi heard from his roommate that he was actually challenged, and that the other party was the strongest person in the sports department, the only thing he could think about was whether to book a hospital bed in advance. However, although Jiang Yi is a homebody, he is not afraid of things involving his girlfriend. Not only did he publicly accept Qingdao's challenge, he even started targeted training. Even though he knew that he might not be his opponent at all, he had no intention of backing down. This duel not only made Jiang Yi and Qinjiazi famous, but Jiang Yi even received countless supporters. It's not just because of his courage to face challenges, but more importantly, they want to see if Jiang Yi can turn the situation around and really beat Qingdao. It must be said that Jiang Yi was under a lot of pressure at the time, not only because of his love life, but more importantly because of the pressure from the outside world. Even the school forum had raised the issue to the level of national honor. Yes, just by looking at the name Qingdao, you can tell that he is not Chinese. He is of Chinese and Yamato descent. His father was a kendo master of the Yamato people and inherited the family's kendo hall. His mother fell in love with his father when Haruto was studying abroad in Yamato. After they got married in Yamato, they lived together until Haruto was over 10 years old, when they brought him back to China. Therefore, Haruto is not only an outstanding fighter, but also proficient in 3 languages. Even if he didn't say it himself, no one around him would know that he is actually a mixed race. Facing such a rival in love, one can imagine how much pressure Jiang Yi was under at that time. Just when Jiang Yi was preparing for the battle with all his strength under pressure and anxiety every day, Qingdao suddenly posted on Chiba that he had unilaterally cancelled the challenge and expressed his deep apologies on the internet for the trouble he had caused to Jiang Yi. Everyone who was watching the duel was stunned. Even some teachers were wondering why Haruto suddenly gave up. Jiang Yi naturally didn't know this. While he felt relieved, he couldn't help but feel a little humiliated. He once looked for Haruto to ask him what he meant, but it was obvious that even though they were in the same university, he and Haruto were not from the same world. As time went by, the incident faded, and even Jiang Yi would only occasionally think of the fact that he had been challenged by a famous student in college when he was bored. But he never expected that after the end of the world, Qingdao would save his life. "Thank you. Thank you." Jiang Yi was a little embarrassed to thank his former rival. But Jiang Yi still thanked Qingdao with a bit of mixed feelings. Haruto stood up straight, and shook his head with a smile on his face. "I didn't do anything, I just brought you back. The medicine to treat your injuries is all in your backpack." Jiang Yi then saw his backpack on the ground. However, the backpack, which was originally bulging, had now deflated. The food had obviously been taken away. As if knowing what Jiang Yi was thinking, Qingdao's pale face showed a rare trace of embarrassment. "Well, I took your food and distributed it to my classmates." Jiang Yi shook his head. He was not stupid. From the previous conversation outside, he guessed that Qingdao took out his food in order to get him to stay. Otherwise, given Haruto's serious and even picky personality, he would definitely not take his supplies without his permission. Although he felt sad, Jiang Yi was more grateful to Qingdao. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't even have the chance to wake up now. Seeing that Jiang Yi was not angry, Qingdao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression relaxed. "Your injuries are very serious. I have already applied medicine to you. It's just that your arm was bitten off. Although I can treat dislocations, I can't set bones. I can only bandage you temporarily. Wait for a chance to meet a doctor and then find a way to treat you." The current result is already the best for Jiang Yi. How could Jiang Yi not agree? Although the arm was broken, it was saved. As for the bite wound, it looked scary, but it was not serious. It was just that after it healed, the whole body would be covered with scars. If only I had a bottle of blood recovery potion now. Chapter 25 Malice. When he thought of the magical blood-restoring potion, Jiang Yi was not so worried anymore. Although there are few zombies that have advanced to the next level, there are still some. I still have a chance to recover. With the help of Qingdao, Jiang Yi solved some personal problems. Then he took the food handed to him and was a little confused. Is this what Qingdao and the others are eating? All he saw was a big bowl of food that he couldn't tell what it was made of. It looked like a hodgepodge. Jiang Yi vaguely saw some instant noodles, as well as noodles, bread and the like. The taste was very strange. Even though Jiang Yi knew how precious supplies were nowadays, he still found it difficult to eat. Unable to refuse Qingdao, who kept sweeping the rice bowl, Jiang Yi had to put it aside. Let it dry first, I'll eat it later. Haruto swallowed his saliva. There was really not much food here, and there wasn't a big supermarket nearby. Even though he had been looking for supplies outside, he couldn't help but go hungry. The spirit of Kendo forced him not to look at the bowl of hodgepodge, but to focus all his attention on Jiang Yi, who was leaning against the wall with a quilt covering him. Qingdao, where is this place? I've been here for a few days. Haruto said without hesitation, this is the swimming pool on the basement floor of our school's gymnasium. The lounge where you were on duty before the lifeguard. I saw you in the woods around noon yesterday. It should have been more than a day now. Jiang Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that he had already arrived at the gymnasium after going around in circles. He asked anxiously, do you know Guohanxue? She should have been here yesterday morning. Qingdao shook his head, I know Guohanxue, but I have never seen her. To tell you the truth, there are two camps here now. One is our Kendo Club and Taekwondo Club, the people who stayed in the practice hall to practice at that time. We occupied the swimming pool on the first floor underground, which can guarantee sufficient water supply. I really haven't seen Guohanxue in the past 2 days, which means she is not on our side. At this point, Qingdao hesitated a little, but seeing Jiang Yi's obvious concern, he still said, she is not here. She should be on the 4th floor. I remember that the 4th floor is where the archery team practices. If she comes back, she should go there. Jiang Yi was a little surprised, it's so dangerous outside, why did you split into 2 teams? Haruto looked at him strangely, don't you know that the Kendo Club and Taekwondo Club have always had a bad relationship with the archery club? Jiang Yi shook his head. He really didn't know about this. Haruto scratched his head in embarrassment. How can I tell you this? Actually, you know that Kendo and Taekwondo are not native Chinese sports. And the school has allocated a lot of space for these clubs and provided a lot of resource support. Compared to us, the ancient Chinese skills like the archery club have to compete with us for practice space, so over time, the discord between clubs has become more and more serious, and even become a tradition. Now, they are almost disgusted with each other. Jiang Yi nodded. After hearing him mention this, Jiang Yi vaguely remembered it. The school didn't have any good measures for this situation. Anyway, the practice time system exacerbated the conflicts between these clubs. It was common for them to have arguments with each other, and sometimes it would even develop into a fight. Guohanxue must have arrived at the gymnasium. Since she is not here, she should be on the 4th floor. It's a pity that I can't contact her now. She probably doesn't know that I have already arrived at the gymnasium. I originally wanted to ask Haruto for help, but after thinking about it, I gave up. After the end of the world, they can still be so divided. It would be a waste to let Haruto go. However, since there is already a team here, I guess Guohanxue won't rashly leave to find me. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi was no longer in a hurry. After finding an excuse to let Qingdao leave, Jiang Yi took out a portion of jade fat meat. Jiang Yi ate the delicious pork with big mouthfuls, not even looking at the cold stew beside him. Just kidding, if you have the conditions, you should put yourself in a difficult position. Soon, the jade fat meat brought pure energy to wash Jiang Yi's body. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, it really worked. However, the treatment effect was appallingly poor. At most, it helped Jiang Yi prevent the wound from getting infected. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but he was a little distressed. How could he recover quickly? With such a serious injury, it would definitely not be enough to rely solely on the pitiful healing energy in the jade fat flesh. But can you really hunt down an advanced zombie by yourself? Jiang Yi was just hesitating when he saw Qingdao coming back. By the way, this is your knife. It's really well made. Seeing Qingdao stroking the skull-cutting knife with a loving look on his face, Jiang Yi felt goosebumps all over his body. He snatched back the black knife and threw it on the bed under Qingdao's disapproving gaze. Thank you, you can eat this little bit of food, I'm not hungry now. Despite Qingdao's refusal, under his grateful gaze, Jiang Yi finally returned the bowl of stew. Finally, he didn't have to eat that kind of food, so Jiang Yi lay down and rested with peace of mind. The battle with Dahui made Jiang Yi realize that he had too many shortcomings in his combat effectiveness. Due to his low strength and physical condition, Jiang Yi has almost no power to resist Dahui. It seems that he needs to think of some ways to improve his fighting ability. Jiang Yi, who had no idea what to do, fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept. He was suddenly awakened by the noise outside the door. He immediately reached for the black knife beside the bed. Why should we return the knife to him? It would be a waste to give it to that loser. The noise outside the door had reached a fierce level, and the other party had no intention of suppressing the sound. Jiang Yi listened and quickly understood what happened. Qingdao firmly blocked the door of the lounge, not letting the person in front of him take another step forward. This is Jiang Yi's stuff, what's wrong with me giving it to him? Li Zhiqian's face turned red with anger, and he looked at Qingdao with an especially sinister expression. What do you mean his stuff? I told you yesterday that I like this knife very much, and I am willing to exchange it with you for 5 days of food. Suddenly thinking of something, Li Zhiqian suddenly pointed at Qingdao angrily. Damn it, you little dwarf, you don't want to take it down. Seeing Qingdao's face flushed with anger, he immediately thought he had guessed the truth and couldn't help but yell, Ji Qingdao. I warn you not to go too far. You didn't conquer this place by yourself. Why should all the benefits belong to you? Don't think I don't know that the man brought so many things in his backpack yesterday. How could there be only this little food? You must have hidden it and eaten it secretly. Li Zhiqian's words also changed the mood of the other people around him. Although they were concerned about Qingdao's strong fighting ability, they could not care less when they thought that he had hidden food. Relying on the large number of people, Zhu Kaijun behind Li Zhiqian could not help but take a step forward. Qingdao, is this true? If you really hid food, you should take it out. Don't forget, we agreed that no one is allowed to hide food, and we should eat everything we find together. Unlike the cafeteria which stores a large amount of food, there is almost no food in a place like the gymnasium. The students trapped here can only go out to find food from the beginning, which has reduced the number of their survivors from dozens at the beginning to a dozen now. However, those who survived were not only very strong, but also had seen blood and killed zombies. So many energetic and emotional sports students gathered together. My emotions are becoming increasingly difficult to control. First, the two major societies had a complete falling out over uneven distribution of supplies, and now they are beginning to be suspicious of Haruto, who has Yamato blood. Qingdao was obviously used to this kind of thing, and he didn't have any big emotions. He just stood there firmly. I said, the knife belongs to Jiang Yi, and I have taken out all his food. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiang Yi, but he is resting now, so you'd better not go in and disturb him. Unfortunately, no one believed Qingdao's words. Li Zhiqian suddenly stepped forward and pushed Qingdao. Get out of here, this is China, you little dwarf have no right to speak. Qingdao took a step back, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly he stretched out his hand like lightning, and chopped Li Zhiqian's shoulder with a sharp knife. Li Zhiqian reacted very quickly. With a nimble leap, he dodged Qingdao's attack. Then a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he kicked out with a speed that was even faster than Haruto's attack. It was obvious that Qingdao couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed, but his body's strong reaction ability was even one step ahead of his thought. A fierce leg whip kicked at his chest, and Qingdao only felt his arms numb and couldn't help but take 3 steps back. But Li Zhiqian was so unreasonable that he swung his body and rushed towards Qingdao. His kicks were faster than the last. Soon, Qing Tian couldn't hold on any longer. His training clothes, which were not very clean to begin with, were now covered with Li Zhiqian's footprints. And the skin hidden under his clothes was blue and purple. But Qingdao said nothing, and just tried his best to protect the vital parts of his body. If he couldn't avoid it, he used other parts of his body to withstand the attack in exchange for breathing time. After a momentary stalemate, Li Zhiqian's fierce attack soon slowed down. Just when he was having trouble changing his style, Qingdao, who had been accumulating strength, suddenly had a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He grabbed Li Zhiqian's ankle and kicked Li Zhiqian in the chest. The powerful kick made Li Zhiqian scream and roll out. Everyone was stunned. Although they knew that Qingdou was very powerful, they never expected that Li Zhiqian would be defeated by the taekwondo they practiced. Only then did they vaguely remember that Qingdou was also very good at taekwondo, and the power of that kick was no less than that of Li Zhiqian, who had practiced for 20 years. Li Zhiqian was helped up by others. He covered his chest with his hands and looked very unhappy. As if he could feel the guidance of his friends, he suddenly roared, shook off the support of his companions, snatched the baseball bat from someone, rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, and hit Qingdou's head with a stick. Chapter 26 Swordsman Yuma Haruto. Haruto took a step back, put his left hand on the stage, half bent his body, and took a defensive stance. But after a crisp sound, he groaned and kept retreating. His left forearm was twisted in a very strange direction, and it was broken by a stick. Qingdou's face turned pale. After he withdrew from the battle circle with his hand covered, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes as he looked at his left hand. For a swordsman, arms are very important. Even the left hand will greatly affect the strength and accuracy of the sword. He didn't expect that Li Zhiqian would be so cruel as to kill him. If I hadn't blocked the blow with my left hand, this blow would have been enough to smash my head. Li Zhiqian swung the bat and walked towards the injured Qingdou proudly. What's wrong? Our great swordsman is no longer good. Could it be that he has become useless because he can't lift a sword? I have wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Do you really think you are the best swordsman? You big fool. Li Zhiqian raised his head proudly. When Qingdou was called the number one in the sports department, he had already planted a long thorn in his heart. The legal system collapsed in the end times. He had long been dissatisfied with Qingdou's behavior and finally took advantage of this conflict to explode. The others were just standing by and watching the fun, or rather, they were standing behind Li Zhiqian. People who study sports all have a competitive spirit, and Haruto has been firmly above everyone else since he entered school, especially since he is a Yamato half-blood. With such an identity, how could anyone accept that they would be dominated by a little Japanese kid? Qingdou was sweating profusely from the pain, looking at his companions who were struggling to survive in the doomsday. He thought that his hard work could change their views of him, but it seemed that he was too naive. Since childhood, he has keenly felt the differences in how his peers viewed him. Some approached him out of curiosity, while others followed him in order to gain benefits from him. But most of them just looked at him from afar with tinted glasses as if they were staring at a thief. Haruto hated this feeling. He didn't understand that in order to gain everyone's recognition, he had put in several times the effort of others and wanted to do everything the best, but it only made people more hostile to him. Li Zhiqian looked at the sad light flashing in Qingdou's eyes with disgust, and his sharp voice pierced Qingdou's heart. You shouldn't have come to China, go back to your country, but I don't know if the zombies have wiped out the country now. Ha! Li Zhiqian turned around and laughed with other classmates, as if he had already seen the Yamato island become extinct. Haruto's eyes were filled with anger. Shut up. You are not allowed to insult my people. Your nationality? Didn't you take your mother's surname? What? You call me Huaxia's name, but deep down you think that you have Yamato blood? You bastard. Bah. Li Zhiqian's words were extremely insulting, and not only did Qing Duki shake all over. The others behind him also felt that Li Zhiqian had gone too far, and their previous smiles disappeared. The timid ones even retreated into the crowd. You. Li Zhiqian, you insulted my country, I will fight you to the death. Ji Qingdou, who had been taught etiquette since childhood, was blocked by Li Zhiqian's words and his face turned red. He put down his left hand with red eyes. Looking seriously at the dazed Li Zhiqian. What did you say? Ji Qingdou solemnly repeated, Li Zhiqian, you insulted my second nation. I, Yuma Qingdou, formally challenge you. Li Zhiqian rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed out loud, pointing the baseball bat in his hand at Qingdou. Okay, I accept your challenge, but if you die, don't blame me. If it was Qingdou holding a knife before, Li Zhiqian would not dare to fight even if he had 10 courages. But now Qingdou was unarmed, and his left hand was broken. More importantly, Li Zhiqian is no longer the same person he was before the doomsday. After being caught in the rain, he was surprised to find that his speed had become extremely fast during his escape at the doomsday. It took him less than 6 seconds to sprint 100 meters at full speed. This is why he dared to challenge Haruto and even had the confidence to kill him. Qingdou had a serious expression, and the pain in his left hand made it difficult for him to stand in front of everyone. Even though he knew that he was no match for Li Zhitian, Ji Qingdou, who had always regarded China and Yamato as his homeland, would never allow anyone to insult them. The battle was about to start. The people watching the battle were watching Li Zhitian and Qingdou confront each other. Some people close to Li Zhitian even loudly bet on the battle. But most of them just watched the battle from the sidelines. Here, they don't have any leader, but they implicitly regard Qingdou and Li Zhitian, who have the strongest combat power, as their leaders. Qingdou's personality is completely different from Li Zhitian, which also leads to their frequent disagreements. Li Zhitian had been impatient for a long time and wanted to kill Qingdou completely, so that he could truly control the entire underground floor. And today was the best opportunity. It seems that I showed up at the wrong time. The auras of the two people became more and more violent, and their bodies were tense to the extreme. No one would underestimate the other. And at this tense moment, a lazy voice interrupted and instantly disrupted the atmosphere. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, and saw a man leaning against the door behind Hiroto. He was wearing a tracksuit and his naked upper body was almost covered with gauze. Perhaps because of the excessive force, the gauze was faintly blood red. Jiang Yi leaned against the wall with some difficulty. Seeing that everyone was paying attention to him, he was not at all nervous. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked over step by step. In his hand he held a pitch-black tang sword, with a black leather belt more than 1 meter long hanging behind the handle. The metal bone claws at the end of the belt scraped against the ground, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. Qingdou looked back at Jiang Yi and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Why did you come out?" Jiang Yi's eyes fell on his seemingly broken left hand, without any expression. He ignored Qingdou's question and looked up at Li Zhitian and everyone behind him. Everyone was confused as to what this newcomer meant, but Jiang Yi suddenly smiled innocently. "I heard that you want my knife." As he spoke, he held the handle of the knife in his left hand and held it upright in front of him. Seeing the knife in his hand, almost everyone's eyes lit up, especially Li Zhitian, who instinctively took 2 steps forward with greed in his eyes. "Yes, this knife is a waste for a cripple like you to use, why not give it to me? I can promise you that if you stay here, you don't have to go out to look for supplies, and you can also satisfy your needs with 2 meals a day." They were all masters of competitive sports. Even if they didn't know much about weapons, they could still recognize what was good at a glance. Although there was no shortage of weapons in the gym, the black knife in Jiang Yi's hand was definitely the best. There was a hint of greed in everyone's eyes, but no one dared to compete with Li Zhitian. Jiang Yi glanced at everyone and suddenly his face darkened. "Oh, really?" The left hand holding the knife suddenly shook, and the scabbard that had been tightly covering the blade fell naturally, flashing black light, and the black blade was sharp and dazzling. Everyone took a breath, and even if they were far away, they seemed to be able to feel the power of this knife. Li Zhitian's eyes were filled with greed and desire. Jiang Yi saw his expression clearly and suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, I'm afraid you don't know its power yet, why not let you see it for yourself?" Li Zhitian breathed heavily. "Stop talking nonsense, I can try it myself, bring the knife quickly." Jiang Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him. He tilted his head to look at Qingdou, who was hesitant, and suddenly threw the knife at him. Qingdou was really a little anxious and disappointed. He returned the knife to Jiang Yi despite everyone's opposition, but he didn't expect Jiang Yi to give the knife away personally. Maybe his knife was crying at this moment. Everything in front of his eyes went dark, and he instinctively reached out with his right hand, grabbing the black shadow in midair. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, he looked down at the black knife in his hand in disbelief. The wave-like patterns on the knife seemed to have an extremely mysterious attraction, which almost sucked Qingdou's mind in. "Jiang Yi, what do you mean?" Qingdou was a little confused. Jiang Yi leaned against the wall carefully and raised his head towards Li Zhitian, who was looking incredulous. "Aren't you going to duel with him?" "That's perfect, I'll show him my sword." Everyone was stunned, and when Li Zhitian reacted, he immediately roared madly, "Little calf, how dare you play tricks on me? Are you looking for death?" Qingdou suddenly smiled, waved his right arm, and pointed the black knife at the ground. "Li Zhitian, come on." Li Zhitian paused for a moment, and looked at Qingdou holding the knife with some hesitation. The Qingdou who frightened him in his memory seemed to have resurrected. He gritted his teeth and said, "Little Japanese, don't think you can beat me with a knife, go to hell." His figure flashed, and he ran towards Qingdou at an extremely fast speed, and the baseball bat in his hand whizzed towards Qingdou. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this person a speedster? Qingdou might be in danger. Buzz. Unexpectedly, Qingdo's eyes moved slightly with Li Zhiqian's speed, and he raised the knife in his right hand and chopped the baseball bat that was smashed down. His hand sank slightly, and then the obstacle disappeared instantly. Li Zhiqian hit the bat with all his strength, and his body paused for a moment. Half of the baseball bat fell to the ground with a sharp sound. Everyone gasped. How is this possible? Li Zhiqian watched Qingdo's hand sweeping towards him, and he roared, letting go of his hand like lightning, and the remaining half of the bat in his hand fell to the ground. Qingdo, who had swung his sword twice, took a big step forward, chopped down with the sword, but stopped steadily in midair. Li Zhiqian raised his head in horror, looking at the blade that fell on his head and cut off a strand of black hair. His legs went weak and he fell directly to the ground. Chapter 27, Abduction. Qingdo's face was solemn, as if he had accomplished something of great significance. When he saw Li Zhiqian sitting on the ground and completely lost his will to fight, he slowly put away his sword and stood up. The scene was extremely quiet for a while. Even Jiang Yi couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. I knew that Haruto was very strong, but I didn't expect that Haruto's strength would be even higher than I expected. You know, Li Zhiqian is not only very skilled, he has also awakened his speed ability. The combination of the two makes him even stronger than Guohanxue. But even such an opponent couldn't even withstand 3 moves from Qingdo and was defeated. Oh my god! How strong is this guy Haruto? Everyone woke up from the shock, and saw a trace of fear and regret in Qingdo's eyes. Zhu Kaijun, who was standing in the crowd, kept changing his expression. There was a deep reluctance, and a hint of pleasure. But now is not the time to think about these things. Haruto's strength is beyond his expectations, so the plan has to be changed. Thinking of this, Zhu Kaijun coughed lightly and took 2 steps. Qingdo, Zhiqian was wrong just now. Everyone has been too depressed during this period of time. His temper is not very good to begin with, and he lost control for a while. I apologize to you on his behalf. Let's forget about this matter. Let's work hard together in the future and try to wait for rescue together. Zhu Kaijun tried to comfort Qingdo with his words. Qingdo looked at him without saying a word, but his wise eyes revealed a hint of clarity. Zhu Caijuan's excuses were all stuck in his mouth. Jiang Yi looked at the progress in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He never expected that such a small gymnasium could hold so many hidden talents. With only a dozen people, it was like a palace fighting drama. But he didn't intend to get entangled with these guys. Qingdo saved his life, and Jiang Yi didn't want him to continue to be stuck in this quagmire. How about it, classmate, my knife is pretty good, isn't it? Jiang Yi held his right hand and walked in front of Li Zhiqian, who had not recovered his strength yet. Li Zhiqian looked at Jiang Yi stupidly, with mixed feelings. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't have fought with Qingdo, and he would have lost miserably. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, the 2 of them wouldn't have fought. You're just a troublemaker. Someone suddenly shouted from behind Zhu Kaijun. Zhu Caijuan's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly that he was a waste. Qingdo also looked up, but the person who shouted had already shut his mouth. Jiang Yi saw clearly who was scolding him, but he didn't mind it too much. Instead, he laughed, oh, this classmate's description is very appropriate. However, if I am a troublemaker, what are you? Hearing Jiang Yi's complaints, everyone's faces turned dark. Li Zhiqian almost cursed him out loud, but thinking that Qingdo was standing next to him, he didn't have the courage to curse. Zhu Kaijun thought it was not good when he saw Qingdo's face, but he couldn't help but hate the new guy in front of him who seemed to want to stir up everyone's emotions. He said in a deep voice, my classmate, no matter what, we took you in. Is this how you treat your savior? You guys? Wasn't it Haruto who saved me? Who else among you has lent a hand to help me? Can you please stand up? No one spoke. Jiang Yi puffed out his chest and glanced at everyone. He suddenly snorted contemptuously, besides, I didn't save you here for nothing. I gave all my food to you. Zhu Kaijun was furious. It was the first time that someone dared to speak to him like that since he became the president of the student union. But Jiang Yi's words left him unable to refute. Li Zhiqian struggled to stand up, with a fierce look on his face, so what? We don't keep idle people here. The food you have is only enough for you to stay for a day. We don't welcome you here now, get out right now. While talking to Jiang Yi, his eyes were fixed on Qingdo's face. In his eyes, Jiang Yi and Qingdo were already together. His heart was pounding at that stunning blow. With Qing Do around, Li Zhiqian couldn't muster up the slightest bit of courage. Humph, your accommodation fee is really expensive. You don't have to drive me away. I don't want to stay in such a crappy place. After saying that, he winked at Qingdo and said, help me get my backpack. Qingdo originally wanted to stop Jiang Yi's quarrel, but when he saw Jiang Yi secretly hinting at him, he could not help but do as he said, went into the house and took out Jiang Yi's backpack. Jiang Yi glanced at his bag, then said to Qingdo, how about it? Do you want to come with me? I think you are not welcome here anymore. When Zhu Kaijun heard this, he became anxious and took a step forward. He wanted to say something, but Li Zhiqian spoke first, yes, Qingdo, since you insist on taking this guy in, then you should go with him. You are so powerful and look down on ordinary people like us. You are not welcome here. Li Zhiqian. Zhu Kaijun pulled him urgently, but was thrown away by an arm. Haruto, who had not intended to agree, was stunned. He looked up at the people he had lived with for more than 10 days, and saw only alienated, disgusted, and fearful eyes staring at him. His heart sank, and Haruto lowered his head with a bitter smile, I know. Zhu Kaijun was very anxious. Qingdo couldn't leave because he was so strong and had no ambition. With him around, he could be the leader here with peace of mind, but Li Zhiqian and the others obviously didn't know what he was thinking. When Li Zhiqian heard that Qingdo agreed to leave, his eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. If Haruto doesn't leave, he will always be the second in command. Haruto, who has no team left and is carrying a cripple like this, will only end up being torn into pieces by the monsters outside. Jiang Yi grinned. Although the method was different, the ending was very satisfying to him. However, he couldn't just leave with Qingdo. He grabbed Qingdo, who wanted to leave, and said, you can't just leave like this. If you want to leave, you have to take your share of the supplies with you. Zhu Kaijun frowned, thinking about how to keep Qingdo, and even accepted to keep Jiang Yi, the loser. But when he heard Jiang Yi's words, he was selfish and instinctively objected, impossible, these things belong to everyone, there is no place for him. Ugh. Suddenly realizing what was happening, Zhu Kaijun wanted to slap himself in the face. What was he talking about? Haruto wanted to say he didn't need it, but seeing the expressions of everyone who didn't want to share with him, he still felt conflicted. You know, he was the only one who went out to look for food every day, and he was the one who brought back the most. If it weren't for these people, the things he found would have been enough to keep him fed for 3 or 4 months without any problems. His heart was cold, and apart from the pain, Haruto no longer had any attachment to these people. Qingdo blocked Jiang Yi's mouth and said calmly, I don't want anything else. I want to take my knife and luggage with me. Zhu Kaijun knew from Qingdo's expression that they had messed up everything. Not wanting to make the relationship even more awkward, Zhu Kaijun immediately agreed, of course, this is your own stuff. Li Zhiqian opened his mouth and instinctively wanted to object, but Qingdo's cold gaze swept across his head, forcing him to hold back his words. Jiang Yi looked at the expressions of these people with some surprise. Since Qingdo had already made a decision, he didn't want to argue about anything. The two walked forward side by side, and everyone immediately made way and watched them leave. The two walked very slowly. There was no other way. Both of them were now patients. Fortunately, the dressing room was not too far away. Jiang Yi followed him into the dressing room door. A foul smell made his eyes go black. Unexpectedly, these people all lived in the changing room. The hall was originally very large, enough for 300 people to change clothes in it, but except for the space for the lockers, the rest of the space was laid on the floor. Only a few beds made of benches from the dressing room stood out. There were no 2 people in the hall. Seeing the 2 people coming in, they were also doing their own things mechanically, without any intention of paying attention to them. Jiang Yi looked at the garbage-covered ground, frowned and took 2 steps back, deciding to wait for him here. Qingdo didn't care, and walked to his locker and quickly put his things into a sports bag. He also changed into a black training suit, but the difference from the previous one was that this set of training suit had a wide, thick black belt tied around the waist, and on the right side of the belt, there were 2 knives pinned. It was not the style of Chinese long sword. Jiang Yi squinted his eyes and looked at the new Qingdo, especially the 2 swords. Although Qingdo did not seem to have changed, Jiang Yi instinctively felt that he looked as sharp as a blade without the swords. The 2 swords looked similar to his Tang Dao, but the blades were obviously more curved, one long and one short, one black and one white. The white one was a long sword, with a dark gold blade guard in a circular shape stuck on the scabbard, and the handle was a green rope woven around the entire handle. The black knife is a short knife, only about 1 foot long, and is completely black, with only the blade guard being bright silver. There are complex hollow patterns on the blade guard, and the entire knife, from the handle to the scabbard, is made of wood. There was a metal stud in the middle of the handle, and half a white gem was inlaid in the middle of the stud. Holding the knife in his right hand, Qingdao came to Jiang Yi without looking back and just said lightly, "Let's go." Jiang Yi smiled and didn't care, and followed him out of the locker room. When he walked out of the door, he saw Li Zhiqian and Zhu Kaijun. The two seemed to have had some kind of argument, staring at each other, but neither said a word. It was not until he saw Qingdao that Zhu Kaijun smiled apologetically. "Qingdao, if you want to come back, you are always welcome here." Qingdao didn't answer, and it could even be said that he ignored all of them. He walked sideways past Zhu Kaijun. Zhu Kaijun didn't expect Qingdao to treat him like this, and his face seemed to be dyed red for a moment. Jiang Yi bit his lip. He didn't dare to laugh. He was covered in wounds and was afraid of the pain. Chapter 28 Mysterious Jade Meat. It was not until the two of them reached the first floor that they heard Li Zhiqian's roar and the sound of things being smashed coming from downstairs. Jiang Yi noticed that when Qingdao reached the first floor, his body suddenly relaxed, and he could even hear him exhaling heavily. Knowing that he was feeling bad, Jiang Yi did not make fun of him. The two men walked to the hall. Jiang Yi took a quick glance and found that the hall of the gymnasium was very huge, but very empty. The door was blocked tightly by messy things, making it impossible to pass through. The dried blood on the ground also told everyone that this place was not peaceful. Qingdao didn't pay much attention to these, but put the bag on the ground with a sad face, and looked back at Jiang Yi. "Okay, let's stop here. If you want to find Guohanxue, you should be able to find her by going up the stairs to the 4th floor." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. "What about you?" Haruto smiled bitterly. "I'm going to go out and see if there's any other place I can hide for a while. It's been so long, rescue probably won't come. My parents can't be contacted in Yamato right now, so I want to see if there's any way to get to Yamato Island." Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. This guy was too naive. Even before the end of the world, going abroad was not possible immediately. Not to mention that it was the end of the world now, not to mention whether there would be planes or ships to Yamato. Even if there was, how could they bring Qingdao with them? Moreover, Jiang Yi didn't think that the sky and the sea were safer than the land now. But it was obvious that Haruto was just talking, and he looked outside with self-mockery. If I really succeed, would it be considered a great feat in the end times? Jiang Yi wanted to knock on his head to wake him up. "If you want to find a safer place, the cafeteria is a good place." Qingdao nodded. Jiang Yi had already told him about the situation there. However, it was not close to the cafeteria, so it was obviously not that easy to get there. Jiang Yi saw Qingdao's hesitation, thought for a moment and said, "How about this, I hire you as my bodyguard." Qingdao was stunned and looked at Jiang Yi stupidly, not understanding what he meant at all. Jiang Yi smiled and said, "You can see that I am covered in wounds. Since I am hiding here, it is impossible for me to go back to the cafeteria. In my current state, any zombie can kill me. So, since you have saved me once, why don't you help me again and protect me during this period of time before my wounds heal? As for the reward." Jiang Yi thought about it and suddenly smiled and said, "The reward is that during this period of time, I will cover all your 3 meals. Moreover, I will take you to the cafeteria. How about it?" Qingdao was stunned and looked at him strangely. "It seems that all your food has been divided up by them. How can you pay me?" Jiang Yi smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, I will make sure you are well fed." "How is it?" Haruto nodded without much thought. "Okay, it's settled then. From now on, I'll be your bodyguard. But please don't always cause trouble for me." Qingdao's willingness made Jiang Yi a little unbelievable. If it were him, he might not agree to this employment, which was almost a joke. But when he saw Qingdao's clear eyes, Jiang Yi suddenly understood that he didn't believe in him at all, but just wanted to help him. Only with this kind of thought could he feel relaxed but also solemn about his responsibility. Jiang Yi couldn't help laughing after he understood. Qingdao felt a little nervous, as if he didn't say anything funny. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Yi pointed at his and Qingdao's arms. "Look, I have a companion now, 2 one-armed heroes." Haha. Qingdao reacted and immediately couldn't help but feel better. He even couldn't help but bumped Jiang Yi with his right arm. The two people who were injured immediately grinned at the same time. Although he was cheerful, the wound still needed to be treated. Qingdou led Jiang Yi to find an empty room, and the two of them used one hand to help each other bandage the wound. Jiang Yi had a lot of wounds on his body, but most of them were superficial injuries. The most serious ones were the bite wounds on his right arm and left shoulder. But it should not be a major injury. Jiang Yi endured the pain and could even move his fingers. However, Qingdou's right arm was not only twisted, but also swollen and purple. Haruto obviously had some experience in treatment. He drained some blood from the arm, then used a bandage to make a simple arm sling and hung the arm around his neck. Both of them injured their arms, one on the left and one on the right. It seemed a bit coincidental and even ridiculous, but in fact, Haruto was not optimistic. He knew clearly that the injuries on their arms were very serious, and even before the end of the world, they would have to rest for more than half a year. But now, there was no hospital, no doctor, and even no suitable medicine. There is no possibility of healing the arms of the two of them. After hearing Qingdou's judgment, Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown. This is troublesome. The difficulty of hunting advanced zombies will increase again. Qingdou thought Jiang Yi was frightened by him and tried to comfort him softly, but he had no idea that Jiang Yi was just thinking about who to give the blood-replenishing potion to first. After treating his injuries, Qingdou looked at Jiang Yi in disbelief as he actually took out 2 rolled sausages from his bag. He took one and without smelling it carefully, a fragrant and rich smell of jelly entered his nose, which immediately made his stomach rumble. Jiang Yi took out 2 more bottles of water, and when he heard the voice, he immediately smiled and said, "Eat quickly, it's a pity that Guohanxue is not here, otherwise we could still have some hot noodles." After just one day of not seeing each other, Jiang Yi found that he actually trusted the coffee made by Guohanxue. Unfortunately, although he was a top student, his talent in cooking was almost zero. God knows he could even cook a bowl of instant noodles until they were mushy. And when he suddenly had the urge to make handmade chocolates for Qingjiazi on Valentine's Day, he mistook salt for sugar. Qingdou didn't know about Jiang Yi's extravagant ideas. He hadn't had a good meal for almost half a month, and he couldn't believe that there was something so delicious now. He took a deep bite, and in the rich meaty aroma, he squinted his eyes happily. It's so delicious, indescribably delicious. Even Yamato's most famous Wagyu beef cannot compare with the distinct fat distribution of the meat roll in my hand. Jiang Yi watched in shock as he finished up half a pound of jade meat in just a few bites, sucking the grease on his fingers with satisfaction. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Qingdou's thin body. Half a pound of meat may not seem like much, but the energy it stores is enough to make an awakened psychic feel full. But even such food made Qingdou, an ordinary person, eat it all up. Feeling Jiang Yi's gaze, Qingdou felt a little embarrassed. "Sorry, I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time, I can't control myself." Jiang Yi shook his head. "Don't you feel a little bloated?" Haruto touched his flat stomach and shook his head. "No, I've had a big appetite since I was a child. My father said that I can eat so much because I've been practicing swordsmanship since I was a child." Jiang Yi shook his head. He always felt that this was not the reason, but he didn't care too much. After all, there were many people in this world with amazing appetites, and the jade fat meat only had huge energy, but not too much. But Jiang Yi didn't dare to give him more food, fearing that he would be overwhelmed by the energy in the food if he ate too much. After dinner, Qingdou felt tired, and Jiang Yi suggested that they rest here for one night and go upstairs tomorrow morning. Qingdou, who was really sleepy, agreed, and the next moment he fell on the blanket on the ground. Jiang Yi looked at Qingdou, who was sleeping soundly, with some strangeness. He never expected that eating jade fat meat could help ordinary people sleep. What he didn't know was that ordinary people couldn't absorb external energy as effectively as those who had awakened special powers, and could only passively endure the impact of energy. After all, jade fat meat is food produced by awakened abilities. Most people cannot even bear the energy of a portion of jade fat meat. Only a survivor like Qingdou who has a strong physique and a firm will can digest half a pound of jade fat meat in one breath. While the seriously injured Haruto was sleeping unaware of it, a large amount of energy was flowing through his body, especially the bones in his arms. Although they had not yet recovered, it was as if an invisible film was spread over the wound, completely eliminating the possibility of worsening. It was also slowly eliminating the blood stasis in his body. It was not until the next day when Jiang Yi saw Qingdou awake that he felt relieved. He was afraid that Qingdou might get sick from the diet. As a swordsman, Qingdao knew his body very well. The strange movement of his arm did not make the condition worse, but it was much easier than yesterday. Jiang Yi stared at him with some resentment, as if I were the bodyguard, but you let me guard you all night? Haruto immediately stopped wondering and said with an embarrassed look, I'm really sorry, I might be too tired to have been thinking about it until now. Jiang Yi shook his hand, it's okay, I just said it, you don't have to take it to heart. Haruto, however, felt very guilty because he accepted Jiang Yi's reward but did not complete the task, which was unacceptable to him as he had always been very self-willed. Jiang Yi finally managed to stop him from blaming himself, but even so, Haruto actually punished himself by not eating for the whole day to remember his negligence. Rolling his eyes, Jiang Yi gave up. Why would he compete with a Yamato? Chapter 29, Shouting. As Qingdao's eyes kept moving over, Jiang Yi ate another portion of pork fat. It was braised, with a rich broth. After eating, Haruto headed to the 4th floor with a growling stomach. Qingdao placed his right hand on the white knife at his waist, his sharpness restrained. It echoed with the black knife in Jiang Yi's left hand, forming a very strong contrast. Jiang Yi followed him upstairs and felt that the entire gymnasium was terribly quiet. Because the two of them were injured, the stairs that they could usually climb easily now made them feel pain in their wounds with every step. I heard from Qingdao that the entire gymnasium, including the underground swimming pool, has a total of 5 floors. Because it has just been officially opened for a short time, the whole building looks very new. The gymnasium includes a swimming pool, indoor basketball court, volleyball court, training hall, etc. In addition, the school has allocated 2 floors of space to various clubs for training and training. Among them are the Taekwondo club, Kendo club, and archery team. Because of conflicts between various clubs, everyone spontaneously placed some foreign competitions on the 2nd floor, while the local Chinese competition clubs were on the 4th floor. Because they couldn't stand each other, Qingdao naturally knew something about Guo Hanxue, the president of the Hua Xia Archery Club. However, because Qingdao was a year younger than Jiang Yi and the others, he had just joined the Kendo club, but even though his strength exceeded that of the president by a lot, he was not qualified to represent the Kendo club. On the contrary, Guo Hanxue had already served as the president when he was a sophomore. There is no one in the entire university athletic community who doesn't know her. Qingdao's words made Jiang Yi happy. He didn't expect Guo Hanxue to be so powerful. And such a powerful Guo Hanxue is now his team member. Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel proud. Qingdao supported Jiang Yi, who was unable to stand, and his face looked a little grim. Jiang Yi, why don't we take a break first? You are too seriously injured, you can't mess around anymore. Jiang Yi held onto the handrail of the stairs and panted heavily, don't worry, we're already on the 3rd floor. You can rest when you get there. A hint of hesitation flashed across Qingdao's eyes, but he didn't say what was in his mind. When the two of them supported each other to the 3rd floor, they looked up and saw that the entire corridor had been blocked by various debris. The two were stunned, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but reach out to touch the shelf that blocked the road. A wooden stick suddenly shot out from the gap of the shelf, and it went straight to Jiang Yi's chest. Jiang Yi was stunned and hadn't reacted yet, but Qingdao on the side blocked Jiang Yi in an instant, and with his right hand, he grabbed the wooden stick that was almost as thick as a mop in his palm. The person on the other side of the obstacle obviously didn't expect that someone could actually grab his stick, and he immediately shouted, let go. But Qingdao was not so easy to talk to. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he held the stick with one hand and actually held it tightly to prevent the other party from pulling it out. The two sides kept exerting force, the wooden stick kept shaking, and even hit the obstacles, making a rattling sound. At this time, another stick came out and hit Haruto's head. Haruto retracted his hand, and the stick instantly retracted. Then he heard a loud noise from the other side. The other side obviously didn't expect Haruto to suddenly let go. He was trying his best to pull the rope, and his fate was imaginable. Haruto also dodged the stick that hit his head. Who are you? Are you here to cause trouble? The person on the other side was obviously very angry, and his tone revealed anger. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. It seemed that it might not be so easy to get in. After thinking for a while, he said, I came here to find someone. Please let us pass. There should be 2 or 3 people on the opposite side. When they heard Jiang Yi's words, they immediately expressed disdain and contempt. There is no one you are looking for here, get out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Jiang Yi frowned, but still said, "The person I'm looking for is Guo. She should have been here the day before yesterday." The other party was obviously silent for a moment after hearing this name, and then the same person asked, "Who are you to President Guo?" It seems that Guo really arrived safely. Jiang Yi felt relieved and couldn't help but smile. "She and I are classmates. We came here together the day before yesterday. But because we encountered zombies, we were temporarily separated. We agreed to meet here." After a few murmurs from inside, someone shouted reluctantly, "Just wait here, I'll go in and ask." Although the beginning was not pleasant, Jiang Yi didn't care about the other party's ill intentions as long as he could enter the fourth floor smoothly. After all, it was the end of the world, and those who survived would not be fools, so how could they be wary of strangers? Jiang Yi did not have to wait too long. After 4 or 5 minutes, the obstacle in front of him shook, and then, under the surprised gaze of the 2, 3 figures actually flexibly climbed over the obstacle and landed in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked at the 3 men. One of them was holding a camphor stick that was almost as tall as him, while the other one was carrying a wooden longbow and had a small quiver hanging behind his waist like Guo. But the one in the middle made Jiang Yi unable to ignore him. He had dark skin and was also very big and strong. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and his whole body seemed to be twice as thick as that of an ordinary person. The man's arms were thicker than his thighs. The moment he saw this man, Qingdao felt the danger and instinctively grabbed the knife handle. The black tower-like man stood at the stairs, looking coldly at Jiang Yi and the other man, his eyes full of contempt for them. "You guys? Are you here to see President Guo?" Jiang Yi didn't know this person, but from his strong presence, he knew that this person was definitely not simple. "Yes, she and I are classmates. We escaped from the dormitory together and came here. I wonder if she is here." Li Gang grinned, his eyes full of disdain. "Another pair of losers who want to follow the president. Really, don't they have any sense of shame?" Jiang Yi was stunned. Qingdao stepped forward. "What did you say?" He has always been the best among his peers and has never been called a waste. Li Gang, who was as tall as a black tower, didn't seem to recognize Qingdao. He just lowered his head and glanced at Qingdao, who was only a little over 170 centimeters tall. "Shorty, who are you?" Suddenly, Li Gang's pupils shrank, and he looked at Qingdao's outfit carefully, and finally fell on the weapons on Jiang Yi and the other 2. His face suddenly changed, and his words were full of impatience. "Are you the little traitors from the Kendo Club? What are you doing here? Get out. You are not welcome here, go back to your basement." Then Li Gang and the other 2 couldn't help laughing. Hearing the other party's insulting tone, Haruto became angry. Even though his left hand was injured, his right hand was not affected at all and he drew out the white sword. But Jiang Yi held it down with one hand, and the sword that had just appeared shrank back. Jiang Yi looked up without any anger, but smiled and said, "Classmate, I don't know who you are, can you help President Guo to chase people away? Guo and I came here together, but you blocked us. Could it be that she was detained by you?" After saying that, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. "I didn't know that there are people in the current school district who can act recklessly." After the end of the world, Jiang Yi killed hundreds of zombies. His murderous aura was already condensed, and as an awakened one, his aura was immediately oppressive. Even Qingdao beside him looked at him in shock. Li Gang and the 2 people behind him were even more shocked, and they instinctively shrank back at Jiang Yi's questioning. Li Gang frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think we are a gang? I just don't like you fake devils. You don't practice the good Chinese martial arts, but practice some fancy swordsmanship from the Yamato country. Those are nothing. Are they as powerful as the martial arts passed down by our ancestors? We always beat you to tears." Jiang Yi snorted coldly, raised the black knife in his hand, and waved it in front of him. "Who told you that I practice foreign swordsmanship? You still have the nerve to say that you practice Chinese martial arts. Are you blind? You can't even tell the difference between ancient Chinese tang swords, and you still have the nerve to tell me that you look down on others. You." Li Gang's face turned even darker. He took a step forward angrily, and his hands, as big as palm leaf fans, unconsciously clenched into fists. Jiang Yi was not afraid at all, staring at him coldly. "Why? Does this classmate want to test here whether your fist is stronger or my knife is sharper?" Li Gang held his breath for a long time, and his breath was stuck in his chest. Just when everyone thought he would attack Jiang Yi in anger, he suddenly loosened his fist and stared at Jiang Yi with a very bad face. "I can't argue with you, but don't be too cocky. If you want to come here, it's not enough to just say it. If you want to go in, you can. But you must abide by the rules here, otherwise don't blame me for throwing you out from the 4th floor. After saying that, he turned around and climbed back up. Although he was huge, he was very agile, just like a monkey. The heavy weight didn't affect him at all. Seeing these 3 people leave as soon as they said they would, Jiang Yi felt relieved. Although he seemed to not care about Li Gang's reaction at all, no one knew that when he was confronting him, Jiang Yi's back was wet with cold sweat. He was the only one present who discovered that the other party was actually an awakener. He was extremely powerful. Both Haruto and himself were seriously injured. It would definitely be disadvantageous for them to fight with the other party at this time. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered, but it was obvious that the other party also sensed his aura as an awakener. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to give in the end. But soon the two were dumbfounded. Looking at the obstacles that were almost piled up to the roof, and thinking about their injuries, they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Li Gang, who had already turned over, waited impatiently for a long time, but he didn't see them turn over. He couldn't help but roared from the gap beside him, "Come over quickly, I have a lot of things to do." However, his next glance revealed the 2 men's hanging arms, and he immediately cursed inwardly at the trouble, but he grabbed a box under the obstacle with one hand and easily pulled it out from underneath. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he noticed that although the box was at the bottom, its top was actually suspended in the air. The entire box was clearly blocking the bottom. After it was moved away, a small door was revealed that was big enough for someone to bend down and get in. Jiang Yi didn't expect the other party's plan to be so meticulous. After following Qingdou through, Li Gang blocked the heavy box again with an ugly face and clapped his hands. "You are really useless. You said so powerfully, but it turns out you are 2 cripples. Let me tell you, we don't have medicine or doctors here. Also, I don't care how your injuries were caused, but you have to be quarantined now. If you are infected with the virus and become zombies, don't blame me for killing you and not burying you." After saying that, he walked upstairs without caring about the mood of Jiang Yi and the others. Chapter 30 The Real Qinjiazi. Although nominally they only occupied the 4th floor, they had actually already taken control of the 3rd floor. So Jiang Yi did not see Guohanxue immediately. Instead, he was taken to the 3rd floor by Li Gang and shouted to a female student who was sorting things on the 3rd floor, "Hanya, take them to a room, lock them up, and let them out tomorrow." After saying that, he ran upstairs on his own without caring about the expression of the female student who was busy working. Jiang Yi frowned and wanted to call Li Gang. Quarantine? Another day wasted? At this time, the girl opposite also put down her work, pushed her heavy glasses, walked over carefully, glanced at the wounds on the 2 people, and then whispered, "Come with me." Jiang Yi didn't want to waste time. "My classmate, our injuries were not caused by zombie bites, and we didn't just arrive at the gymnasium. We rested on the 2nd floor yesterday. If we were infected with the virus, we would have turned into zombies long ago, and there would be no need for isolation." As he said that, Jiang Yi motioned Qingdou to show his injuries. He couldn't let the other party see his injuries, because unlike Haruto, all the wounds on his body were left by zombies. If he hadn't awakened his abilities, such severe bites would have turned him into a zombie 800 times. The girl named Hanya pushed her glasses up in embarrassment. "I have no say on this. President Ma stipulates that anyone coming in from outside must be quarantined for a day. Even if we go out and encounter zombies, we will have to be quarantined for half a day even if we are not injured." As she spoke, Hanya swiftly opened a storage room and motioned for them to go in. The 2 had no choice but to go in. Hanya immediately locked the door from the outside and said through the crack in the door, "Don't worry, as long as you don't turn into zombies, I will ask someone to find you an easier job when you are released. Here, as long as you work, you will never starve to death." After that, she ignored the 2 of them and continued to work. Qingdou sat cross-legged on a fall-proof mat on the ground, smiling at Jiang Yi who looked helpless. "It seems that the order here is quite good, much better than that in the swimming pool." Jiang Yi pinched his head with a headache. "So what? This place is not suitable for staying for a long time. There is no food. We can only rely on people to search. With so many people, something will happen sooner or later." Qingdou nodded. "Yes, a few days ago, all the food found near here was looted. If we want to find food, we have to go further away. The day before yesterday, 10 of us went out, and only 3 of us came back safely, including me." Thinking of this, he felt a little depressed. After all, some of his former teammates were there. Everyone was happily honing their sword skills together a few days ago, but they didn't expect that they would be separated from each other a few days later. Qingdo had already mentioned to Zhu Kaijun that they should leave, but obviously, except for a few people who supported him, most people refused to leave because of the fear of zombies. Although it is difficult to find supplies around the gymnasium, it also has advantages, because there are few people gathered here, so the number of zombies is naturally small, and more importantly, this gymnasium was built only a few years ago and is very solid. Hiding here, there is no need to worry about the zombies and beasts outside. Jiang Yi was a little anxious. He became more and more impatient in the small dark room. Qingdo didn't make any noise. He knelt quietly on the ground with the knife between his legs. He maintained a state of training his mind. If it weren't for the occasional rumbling sound coming from his stomach, Jiang Yi would have been really scared. Looking at Qingdo, who was meditating in a very serious manner, Jiang Yi secretly rolled his eyes. After getting to know Qingdo, he realized that the legendary figure from Gongda was not arrogant at all, and was no different from ordinary people like them. He once thought that Qingdo was so unattainable. Being locked up here, Jiang Yi couldn't think of any solution for a moment, so he forced himself to sit against the wall despite his depression. However, compared with Qingdo, who was kneeling properly, Jiang Yi looked lazy like a black cat with its eyes squinting. With his palm pressed against the wall, Jiang Yi glanced at his status. There was not much change in his attributes and levels. Level 6. Level 6, 4964, Speed 13, Defense 7, Strength 5.5, Spirit 5.5, Constitution 4. However, Guo Hanxue and I have been separated for such a long time, and yet we are still in a team. Don't you have to be together for team mode to work? However, my own experience did not increase, which meant that either she had not fought after the separation, or because we were not together, I could not gain her experience. Scratching his head in distress, Jiang Yi found that there were too many areas in his abilities that needed to be verified. The entire system template looked too rough. Glancing at Guo Hanshue's trust, he found that it had reached a terrifying 90%. Did he do anything to impress her? Frowning, Jiang Yi discovered strangely that Qingdo was not on his teammate menu. You know, I have been with Qingdo for 2 or 3 days. If you say that the team mode must reach a certain level of trust to be stimulated, it doesn't make sense. After all, compared with the time when I teamed up with Guo Hanxue, the beginning with Qingdo was obviously more harmonious. But even so, he and Qingdo did not activate the team mode. Ah! So annoying. Jiang Yi scratched his head frantically with his left hand. Under Qingdo's weird gaze, his hair was a mess and he stood up suddenly. His ability was still too weak. This was the golden period to quickly improve his strength. How could he waste time here? No, I must see Guo Hanxue as soon as possible. Jiang Yi even had a vague plan. If he really couldn't find her, he would be able to accept just leaving. After all, there were too many things he wanted to figure out, and he also had to avenge the betrayal. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi walked to the door and knocked hard a few times. Soon, Hanya's timid voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Jiang Yi leaned against the door and whispered, Student Han, can you open the door? I really have something urgent to do and I have to get out right away. Hanya's embarrassed voice came from outside the door. No, my words don't count. If I let you out, I will be punished. I'm sorry. Jiang Yi frowned. He would rather face a reckless man like Li Gang than deal with a girl like Hanya who had a little rabbit personality. After begging for a long time, Hanya refused to open the door. Finally, Jiang Yi, who was exhausted, had to give in and said, Can I ask you to do me a favor? I can give you food in exchange. Hanya, who had been refusing, paused for a moment when she heard the word food. Although they were not short of food in the future, it was obvious that as a girl who did not dare to fight, she had never eaten enough. Unable to resist the temptation of Jiang Yi's food, he finally asked hesitantly, What's the matter? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, There's a way. He hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. Student Han, do you know President Guo Hanxue? The one from the archery club? Hanya answered quickly, her voice becoming a little lighter. Yes, I know him. I'm also in the archery team. Jiang Yi was overjoyed. Can you please go find her? Just tell her Jiang Yi is here. Hanya was stunned for a while, obviously still not realizing how Jiang Yi knew her president. You know, their president usually doesn't say anything to boys and doesn't like to talk to them. Thinking of Jiang Yi's request, she felt a little embarrassed. I know the president came back 2 days ago, but now I can't see her at all, I'm not qualified to go upstairs. Jiang Yi frowned, a little anxious. I will give you 3 meals, just go upstairs and call her. This is not the feudal era. Even if you are not allowed, you will only be scolded at most. Hanya was obviously a very timid girl. Even though Jiang Yi increased her reward, she was still a little worried. It was not until Jiang Yi promised to give her 2 bottles of clean mineral water that Hanya, who was not full every day, finally gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, you have to keep your word, otherwise I will not let you go." Jiang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when hearing the girl's non-threatening warning, but fortunately she finally agreed. The next step is to wait. Qingdou looked at Jiang Yi strangely, and after thinking for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you care about President Guohanxue? Is she your girlfriend?" Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, wondering how Qingdou knew that he and Guohanxue were actually a couple. He quickly denied, "How is it possible? How could I like that fierce woman?" Qingdou seemed to think about it for a moment, with a tentative look in his eyes. "Are you still together with Qinjiazi?" Jiang Yi looked at Qingdou. If he had asked this question before, he would have proudly said that their relationship was still very deep. But now, he really couldn't say it, even if it was self-deception. Seeing Jiang Yi's conflicted look, Qingdou misunderstood that he and Qinjiazi had broken up, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Yi frowned and looked at Qingdou. "What? Do you have something to say?" Qingdou was obviously not good at controlling his facial expressions, and he was a little at a loss when Jiang Yi questioned him. The more he did this, the more curious Jiang Yi became. In the end, Jiang Yi even threatened to deduct his food for the next day. Qingdou then said, "Jiang Yi, you know, I liked her before, and even challenged you to a duel, but later I cancelled the duel with you." Jiang Yi nodded. He would never forget this. At that time, Qinjiazi comforted him that he didn't have to fight with others and get hurt. He was very moved at that time and felt that she was caring about him. But now thinking about it, Qinjiazi's expression and tone at the time simply meant that she felt there was no way she could beat Qingdou, and there was no need to embarrass her. Haruto frowned. "Actually, before the final battle, I went to see her and wanted to talk to her, but I was outside her dorm and heard what she said to other girls." Jiang Yi was stunned. He had no idea there was such a story behind the incident. However, judging from the result of Qingdou suddenly cancelling the duel, what he heard at that time was definitely not a good thing. However, Qingdou's next words made Jiang Yi recognize the real Qinjiazi again. Chapter 31, First Encounter with Dongfang Tian. Jiang Yi listened to Qingdou's narration in a daze, and he felt like he was struck by lightning. "That day, I heard her tell others that she enjoyed men doing crazy things to pursue her. She also told her roommates about the many stupid things you had done to her before, and that you would give her everything she wanted. She also analyzed my family's situation with others, and said that if my family was rich, she would take advantage of our duel to abandon you. And she had already thought of a reason, saying that your duel with her as the stakes was disrespectful to her. In fact, her classmates all knew that she never considered you her boyfriend. Even when we were dueling, they spread the news on the school network. Because the back-end administrator was the boyfriend of one of them." Jiang Yi's eyes went dark, and his heart felt like there was a plug stuck in it, unable to breathe. Even though he knew from the notes how Qinjiazi viewed him, Jiang Yi felt even more hurt when he heard the real her from his former rival. What happened next is what you know. After Qingdou saw Qinjiazi's true face, he decisively abandoned this non-existent relationship and quickly cancelled the duel, ruining the plans of Qinjiazi and others. He even reported it to Zhu Kaijun, who dismissed the administrator of the school website. Because of this, a large number of posts slandering Qingdou appeared on the school website after the incident, and the situation was not resolved until the school intervened after the incident became more and more serious. Jiang Yi listened quietly. His expression was so calm that it made people feel uneasy. He was not stupid. From Qinjiazi's notes, Jiang Yi knew that this woman was not as pure and lovely as he knew her to be. He also knew that it was not that Qinjiazi had changed her mind, but that she did not consider him as her boyfriend at all. But he always thought that this was just a matter between her and himself, but obviously, there were many people who knew about these things, and it was possible that among the people around them, only Jiang Yi himself was kept in the dark. No wonder there were always people asking him in a weird tone whether he and Qinjiazi were a couple. Jiang Yi was so proud at that time. Now thinking about it, he really looked so stupid back then. While feeling embarrassed, Jiang Yi's anger towards Chen Jiazi became even fiercer. He wanted to go back and ask her why she treated him like this. It wasn't for the purpose of winning her back, Jiang Yi just wanted to hear how she would deceive him next. Moreover, he wanted her to pay the price, the heavy price of deceiving her youth for 4 years. Jiang Yi, who had killed hundreds of zombies, unconsciously exuded his own violent aura. Qingdou, who was already very sensitive to this kind of aura, had his hair stand on end instantly. He instinctively held the knife on his leg and looked at Jiang Yi in shock. How could he have such a terrifying aura? He had only felt this feeling from his father and some powerful warriors he knew. A hint of surprise flashed through his mind. Could it be that Jiang Yi was very strong? Bang! The security door suddenly bumped, dispelling the anger that Jiang Yi unconsciously exuded. The two were startled, and then they heard the sound of a key opening the door. Jiang Yi stood up, and the moment the door opened, a person jumped in from outside. Guo Hanxue screamed excitedly, "Jiang Yi, it's really you. You're not dead." As he spoke, he rushed over, hugged Jiang Yi, and shouted and laughed. Jiang Yi's eyes turned black with pain. Hand. Big sister, my hand. Guo Hanxue, who was so excited that she couldn't help herself, just realized that her hand was holding Jiang Yi's hanging arm. Seeing a layer of cold sweat on Jiang Yi's face, she immediately retracted her hand, with a look of fear after doing something wrong. "Are you okay? I didn't mean to do it. How did you get hurt so badly? Did you apply medicine? Are there any other injuries?" Qingdou on the side looked stupidly at President Guo Hanxue, who completely ignored him. He, who used to be always the focus of attention, took 2 steps back in a complicated manner and couldn't help drawing circles in frustration. By the way, are they really not a couple? Is this excited look really the cold beauty Guo Hanxue that he has heard of? There were also several people outside the door with mixed feelings. Dongfang Tian stood outside the door with an exceptionally calm expression, even with a smile in the corners of his eyes, but the fists hanging under his sleeves were squeaking. Hanya, who opened the door, instinctively took 2 steps back in fear, not daring to look up at Dongfang Tian. It took Guo Hanxue a while to control her excitement. After noticing Qingdou, a strange look flashed in her eyes, but she recovered quickly and patted Jiang Yi with a smile. "You don't know, I thought you were dead, and I cried yesterday." Jiang Yi raised his head proudly. "You must be joking. I'm so powerful, how could I be bitten to death by a dog? I told you long ago that you should just wait for me here." Guo Hanxue looked at him, who was covered in wounds, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Forget it, 3 of you are not enough for me to bully." Jiang Yi shut his mouth in frustration, wanting to refute, but he had nothing to say. Guo Hanxue, who had won the match, turned around and led them out triumphantly. Jiang Yi then realized that there were many people outside the door. They were obviously following Guo Hanxue. Guo Hanxue also introduced, "Jiang Yi, this is Dongfang Tian, the president of the martial arts club. Before the end of the world, he was an ally of our archery team. Don't underestimate him, he comes from a martial arts family. Dongfang Tian, this is Jiang Yi, my friend, and now, he is also my captain." After hesitating for a while, Guo Hanxue said the last sentence somewhat embarrassedly. When Jiang Yi allowed her to escape first, Guo Hanxue finally understood what he had said to her about their being teammates. Guo Hanxue was once the leader of the entire club. But because of this, the members respected and loved her, but they were also extremely dependent on her. When something happened, the first thing they thought of was to find a solution by themselves. This made her tired and she felt helpless. It was not until Jiang Yi appeared that she truly understood what a teammate was. Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth. He finally felt that his previous impulsive actions were worth it. Jiang Yi felt even more elated that he could be recognized by such a powerful guy like Guo Hanxue. Dongfang Tian frowned. No one knew Guo Hanshue's power better than him. But how could Guo Hanxue, who has never been friendly to others, be so close to such a weak person? Especially just now, Guo Hanshue's almost instinctive excitement made Dongfang Tian feel a strong sense of crisis. Everyone in the 2 clubs knew that he had liked Guo Hanxue for more than a year. He confessed to her once but was rejected. Dongfang Tian, who had always wanted to have his way since he was a child, was disappointed but wanted Guo Hanxue even more. It can be said that Guo Hanxue and her club have been protected under his wings over the past year. He is using this method to erode Guo Hanshue's feelings for him bit by bit. In fact, he was almost successful. Guo Hanshue could only smile when she talked to him. This also made Dongfang Tian feel that he was different from others in her heart. A few days ago, Guo Hanshue's sudden return made Dongfang Tian very excited. However, she was not as embarrassed as expected. Even after crawling in the apocalypse for half a month, the returned Guo Hanshue was still heroic and vigorous. Although she looked embarrassed, her overall temperament was even better than before. Dongfang Tian became more and more excited when he learned that she had awakened the same ability as him. He felt that it was God's will for them to be together. He had been thinking this way, but later he found that Guo Hanshue had returned, but her mind did not seem to be here. She even refused his request to take over the archery team again after she came back. He had already taken control of the gymnasium, and he was happy to see Guo Hanshue being so sensible. It was the end of the world, and women should be more obedient. But the appearance of Jiang Yi completely shattered Dongfang Tian's fantasy. In front of them, Dongfang Tiankai suddenly realized that he was just an ordinary friend in Guo Hanshue's eyes. Only this person can make Guo Hanshue look so proud. He clenched his fists tightly, a flash of hatred passed through his eyes, and Dongfang Tian looked at Jiang Yi. This man cannot be kept. When Dongfang Tian was looking at Jiang Yi was also looking at Dongfang Tian. This person was the same as Qing Do, and was also considered a famous figure. But compared to Qing Do, Dongfang Tian was better in every aspect. His family background and character are both commendable. In particular, he almost became the student council president. However, he later gave up the position because he wanted to concentrate on running the club. You know, at that time, there was a lot of support for him in the school. The school had even basically confirmed his position. Dongfang Tian was not very tall, even shorter than himself, but he had a very well-proportioned body, with his upper body muscles clearly visible even in a t-shirt, and his arms were strong and sturdy, showing that he exercised regularly. And Qingdo behind him was also staring at Dongfang Tian with a little nervousness. When he first joined the Kendo club, Qingdo challenged Dongfang Tian as a representative, but he was defeated miserably in that battle. Even I began to doubt my own swordsmanship. But soon, with the help of his father's persuasion over the phone, he finally got out of the shadow in his heart. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that the battle between Dongfang Tian and himself could have ended quickly, but he had forced himself to persist under his hands for an hour. During this hour, every minute was a heavy blow to him, and any moves could be resolved by the opponent. Dongfang Tian, who did not take the initiative to attack throughout the whole process, exhausted himself. What Dongfang Tian defeated was not Qingdo's people, but Qingdo's heart. He wants to destroy Haruto. Therefore, Qingdo was very wary of Dongfangshan. Especially after the end of the world, Dongfangshan's actions made Qingdo extremely radical every time he saw him. Just when Qingdo was feeling complicated, Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi looked at each other. Dongfang Tian walked forward with a friendly smile and stretched out his right hand to him. I have always heard Hanshue mention you. Today I finally see you. Nice to meet you. The hand he extended paused. Dongfang Tian looked at Jiang Yi and smiled before retracting his hand. I forgot, you can't shake hands. Chapter 32 Invitation and Killing Intent. The hand he extended paused. Dongfang Tian looked at Jiang Yi and smiled before retracting his hand. I forgot, you can't shake hands. Guo Hanshue frowned. Although Dongfang Tian's tone was normal, she instinctively felt that something was wrong. Jiang Yi seemed to feel nothing, with a smile on his face. I have heard a lot about you, Mr. Dongfang. This is the first time I have seen you in person. You are truly a rare talent, seeing is believing. Dongfang Tian looked at Jiang Yi's smiling face, lowered his eyelids and said with a smile, Jiang Yi, you are joking. I am just an ordinary student. I am sorry that you have been wrong these 2 days. Don't worry, for Han Shue's sake, I will definitely take good care of you. After he finished speaking, his eyes turned and fell on Qingdo, smiling, Student Ji, we meet again. The last battle benefited me a lot. I was worried that you would encounter some accidents before, but I didn't expect you to come back. How about it, are you still leaving this time? Why not join my team? With your strength, I can let you lead a team, how about it? Dongfang Tian seemed to have completely forgotten the previous grudge between the two, and at this moment he was wholeheartedly inviting Qing Do. After all, Haruto's fighting power really attracted him. Even though he is just an ordinary one, Qingdo's fighting ability is no worse than Li Gang and others. Dongfang Tian, who knew the importance of talent in the apocalypse, no longer thought about suppressing the once famous newcomer Ji Qingdo. But he misjudged his influence on Haruto. How could Haruto, who was always on guard against him, accept his kindness now? Not only did he not hesitate at all, he even became instinctively alert when he saw Dongfang Tian's signature smile. Jiang Yi frowned. He could feel Qingdo's strange feeling, and his change was related to Dongfang Tian. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian was very good at dealing with people. Even when he was trying to recruit Qingdo, he didn't ignore Jiang Yi, who was just regarded as a big enemy. Seeing Jiang Yi looking at him, Dongfang Tian couldn't help but say, "This is Jiang, right? I wonder if you are willing to join our team and survive together." As if for his sake, Dongfang Tian even glanced at Guo Hanxue. "You are Hanxue's friend. If you are willing, you can directly join my team." The former classmates and current subordinates behind him were full of envy and jealousy. Dongfang Tian was very powerful, and the team he led personally was not only safer, but also had the best supplies. Everyone was trying their best to get in, but the requirements for the Eastern Chosen One were extremely high, and it was simply not something that people like them who had only practiced martial arts for a few months could dream of. It is conceivable that once Jiang Yi, whose right hand is disabled, really joins Dongfang Tian's team, everyone in the gym will pay special attention to him. Everyone feels that Jiang Yi will definitely accept Dongfang Tian's kindness with gratitude. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi waved his hand without thinking, "No need, I just came here to find Guo Hanxue. As for joining your team." Jiang Yi paused, glanced at Dongfang Tian and Qingdo, and then added, "Forget it, we have other things to do. With President Dongfang Tian protecting us, it should be safe." Jiang Yi's obvious refusal made Dongfang Tian's face look a little ugly, and the people behind him were instantly furious. Their captain personally invited a piece of trash, and he dared to refuse. If the students who had already regarded Dongfang Tian as their patron saint had not considered the occasion, they would have probably criticized Jiang Yi for not knowing what was good for him. "Dongfang Tian, thank you for your kindness, but Jiang Yi has other things to do and won't stay here for too long." Feeling that the situation was a little out of control, Guo Hanxue took a step sideways and blocked half of Jiang Yi's body. Dongfang Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness, and he looked at Guo Hanxue tenderly, "Is that so? Since Hanxue said so, I won't force you to stay. But while you are recovering, let me do my best to be a good host. Jiang, please." Without mentioning whether to continue the confinement, Dongfang Tian made way behind him. Guo Hanxue also happily asked Jiang Yi to follow her to rest. Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps, suddenly slapped his forehead, turned around, reached into his backpack, took out 2 bottles of mineral water and handed them to Hanya, who was standing aside. Hanya was getting anxious that these people were about to leave, when she saw the man who really knew the president actually handed her 2 bottles of water. She immediately flashed with excitement. But when she thought that everyone was staring at her, she felt a little embarrassed to take it. Jiang Yi smiled and stuffed the meat into her hand. "Here, this is your reward. Thank you for delivering the message for me." As he said that, he was about to take out 3 servings of pork from his bag and give it to her. Guo Hanxue glanced at Hanya and approached curiously, "Jiang Yi, what's going on?" Jiang Yi explained with a smile, "I asked her to help me find you and pass on a message, and promised to give her 3 portions of food as a reward." Guo Hanxue nodded and looked at Hanya. She knew that this was her former member, but because she had just joined not long ago, she was busy organizing her teammates' participation in the competition and had hardly paid any attention to her. Seeing Jiang Yi was about to take out the magical meat, Guo Hanxue instinctively didn't want him to do that, and immediately held down his hand that was about to be exposed. "Forget it, how much food do you have? The bag of food you left with me before is still here. I'll give her 5 packs of instant noodles later, which should be enough." Jiang Yi paused. Since he could use something else as a substitute, he didn't want to expose the existence of the jade-like flesh too much. Dongfang Tian obviously understood what he heard. He looked at Hanya deeply and walked to Guo Hanxue with a smile. "Do you still need to worry about such a small matter? Hanya, you can directly collect 5 days of food from the supplies today. Just record it later." Guo Hanxue and Jiang Yi were both stunned for a moment. Jiang Yi wanted to refuse. After all, he didn't want to have too much to do with Dongfang Tian. But Guo Hanxue nodded first. "Okay, I'll make it up to you later. Dongfang Tian looked at her lovingly. Why are we still talking about this? The people here are also your team. Jiang Yi shuddered. He finally understood that Dongfang Tian liked Guo Hanxue. He just didn't know if Guo Hanxue had any feelings for him. She should have, after all, Dongfang Tian was a handsome man after all. Under the guidance of Dongfang Tian, the group went up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was originally composed of 4 training halls. After the end of the world, Dongfang Tian made full use of the 4 training halls. The largest one was used as a resting place for the survivors. Because there were no beds, everyone used the sponge mats used during training as mattresses. Although there weren't many quilts, fortunately it was summer and sleeping at night was not difficult. The training ground that originally belonged to the martial arts club had been converted by Dongfang Tian into a private place for him and his confidants. Ordinary survivors cannot enter here. Not only are there important supplies here, but it is also the place where Dongfang Tianxia issues orders. The other two, one was converted into a kitchen, and the other into a training room. Every day, people who don't go out to look for supplies will stay in these 2 places. Dongfang Tian introduced the situation on the 4th floor to Jiang Yi and Qingdou along the way, paying special attention to Qingdou in particular. It is obvious that he still has the idea of recruiting him. Unfortunately, Qingdou has not said a word since he went up to the 4th floor. He just followed Jiang Yi with his injured left hand, looking like a qualified bodyguard. Not only Dongfang Tian, but even Guo Hanxue was a little surprised why Qingdou followed Jiang Yi so closely. Jiang Yi glanced at the 4th floor, but was not too concerned about Dongfang Tian's plan. After all, no matter how good Dongfang Tian's plan was, he forgot a very important problem, that is, he had too few people here. At most, Jiang Yi saw less than 30 people. Including those who might have gone out, the team was no more than 50 people, which was not worth Dongfang Tian's effort at all. Without personnel reinforcements, even the strongest team will only be a flash in the pan and not worth taking seriously at all. Guo Hanxue found it a little funny to see Jiang Yi's carelessness in dealing with things. She found that since she recognized Jiang Yi, she could always find many interesting things in his little details. Feeling that Jiang Yi was really going to be annoyed by Dongfang Tian, Guo Hanxue interrupted Dongfang Tian, who was in high spirits at the right time. Forget it, Dongfang Tian, Jiang Yi and the others are still injured, let them rest. Dongfang Tian seemed to have just reacted. He looked at Guo Hanxue apologetically, then said to Qingdou, it's my negligence. I'll have someone arrange a place for you two to rest and find some medicine for you. Guo Hanxue shook her head, don't bother, just let Jiang Yi rest over there, I still have something to say to him. As she said that, without waiting for Dongfang Tian's objection, she snatched Jiang Yi's bag and led him to the bed that Dongfang Tian had arranged for her. Dongfang Tian narrowed his eyes and watched Guo Hanxue walk away, while smiling and talking to Jiang Yi beside him, his fists clenched tightly. Thanks to Dongfang Tian's kindness, Guo Hanxue's resting place was obviously much better than that of ordinary survivors. In fact, Dongfang Tian wanted her to live in the martial arts venue where he lived, but Guo Hanxue refused. Dongfang Tian then set aside a corner for her in the large rest area and enclosed a separate space with cabinets. In the end times, would anyone still choose these? Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction at the rest area in front of him, and then he sat on a mattress with Qingdou, feeling a little tired. Guo Hanxue finally had the chance to speak out what she had been holding back for a long time. Jiang Yi, how did you escape? Why didn't you come earlier? I've been waiting for you for almost 3 days. Jiang Yi smiled bitterly. Okay, how can I answer so many questions? After comforting her, Jiang Yi briefly described what had happened in the past few days. The madness of the battle made Guo Hanxue tremble with fear, while the actions of Zhu Kaijun and Li Zhiqian made her indignant. When she knew that Qingdou had protected Jiang Yi, she smiled and thanked Qingdou. Qingdou was at a loss when facing Guo Hanxue, and even blushed. No, Jiang Yi is so strong that he doesn't need me at all. And I also received a reward, so it's not worth your thanks. Chapter 33 Failed Experiment. Jiang Yi hurriedly stopped the two people from being polite and said to Guo Hanxue, Hanxue, where is your corpse core? Let me use it. Guo Hanxue's face froze, and she looked at Jiang Yi in confusion. You haven't been back for so many days, and I wanted to improve my strength quickly, so I used it. What's wrong? Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of anxiety flashed across his face. However, since he had already been used, he sighed helplessly. I wanted to try to see if I could use your corpse core to repair our injuries. In this situation, it is not convenient for us to leave. Gua Hanshua obviously thought of something, her face became anxious. What should we do? Otherwise, I will ask Dongfang Tian. He may have some remaining corpse cores. Jiang Yi stopped her and shook his head gently. Forget it, let's think of a way to solve our problem later. Qingdao on the side was a little confused about what the two meant, but he still understood that it seemed that there was a way to treat his and Jiang Yi's injuries. When he thought of this, Qingdao became excited. After all, if his left hand was really disabled, he would never accept it. He asked anxiously, is the corpse core you are talking about something that comes from the forehead of a zombie? The two who were in distress were stunned at the same time and looked at Qingdao. Gua Hanshue was a little excited. Yes, it's the kind of zombie with a red dot on the forehead. Have you seen it? Haruto nodded, and as the two looked on in amazement, he pulled out a fiery red stone from his training suit. Ah! This is it! Gua Hanshue shouted excitedly. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and took the corpse core that still carried Qingdao's body temperature with some excitement. He couldn't believe it. Did you kill him? How is this possible? Haruto didn't understand, but nodded and said honestly, well, a few days ago, I encountered a very special zombie. Its speed and strength were average, but its skin was very hard. It took me 3 slashes to split its neck. This thing rolled out from the small hole between its eyebrows. I didn't know what it was for, so I left it here. Seeing Qingdao's dissatisfied expression, Jiang Yi and Gua Hanshue looked at each other in silence. Even though they didn't communicate, Jiang Yi could even clearly understand what Gua Hanshue wanted to say from her eyes. Are you sure this guy hasn't awakened his superpowers? How come he's even more powerful than me? Seeing Gua Hanshue's full of doubts, Jiang Yi smiled bitterly. He also wanted to know how strong Qingdao was. This is a corpse core. For those of us who have awakened abilities, eating it can enhance our abilities. But you don't have your own abilities yet, so don't eat anything carelessly, or you'll explode and die. Worried that Qingdao wouldn't understand, Jiang Yi explained the importance of it to him in detail. Haruto looked at the corpse core with disdain. Only a ghost would eat something that fell out of a human body. In that case, I'll give it to you. Jiang Yi was stunned. Give it to me. Don't you know that this thing is very precious? Qingdao said matter-of-factly, so what? I can't use it. Since you need it urgently, I'll give it to you. Jiang Yi felt a little complicated, and patted his shoulder gratefully. Okay, I'll borrow it from you, and I'll pay you back later. Gua Hanshue didn't feel much, but just kept urging, Jiang Yi, try it quickly. Jiang Yi nodded, knowing that now was not the time to be sentimental, and with a thought, he wanted to put the corpse core in his hand into his ability space. However, he was so depressed that his face turned red, and the ability in his body had no reaction to the corpse core at all. He exchanged a disappointed look with Gua Hanshue. No, it seems that I didn't kill this thing. My ability is useless to it. The original idea was completely shattered. It seemed that even if it was a corpse core, as long as it was not obtained by killing it personally, the infinite combat upgrade system would not react at all. No one cared about Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was so angry that he almost smashed the corpse core in his hand. This was too unfair to him. Other people's abilities became extremely powerful once they were obtained, but his own abilities were restricted everywhere, which made Jiang Yi completely helpless. It turned out that Jiang Yi knew that after killing the advanced zombies, he could exchange the corpse core for blood recovery potion. As long as he got the potion, their injuries would not be a big problem at all. But the problem now was that his ability did not recognize the corpse core that he did not hunt. Although disappointed, Jiang Yi quickly calmed down and thought about it. He did not return the corpse core to Qingdao, but hid it on his body. Qingdao gradually understood what Jiang Yi meant and became a little excited. So if you find a living zombie, you can treat the injury. Jiang Yi nodded. Yes, this is actually related to my ability. I am also confused and keep trying to figure it out. Haruto stood up suddenly. I know where those zombies are. It's so hard to find zombies that can be promoted. Hey, I don't know when I can find, what? Suddenly, Jiang Yi, who was talking to himself, stood up abruptly. He pulled his wound and asked excitedly with a grin, what did you say? Do you know where there are advanced zombies? Gua Hanshue was also excited but also a little skeptical. Are you sure? Ordinary zombies should be useless. Haruto nodded affirmatively. No doubt about it, it's that kind of zombie. I saw it with my own eyes 2 days ago. Jiang Yi turned around excitedly. Great, as long as I kill it, I should be able to heal my arm. Haruto grabbed the knife. What are you waiting for? Come on, I'll lead you there. Jiang Yi pulled the two people who were getting more and more excited in distress. Don't worry, it's useless to find them. We are no match for them with our current strength. He glanced at Haruto's left hand and said, if Haruto wasn't injured, he might still be able to fight it, but the way you are now, I'm afraid you'll be hurt by the zombies as soon as you fight, so don't rush. Qingdo's eyes dimmed. Jiang Yi was right. Even if his right hand was intact, his left hand was broken and he could not exert even 30% of his strength. Don't think it's just one hand. For a real warrior, this little problem will greatly affect his movement speed and attack power. Qingdo was a little disappointed, secretly hating himself for taking the enemy too lightly yesterday, otherwise his arm would not have been broken. Hey, have you forgotten about me? Suddenly, Guohanxue pushed Jiang Yi's shoulder angrily. Jiang Yi looked at her strangely as she pouted and looked unhappy. What's wrong with you? Guohanxue snorted coldly. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? I am the president of the archery team. Even Qingdo can kill zombies. Can't I do it? Jiang Yi, don't underestimate me. I am not the same person as before. As he spoke, in front of the shocked gazes of the two, Guohanxue opened his own cabinet. When he opened the long cabinet, a slender ancient longbow appeared in front of him. On the golden bow arms, silver threads were inlaid with auspicious patterns, and at both ends of the bow there was a golden dragon head above and a golden dragon tail below. At first glance, the whole bow looked like a real flying dragon. In the middle of the bow, a piece of snow-white animal skin carefully wrapped the hand guard. Gorgeous, the first impression of this bow is gorgeous, followed by a sense of simplicity of the times. Looking at it, the mind seems to be attracted by it, listening to the story of this longbow. Guohanxue gently took out the longbow, very lovingly. Then she took out a jade-inlaid gold belt from the cabinet. There was a quiver hanging on the gold belt. Unlike the simple version before, the quiver Guohanxue was wearing at this time was completely ancient style, made of the finest cowhide, with silver wire edging and gemstones. There were 3 rows of dark purple arrows straightly inserted in the quiver. Although there are only 5 arrows in each row, these 15 sharp arrows, even if hidden deep in the quiver, give people the illusion that they may be pierced by them at any moment. Fully armed, Guohanxue proudly raised his eyebrows at the 2 dazed people, touched the arrow storage with his right hand, and unexpectedly pulled out a silver wire from somewhere. This silver wire seemed to be a steel wire, thin and solid. She deftly connected the dragon head and dragon tail on the bow with a meter-long silver string, and bent the bow with great effort. When the bowstring finally connected the entire golden bow end to end, the whole longbow seemed to come alive with a sound of the string moving, and the perfect curve highlighted the extraordinary nature of this golden bow. Caressing the bow lovingly, Guohanxue looked at the 2 people beside him who were full of curiosity, and then smiled and said, "This is what my grandfather left me. It is said to be the imperial bow of the Qin emperor. It was because my ancestor was a close follower of the emperor at that time. Because his hunting performance was even better than that of the emperor was so happy that he gave his imperial bow to my family. It has been passed down from generation to my hands." As he said this, he showed Jiang Yi and Qingdo the mark on the bow that represented a generation of emperors. Jiang Yi swallowed his saliva. This was not a bow at all. It was a national treasure. This was the first time he had seen a national treasure in his life, and he could even touch it with his own hands. But what was Guohanxue going to do? Was she going to use this bow to fight? As if she had seen what Jiang Yi meant, Guohanxue raised her nose proudly. "Humph, I know you think it's an antique, but how do you know that as a weapon born for fighting, putting it aside is the real destruction of it?" Holding the bow horizontally in front of her eyes, Guohanxue stroked it lovingly. "This bow has actually been used and protected by generations of our family. My grandfather said that as long as you take good care of it, a good bow will only become more and more suitable for your hands, and even more powerful. I couldn't draw this bow before, but after the end of the world, although my strength hasn't changed much, I can finally use it." Qingdo agreed with Guohanxue's words. After all, his sword was also a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the family. But the more treasures like this, the more they need to be used. As a weapon, only fighting can make its existence more meaningful. Guohanxue's immense confidence robbed Jiang Yi. Instead of staying here and sighing, he might as well go out and take a look. The zombies won't fall out by themselves. Chapter 34 Hunting the Big Zombie. Having made the decision, the three of them quickly prepared to set off. All entry and exit of Dongfang Tian's territory had to be reported, and Guohanxue in particular was obviously the focus of attention. When the people guarding the corridor learned that Guohanxue was actually leaving, they instinctively refused. Guohanxue frowned at the classmates who disagreed with her going out. I just went out for something. Others can go out, so why can't I? The person guarding the exit looked at Guohanxue in distress. God knows, President Dongfang specifically instructed that if Guohanxue wanted to leave, he must be stopped and informed. But he didn't say how to stop him. As for forcing her to stay, they didn't dare to do so, not only because President Dongfang had a liking for Guohanxue, but more importantly, the elders from both clubs knew that Guohanxue's temper was definitely not as gentle and lovely as her appearance. Get out of the way quickly, I have something urgent to do. Guohanxue, who was holding a bow, radiated coldness. With a glance of her beautiful eyes, the four people guarding the gate all shrank their necks. Obviously, one of the four was once a member of the archery team. Knowing the temper of the former president very well, he kept his head down from the beginning and did not dare to say a word. When Guohanxue saw him, he immediately pointed out, Hu Wei. Go and move that thing away. Hu Wei, who was originally from the archery team, instinctively straightened his back. Okay, President. He moved the things blocking the stairs away. It was not until Guohanxue led Jiang Yi and the others away that the people guarding the door suddenly reacted. Hu Wei smiled bitterly. Go and inform President Dongfang. Jiang Yi followed him down the stairs and smiled curiously. I didn't expect that President Han Shui is so powerful. Even I was almost intimidated by your aura. Guohanxue raised her head proudly. How about it, do you want to recognize me as your captain? I will protect you from now on. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. Don't even think about being my captain. I'm the captain for one day and I'll be your captain for the rest of my life. Just follow me and be a good boy. There was a hint in Jiang Yi's words, but Guohanxue didn't seem to understand. She just smiled and raised her bow. That's not necessarily true. Strength speaks. You have to beat me before I can call you captain. Chatting and laughing all the way, they soon walked out of the gymnasium through a safe passage. Except for Jiang Yi, Qingdou and the other two were familiar with the place. Qingdou only said a word of celebration, and Guohanxue already knew the location of the zombie. The three of them did not dare to go through the woods. Jiang Yi was afraid that he would be attacked by the beast again. Now among the three of them, only Guohanxue was intact, and he did not want to deliver food to the beast. Qingdou discovered that the location of the zombie was not far from here. It was a small square, which was usually an open-air basketball court during the day. At night, it was a great place for college students to skateboard and stroll. Before he walked in, Jiang Yi heard the roar of zombies from afar. The sound was very noisy. When Jiang Yi really approached the small square, he was shocked to see a tall figure among the small group of zombies in the small square. In Jiang Yi's opinion, the tallest person he had ever seen was only about 1.9 meters tall, but this zombie surrounded by a group of zombies completely broke Jiang Yi's definition of height. It was more than 2 meters tall. If it wasn't for the fitted basketball uniform, Jiang Yi would have suspected that the zombie had awakened some strange ability. Jiang Yi also keenly discovered that the zombies in the small square were not the big zombies leading the small zombies as he had imagined. Although he had seen ordinary zombies before and was generally afraid of advanced zombies, in this small square, the huge zombie in the middle was actually surrounded by other zombies, and the zombies around it kept roaring at it. The big zombie also roared madly, and with a huge palm, it slammed out, sweeping away a large number of zombies in front of it. The sound of breaking through the air was like a strong wind, which made the whole small square seem particularly noisy. Crunch, crunch. The big zombie slapped a group of ordinary zombies away, then picked up a zombie's arm and started to eat it, ignoring the zombies that gathered around again. The three of them stood in a small pavilion far away and watched the scene in the small square. Although they felt strange, they all felt that this was a good opportunity. After all, it seemed that this advanced zombie could not scare ordinary zombies. As long as they could find a way to lure it out, it should be easy to solve it. Guohanxue counted the zombies in the small square, but disagreed with Jiang Yi's method. It's too troublesome, let me do it. Holding the ancient golden bow in his left hand, Guohanxue touched it with his right hand, and a dark purple arrow was placed on the bow. Haruto looked at the distance between here and the square and was a little confused. President Guo, it's almost 500 meters here, what are you going to do? Guahanshua licked his lips excitedly and looked at the small square not far away. There are a total of 1 big and 8 small zombies left. My battle plan is that I will lure the small ones here first, and you hide first. Once the zombies disperse, you quickly attack the big one. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. Is this called a battle plan? It's clearly a forced attack. But think about it, if we can really separate them, it will be very useful for Haruto and I to deal with the advanced zombie together. After thinking about it, Jiang Yi agreed to Guahanshua's plan and was led by Qingdao to sneak into the small square. There was originally a huge electronic screen in the small square, which usually broadcast the news at night. Now it was convenient for the two to avoid the eyes and ears of the zombies. Just as the two of them hid themselves, there was a sharp roar, and Qingdao saw a purple light instantly piercing through the head of a zombie and carrying the zombie away. The zombie fell 2 or 3 meters before stopping. The sudden change scared all the zombies, and just when they were wondering what happened, the second purple arrow came through the air and shot a zombie's head again. This time, all the zombies saw clearly the direction the purple arrow was coming from. Without any hesitation, the entire square erupted in furious roars, and all the zombies ran madly in that direction. Even though their stiff bodies made them move incredibly slowly, they still charged forward in the direction of the arrows. The zombies dispersed, and the huge zombie that was eating the corpses on the ground finally showed up. Jiang Yi and the other man looked at each other and shot at the same time. Jiang Yi moved very quickly. He swung the knife in his left hand and the scabbard on the knife flew out. The black leather rope quickly wrapped around his wrist, as if it had become an arm guard. Jiang Yi's sudden appearance made the zombie look up. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up and he slashed down with a knife. Die. The sharp black knife chopped on the zombie's head. The imagined horizontal knife did not appear. Jiang Yi felt that his hands were not working. The knife that chopped on its head actually deviated and only cut off half of the zombie's eyebrow. Seeing his hair and eyebrows fluttering above his head, the zombie with a palm stuck in his mouth roared in anger and raised his palm to grab Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi turned around and did not confront it head-on. Qingdao, who was a step slower, rushed over, grabbed the white knife at his waist with his right hand, and suddenly pulled it out and thrust it upwards. The sharp knife flashed with silver light, and it chopped the arm that the zombie stretched out. Qingdao only felt as if he had cut on leather, and felt the tip of the knife slipping. He thought something was wrong, and suddenly thrust it with all his strength, and the arm on the knife was immediately shaken away. But Qingdao knew clearly that he had not caused any damage to it. The severe injury to his left hand prevented him from exerting his full strength. With his current state, he was clearly far from being able to deal with this weird zombie. The black knife in Jiang Yi's hand kept stabbing at the zombie's vital points. But this guy actually hunched over on the ground with his head in his hands, just like a giant turtle, not giving Jiang Yi any chance to attack his vital points. Roar! The two men kept attacking it frantically, but their knives seemed like toys at this time. Apart from making his clothes more torn, they had not caused any wounds so far. The two men were obviously exhausted, but the big zombie seemed to have not changed at all. Be careful. Don't get scratched by its nails. Seeing the zombie suddenly attack Qingdao, Jiang Yi shouted and rushed forward to chop the big zombie's fingers. Seeing that there was no way to deal with this guy, Jiang Yi, who was exhausted, wanted to retreat temporarily. Fortunately, compared with its incomparable defense, its speed was as slow as a turtle. Otherwise, with its invulnerability, it would be very easy to kill the two of them. Retreat quickly, we'll think of another way. Jiang Yi tapped his feet lightly and nimbly dodged the sharp claws swung by the huge zombie. Qingdao blocked the attack with his long sword, and his sharp nails scraped against the blade, sparks flew everywhere. Such an unbeatable opponent made Qingdao's eyes glow with a fanatical fighting spirit. Not only did he not run away, but he turned around with his right hand holding the sword and bullied the huge zombie. No, I can kill it. You get out of the way, I'll do it myself. The knife in his hand slashed wildly, and the huge zombie instinctively defended against this exposed slash. After finishing a combo, Qingdao took 2 steps back, panting heavily and suddenly made a weird gesture with the knife in his right hand, knife kill, 1,000 flashes. Suddenly he jumped out, holding the white knife in Qingdao's hand on the outside of his left arm, and leaped up in 1 step. From high in the air, he slashed out with a powerful knife. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, so fast. The speed that was almost reaching its limits suddenly made Qingdao's everything shine with silver light, like a dazzling galaxy, instantly sweeping across the long neck of the huge zombie. Ah! The speed drove the sharp blade, and finally, with Qingdo's full-strength slash, the zombie's roaring neck spurted out black blood. The two shouted excitedly, "Success!" Chapter 35, Snow's Arrow. The next second, Jiang Yi's pupils shrank. "Qingdo, be careful." Haruto instinctively dodged and raised his sword, but was instantly blown away. Jiang Yi hurriedly moved at full speed, blocking the huge zombie with his body. He swung the black knife in his left hand with all his strength, and the fire flashed. The sharp nails of the zombie stuck on the black knife, making a sharp sound that made people's teeth ache. The zombie was very powerful, and he pushed Jiang Yi back madly with a knife at his fingertips. While Jiang Yi was holding the advanced zombie, he looked back anxiously at Qingdo, who was flying out. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Haruto struggled to stand up, his eyes fell on his left hand, the piercing pain made cold sweat flow down the corners of his eyes. "It's okay, I wasn't hurt by it." Jiang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If either of them was really injured by this zombie, it would be a real trouble. Jiang Yi regretted his previous recklessness, but once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Now Jiang Yi is only thinking about how to get rid of this monster. Qingdo and Jiang Yi were both injured in the battle. Facing a huge zombie was very stressful, especially Jiang Yi. Even though his speed was enough to avoid being attacked by the zombie, his strength was not enough to seriously injure it. After fighting for more than a dozen rounds, Jiang Yi and Qingdo discovered that this zombie's skin was incredibly hard and its strength was much greater than that of ordinary zombies, but its speed was its biggest weakness. The zombie's body was like a solid bronze statue, and every step it took was like a machine running on little oil, slow and heavy. Fortunately, the two seriously injured soldiers were able to stay with the zombie for a long time. Qingdo's condition was getting worse and worse, and Jiang Yi felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. Now he could no longer care about Qingdo. Every time his body collided with the huge zombie, his hands and feet became numb. Qingdo's vision was a little blurry, and he was nearly scratched by the zombie's nails. At the critical moment, Jiang Yi hurriedly pushed him away. His heart sank. It seemed that there was really no way out. If the two of them dragged on any longer, not only would they not be able to kill each other, they might also be dragged to death by it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi slashed the zombie away with a knife, pulled Qingdo up and ran. The giant zombie was stunned for a moment, realizing that his prey was actually going to run away, and immediately roared angrily. The wound on his neck was actually healed together by his tight skin and muscles. It caught up with big strides. Although its speed was not fast, the zombie's tall body allowed it to catch up to twice the distance of an ordinary person with each step. If Jiang Yi was himself, he could easily escape, but he couldn't get rid of the zombies behind him by pulling Qingdo, who was a little fuzzy. Cursing inwardly, Jiang Yiqiang pulled Qingdo and ran out madly. Qingdo raised his head in confusion and saw Jiang Yi's determined face. He was obviously panicking, but the hand holding his arm was still tightly held, without any relaxation. After going to college, he had never been cared for so much by anyone, and his heart felt warm. He struggled to shake off Jiang Yi's arm, and Qingdo stopped running. Under Jiang Yi's weird gaze, he slowly inserted the knife into the scabbard at his waist, and then untied the bandage on his left hand circle by circle. Jiang Yi grabbed his hand and said, "Qingdo, what are you doing? Run away." Haruto continued to move, biting his tongue and squeezing his left hand a few times. As expected, after the fracture, every movement was like a tearing pain. But Haruto still pulled out the black short knife from his right waist and handed it to his left hand. Qingdo took a deep breath, and the moment he closed his eyes, he seemed to have forgotten all the pain, and he returned to the past, the memory of his father teaching him swordsmanship. "Qingdo, you must remember, this move can only be used when you are determined to die. Once you use it, you can't retreat, you can only move forward." He pressed the still confused Haruto's head hard, and the tall figure seemed to be very worried. "Father hopes that you will never use this trick." Haruto suddenly opened his eyes, his mind determined. "Father, this moment has come." Jiang Yi looked at Qingdo, whose body was half bent and legs were flexed, and took a half step back in shock. At this moment, Qingdo gave him the feeling of a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey, and his whole aura was filled with fierceness and arrogance. The huge zombie finally rushed in front of the two. Jiang Yi hurriedly raised his knife, but his eyes blurred. Qingdo actually shot out close to the ground. It was not a blur. Qingdo was actually running very fast at a very low angle. Having never seen this kind of posture before, Jiang Yi felt as if Qingdou was actually flying close to the ground. Roar! Seeing Qingdou rushing towards him, the huge zombie suddenly raised his hand and was about to hit him hard, but Qingdou's body suddenly shook, and the whole person jumped up, actually exceeding the zombie's height. Looking down from above, the black knife came out of its sheath with a sound of sword chanting. Qingdou held the dagger in his right hand with a ferocious look on his face. He did not even think of dodging the sharp claws that were grabbing at him. The black knife in his hand stabbed straight at the zombie's temple. Damn it! Jiang Yi had already reacted by now. Qingdou's move was actually a life-and-death move. He completely abandoned any idea of defense and was only focused on assassinating the opponent in the most direct way. After understanding Qingdou's idea, Jiang Yi cursed loudly and rushed forward to stop him, but it was obvious that Jiang Yi realized it was a little too late. One man and one corpse could no longer be stopped. Swoosh! Jiang Yi's eyes twitched, and a purple light from behind him actually pierced through the air, instantly surpassing Jiang Yi, and an arrow pierced through the palm of the huge zombie that was about to fall. Boom! A huge wave of air suddenly exploded, and the crazy strong wind exploded like a bomb, directly between Qingdou and the huge zombie. Qingdou's body tilted and was actually blown away. Jiang Yi hurriedly caught Qingdou in midair. Then blood mist fell, and the huge zombie roared crazily. Its entire right arm was completely shredded by the explosion. A purple arrow with its tail feathers still trembling was inserted diagonally into the ground. What are you doing? You almost killed it. Guo Hanxue, who had dealt with a group of ordinary zombies, walked over with an angry face, holding the golden bow in his hand. Looking at the two embarrassed people, he snorted, I thought you were finished a long time ago. Jiang Yi smiled bitterly, being despised by her again. With a touch of his right hand, another arrow was placed on the bow. Guo Hanxue glared at Jiang Yi with anger on her face, really? If I hadn't come, would you have just watched him kill the zombies? I'm not here to play with you. Don't forget our purpose. The two were stunned, and suddenly their faces turned red at the same time. They really forgot that this zombie must be killed by Jiang Yi in the end. But just now, Qingdou came very close to killing this zombie twice. Guo Hanxue obviously saw the meaning in the two people's expressions, and glared at them with a tired look, if you don't get out of my way, I will blow you to death. The longbow was slowly pulled apart. Guo Hanxue's arms swelled slightly due to the force she exerted, and the veins on her neck also became slightly prominent due to her using all her strength. At this time, a strong whirlwind was visibly swirling around the arrow. As Guo Hanxue pulled the bow further, the wind became stronger. Jiang Yi looked at the arrow in shock, and subconsciously picked up Qingdou and ran. Just kidding, a few days ago, Guo Hanxue used this trick to blow up an entire wall of windows. After not seeing each other for a few days, Guo Hanxue's strength had obviously improved a lot. This arrow made Jiang Yi's hair stand on end, and the cordon in his heart screamed crazily. This arrow is very scary. Swoosh! Guo Hanxue's long hair fluttered as he released the bowstring gracefully. The golden bow in his hand sang with the sound of the strings, and a purple light flashed. Almost at the moment when Guo Hanxue let go of his hand, the wind pierced through the waist of the huge zombie. The violent wind energy enveloped the entire zombie, and blood mist filled the sky. Jiang Yi covered his face, the dust raised by the strong wind hit his skin and it hurt. Compared to him who was mentally prepared, Qingdou sat on the ground stupidly and didn't dare to move his eyes. Is this still the enemy who forced him to use the sword of death? President Guo Hanxue's arrows are so powerful. Qingdou felt so devastated that his heart collapsed. Compared with Dongfang Tian's mental torture that made him vomit blood, Guo Hanxue's arrows were completely more powerful. It made people not even think about fighting against it. All I saw was that the originally tall zombie had completely disappeared, leaving only two bloody corpses in a pool of blood. The promoted zombie, whose chest area below the chest was completely shattered, fell down in his own flesh and blood, roaring madly, but except for one palm that could still shake, only the huge head was left to make the last struggle. Jiang Yi and Qingdou were shocked and looked at Guo Hanxue. Is this the true strength of a superpower? Jiang Yi felt ashamed. He was also a superpower, but he. Guo Hanxue, who was sweating profusely, let her arms hang down weakly, and her whole body seemed to be washed by water. It was obvious that this arrow had exhausted all her supernatural powers. Although she seemed to despise the two of them just now, Guo Hanxue knew that no matter whether it was Qing Dou or Jiang Yi, the strength of the two would definitely not be so poor. There was only one reason, that is, this monster was too difficult to deal with. Therefore, Guo Hanxue went all out from the beginning and shot an arrow with all her strength, stunning everyone. Seeing the two people staring at her stupidly, Guo Hanxue couldn't help but stand up straight and straighten her plump body proudly. Don't worry, I deliberately let its head pass. Seeing that Jiang Yi didn't move, he could not help but yelled helplessly, what are you still standing there for? Kill it now. Jiang Yi suddenly realized and hurriedly got up from the ground. With a wave of his left hand, the skull-cutting knife that had been thrown away for a long time returned to his hand instantly. Tears filled his eyes. Guo Hanxue was so fierce. He was the captain, okay. The immobile zombie was just a bloody target. Jiang Yi's sharp blade pierced directly into a huge red eyeball. Jiang Yi stabbed with all his strength, holding the knife tightly, not letting the frantically struggling zombies have any chance to escape. Until two huge balls of light floated up from the zombies and drilled into his body. Jiang Yi's was completely exhausted, and after bleeding out, he sat on the ground. Chapter 36 Magical Blood Recovery Potion. Guo Hanxue clearly saw that the tough skin of the dead zombie began to loosen, and the corpse core on the forehead also quietly disappeared. Knowing that Jiang Yi succeeded, she looked at Jiang Yi with some expectation. Jiang Yi also wanted to see if it was really as he thought, so he endured the pain and reached into his pocket with his left hand. The next moment, his own space appeared, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and a bottle of blood-red liquid was particularly eye-catching in the space. After Jiang Yi took out the bottle of liquid from his pocket, Guo Hanxue shouted excitedly, yeah. Success. Qingdou was a little confused. He didn't know why Jiang Yi took out a bottle of liquid from his clothes to make Guo Hanxue so happy. Drink it quickly, otherwise you will look like you are about to die at any time. Although she was disgusted, Guo Hanxue still urged Jiang Yi to drink it quickly. Jiang Yi did not use it immediately. Instead, he looked at the bottle in his hand and handed it directly to Qing Dou next to him. Qing Dou was stunned, not knowing what Jiang Yi meant, but Guo Hanxue's expression changed. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi shook his head. Qing Dou is still an ordinary person, and his strength is stronger than mine. Now he is injured and can't exert his strength. This is too dangerous. Let him get better first, and we can win more easily when we encounter zombies in the future. Guo Hanxue hesitated to speak, because Jiang Yi was right. If the overall situation was considered, Qingdou's recovery would be much more significant than Jiang Yi's. However, Guo Hanxue still wanted Jiang Yi to recover first. Qingdou didn't understand. Jiang Yi smiled and said, drink this, your injury will heal quickly. Haruto's eyes lit up, really? How is this possible? Guo Hanxue glared at him unwillingly, what time is it now? Don't let your thinking remain in the pre-apocalyptic period, otherwise you will only die miserably. There are even people with superpowers. Isn't it strange to have something else? Seeing Guo Hanxue's full momentum, Qingdou instinctively shrank his neck. All he could think about was her amazing shot. However, after knowing the magic of this bottle of potion, Qingdou refused without hesitation, I won't drink it, Jiang Yi, you drink it. Jiang Yi wanted to persuade him, but Qingdou spoke first. First of all, this is your potion, so of course you should drink it first. And your injury is much more serious than mine, I just have a clumsy left hand. Jiang Yi frowned and wanted to refute Qingdou's explanation, but Guo Hanxue snatched the blood recovery potion and opened it. Stop nagging, since Qingdou asked you to drink it first, just drink it, and we can find another zombie to heal him later. Haruto also nodded, yeah, drink it first. Since this is your ability, I think I can recover soon. Hearing this and seeing the bottle almost reaching his mouth, Jiang Yi had no choice but to tilt his head back and drink the potion. The heat flow reverberated, and under the astonished gaze of Guo Hanxue and Qingdou, Jiang Yi's right arm twisted a few times with a crisp sound of bones and then returned to its original shape. A layer of hot air suddenly rose from all the wounds on his body, and with the sizzling sound of the hot air, the small wounds disappeared one after another. The scene was so magical and fantastic that Guo Hanxue and Qingdou's mouths were so wide open that they could fit a duck egg in. Guo Hanxue even unconsciously pulled open Jiang Yi's clothes and stroked his smooth new skin. Oh my god, this is amazing. Jiang Yi's heart was pounding, and his eyes unconsciously moved away from the cleavage under Guo Hanxue's collar. He quickly pushed her away to cover up. Okay, pull and tug, my clothes are about to tear. After removing the bandage on my right arm, I could see that my right arm was still slightly bruised and purple. But after I squeezed my fist a few times, it was painful but did not affect my movements. This time, Jiang Yi finally confirmed that the blood recovery potion was indeed magical. It did not restore all injuries in the body at the same time, but would give priority to treating more important injuries, and then treat other parts step by step. However, it was obvious that the power of a bottle of potion was limited. After healing his bones and more serious wounds, it became less effective. But Jiang Yi was also content. You know, this bottle of blood-restoring potion is a precious treasure that can save his life at the critical moment of the end of the world. Jiang Yi felt full of energy after his injuries were mostly healed. He stood up and twisted his neck hard. Next, let's find prey quickly. Qingdao and Guohanxue looked at each other. In their eyes, Jiang Yi's confident look was particularly eye-catching. Quickly clean up the battlefield, mainly to recover Guohanxue's arrows. She said that these 15 arrows were made by her father according to historical records. Even though they carried her own wind power, they were not damaged at all. For Guohanxue, it is a very important weapon. After packing up, the three of them left. However, they didn't know that not long after they left, a small group of survivors came here carefully. They had various weapons in their hands and looked at the messy square in disbelief. A complex expression flashed across the leader's eyes. After a long while, he turned and left. Tell President Dongfang that we didn't find anyone, we only encountered zombie corpses on the ground. The luck of Jiang Yi and the other two seemed to have run out all at once. Even though they kept encountering scattered zombies, they never encountered a single advanced zombie. Even though Qingdao had not been fighting, his physical strength had dropped to the extreme. Even Guohanxue could only barely keep up with Jiang Yi, but at this time he couldn't even draw the bow. Jiang Yi chopped off the rotten heads of 2 zombies with a clean stroke. A small group of more than a dozen zombies was dealt with by Jiang Yi alone. The amount of Tianquan water and Yuzuru increased a lot, and even Jiang Yi was upgraded to level 7. The speed exceeded the limit and reached 15 points, making Jiang Yi like an adult teasing a baby in the battle. He could chop off their heads with a wave of his hand. Only then did Qingdao realize that Jiang Yi's strength mainly came from his boldness and extraordinary speed. His fighting habits can be said to be a terrible mess. Even if his current speed exceeds his own, he is confident that he can kill Jiang Yi within 3 strikes. Jiang Yi's situation was obviously that he could easily deal with people weaker than him, but when fighting against the advanced zombies he had previously defeated, he could only passively parry and attack randomly. Jiang Yi put away his knife and frowned. There were only ordinary zombies nearby, but there was no trace of the advanced zombies. It seemed that he had to go further away. Just as he was about to say something to the other 2 people, he turned around and saw Guohanxue and Qingdao looking exhausted. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment and felt a little guilty. His physical strength was fully restored after the upgrade, but he forgot that they did not have this ability. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but blame himself. He sheathed the knife and walked back to the 2 of them. Let's stop here today. It doesn't look like there are any advanced zombies around here. You are tired too. Go back and have a good rest for a day. We can look for it somewhere farther away tomorrow. Naturally, the 2 would not refuse. Jiang Yi supported Qingdao, looked at Guohanxue and said, let me hold your bow, so you can feel more relaxed. Guohanxue thought about it and did not object. He handed the bow over directly. The moment Jiang Yi took the longbow, he was almost crushed. He lifted it with great effort and asked in shock, oh my god, why is it so heavy? Jiang Yi roughly estimated that this ancient golden bow weighed at least 30 kilograms. He couldn't even lift such a heavy bow, so it was hard to imagine how Guohanxue could fight with it. I complained in my heart, what a powerful woman. Holding Qingdao in one hand and a longbow in the other, the 3 of them walked back. They had not walked far when they saw a group of people walking towards them quickly. The 3 of them were stunned and watched them approach. Guohanxue, who had very good eyesight, saw that the one leading the group was Dongfang Tian, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Dongfang Tian, why are you here? Dongfang Tian stood in front of her with a serious face, his eyes swept from her hair to her toes. After confirming that Guohanxue was a little tired but not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, the gatekeeper said that you left with them. I was worried that you were in danger, so I came to find you. Are you okay? He grabbed Guohanxue's arm with both hands out of concern. Gua Hanshua dodged Dongfang Tian's hand with a nonchalant look on her face. What's the problem? I'm not a little girl who has never seen a zombie. I just killed some zombies to practice. Hearing Gua Hanshua's words, the people behind Dongfang Tian's eyes flashed with excitement and excitement. As expected, she was worthy of being the leader Gua Hanshua. She was so calm even when facing the terrifying zombies. There was a gleam of satisfaction in Dongfang Tian's eyes. This was indeed the woman he had chosen. She was just different. It was not until this time that he looked at the two people beside Gua Hanshua. His first glance fell on the bow in Jiang Yi's hand, and his eyes suddenly paused. This was Hanshua's bow, and she never let anyone touch it. Then, Dongfang Tian keenly discovered that Jiang Yi was holding the bow with his severely injured right hand, and raised his eyebrows. Is Jiang's hand healed? After a pause, Dongfang Tian's voice was calm but a little sharp, or was it that Jiang was not injured from the beginning? It was a waste of my time asking people to prepare treatment drugs. Gua Hanshua and Qing Do frowned at the same time and stared at Dongfang Tian. But Jiang Yi raised his right hand holding the longbow and smiled. Ah, it's just because of my ability, so President Dongfang won't have to worry about it. Dongfang Tian was stunned and looked at Jiang Yi strangely. After years of martial arts training, Dongfang Tian would definitely not be wrong. Jiang Yi's strength was very weak, even inferior to that of ordinary members of his team. After all, the team members he recruited had at least 2 years of martial arts training and were very physically fit, so they could handle 3 or 4 ordinary students without any problems. But he didn't expect that the pretty boy he had always thought of as someone who depended on Gua Hanshua was actually a person with special abilities. What could his ability be? The injury healed so quickly, could it be related to healing? Dongfang Tian, who had made up his mind, did not reveal anything, but just nodded. That's good. Hanshua, it's getting late, why don't we go back? Gua Hanshua was also exhausted, so she nodded in agreement, and the group of people then walked back. On the way, Jiang Yi watched with a toothache as a group of people quickly dealt with the zombies that surrounded them. These were all experiences. Chapter 37 Dongfang Tian's Ability. When they returned to the gymnasium, Jiang Yi suddenly stopped and squinted his eyes to look at a familiar face flashing in a window not far away. Zhu Kaijun hid beside the window, feeling a wave of regret. He never expected that Qingdo and the other two who left the team did not live such a miserable life. Instead, they joined Dong Fengshen's team on the 4th floor. Damn it, if I had known, I shouldn't have let them leave alive. Zhu Caijuan's eyes flashed with viciousness. Dongfang Tian seemed to be his nemesis. Zhu Kaijun was crushed by him all the way since he ran for the student union president. Even though he used 100,000 yuan to make Dongfang Tian withdraw from the election, he always heard people secretly saying that he was able to become the student union president because of Dongfang Tian's withdrawal. Gua Hanshua turned around and saw Jiang Yi staring blankly in one direction, so she urged him, Jiang Yi, hurry up and leave. What are you looking at? Jiang Yi shook his head and stopped caring. A group of people returned to the 4th floor and found that there were more people upstairs, making a lot of noise. Li Gang was roaring at his men, hurry up, lock up the wounded, and get rid of them if they turn into zombies. There was a boy with blood on his arm. He panicked when he heard Li Gang's roar. He suddenly pushed away the classmate who was holding him and ran away. Li Gang immediately cursed fiercely, what the hell are you looking at? Arrest him. Everyone immediately chased after the boy. Everyone knew the terrible consequences if zombies appeared. The boy ran very fast. His desire to survive made him dodge the crowd and was about to run out of the door. But he ran into Jiang Yi and his group who just walked in. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the boy waved his bloody palms around and said, don't come over here, let me go. Otherwise I will infect you too. No one dared to approach and could only follow from a distance. When the boy saw that the door was blocked, he yelled madly, get out of here, leave now. The people who came in did not dodge. A mentally broken person could not scare them who were already experienced in battles. Only Jiang Yi helped Qingdo move away slightly. After all, he didn't want Qingdo to get involved in blood that might be infected. Dongfang Tian took a deep look at Li Gang who was running over from the opposite side. Li Gang obviously also noticed Dongfang Tian. His face changed and he wanted to explain, but he dared not say anything. Liu, what are you doing? Liu, who was screaming crazily, was stunned. He turned around and saw Dongfang Tian slowly walking towards him. Seeing the president he respected the most, Li Yu's heart collapsed and his whole face was completely stained with tears. "President, save me, I don't want to die. Please." Dongfang Tian approached him little by little and finally held Li Yu's shoulders tightly, as if he had received the greatest support. Li Yu relaxed completely, as if with Dongfang Tian, he had nothing to fear. "Boss, I don't want to die, I want to go home." Dongfang Tian slowly comforted him. "We all want to go home, don't worry, you will be fine." As he spoke, he gently lifted up the sleeves that were torn by the zombies, looked at the two black and smelly wounds under the clothes, then slowly put them down and gently clasped both sides of Li Yu's head with his hands, as if to comfort him. But a few seconds later, Li Yu, who had originally looked sad, suddenly looked horrified. He looked at Dongfang Tian in front of him in disbelief, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but could only make heavy breathing sounds. He clasped Dongfang Tian's wrists frantically with both hands, but couldn't make Dongfang Tian let go. Jiang Yi's pupils shrank, and he was horrified to see that Li Yu's face was getting paler and paler, with blue veins rising from under his collar. The whites of his wide-open eyes were soon stained with blood red. Everyone present noticed something was wrong with Li Yu. By the time they realized something was wrong, Dongfang Tian had already let go of his hand, and Li Yu and his hand instantly fell stiffly to the ground with an extremely terrifying expression. "Oh my god, Dongfang Tian, what are you doing?" Gua Hanshua looked at Li Yu in shock, who was still alive a moment ago but now died in extreme pain. Looking towards the eastern sky in disbelief. Dongfang Tian slowly took out a handkerchief from his clothes and wiped his fingers one by one, as if he had touched something dirty. He smiled calmly and said, "I just wanted him to go easier." After wiping his hands, he threw the handkerchief on Li Yu's hideous face and said to his men who had witnessed everything in front of him, "Take him out and bury him in a quiet place." No one dared to object. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had faced such a scene. Soon someone carried away the body with a strange death. Gua Hanshue was furious. "Dongfang Tian, what are you doing? He is still alive. Why do you want to kill him?" Dongfang Tian said innocently, "Han Shui, he has been scratched. If he survives, he will just die. I can't do anything about it. You can't let me wait until he turns into those monsters outside before killing him." "You!" Gua Hanshue was extremely angry. He couldn't believe how his former friend could become so cold-blooded. Just as he was about to argue with him, someone grabbed his arm tightly. "Gua Hanshue, you are too tired today. Take Qingdo to rest." Gua Hanshue turned around and looked at Jiang Yi, who looked serious, and couldn't help but said anxiously, "Jiang Yi, you." Jiang Yi lowered his eyelids slightly, and said lightly but without any doubt, "Gua Hanshue." Gua Hanshue was stunned for a moment. From the touch of Jiang Yi's strong grip on her arm, she knew that Jiang Yi was very persistent and serious at this moment. After thinking about it, Gua Hanshue decided not to continue arguing with Dongfang Tian. Instead, she took a deep look at Dongfang Tian, took the golden bow from Jiang Yi's hand, helped Qingdo up, and turned away. Jiang Yi did not leave, but just looked up and looked at Dongfang Tian indifferently, and Dongfang Tian also looked back at him. Suddenly he laughed. "Han Shui seems to be convinced by you." Jiang Yi shrugged indifferently. "Maybe it's because I stayed by her side when she was most helpless." Dongfang Tian's eyes were gloomy. "You know, I like her, right?" Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. "I can see that, but so what?" Dongfang Tian suddenly took a step forward, his powerful aura pressing towards Jiang Yi. His tone was harsh, piercing people's hearts and making them panic. "Believe me, I can do anything for her. If you don't want anything to happen, just leave Hanshue." Jiang Yi was not scared by Dongfang Tian, even though Dongfang Tian's aura was extremely strong. But for Jiang Yi, who was also an awakened person, Dongfang Tian's threat would not scare him at all. He raised his mouth and said, "I don't want to be your enemy. However, President Dongfang seems to have misunderstood something. Why do you think you dare to threaten me in front of me?" At this point, Jiang Yi took a step back, a smile on his face. "Besides, I'm very curious about how Captain Dongfang is going to make me have an accident." Dongfang Tian was stunned, a little bit unbelievable. After seeing his powerful ability, Jiang Yi did not show any fear in the face of his threat. He was a little confused and did not speak for a while. Jiang Yi smiled and turned away, waving his hand. "If there is nothing else, I will go to rest. Dongfang Tian, I hope you can take responsibility for the consequences of your actions." Jiang Yi left straight away and his face darkened after he completely disappeared outside the door. He hated being threatened, and Dongfang Tian was the biggest threat to him right now. But Jiang Yi was definitely not the kind of person who would back down when faced with a threat. And Jiang Yi was not too worried, because just now, he had roughly analyzed Dongfang Tian's ability. He carefully observed Li Yu's body and found that Li Yu's body quickly stiffened after death. Even if he was just close to the body, he could feel the piercing coldness from it. The reason why Li Yu's face turned so pale was that there was a layer of frost on the outside of his skin. Obviously, Dongfang Tian's ability is the ability of freezing. He just used extremely short speed to freeze Li Yu into an ice sculpture. However, in order to cover up, Dongfang Tian froze not Li Yu's body, but the blood in his body. This also proves that Dongfang Tian's ability is not strong, otherwise he should have frozen Li Yu instantly, instead of taking more than 10 seconds to give Li Yu time to struggle. When Jiang Yi returned to the resting place, Guo Hanxue still had an angry look on her face. Seeing Jiang Yi coming back, she immediately came over and asked, "Jiang Yi, are you okay? What did you say to him?" Jiang Yi shook his head, "Nothing, just a little emotional issue." Guo Hanxue tilted her head in surprise. "What kind of relationship could there be between the two of you?" Jiang Yi gave a fake smile. "Maybe our president Dongfang is a little bit nervous in this regard, and he thinks my experience can help him a little." Guo Hanxue rolled her beautiful eyes and didn't believe a word of Jiang Yi's nonsense. However, looking at Jiang Yi's expression, she knew that there was nothing wrong with him, so she stopped asking. After that, the entire fourth floor seemed particularly depressing. The injured students on the third floor kept screaming, and their painful roars spread throughout the gymnasium. The timid ones could only hide in the corner and cover their ears, not daring to listen. Jiang Yi, who had experienced such scenes every day in the cafeteria, was not affected at all. When he came back, he found that the bodies of these injured people had begun to turn into corpses because of a long time. At this time, it was impossible for them to awaken successfully even if they ate the corpse cores. Speaking out himself would only give people hope and then fall into despair again. Moreover, Jiang Yi didn't believe that Dongfang Tian would be willing to take out so many corpse cores for everyone to eat. The three of them had dinner and were taking a rest when a girl came closer to them, "President." The three of them were stunned, and when they looked up, they saw Hanya standing outside on the third floor with a nervous look on her face. Guo Hanxue stood up. "Han Shui, why are you here?" Han Shui looked at Guo Hanxue, who was concerned about her, and suddenly felt a little shy. She lowered her head and said softly, I just wanted to come and thank you for giving me food." Chapter 38, Darkness in the Stadium. Guo Hanxue shook her head. "These are what we deserve. You don't need to thank us." As he spoke, he turned around to look at Jiang Yi, who was lying on the ground not far away, and suddenly smiled. "I should be the one thanking you for helping me find this guy." After thinking for a while, Guo Hanxue whispered, "Hanya, if you need anything, you can tell me, I will try my best to satisfy you." Hanya hurriedly shook her head, raised her head and smiled. "No, I am very content now, President, don't worry." Guo Hanxue nodded, looking at the pretty Hanya with some guilt. "I'm really sorry, I wasn't by your side when you needed me as the president the most." Hanya said anxiously, "President, it's not your fault. I know you don't want to come back." After hesitating for a moment, Hanya asked tentatively, "President, where are you going next?" "Don't get me wrong, I just want to ask." Looking at the nervous Hanya, Guo Hanxue seemed to understand something and said dejectedly, "I know, I also want to go home and find my parents, but now all we can do is live well. As long as everyone is alive, there will always be a day for us to reunite." Hanya's eyes turned red and she nodded slightly. Guo Hanxue comforted her for a while and chatted with her for a few more sentences before watching her slowly leave under Hanya's relaxed smile. Hanya left the large training ground and walked out step by step. When she reached the stairs, she did not go down. Instead, she turned a corner and walked into a separate room. She knocked on the door gently. The door opened from the inside. Hanya hesitated for a moment, then walked in. She stood inside the door and looked at the man in the room nervously. She said that they are looking for zombies with stones in their heads these days. The man facing the window tapped the windowsill. After hearing Hanya's words, he paused for a moment, then chuckled, "Interesting. It seems that I still underestimated them." Hanya was at a loss. Should we stop them? This is too dangerous. If something goes wrong, she will die. The man suddenly turned around. no, no, this may be an opportunity. The face that turned around was Dongfang Tian, the president of the martial arts club. Hanya suddenly became extremely nervous and took a step back. My mission is complete, I can leave now. Dongfang Tian tilted his head and looked at Hanya, who was as nervous as a rabbit. He suddenly walked in front of her and gently lifted Hanya's chin with his fingers. Hanya raised her head nervously and looked at Dongfang Tian with a pair of big watery eyes. Dongfang Tian smiled charmingly, don't be so anxious, maybe we can do something more interesting. After saying that, he stepped back and untied his belt in front of Hanya. Nothing happened that night, except for a faint sound of commotion in the middle of the night. The next day, Jiang Yi heard people nearby whispering that none of the injured people survived the night before, as they were all turned into corpses and had their heads chopped off. Qingdou and Guohanxue were in a low mood, but Jiang Yi didn't feel anything. While eating the food in Guohanxue's bag, he discussed with the two people, does anyone know where there are advanced zombies? Jiang Yi was very anxious. He not only wanted to cure Qingdou as soon as possible, but more importantly, he wanted to return to the cafeteria as soon as possible. He wanted to know why he was betrayed before. The two shook their heads. Guohanxue had been in the dormitory, and Qingdou had only encountered 2 advanced zombies before. Jiang Yi frowned and drank the water in the bottle in one gulp. Then let's go to the dormitory, Hanxue. When we were trapped in the dormitory a few days ago, there was an advanced zombie outside, but we don't know where it went, let's go over there and look for it. The two of them had no objection at all. Jiang Yi thought about it and said to Qingdou, Qingdou, why don't you not go today? As long as we get the potion, we will come back immediately. Haruto shook his head, just let me follow you, my left hand is only injured, my right hand can still hold a knife, I can help. Guohanxue understood that as a martial artist, no one wanted to be taken care of as a patient, so he also said, just let him go, Qingdou's strength is not worse than yours. Maybe you will have to rely on him to save you. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes at her and said, can't you just hope for something good from me? Guohanxue glanced at him disdainfully, picked up her weapon and turned away, leaving only a tisk. Jiang Yi got angry and pointed at her back and yelled at Qingdou, see, is this how she treats me? I'm the captain, okay? Qingdou wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so, so he pushed Jiang Yi's arm and urged him to hurry up, yes, yes. Captain, let's go quickly, or your team members will run away soon. Jiang Yi's body heated up, and a warm current flowed into his heart. He frowned and looked at Qingdou's arm that was in contact with him, you? Do you feel anything? Haruto blinked, what? Jiang Yi smiled and shook his head, nothing. Jiang Yi deliberately slowed down his pace, looked at Qingdou in front of him, put his hand on the wall, the light screen flickered, and looking at the 2 names flashing in the list of team members under his name, Jiang Yi couldn't help laughing. My feeling was right. Just now, Haruto had joined my team without me noticing. His trust level was as high as 70%. Qingdou turned around at this time and shouted to Jiang Yi who was standing there, Jiang Yi, hurry up. President Guo has left. Jiang Yi immediately withdrew his hand, smiled and took 2 quick steps, here I come. Standing on the windowsill, Dongfang Tian looked at the 3 people who left with a sullen face. He turned around and gave an order to the people behind him before turning around and leaving. Jiang Yi chopped off the zombie's head with a knife, and looked at the 2 people standing and chatting behind him with a face full of resentment. What are you 2 doing? Why don't you fight quickly? Guohanxue looked disgusted, it's just a few zombies, how dare you ask a girl like me to do it? Haruto raised his left hand hanging around his neck with an innocent look on his face, I am a wounded soldier, fighting will only make my injuries worse. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Guohanxue's crushing attack yesterday and Qingdou's fearless fight, he might have really believed the nonsense of these 2 guys. After a few days of getting along, Haruto started to joke with him. Although Jiang Yi complained, he was not too dissatisfied. After all, even though these 2 people could contribute their experience to him, it would not be as much as what he could get by doing it himself. It was just 1 or 2 zombies, so it was more appropriate to do it yourself. Jiang Yi enjoyed it because he could gain experience and food. But soon the 3 of them were overjoyed. They encountered a swarm of hundreds of zombies. Jiang Yi was not paying attention and rushed in. When he realized the terrifying number of zombies gathered here, the 3 of them turned around and ran. Guohanxue shot the sharp arrow in her hand while sweeping towards Jiang Yi who was rolling in the corpse group not far away and cursed, are you a pig? Can't you see the situation clearly before running out? Jiang Yi kept dodging the zombies that attacked him, and also had to take care of the injured Qing Do. For a while, he was unable to break through the zombie horde and could only keep hiding among the zombies. Fortunately, his speed had reached 15 points at this time, which was far beyond the speed of ordinary people, so he was still safe among the slow-moving zombies. Qing Do wanted to rush in, but he could only watch as a thick layer of zombies separated him and Jiang Yi. The knife in his hand became more and more urgent, like the death sickle. Every attack could pierce the head of a zombie. Remember Jiang Yi's warning and never let any zombie hurt you. When Jiang Yi heard Guo Hanxue scolding him, he smiled bitterly and said, "Lady, help me, someone is going to die." After that, he swept the black knife across, and the heads of the two zombies flew out in a flat cut. While attacking, Haruto looked around and finally found an abandoned old-style university house not far away. He hurriedly shouted, "Run to that house and hide first." The two also saw the house, their faces changed at the same time, and hesitation flashed in their eyes. But at this time, the sound of their fighting made the zombies around them gather more and more, and Jiang Yi was already having a hard time maintaining his position. Guo Hanxue knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He drew his right hand on the bow and activated the power of wind. With a sharp sound, the violent wind arrow instantly cut through the entire group of zombies. No zombie could resist it wherever it passed. Jiang Yi felt relieved of the pressure. He chopped off the zombie in front of him whose head was pierced by a long arrow, picked up Guo Hanxue's arrow, and ran out frantically before the zombies had time to regroup. Seeing Jiang Yi come out safely, Qing Do and the others did not hesitate and ran towards the house at the same time. The house in front of them looked like an old building from the 1960s. It had 2 floors. The original windows were already broken. After the wall was peeled off, the exposed gray bricks were covered with creepers. The desolate garden made the place even more desolate. Just one look at this place would make people feel particularly depressed. Jiang Yi and Guo Hanxue were a little hesitant, because this place was too famous. The prototype of The Ghost House, one of the top 10 ghost stories of the University of Science and Technology, is here. This house existed before the establishment of the University of Science and Technology. After so many years, there are countless stories about it. But all of them are things that make the timid cover their ears and have nightmares. Ah! But the zombies behind them did not hesitate. When they saw the food running away, they immediately rushed towards the house frantically. The two had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow Qing Do to open the door of the house. Rushing into the house, Jiang Yi closed the wooden door and locked the bolt, while Guo Hanxue pulled over a solid wood table next to him to hold the door tightly. But this does not mean that they are safe, because there are windows on both sides of the house's door, but the glass on the windows has long disappeared. The zombies who rushed in madly couldn't push the door open, so they frantically tried to climb in through the windows. However, the windows of villas are generally quite high, and the zombie's upper body can barely climb onto the windowsill, but its lower body cannot climb up at all. The 3 of them's eyes lit up, and they immediately rushed forward, each showing their magical powers, frantically harvesting the zombies outside. Chapter 39 Crazy Battle. Guo Hanxue did not use a bow and arrow, but took the white knife thrown by Qing Do and cut off half of a zombie's head with one blow. The battle was one-sided. With the thick brick walls blocking the way, even if a zombie managed to crawl in, it would be stabbed in the forehead in the next second. It must be said that compared with the survivors who are still struggling to survive in various places, the strength of Jiang Yi, Guo Hanxue, and Qing Do far exceeds them. Ordinary zombies cannot hurt them unless there are so many of them that they cannot move. Jiang Yi killed one zombie at a time, counting the number with his mouth, but he was already very happy in his heart. There are not many good opportunities to gain experience like this. At this time, the level 7 experience has been reached by half. There is still no shortage of zombies outside. If it weren't for the lack of physical strength, Jiang Yi, who is crazy about brushing points, would even want to chop them forever. At the same time, Qing Do and Guo Hanxue were also getting stronger little by little without realizing it. Every time they killed a zombie, a dim ball of light entered their bodies. They themselves could not perceive it, but Jiang Yi saw it clearly. These experiences could allow the 2 of them to improve themselves slowly but steadily without using corpse cores. Especially Qing Do, he is just an ordinary person. Even though he has superb sword skills, his physical limitations have limited his progress before. But after successfully teaming up with Jiang Yi, these precious experiences will comprehensively improve his physical fitness until it reaches the limit of ordinary people. Who? Qingdou mechanically dealt with the zombies at hand until no more zombies appeared from the window he was responsible for. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, and his right hand holding the knife trembled unconsciously. Looking at the other two people who were still fighting, I was about to rush over to help when I heard a sound of something falling from the second floor above my head. Haruto was startled and stood up straight. Did you hear that? Jiang Yi licked his tongue excitedly. After a rough calculation, he seemed to be about to reach level 8. Guohanxue also killed the last zombie and looked at Qingdou. What's wrong with you? Haruto held the knife tightly, a little nervously. There seems to be a noise upstairs. Guohanxue listened carefully for a while. I don't know anything. Bang! With a loud bang, the crystal chandelier above their heads suddenly exploded, and a large piece of the ceiling fell off. The broken crystal chandelier fell to the ground and scattered in all directions. The three of them hurriedly protected their vital parts, but except for Jiang Yi, the other two were scratched to some extent. Roar! A huge gray head stretched out from the hole above. The monster saw the fresh food below and was so excited that it forcefully squeezed out of the hole in the ceiling, which was slightly smaller than its body. As it struggled frantically, the hole got bigger and bigger. This zombie was particularly strange. Its head didn't look like a human head, but more like a skinned rabbit. The two hands that stretched out did not look like humanoids. They were twisted in strange directions into strange forelimbs. The sharp nails were easily dug into the bricks and stones around the hole. Jiang Yi was surrounded by zombies. When he saw Guohanxue lying on the ground, he didn't care whether she was injured or not. He shouted, Guohanxue! Attack it! Guohanxue shook off the debris above his head, grabbed the large bow beside him, lay on the ground, drew the bow and shot at the monster above his head. Ouch! The sharp purple arrow shot straight at the monster's forehead. But the monster seemed to be extremely fast. It actually stared at the arrow and dodged the fatal arrow by tilting its body. Although the long arrow did not hit, the wind energy on it exploded, and the violent wind blades attacked all directions crazily. Dark blood mist splattered from the monster's shoulders. Even though it only grazed the shoulder, Guohanxue's arrow still cut off one of its ears and half of its shoulder. The monster roared wildly, opening its huge mouth with sharp teeth. Seeing that the prey below had hurt itself, it drew its bow and arrow again, and suddenly opened its mouth, and a thick tongue shot out from its mouth in an instant, shooting towards Guohanxue's chest like a spear. Qingdou had been on guard nearby. When he saw this scene, he immediately rushed forward, and the knife in his hand flashed and chopped on the blood-red tongue. Puff! A stream of black blood splashed on the knife. Qingdou was a little shocked. He didn't expect that his knife didn't cut off the tongue, but just missed it and hit the ground by Guohanxue's waist. Guohanxue didn't care about the arrow in her hand, and dodged quickly. The floor tiles behind her were immediately smashed into pieces. The sudden change made the three people terrified at the same time. What on earth is this monster? While dealing with the little zombie at hand, Jiang Yi looked up and saw a vermilion crystal embedded in the monster's head. He missed the attack and the monster's tongue flexibly retracted. At this time, the monster had already exposed half of its body. Guohanxue suppressed the fear in her heart, drew her bow and shot an arrow, but the monster suddenly fell out of the cave before her. Guohanxue's arrow moved downwards quickly, but the monster that fell to the ground pounced on it and smashed Guohanxue's bow with a slap. Guohanxue screamed and waved his left hand. A wind blade instantly cut through the monster's raised arm. The monster was seriously injured and rolled out in a mess. It looked at Guohanxue in panic. It was obvious that it was very afraid of the wind blade that Guohanxue could send out to hurt itself. Qingdou immediately stood in front of Guohanxue and asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Guohanxue frowned. When the bow in his hand was swept away, his wrist was twisted. But compared to life, this injury is really nothing. Holding his wrist, Guohanxue climbed up. "I'm fine, but you have to be careful, my wrist is injured, I can't draw the bow." Then he shouted at Jiang Yi, who was blocking the window to prevent the zombies from rushing in, "Jiang Yi, hurry up, we can't hold on any longer." Jiang Yi's heart sank and he cut the knife even faster. It's not that he didn't want to help them right now, but he knew that it would be very difficult for the three of them to deal with a monster. If they let these ordinary zombies outside come in and cause trouble at this time, it would be very disadvantageous to their situation. Glancing at the remaining zombies, Jiang Yi suppressed the urge to go back for help and shouted, "Hold on, I'll go after I finish dealing with this." Guo Hanxue grinned, but she also knew that Jiang Yi really couldn't come to save her now. She and Qingdou had to stare at the monster vigilantly, which was circling around with 3 legs on the ground. The monster's entire body was revealed, which made it even more terrifying. If it wasn't for the missing tail, this monster would have been a big dog covered with a layer of skin. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Guo Hanxue, obviously holding great hatred towards her. Qingdou was also in a bad situation as he stood in front of Guo Hanxue with a dagger. Although the monster had lost an arm, its wound had actually healed at this time. There was even a hint that something was about to break out from the wound. Guo Hanxue and Qingdou looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. This monster was actually regenerating. Not good. Qingdou screamed, and without paying attention to Jiang Yi's repeated warnings, he rushed forward and stabbed the monster's head with the black dagger in his hand. The monster seemed to be very afraid of sharp objects. When it saw the black knife attacking it, it frantically raised its hands to block it. The black knife instantly pierced through its claws that were blocking it. But the next second, Qingdou felt the terrifying power coming from this monster. The monster's arm was injured again, and it roared and swung the black knife violently. Qingdou, who was holding the knife, was directly blown away by the strange force. Amid Guo Hanxue's screams, the whole person hit the wall and fell to the ground. And Qingdou's black knife was still stuck in the monster's body. After the monster looked down, its long tongue flexibly wrapped around the handle of the knife and pulled the black knife out. Then the wound on the monster's arm healed quickly. A small arm also grew out from the previous broken part. The monster threw away the black knife on its tongue and rushed towards Guo Hanxue with a roar. Guo Hanxue picked up the sword on the ground and rolled out, avoiding the monster's attack. He turned around and slashed the monster's cheek with his sword. The monster screamed and leaned back in a hurry. The knife that could have cut off its head only cut its mouth. Such a wound made it recover very quickly. Guo Hanxue didn't really want to kill it with one knife. Seeing the monster that didn't dare to approach, Guo Hanxue hurried to Qingdou's side and held up his head. "Qingdou, wake up, how are you?" Haruto finally came to his senses after hearing the call. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt better then. "I'm fine." Seeing Qingdou sober, Guo Hanxue put down her hand and returned the knife to Qingdou. "You are no match for it, be careful." Qingdou smiled bitterly and looked at the monster that was recovering quickly. Was he really that much worse than Guo Hanxue and the others? Guo Hanxue took out 2 purple arrows as weapons, and a little energy in her body poured into the arrows again. "Jiang Yi, if you don't hurry up, you'll be ready to collect our bodies." Seeing that Jiang Yi was still not coming, Guo Hanxue couldn't help but yell at him. "I can't do anything about it. You guys have attracted so many zombies outside." Jiang Yi was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his head. The long-term chopping action made his arms tingle abnormally. But he couldn't spare his hands to save people until all the zombies were killed. Hearing Jiang Yi's response, Guo Hanxue cursed inwardly, swung his left hand, and the arrow infused with supernatural power shot out instantly. Although it was less than 1/10 of the power of the bow and arrow, the monster still instinctively dodged to the sides. Guo Hanxue had anticipated this and threw the second arrow out instantly. Whoosh! With a heavy sound of breaking through the air, the purple arrow drew a streak of aurora and shot straight into the monster's body. Chapter 40, Rejuvenation Potion. Seeing that Jiang Yi was still not coming, Guo Hanxue couldn't help but yell at him. "I can't do anything about it. You guys have attracted so many zombies outside." Jiang Yi was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his head. The long-term chopping action made his arms tingle abnormally. But he couldn't spare his hands to save people until all the zombies were killed. Hearing Jiang Yi's response, Guo Hanxue cursed inwardly, swung his left hand, and the arrow infused with supernatural power shot out instantly. Although it was less than 1/10 of the power of the bow and arrow, the monster still instinctively dodged to the sides. Guo Hanxue had anticipated this and threw the second arrow out instantly. Whoosh! With a heavy sound of breaking through the air, the purple arrow drew a streak of aurora and shot straight into the monster's body. Ah! The powerful monster was hit by an arrow, and a cloud of blood mist burst out of the wound immediately, but that was all. The monster's powerful recovery ability instantly suppressed the injury caused by the explosion of superpowers. However, this time, the monster's recovery speed seemed to be much slower. Not only that, Guahanshue's arrow was not pulled out, and was still stuck in the side of its chest, causing it to move a little bit slowly. When Qingdao saw the monster's speed obviously slowing down, his eyes lit up. He endured the pain all over his body, rolled on the ground twice, and then lay on the ground and slashed at the monster's hind legs. The sharp blade of the white knife was like cutting a piece of cowhide. Qingdao gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. With the monster's roar, he cut off most of its hind legs with one knife. The exposed white bones were directly broken from the front section. The monster's hind legs softened and it knelt directly on the ground. Seeing Haruto who hurt him, he turned around and opened his mouth, and the terrifying blood tongue shot towards Haruto's head again. Haruto's pupils shrank, and he saw the blood tongue stabbing at him, but he found that he was in great pain all over his body and couldn't move for a while. No. He was so panicked that he couldn't face death, but his ankles suddenly tightened and he was pulled backwards. Guahanshue threw Qingdao away, holding the black knife he had just picked up, and rushed forward, stabbing the bloody tongue on the ground with all his strength. With a roar, Guahanshue's knife instantly pierced through the tip of the tongue and stabbed it into the ground. The monster struggled frantically, but its tongue was locked. The monster seemed to be very concerned about the injury on its tongue and did not dare to struggle with all its strength. While fighting, Jiang Yi observed the fight between the two. Seeing them survive many times in danger, his heart rose and fell. A zombie took advantage of his distraction and climbed in through the window, hugged Jiang Yi's arm and bit him. Jiang Yi frowned, and suddenly, regardless of the wound, he hugged the zombie's neck with his right arm, and slashed with his left hand. The dark blood gushed out of the zombie's wound like crazy. Jiang Yi's body suddenly felt lighter, and the dust under his feet seemed to be blown away. A new power filled his body, and Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. The slow zombies rushing in front of him were easily cut off by the black knife, and their skulls were immediately shaved off. The powerful force made Jiang Yi feel like he was reborn. The fatigue from the long battle disappeared instantly. His sore hands also recovered. Level 8, 2/256, Speed 17 points, Defense 9 points, Strength 7 points, Spirit 7 points, Constitution 5 points. Even though it was not the first time he upgraded, Jiang Yi still felt that the feeling of this instant increase in strength was simply wonderful. The black knife in his hand was flexibly wrapped around his left hand. Jiang Yi chopped it off with one knife, and the last zombie was finally split open from the center of its forehead. Guahanshue succeeded with one strike of the sword and saw the monster's tongue nailed to the ground. He raised his head excitedly, but everything went dark in front of him. The monster actually ran directly and fiercely into Guahanshue's chest. Even though the huge force just hit his body, Guahanshue fell out without any ability to resist. He covered his chest and couldn't even breathe for a while. The monster frantically grabbed the black knife with its claws, and the dagger was knocked off the ground in a few strokes. The monster flicked its tongue, knocking the knife off its tongue, and with a roar, its bloody tongue twisted like a poisonous snake and stabbed towards Guahanshue. Guahanshue's face was pale and she was unable to dodge. Qingdao tried to help her, but he was powerless and could only watch as the tongue in the air stabbed towards Guahanshue. Buzz! The black knife broke through the air, and after 3 knife chants, the stretched tongue was forcibly cut into 4 sections. The monster seemed to be severely injured, and it rushed around the house frantically. Guahanshue covered her chest with her hands and looked at Jiang Yi, who was standing in front of her with only his back exposed. In her hand, she was holding half of his tongue, which was twisting wildly. Jiang Yi was becoming more and more satisfied with his current condition. Not only was his speed faster, but his strength had also finally increased by 5 or 7 points, which was enough to give him the strength of an ordinary adult. With the help of the skull-cutting knife, he established his authority with one blow, destroying the monster's most fierce attack method. The monster's mouth was full of blood. It wanted to retract the remaining half of its tongue, but found that its tongue was hanging out of its mouth powerlessly and was not under its control at all. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yi was happy. So this is your most powerful method. It seems that my luck is really good. As if it knew that its most powerful attack was also destroyed, the monster roared madly, staring at Jiang Yi with eyes as fierce as poison. With a roar, the monster opened its mouth to the extreme and ran at high speed, then jumped up and bit Jiang Yi's neck. Haruto and the other man behind them shouted at the same time, "Be careful." Jiang Yi casually threw away the tongue in his hand and slashed out with his left hand faster than the monster. The huge monster's body did not stop, and the black blade light slashed across its head. Under Guo Hanshue's dull gaze, the huge monster zombie fell heavily behind Jiang Yi. The whole body rolled several times without any feeling and stopped beside Guo Hanshue. Guo Hanshue was so scared that she screamed and kicked it away. Half of its head also fell to the ground. As the dust settled, the monster's body began to dry up and shrink. Jiang Yi sheathed his black sword and looked back at the two of them. How are you? Are you all right? Guo Hanshue gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Yi, who was showing off, and said harshly, if you don't come and help me up, I can't guarantee that I won't stick an arrow in your body when you sleep at night. Qingdo's originally dazed expression suddenly froze, and then he reacted and couldn't help laughing. He watched Jiang Yi help Guo Hanshue up with a depressed look on his face, and then he helped Qingdo up as well. Because there were no chairs in the room, the two could only lean against the wall tiredly, but the next moment, the three of them suddenly laughed. It felt so good to be alive. What could be more fortunate than surviving a disaster? Guo Hanshue was impatient to see their spoils. Jiang Yi also knew that Qingdo was still waiting for the blood recovery potion, so he reached into his pocket, but when he took out the potion, the three of them were stunned at the same time. It was completely different from the previous potion. Although the bottle still felt exactly the same, the potion in the bottle was a deep blue ocean blue. What is this? Guo Hanshue took it curiously, but her body was restless, clamoring for her to drink it quickly. Jiang Yi glanced at the potion strangely, and looked at Qingdo hesitantly. Sorry, Qingdo, this time, it's not a blood recovery potion. Although he felt somewhat disappointed, Haruto was more curious. After all, how could an ordinary person not be curious when he suddenly met so many people with magical powers? Guo Hanshue swallowed her saliva and watched Jiang Yi snatch the bottle from her hand. Jiang Yi looked at the instructions on the bottle with some complexity. Restoring magic potion, small, a magical potion that can quickly restore energy. Note, drinking it when you have too little energy will waste the potion's effect. After taking a deep breath, he knew that since the blood restoring potion had appeared, how could there not be a magic restoring potion that could restore the ability? Compared to restoring health, the value of restoring magic is obviously higher. However, what he urgently needs now is not the magic recovery potion but the blood recovery potion that can cure Haruto. Looking up, Jiang Yi saw Guo Hanshue looking at his hand with longing. After thinking for a moment, he handed the bottle to her. Drink it, it can restore the energy in your body. Guo Hanshue swallowed hard, didn't refuse, just glanced at the two of them, then pulled out the cork and drank it down in one gulp. Swallowing the last drop of blue potion hard, Guo Hanshue's skin quickly regained moisture. A halo appeared in his eyes, and a powerful force burned in his abdomen. Guo Hanshue couldn't help but look at his increasingly powerful hands. This feeling had never been experienced before, it just felt so magical. In just a few breaths, she, who had been in a state of energy depletion since the end of the world, finally felt the feeling of fullness. She looked at Jiang Yi excitedly. I seem to feel it. A barrier. If I break through it, my strength will be multiplied. Jiang Yi and Qingdo witnessed the changes in Guo Hanshue with their own eyes, and were once again impressed by the potency of the potion. However, after hearing what Guo Hanshue said, they were confused again. Jiang Yi approached her in confusion. Guo Hanshue, what do you mean? What barrier? Guo Hanshue shook her head. I don't know, I just have this feeling. I feel that my strength has reached the peak, now I am already the strongest. But if I want to become stronger, I have to break the barrier, but I don't know how to break through. Jiang Yi thought about it, and his eyes fell on Guo Hanshue's hand. Haruto on the side seemed to understand as well. Wait a minute, do you mean that your awakened abilities can become even more powerful? But this is too incredible. If Haruto had previously been envious of those who had powerful abilities, now he can be said to be jealous. They have just gained abilities that are only slightly stronger than mine, but if their abilities can be further improved, then I will never be able to catch up with them. Jiang Yi hesitated. It should be. My ability is also improving step by step, but I can feel that Guo Hanshue is very different from me. If she really breaks through, the strength she becomes in that sense will be very terrifying. Chapter 41, Fear Zombie Willow. Qingdo thought that Jiang Yi and Guo Hanshue, who had just gained their abilities, were only slightly stronger than Qingdo, but if their abilities could be further improved, then he would never be able to catch up with them. Jiang Yi hesitated. It should be. My abilities are also improving step by step, but I can feel that Guohanxue is very different from me. If she really breaks through, the strength she becomes in that sense will be very terrifying. I have to say, Jiang Yi is right. No matter how powerful the opponent's ability is, it will become stronger as the user improves. When it becomes stronger to a certain extent, it will be stuck at the extreme. Only a breakthrough can make them become more powerful. This is completely different from Jiang Yi's level system. But it must be said that Jiang Yi's level system is far more perfect than he imagined. Guohanxue was very excited. On the one hand, her body was extremely full of energy, which made her physically strong. On the other hand, she was also excited because she could become stronger. But Jiang Yi looked back at the corpse on the ground and smiled bitterly. You say, if human ability users can advance, then can zombies advance again and become stronger? The two paused, and thought of this very possible fact. After all, the current advanced zombies are already difficult to deal with. If they can also become stronger, will humans really have a chance to survive? Forget it, let's not think about it. Now Han Shui has only felt that hurdle. If he doesn't know how to break through, what's the use? Jiang Yi didn't want everyone to feel too heavy, so he interrupted their thoughts. Qingdou suddenly realized, but Guohanxue was a little hesitant, but she felt that this kind of thing itself was hard to explain. He couldn't help but cover his arms and said, "Do you feel it's very cold here?" As he said that, Guohanxue rubbed his arms hard. Jiang Yi couldn't help but shudder when he heard Guohanxue's words. This kind of coldness was not the coldness in temperature, but the kind of coldness that penetrated into the mind and soul. At this moment, they finally realized where this place was. Guohanxue's face turned pale, and she no longer had the courage she had when fighting monsters before. There can't really be ghosts here, let's go. The three people hurriedly left the house, leaving behind only the corpses of zombies on the ground. The dark blood even formed a pool of blood that kept rippling. Jiang Yi walked out of the villa. Before leaving, he instinctively looked back at the house behind him. Qingdou urged him, "Jiang Yi, hurry up." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed, "Here they come." He had no idea that just as he turned around, a thin figure stood quietly in front of a broken window on the second floor of the house, standing in front of the window and looking at the three people who left. The orange-red crystal on his forehead was shining. After leaving the villa, Guohanxue, who was a little too active, suggested continuing to look for zombies. Jiang Yi also wanted to see how strong Guohanxue had become, so Qingdou agreed to Guohanxue's proposal. Running all the way to the female dormitory, the appearance of the three people had already alarmed the zombies on the road. After walking a few steps, they saw several zombies surrounding them in front of them. The stench of decay drifted over from afar. Jiang Yi gestured to Guohanxue to move forward, and stood behind her honestly with Qingdou. Guohanxue had been eager to try, and when he saw several zombies in front of him, he actually threw the bow in his hand to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi caught it in a panic, and his arm was hurt. He looked at Guohanxue angrily, but saw Guohanxue took out a purple arrow from the quiver behind his right hand. He held the arrows with both hands and closed his eyes slightly. 3 seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his hands flashed. 7 purple arrows in his hands shot out almost at the same time, piercing through the zombies in the cube in no particular order, causing a large number of them to fall to the ground. Jiang Yi's eyes widened, and he and Qingdou both looked extremely shocked. He hurried over and saw that each zombie had a long arrow piercing its forehead. He turned around in shock and saw Guohanxue standing proudly with her hands on her waist, as if she was very satisfied with her performance. "Don't look at me like that. After drinking your potion, I feel that the energy in my body has never been so abundant. With more energy, I can do more. This is just the simplest wind thorn." As soon as she finished speaking, Guohanxue raised her right hand, and 3 miniature wind blades suddenly flew out of her hand. The 3 wind blades were small and exquisite, but they seemed to have thoughts and kept flying above her palm. Guohanxue proudly waved her fingers forward lightly, and 3 wind blades shot out instantly. Jiang Yi hurriedly looked in the direction of the wind blades and saw that the wind blades were extremely fast. They even became several times larger halfway. After a flash, 3 zombie heads flew into the sky. Sizzle! The 3 of them gasped. Even Guohanxue herself did not expect that her fantastic trick would actually succeed. However, after using this move, Guohanxue also clearly felt that nearly 20% of the energy in his body was consumed. But now she still has enough energy. Next, it seemed like it became Guahanshue's personal show. Along the way, no zombie could get within 10 steps of them. Guahanshue's ability allowed her to chop off a zombie's head with a simple wave of her hand. But even so, Guahanshue, who had overused her supernatural powers, did not feel tired at all. It seemed as if there were still unabsorbed medicines in her body that were rapidly replenishing the energy she had consumed. Jiang Yi finally understood why the description of the magic restoration potion specifically pointed out not to waste the potion. Just a small bottle of potion can enable Guahanshue's strength to reach an unprecedented level in a short period of time. Of course, this intensity is limited. When the energy of the potion itself is consumed, Guahanshue will no longer have this kind of impulse. Crushing all the way, Guahanshue returned to the downstairs of the female dormitory like a queen with the two bystanders. Jiang Yi looked around and found that the zombies that gathered were just ordinary zombies. The advanced zombie that he had seen before did not appear here. The arrow in Guahanshue's hand shot through the zombies at full speed. Seeing that the monster they were looking for was not there, she did not feel relieved but felt extremely disappointed. She was so powerful that she urgently needed a rival to verify her strength. It seems like we have come here in vain. Let's go back. After searching around the female dormitory, Jiang Yi still couldn't find any trace of the zombie. He had no choice but to ask the two of them. Although he was a little disappointed, everyone knew that there were not many zombies that had advanced to higher levels. As more and more people discovered the usefulness of corpse cores, there was a feeling that there were more wolves than meat. With no gain, the three had to prepare to leave. As they were about to leave, Guahanshue suddenly turned back, his eyes fixed on the cement road behind him. Did you hear any sound? Jiang Yi and Qing Do were stunned. We didn't hear anything. What did you find? Knowing that Guahanshue was the strongest among the three, Jiang Yi was not arrogant enough to think that he could know everything. Guahanshue looked around vigilantly. I don't know, I think I heard a roar, not far away. Jiang Yi frowned. Do you want to go over and take a look? Guahanshue didn't care. Anyway, we came out to hunt. If we find prey, we have to go and take a look. Qingdo's eyes also flashed with a hint of fighting spirit. Yes, Jiang Yi, not only do I need the treatment of blood recovery potion, Guahanshue also needs an opponent to adapt to her strength. Jiang Yi thought for a few seconds before drawing his weapon. In that case, let's go and take a look. After Guahanshue noticed something strange, Jiang Yi also felt an unusual aura in the space soon after. He had felt this aura from the bodies of advanced zombies before, but it had never been so solid and heavy. Obviously, a zombie emitting such an aura is definitely not an ordinary monster. In fact, even the skinning zombies in the villa may be far inferior to the big guy encountered this time. The three of them put away their laughter and relaxedness, and held their weapons tightly, which gave them a sense of security. Guahanshue secretly set up his bow, ready to burst out with terrifying killing power at any time. He walked through the green belt outside the dormitory little by little. The woods that were usually used for shade grew particularly lush after the apocalypse, and actually blocked the entire sky and sunlight above. The cold and damp feeling made Jiang Yi feel a little uncomfortable. As they got closer, the three of them could even hear angry roars. There were constant loud explosions in the woods, and the ground was shaking. The three of them were shocked. They could actually cause an earthquake. Could they really defeat each other? As they got closer to the place where the rumbling sound came from, the three of them became more and more nervous. Facing an unknown and powerful enemy, Qingdo had the best mentality. Seeing Guahanshue and Jiang Yi who were obviously hesitant, Qingdo volunteered to explore the way forward little by little. Finally, after passing a huge pine tree, with a series of loud bangs, an unbelievable scene appeared before the three people's eyes. An extremely strong zombie was frantically attacking the trunk of a willow tree in the open space ahead. If that was all, the three of them wouldn't be too surprised, but what shocked Jiang Yi was that this willow tree had grown several times bigger than before. There are hundreds of zombie corpses hanging on its branches. All of these zombies were hung high up with willow branches strung across their heads. From a distance, they looked like a beautiful colorful flower tree. But the black blood that kept flowing from the corpse made it impossible to accept this beauty. The black blood fell on the ground, and the ground was slightly churning. The green whiskers kept crossing and moving like a group of snakes, and the blood that fell on the roots of the tree was quickly absorbed by it. And this big tree was not just standing there being attacked by zombies. Its branches were originally all hanging on the ground. At this time, it encountered a huge impact. causing this strange monster to frantically swing the willow branches that had not been attacked to smash a promoted zombie on the ground. As if it was extremely angry about its companion being attacked, this zombie was wearing a black coat. With one punch, it scraped off a layer of bark from the willow tree, and its hands, feet and neck were quickly wrapped by the willow branches. The willow tree tried its best to tear off the power that entangled it, but it was hanging on the monster and couldn't hurt it at all. Chapter 42 Guahanshue's Double Kill. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and recognized that the zombie attacking the strange tree was the one that had trapped him in the girls' dormitory. Qingdou and Guahanshue stared at the tree that had come alive in front of them in astonishment. How is it possible that plants can come alive too? Jiang Yi also frowned. The source of the doomsday is the sudden rain. Since creatures can absorb the rain and turn into zombies and mutants, it shouldn't be surprising that plants have also mutated. Thousands of branches of the big tree frantically entangled the zombie that was attacking its trunk. When it found that it could not tear it apart, it actually lifted it up and smashed it hard to the ground. The promoted zombie roared as it was swung around by the willow branches. The terrifying force made it unable to resist, but the soft ground would not cause it to suffer any serious damage. Seizing the opportunity, the promoted zombie tore the willow branches on its body with great force, tore them into pieces and stuffed them into its mouth. Finding that the taste was not as delicious as it had imagined, the zombie spit out the branches again, and then its eyes fell on the trunk of the willow tree, as if something there was attracting it. It shook off the willow branches on its body and rushed up madly again, leaving deep marks on the trunk with its sharp claws. Guahanshue was a little excited. These two opponents were perfect for her to practice. Jiang Yi thought about it and realized that if it were him, whether facing the mutant willow tree or the zombie, his chances of winning would not be great. But now that Guahanshue and Qingdou were on his side, he felt that he could give it a try. Besides, this time, the main force in the battle was not himself, but Guahanshue, who was full of energy. When Jiang Yi thought of her infinite violence before, he felt a little scared. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's do it. Hanshue, find a way to cripple that zombie first." If she wasn't killed, Jiang Yi would still like to get more potions. Guahanshue nodded, stood up directly from the hiding spot, spread out the platform with both hands, and two wind blades as big as sickles flew in her hands. Guahanshue's delicate eyes flashed, and she waved her hands continuously, and two wind blades shot out in no particular order. The two monsters who were fighting had no idea that there was a yellow bird behind them. Two sharp sounds of breaking through the air flashed by, and the strong promoted zombie's hands and feet were directly broken at the root. Black blood gushed out crazily, and it fell to the ground and still didn't understand what happened. Two wind blades slashed fiercely on the tree trunk. After a loud bang, the bark of the willow tree was directly cut open, revealing two deep knife marks. Hiss! As if it were the hissing of an injured creature, this giant mutant willow tree actually made a painful sound, and the willow branches all over the tree danced wildly. The zombie that fell to the ground was used as a scapegoat. The furious willow tree madly swung all its branches at the zombie. After a few seconds, the zombie's clothes were completely torn. At this moment, the zombie with two large wounds on its body suddenly twitched in pain. Guahanshue, who was about to attack for the second time, was grabbed by Jiang Yi. The three of them watched in horror as countless snake-like vine roots emerged from the ground. These tree roots were slender and flexible. After madly absorbing the blood from the ground, they actually drilled into the zombie's body through its wounds. Although he knew that zombies didn't feel pain, Jiang Yi felt numb all over when he saw it twitching on the ground. Suddenly, Haruto yells, "No, the zombies are going to be killed by Willow." Jiang Yi reacted suddenly, drew his sword and rushed forward hastily. His speed was so fast that Qingdou only felt a strong wind blowing past him, and then he saw Jiang Yi rushing out. The two of them became anxious and followed him. Guahanshue drew his bow and shot an arrow while running. The strong energy tore a gap in the dense willow branches. Jiang Yi rushed over and was about to break in to grab the head when the willow tree discovered them. The branches that were originally attacking the zombies turned in the air and directly wrapped around Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi tried to dodge hastily, but there were too many branches, like flexible arms, making it impossible to dodge. After a few tries, he felt his ankle tighten, and a willow branch was tightly wrapped around his foot. Jiang Yi's body stiffened, and in that moment of distraction, countless willow branches flew towards him. Jiang Yi cut off the zombies that were entangled with him with one knife, and fell backwards. Most of the willow branches were empty, but there were still many that hit Jiang Yi's back. Ah! The intense pain made Jiang Yi scream and roll on the ground, crawling out madly. He crawled several meters away before the willow tree retracted its branches that could not be attacked. Qingdou hurriedly supported Jiang Yi, who was covered in cold sweat, with one hand. "Jiang Yi, are you okay?" Jiang Yi's clothes on his entire back were all torn, and every time he moved, his back felt a tearing pain. A fierceness made him grit his teeth and said, "Why don't you try it?" He shook Qingdou's hand away and said, "Stay away and be careful not to get sucked in." A trace of worry flashed across Qingdou's eyes. "Why don't we just ignore them? There must be many more zombies that have advanced. This is too dangerous." Guo Hanxue shot an arrow, and the powerful force of the arrow instantly blew apart the barrier of willow trees gathered in front of him, and then pierced heavily into the trunk of the tree. The tree trembled wildly, and the speed of sucking under its feet became faster. It saw the zombies being completely sucked dry by it. "I'm not willing to be beaten like this and leave like this. If I don't show my power, it will treat me as dough." The severe pain made Jiang Yi secretly ruthless. Seeing that he was less than 3 meters away from the zombie, it seemed as if there was a chasm between us. "If I can't get it, you can't either." Jiang Yi cursed and suddenly swung the skull-cutting knife in his hand. The sharp long knife was used as a flying knife, whistling and cutting through the willow trees all the way, and stabbed into the chest of the zombie. The zombie, which had already been exhausted, roared madly when the knife pierced his heart. His whole body suddenly sat up, and his only remaining hand tightly grasped the blade in front of him, trying to pull it out, but the black knife was like a mountain and could not be moved at all. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his left hand, the black knife instantly disappeared back into his hand. This time, Jiang Yi stared at the zombie's brow and threw the knife, which instantly pierced into the zombie's head. The zombie was shocked and fell to the ground powerlessly. A large number of roots wrapped around it, but no matter how they absorbed the food, they strangely discovered that the suddenly dead zombie seemed to have become a pile of lifeless wood, unable to provide any substance that could be absorbed. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, and the huge ball of light hit his chest. A smug smile appeared on his face. He was indeed the final winner. He reached into his pocket with his right hand, and after a moment, he pulled his hand out helplessly. Under the anxious gaze of the two, he spread out his hand to reveal a bottle of blue potion. Unfortunately, it's a magic recovery potion this time. A trace of regret flashed across Qingdou's eyes, but he still forced a smile. "That's good too, Guo Hanxue doesn't have to worry about what to do when the energy runs out." Guo Hanxue took a deep look at the potion in Jiang Yi's hand, and suddenly pointed to the willow tree that was still beating the air and said, "Do you think there is a corpse core on this willow tree?" Jiang Yi was stunned and looked at Guo Hanxue strangely. "Why do you think so? It shouldn't be the case. After all, Lu Shu is not a zombie." Haruto began to think, what President Guo said might be possible. Since zombies can have corpse cores, and humans and animals can mutate, it's not surprising that Lu Shu came back to life and had something similar to a corpse core in her body. Jiang Yi blinked his eyes, and his mind became active. If this is true, does that mean that if he kills it, he can also gain experience? This is a great thing for him. But looking at the huge tree that was impenetrable around him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "But this guy is like a turtle, he can't be killed no matter how hard we try. What can we do?" Guo Hanxue smiled proudly. "If I break it, how about I give your bottle of magic restoration potion to me?" After hearing what Guo Hanxue said, Jiang Yi casually threw the potion to her. Under Guo Hanxue's stunned gaze, he took a step back and crossed his arms. "Please start your performance." Carefully putting away the potion, Guo Hanxue stepped back a few steps, put a purple arrow on the bow, and slowly pulled the bow. As the giant bow opened little by little, small cyclones gradually danced on the ground beneath her feet. It grew bigger little by little, and finally became a series of small tornadoes visible to the naked eye. At this time, Guo Hanxue stood in the wind cave, her long hair dancing in the wind, and the purple arrow in her hand seemed to be covered with a layer of luster because it absorbed a lot of energy. The originally dark purple arrow branch also gradually became a layer of green. Guo Hanxue had been accumulating strength for this arrow for a long time, so long that her hands even began to tremble. Just when Jiang Yi was even worried that she would suddenly give up, Guo Hanxue suddenly screamed, and the green light in her hand instantly tore the space between her and the willow tree with a witch-like roar. A flash of brilliant light flashed and passed away, and a powerful storm swept the earth. The land in front of Guo Hanxue seemed to have been plowed, and Jiang Yi and Qingdou were pushed several steps away by the terrifying wind. After they got used to the flying sand, Jiang Yi squinted his eyes and looked at the willow tree in front of him, but was surprised to see that the huge tree had disappeared. Looking carefully, it didn't disappear, but was shot and exploded by Guahanshue's terrifying wind arrow. A part of the huge tree trunk that two people couldn't even hug together disappeared out of thin air, and the crown of the upper part fell directly to the ground, with the branches breaking into pieces. The big tree that lost its roots completely lost its power, with only a lonely root left in its place. Dang! The heavy longbow smashed to the ground. Guahanshue's face turned pale, and he sat on the ground exhausted. Looking at his own full-strength attack, he couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. But the next second, Guahanshue suddenly screamed, "Ah, my arrow!" Haruto looked at the sky full of tree powder and swallowed silently. With such a powerful attack, that branch would probably turn into powder. Guahanshue was completely depressed. She had only a few arrows to begin with, and now one was missing. It was hard for her to accept it for a while, and she didn't know whether she had made a profit or a loss in this deal. Chapter 43, Fighting Big Gray Again. Squeak. Just when Guahanshue was frustrated, he heard something in his ears. He looked up in disbelief and saw that the tree roots left on the ground were actually pulling out their roots bit by bit. Many of their tiny roots were torn off by tearing them hard, but the willow roots ignored all this. After frantically pulling out their roots, they actually ran away like a giant squid, using their roots as feet. "Don't let it run away!" Guahanshue screamed. She had wasted all her energy and a precious ancient arrow. How could such a narrow-minded girl let the culprit get away? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. This guy was not dead yet, but his upper body had returned to being an ordinary tree, and his roots could still run. If someone said there was nothing inside the roots, Jiang Yi would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. If it was the willow tree before, Jiang Yi might be afraid, but now there is only a wooden block left. How could Jiang Yi let it go? He chased after it in a few steps, and chopped it several times with the black knife in his hand. All the thick roots on the tree were cut off. The huge tree stump suddenly fell to the ground, and after rolling around for a few times, it was stepped on by Jiang Yi. At this time, Qingdou came over with Guahanshue, and saw Jiang Yi staring at the wood under his feet with a strange look on his face. Is it solved? Guahanshue was very concerned about this. Jiang Yi looked at the wood under his feet curiously, shook his head and said, "Not yet, it's still alive." The three of them surrounded the motionless wood and touched it all over, all with a strange look on their faces. It was obviously just an ordinary piece of wood, but from the touch of them, they could always feel the vitality flowing in the wood. As if it was really scared, every time Jiang Yi touched it, the thick bark of the tree trunk seemed to tremble. Qingdou walked around it and said, "Jiang Yi, why don't we split it open and see? If it's still alive, maybe it can recover if we let it run away." Jiang Yi nodded. He had no doubt about the abnormal recovery ability of a plant that had become a spirit. Asking them to step back, Jiang Yi began to dissect the tree stump. He first peeled off its skin with a knife. The sap flowing from the clean trunk was actually light red in color, and one could even smell blood. When Jiang Yi began to cut the trunk piece by piece, the entire stump began to tremble violently. After it was cut into a large circle, Guahanshue suddenly stopped Jiang Yi and pointed at a red wooden ball in the center of the tree and shouted in surprise, "Look, this should be its corpse core. I can feel the energy here." Jiang Yi looked down and saw that half of a wooden bead was exposed on the tree trunk. It was hit by him just now, but it was not damaged at all, just exposed. Since Guahanshue said that he could feel energy from it, then this must be it. Jiang Yi, who was already tired from chopping, was delighted. He cut the wooden bead with his knife and pried it hard. The egg-sized wooden ball immediately rolled to the ground, but before it hit the ground, it turned into a beam of white light and shot into Jiang Yi's body. Without the wooden beads, the huge tree stump suddenly shook wildly for a few times, and then seemed to have lost water and dried up bit by bit. Guahanshue and Qingdou were shocked by the strangeness of Jiang Yi's ability, but they were more looking forward to what Jiang Yi could get this time. Especially Haruto, he was fed up with having to stand behind the two of them and worry during every battle. This was totally inconsistent with the swordsman spirit he believed in. But soon, he was disappointed, because this time, Jiang Yi took out a bottle of green potion. Jiang Yi looked at the traceability potion in his hand strangely, and didn't know how to describe his current half-joyful and half-sad mood. Tracing potion, it can instantly restore your physical strength to the best state until the effect of the potion wears off. Note, please do not drink it if you are too energetic, otherwise it may make you unable to sleep. After the red potion and blue potion, is this another potion to restore strength? This thing is very useful, but when he thought of Qingdo's disappointed look, Jiang Yi suddenly felt that the potion in his hand was not fragrant anymore. After briefly introducing the effects of the new potion to the two, Jiang Yi put the potion away. This thing can play a big role at a critical moment. Guo Hanxue was not interested in this bottle of potion. After all, she was an archer, and the biggest consumption was the energy in her body, not her strength. Haruto was a little greedy, after all, as a swordsman, what could be more attractive to him than a drug that could quickly restore his fighting power when he was about to lose his strength? The three people knew that their trip was in vain and had to go back. Although Jiang Yi did not get the blood recovery potion he wanted this time, his gain for the day was not small. First of all, I upgraded to a higher level. Not only did my speed increase greatly, but more importantly, my defense reached 9 points, which was almost the highest point for ordinary people. If not, it would not have been possible for me to be attacked by the mutant willow tree and simply leave a few blood marks. Haruto, who originally thought he would have to return home with regret today, suddenly froze when he walked to the woods outside the gymnasium. Seeing that there was no response from the front, the two men shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, there is an ambush here." Jiang Yi and Guo Hanxue stopped talking instantly and drew their weapons at the same time. The oppressive silence finally made them feel something was wrong. It was too quiet. There was not even the roar of the zombies in the distance. Jiang Yi held the black knife across his chest, his eyes scanning the woods ahead. He felt that this place looked familiar, until he saw a large mess of blood on the ground at his feet, and then he suddenly realized that this was the place where he and Guo Hanxue encountered the mutant zombies and the mutant beast Dahue. Almost instantly, Jiang Yi knew what was causing the three people to face such great pressure. At this time, Qingdo suddenly pointed to a dark place in the woods and said, "President Guo Hanxue, attack there." Although Guo Hanxue didn't see anything, her understanding of Qingdo made her have no doubts, so she drew her bow and shot an arrow. The purple arrow had no energy attached, but it was still as fast as lightning and disappeared into the woods in an instant. Puff! There was a muffled sound, and the shadow tree in front of him shook. Qingdo warned alertly, "Be careful, it's coming out." Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, as if his right hand was still in pain, and his eyes met the huge creature that walked out of the shadows in the air. A huge gray dog as big as an ox walked out of the woods slowly, its muscles bulging, and half of its ear was missing from its huge head. But what caught people's attention most was the dirt in one of its eye sockets. Dried blood had made its eyelids sticky together, and a shriveled eyeball with a thin blood vessel dangling in front of its face. Guo Hanxue took a breath. She knew what it was. She looked at Jiang Yi beside her unconsciously. She didn't know what decision he would make this time. Jiang Yi, who was secretly watched by Guo Hanxue, was very calm and just stared at the Hui. Until it stopped in front of everyone, revealing a purple arrow in its mouth, it spat it out and threw it aside. Guo Hanxue's eyes widened. Although she did not use energy in the previous arrow, the arrow shot by her bow could actually be caught by a beast in the air. How is this possible? Dahue didn't care who shot the branch at him. As soon as he appeared, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Yi, and the fire of hatred burned fiercely in his one eye. But it did not move rashly, but finally set its sights on Haruto. If it looked at Jiang Yi with anger, it looked at Qingdo with caution and seriousness. It was not until it found that Qingdo's arm was injured that its one eye suddenly lit up, and its fangs were exposed in an instant, and it rushed towards Qingdo with a roar. Qingdo's body collapsed, and he drew his sword with his right hand, slashing at Dahue's neck. Dahue's four legs flexibly turned, and his huge body unexpectedly stopped flexibly. He tilted his body to avoid Qingdo's sword, and the huge dog mouth bit Qingdo madly. Jiang Yi cursed loudly, and drew his sword to chop it instantly. With a very fast speed and a sharp wind of the sword, he went straight to Dahue's thigh. A cunning flashed in Dahue's eyes. Just as Qingdo was being forced to retreat, he suddenly turned around and stood up, and a pair of dog claws as big as human hands flew towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's full-strength attack to save Qingdo failed. As his body was losing strength, his eyes went dark and he saw Dahui pressing towards him with its hundreds of pounds of body. He quickly rolled to the side, but there was no way that Dahui would let Jiang Yi, his archenemy, go. After missing the pounce, his entire body suddenly jumped up and smashed towards Jiang Yi with its huge body. Jiang Yi rolled to avoid Dahui's two consecutive attacks. His eyes went dark, and he was blown away by a heavy dog-tail fan. Jiang Yi fell to the ground, and Dahui immediately pressed on Jiang Yi, opening his huge mouth and biting towards his neck. Swoosh! Guo Hanshue's arrow shot straight at its only remaining eye at the critical moment. Having suffered a loss once, how could Dahui not protect his eyes even more? Sensing the danger, he decisively gave up on giving Jiang Yi a fatal blow. The dog tilted its head back, and the sharp purple arrow brushed past its nose. A streak of blood flowed out from its gray fur, and Big Gray looked in the direction of Guo Hanshue with his teeth bared. Guo Hanshue didn't expect that Dahui had dodged her arrows twice. Seeing Dahui's warning, she instinctively retreated. This time, she took out 2 purple arrows at the same time, put them on the bow, and pulled with all her strength. Swoosh! 2 arrows flew out from a bow at the same time. Dahui quickly jumped back, and Jiang Yi, who was under its feet, took the opportunity to roll out of Dahui's control. Looking at the clothes pierced on his chest, Jiang Yi's face became heavy. And Haruto is entangled with Dahui once again. Dahui seemed to be very wary of Qingdo, and his behavior towards him was more like surrounding him without attacking him. But at this time, Qingdo's left hand was seriously injured, and he was at a great disadvantage facing the dog-like beasts that were known for their agility. Fortunately, he had the assistance of Guo Hanshue, and an arrow from time to time could always interrupt the fatal attack launched by Dahui on Qingdo. Jiang Yi saw clearly that the current situation was very unfavorable to them. Not to mention that Qingdo was just an ordinary person and was injured, Guo Hanshue also lost energy due to the previous battle. Otherwise, Guo Hanshue, whose strength had greatly increased, would not allow Dahui to do whatever he wanted. Chapter 44 New Loot. They knew that they must not waste their time when dealing with Big Gray, as their physical strength could not be stronger than Big Gray. Thinking of his physical strength, Jiang Yi directly tore off his sportswear that had been turned into a beggar's outfit by Lu Shu and Dahui. His muscles, which had become increasingly strong as he upgraded, were dripping with sweat. Jiang Yi took out the bottle of body-tracing potion from his pants and drank it all in one gulp. The apple-flavored potion was refreshing in his throat, making Jiang Yi feel as if he had drunk a glass of cold cola on a hot summer day. The coolness flowed into Jiang Yi's throat, and his heart seemed to be given a shot of cardiotonic, beating wildly and violently. His skin, which had turned pale due to fatigue, instantly turned rosy. The sweat on his body evaporated quickly, and the fatigue of the whole day was swept away. Jiang Yi now felt that he was so strong that he could kill a cow. Seeing Qingdo being slapped away by Dahui's claw, his body shook and he fully activated his 17-point speed, making him as fast as the wind. He slashed with a knife, and when he was about to bite Qingdo's mouth, his nose was cut off in an instant. Ouch! The intense pain made Big Gray retreat continuously, and the wound on its cut nose gushed blood wildly. Big Gray, who was originally strong and had a keen sense of smell, suddenly lost his advantage, causing him unbearable pain. He pressed his paw on the wound, and the whole dog rushed around frantically. Jiang Yi, who had succeeded in his attack, had no time to be happy before he was knocked away by Dahui's huge body. He rolled several times in the air before falling to the ground. Guo Hanshue pulled the bow and shouted urgently, "Jiang Yi, are you okay?" Jiang Yi smiled excitedly, stood up and gently shook his aching arm, looking at Dahui who was seriously injured by him with a gleam in his eyes. There will never be a better time than now. Seeing that Jiang Yi really didn't look like he had any problems, Guo Hanshue finally felt relieved. She took out the bottle of magic restoration potion and was about to pull it out when she heard Jiang Yi suddenly shout, "Hanshue! Qingdo! Don't do it, I want to get rid of it myself." With a flick of his left hand, the black knife returned, and the pitch-black leather rope circled around his arms. Jiang Yi, who was connected to the skull-cutting knife, rushed forward like a cannonball, pushing the knife handle with his right hand and stabbing at Dahui's body with all his strength. Puff! Big Gray, who was struggling in pain, let out a miserable roar. At the critical moment, he twisted his neck and avoided Jiang Yi's knife that was aimed at his vitals. The sharp black knife pierced into Dahui's ribs. Dahui, who was in excruciating pain, immediately slapped Jiang Yi who was hanging on his body with his claws. Jiang Yi stepped back alertly, loosened the knife with his left hand, but grabbed the black rope wrapped around his wrist with his right hand. He pulled hard, and the knife connected to the black rope was pulled out instantly, bringing out a splash of hot animal blood. Catching the knife in midair, Jiang Yi swung the black knife with all his strength, and a huge dog paw slammed heavily on the ground under the blood flames. Big Gray roared to the sky, and when he looked at Jiang Yi, his eyes were no longer as angry as before, but instead turned into fear. He didn't understand why their roles had changed now when he could easily kill the prey a few days ago. He fell heavily to the ground, and a trace of pleading flashed in Big Gray's one eye as he was exhausted. It has been eager to survive since it was born. No matter how hard it is, it doesn't want to die. After wandering for a long time, its eyes now reveal the timid and frightened look that it had disguised countless times before. It knew that kind people would show it some leniency when they saw this scene. Jiang Yi stood in front of it with a knife in hand, looking at the familiar eyes he had seen countless times before, and shook his head slowly. "Sorry, Dahui, this time, I won't give you my lunchbox." As if it had understood Jiang Yi's words, Big Gray squirmed its huge body a few times with a frightened expression, and suddenly its face became as ferocious as a monkey. With a roar, the dog rushed towards Jiang Yi's neck. Even if it died, it wanted to die with this man. Puff! A deep line of blood burst out from its neck, and blood splattered all over Jiang Yi's feet. The big ash fell heavily to the ground, its one eye showing endless unwillingness. It opened its mouth, and its originally bright one eye gradually lost its luster. Several light balls shot into Jiang Yi's body one by one as its body withered. Qingdao and Guohanxue walked over in shock at this time, looked at Jiang Yi, and then looked at the ashes on the ground that looked like they had been dead for a long time and had already rotted. They really didn't expect that Jiang Yi would grow so fast. A few days ago, he was severely injured by this ferocious beast, but now he can kill a dog beast alone. His growth rate is too fast. Jiang Yi took a deep look at Dahui's body, raised his head and smiled at the two of them. Just as he was about to speak, a group of people suddenly walked in from the woods not far away. Dongfang Tian walked in, saw Guohanxue and the other two, and looked at Dahui's body again. "What happened? Hanxue, are you okay?" Guohanxue turned around and frowned slightly. "When did Dongfang Tian and the others come?" "We are fine." Dongfang Tian nodded, strolled to the huge corpse and walked around it twice. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He had never seen such a huge mutated beast before. Even though he was very confident in his strength, he could not guarantee that he could kill such a huge beast. Did he kill it? Dongfang Tian secretly looked at Jiang Yi, who had an expressionless face. He shook his head secretly. Jiang Yi gave him a very ordinary feeling and didn't look like someone who could do such a thing. Seeing the arrow on the body, Dongfang Tian was more inclined to believe that Guohanxue had killed him. Thinking of this, Dongfang Tian glanced at Jiang Yi with contempt, and walked to Guohanxue's side. "Hanxue, the smell of blood here is too strong, I'm afraid it will attract zombies, let's go back." Guohanxue instinctively looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi nodded slightly and retracted the knife in his hand. Dongfang Tianchong said to his team members, "Take this corpse back and try to see if it can be eaten." Qingdao frowned, took a step forward, and wanted to say something, but was pulled by Jiang Yi and shook his head gently. Just like that, the spoils belonging to Jiang Yi and the other two were taken away by Dongfang Tian. From beginning to end, Dongfang Tian didn't even ask them a single question. Guohanxue was also somewhat disgusted, but when she thought about the fact that she was still staying at his place, and most of her former teammates were now under Dongfang Tian's command, she didn't want to argue with Dongfang Tian over these things. After returning to the gymnasium, Qingdao, who had been holding back all the way, looked at Jiang Yi angrily. "Why didn't you let me speak? Dongfang Tian is too much. That's our trophy." Jiang Yi lay on the mattress nonchalantly, looking at the particularly unhappy Qingdao and the obviously depressed Guohanxue, and suddenly smiled. "If they want it, give it to them. We don't need it anyway." Guohanxue stood up for Jiang Yi, but he went too far and didn't even ask you first. Jiang Yi was very happy. "It doesn't matter, anyway, I have got the real good stuff." The two were stunned and stared at Jiang Yi at the same time. They instinctively guessed what Jiang Yi meant. Yes, normally, when a ferocious beast dies, it will deteriorate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Considering Jiang Yi's strange ability and looking at Jiang Yi's current expression, they couldn't help but be curious. Jiang Yi hesitated for a few seconds, and seeing that the two were about to touch it himself, he reached into the bag next to him and took out a bottle of blood-red potion. Healing potion. Guohanxue shouted excitedly, and suddenly felt out of control. She covered her mouth with her hand and carefully looked into the distance to make sure no one was paying attention. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiang Yi excitedly. "It is true. You can get potions from animals and plants. Jiang Yi also nodded excitedly, yes, there's more. After that, Jiang Yi reached into the bag again, and this time, he pulled out a long blanket. The soft animal skin blanket is like the finest Persian carpet, with soft and dense gray-white hair on it. Gua Hanshue's eyes lit up and she snatched it away. The texture of the fur coat was even better than the best fur coat she had ever touched. What is this? Big Gray's skin. Qingdou couldn't help but ask as he looked at the familiar color. Jiang Yi shrugged, who knows? Anyway, if I kill Dahue, I will get a piece of animal skin. Animal hide, first level. This hide is made from the essence of the fur of an unknown beast. It has good defensive and warming effects. Jiang Yi did not expect that after he dealt with Dahue, he not only gained 10 experience points, but also got a few things besides potions. In addition to the 2-meter square animal skin, Jiang Yi also got 10 sharp animal teeth and 10 hard animal bones. Every animal tooth and bone is of the same size and style, and even the weight is exactly the same. Jiang Yi didn't know what these things were used for, but combined with the familiarity of the potions, Jiang Yi guessed that these things were simply materials collected from Dahue. This made Jiang Yi vaguely guess that since his infinite combat upgrade ability can now collect these things independently, it means that he can do something with these materials in the future. So even though it is completely useless now, Jiang Yi is not too disappointed. Gua Hanshua liked the animal skin very much, while Qingdou was very curious about the white animal teeth in his hand. After all, there were no missing teeth in the mouth of Dahue's body before, so where did these teeth come from? Qingdou and Jiang Yi didn't know that in the kitchen not far away, several students who were responsible for handling the beast's corpse wanted to take off a few teeth as a souvenir. Before they could find the tools, they just pulled with their hands, and the seemingly sharp fangs broke off completely. Well, let me show you one last thing. Jiang Yi coughed lightly, successfully getting the two people's attention to himself, and took out a square piece of raw meat from his bag. This piece of raw meat is so fresh that it seems to bleed, with a layer of fat hanging on it, emitting a faint fishy aroma, and its plum blossom-like patterns are comparable to the finest Wagyu beef. Haruto sniffed instinctively, what fresh meat. The Yamato people are the birthplace of raw food and the producer of the world's top-quality beef. Even though Qingdou has not lived in Yamato for too long, he has eaten raw food. Just by smelling it, he can tell that the meat in Jiang Yi's hand is the freshest and top-quality ingredient that can be eaten raw. Jiang Yi tossed the meat in his hand, a full 100 kilograms of dog meat. Do you want to eat it? Chapter 45, Conspiracy. Gua Hanshua and Qingdou swallowed their saliva at the same time. If it was a dozen days ago, when someone brought dog meat and asked them if they wanted to eat it, they would definitely refuse or even scold the other person for eating a cute dog. But now, any bit of food is an extremely precious commodity. Anyone who has lived in the doomsday for half a month will remember deeply that as long as it is edible, it cannot be wasted. Therefore, Gua Hanshua and Qingdou, who had always refused to eat dog meat, could not refuse the meat in Jiang Yi's hand. But in the end they didn't get to eat the delicious dog meat. Dongfang Tian still remembered that this big harvest was the work of Gua Hanshua and the others. After decomposing the dog corpse, he personally brought a large basin of meat that was enough for the 3 people to eat. Looking at the 3 people who were talking about something, Dongfang Tian didn't mind interrupting their conversation at all. You must be hungry, come and try this meat. It's a pity that there is no kitchen here, so we can only stew something simple. A large basin of huge bones was emitting a faint aroma. The 3 men did not hesitate to eat any amount they wanted, after all, this was their prey. After Jiang Yi gave each of the 2 a bone, he grabbed one and started chewing on it. After taking a bite, Jiang Yi frowned instinctively. After swallowing the meat in his mouth with difficulty, he looked at the other 2. It was obvious that they also found it difficult to swallow the meat in their mouths. Dongfang Tian chuckled, it's hard to chew, isn't it? I guess it's because of the animal mutation. Although their meat is edible, the taste is not very good. But several hundred kilograms of meat can last us a long time. Obviously Dongfang Tian already knew how bad the meat was. To be honest, Jiang Yi's original expectations for the beast meat had completely disappeared. The meat in my mouth was hard and tough, like old pork that had not been stewed enough. There is not a single bit of tenderness in the mouth. It is totally different from the jade meat in my own space. But as Dongfang Tian said, in today's world, who can be picky about these things? Just be content as long as you are full. Frowning, he tore the meat in his hand into shreds and swallowed it bit by bit. After the three of them barely finished eating the bone in their hands, they no longer looked at the meat in the basin. There was a hint of displeasure in Dongfang Tian's eyes, but he still smiled and asked someone to take away the meat basin. Then he got to the point. "Hanshue, I heard that you are looking for those powerful zombies. Are you looking for corpse cores? If you need them, I can provide you some." As he spoke, Dongfang Tian took out 2 red corpse cores from his body. Although it hurt, he resisted the urge to pull his hand back and handed it to Guahanshue. Guahanshue glanced at the corpse core and then retracted her gaze. "Thank you Dongfang Tian, but you should use it yourself. You should have tried it." Dongfang didn't expect Guahanshue to be able to resist the temptation of corpse cores, but he nodded anyway. "Yes, I have tried it, swallowing corpse cores can make superpowers even stronger." However, when he thought of the manpower lost in hunting zombies, Dongfang Tian couldn't help but shudder. If possible, he would never dream of facing the terrifying advanced zombies again. But his ambition did not allow him to be cowardly. After losing more than a dozen of his men, he finally got 5 corpse cores. He gave one to an ordinary person for experiment. As a result, the boy exploded into a bloody mist. The second piece was eaten by Li Gang. It must be said that Li Gang was very strong, but he was very self-reliant. When he heard Dongfang Tian's request, Li Gang swallowed it without much consideration, which made his ability 3 times stronger. It was only at this time that Dongfang Tian Kai dared to swallow the 3rd corpse core and successfully released his ice ability. But he didn't dare to eat the remaining 2. First, because the corpse cores didn't belong to him alone. If he absorbed them all, although no one might object, it would definitely be a thorn in the hearts of his subordinates. Second, Dongfang Tian was not sure whether he could swallow these powerful corpse cores continuously. He was extremely afraid of his life and didn't dare to take the risk. Seeing Guahanshue repeatedly rejecting his good intentions, Dongfang Tian Kai helplessly took back the corpse core and suddenly turned to look at Jiang Yi. "Classmate, Jiang Yi is also a superpower, right? I know you want to hunt corpse cores, but you should know that zombies with corpse cores are very powerful. It is impossible for you and Qingdou, even with Hanshue, to be safe every time. How about this, since you and Qingdou have no plans to join us, why not temporarily hunt zombies together?" Jiang Yi was stunned and instinctively wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he looked at Guahanshue. "It depends on Guahanshue's opinion. If she agrees, I have no objection." Dongfang Tian was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the puzzled Guahanshue. "Oh. Then Hanshue, do you agree?" "Don't worry, I will take good care of you." Guahanshue frowned, not understanding why Jiang Yi, the captain, should ask for her opinion. However, she still didn't want to accept this suggestion, but she also knew Dongfang Tian's persistence. After thinking about it, she nodded. "Okay, let's go kill the corpse core together tomorrow, but how should we distribute the harvest?" Guahanshue had managed a society before, so naturally he had no lack of basic negotiation skills. With the precedent of Dongfang Tian snatching the corpse of the ferocious beast today, even though he was still his friend, Guahanshue still wanted to make this point clear. Dongfang Tian frowned, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed through his mind towards Guahanshue. He didn't like the way Guahanshue was now. She had such a clear account of everything with him. But seeing Guahanshue's serious and businesslike face, he knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, she might reject his proposal. He had never thought about this before, so he made a temporary plan and said, "How about this, you all go out with my team, and you can have 1 out of every 5 corpse cores we hunt. As for the food and supplies, we can divide them equally per person." Guahanshue glared angrily. "Dongfang Tian, you are going too far. We have 2 people with special abilities, and your entire team only has 2 people with special abilities. Don't you think you are playing a trick on me with this allocation?" Dongfang Tian's face frowned. He hated Guahanshue's pettiness, but when he thought that even if he promised more, they could not take anything away, Dongfang Tian was in the mood to talk to Guahanshue for a long time, and finally reached an agreement. The 2 sides hunted together and obtained 2 corpse cores, Dongfang Tian and 1 Guahanshue. And the second one hunted must belong to Jiang Yi's team. If there are less than 3 tomorrow, at least 1 must be given to them. As for the supplies, Jiang Yi and his team were not responsible for transporting them, and only received 1/10 of the value of all the supplies. Qingdou opened his mouth wide and watched Guahanshue and Dongfang Tian negotiate back and forth until they finally reached an agreement. Only then did he understand why they could become presidents. It's not just that they are strong, the most important thing is that they are all qualified managers. Qingdao, who knew that he did not have this talent, supported the honest cat and watched the fun on the side. Jiang Yi frowned. He did not want to cooperate with Dongfang Tian. First, he did not trust Dongfang Tian, and second, his ability was destined to be unsuitable for cooperation with others. But Jiang Yi knew that he couldn't always take care of himself. Exposing his abilities in front of Guohanxue and Qingdao was the first step. He had to face more people. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, what was the point of being alone? The most important thing is for him to demonstrate his ability bit by bit. After talking with Guohanxue, Dongfang Tian looked at Jiang Yi in deep thought with a cold face. It doesn't matter. If they want it, give it to them. It depends on whether they still have life to use it. Whether it is the corpse core or Guohanxue, they are both mine. When Jiang Yi sorted out his thoughts, he found that Dongfang Tian had already left with his men, and Guohanxue and Qingdao were sorting out the things they needed to prepare for tomorrow. He handed the blood recovery potion in his hand to Qingdao. Drink it, you've been waiting too long. Jiang Yi's plain but sincere words made Qingdao feel warm in his heart. He didn't refuse, but came straight over, pulled out the cork, looked at Jiang Yi seriously, and drank the potion in one gulp. Jiang Yi was not too worried as he had already confirmed that the things he was able to produce could be used by others. Soon he heard Qingdao groaning, cold sweat pouring out of his forehead, and the pain from the reconnection of the bones in his left hand made him grit his teeth. Fortunately, the blood-restoring potion is very powerful. It can reshape bones and flesh while eliminating Qingdao's pain. Qingdao's injury was not as serious as Jiang Yi's before. After drinking a bottle of potion, the rich energy not only reconnected the entire hand bone, but also eliminated the scars left by Qingdao's years of training. When the effect of the medicine completely disappeared, Qingdao's whole body was as clear as water, but his pair of brown-black pupils were particularly bright. He swept away the previous decadence and looked high-spirited. He said something to Jiang Yi, picked up his bag and ran to take a shower. Guohanxue then looked at Jiang Yi with great concern. Are we really going to act together with Dongfang Tian tomorrow? Jiang Yi nodded. Haven't you already discussed it with them? Guohanxue shook her head and said affirmatively, forget it, I know you don't believe Dongfang Tian. To be honest, after the end of the world, I don't know if Dongfang Tian is still the same person I once knew. Acting with such a person is like courting death. Jiang Yi looked at the worried Guohanxue and suddenly smiled. Then why did you still agree to him? Guohanxue rolled her eyes at Jiang Yi and said, that's because I know him. If I reject him today, he will try every possible way to get us to go out with him tomorrow. That's why I only agreed to his proposal temporarily. Jiang Yi looked at her with pity. You are so pitiful. You have been acting with him for so long for us. Guohanxue looked at Jiang Yi's pretentious face, and punched Jiang Yi in the chest, causing Jiang Yi to cough. You want to gain power. Guohanxue snorted coldly. Who told you to still make fun of me? At this moment, Qingdao came back. Jiang Yi and Guohanxue were delighted by his return. Qingdao was no longer wearing the dark training suit, but a dark green kimono. Chapter 46. The second team member. The collar and sleeves of the kimono are locked with silver-white cuffs. What is most noticeable is the white cherry blossoms scattered on the kimono, making Haruto look calm and light-hearted. The two swords on the waist are very suitable with the special belts. Suddenly wearing the traditional Yamato costume made Haruto a little shy. Well, this is a new dress my mom sent me for the kendo tournament. I have never been willing to wear it, but I just found out that this is the only one I have, so I put it on. Guohanxue's eyes sparkled. It looks great. Oh my god, I just knew that Qingdao, your skin is so good. Jiang Yi turned from his clothes and looked at Qingdao's flushed face, only then he discovered that Qingdao's face was really smooth, just like a peeled egg just out of the pan. Although the blood-restoring potion can repair old scars, it has no effect on skin problems. This shows that Haruto, who has always been gloomy, is actually a shy young man. No wonder many people say that mixed-race children are very good-looking. Jiang Yi was a little skeptical at first, but now when he saw Qingdao's appearance, he couldn't help but secretly praise him. After the two of them criticized the shy Qingdao for a while, they finally let him go, as he was about to crawl into the cracks in the ground. Then they returned to the previous topic. Qingdao blinked his eyes and asked, did Guohanxue lie to Dongfang Tian before? Oh my god, I didn't even see it. Guo Hanshua glanced at him proudly. If even he could see it, then there was no way she could fool Dongfang Tian. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, then looked at the two of them. There is one thing I want to tell you. Tomorrow, I want to leave here. I still have a lot of things to verify. Are you willing to go with me? Haruto raised his eyes. Are you going to look for her? Jiang Yi nodded calmly. Well, I still want to verify it myself. Guo Hanshua grinned. What are you two talking about? But don't think of leaving me, I will follow you. If you dare to leave me, be careful or I will shoot an arrow through your head. As she said that, she raised the golden bow beside her. Okay. As long as you want to follow me, I'll take you with me. Okay, miss. Jiang Yi really doesn't know how to communicate with girls, and he always can't refuse them. Guo Hanshua was satisfied, and continued to sort out her arrows. Jiang Yi looked at Qingdao. Qingdao, are you going to stay here, or? Jiang Yi didn't elaborate, but Qingdao knew what he meant. After thinking for a while, Qingdao raised his head and said, Jiang Yi, you have recovered now. Do you still need a bodyguard? The kind that provides food and lodging? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. His laughter was particularly refreshing. No, I don't need a bodyguard anymore. Qingdao's face darkened, and then he heard Jiang Yi continue, but I'm in urgent need of a partner to fight side by side. I wonder if you are interested. Haruto blinked, but, I'm not a power user, I can't be as powerful as you guys. Jiang Yi patted his shoulder and asked, can you still swing your knife? Haruto suddenly sat up straight, picked up the white sword and said confidently, of course, my sword is the strongest. Qingdao was particularly dazzling due to his strong confidence in his sword. Guo Hanshua laughed. He was indeed the club's dazzling newcomer this year. How crazy. My name is Jiang Yi, welcome to join us. Qingdao looked at Jiang Yi's outstretched right hand and suddenly grabbed it. Ji Qingdao, please give me more guidance in the future. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and their fists clenched together were firm and powerful. After calming down, the three of them started chatting with each other. Jiang Yi suddenly asked, by the way, Qingdao, why does Dahui seem to be afraid of you? Qingdao rubbed his head and smiled innocently. About this. I just reported here a few days ago and saw that there was a pet lover organization in our school to help stray cats and dogs, and they were trying to capture Dahui. But they couldn't catch it at all, and Dahui happened to rush to my side, so I. Qingdao's explanation left Guo Hanshua and Jiang Yi speechless. They mourned for Dahui for 3 seconds in their hearts, and then they couldn't help but gloat over his misfortune. The big gray cat is notoriously fierce in the university. It not only steals food, but also bites others many times. The school even sent people to capture it, but the big gray cat is too smart. It will run away when it encounters a strong person, and then come back to attack ordinary passers-by. Oh, by the way, when I heard they were going to sterilize stray dogs, I felt it was meaningful, so I personally sent Dahui to the veterinary hospital, and I paid for the sterilization. Qingdao's smug explanation caused Guo Hanshua, who was drinking water, to cough madly, and Jiang Yi also felt a chill between his legs and instinctively backed away. The three of them chatted until very late before they took a break, until the next day when it was time to act. Dongfang Tian stood in front of his team members with a proud look on his face, looking at the three people coming down from upstairs, frowned slightly, and saw Jiang Yi walking in the front, while Guo Hanshua and Qingdao were actually half a body length behind him. In Dongfang Tian's opinion, this attitude was actually led by Jiang Yi. How could this be possible? Even if it wasn't Guo Hanshua, it was Qingdao who became their leader, Dongfang Tian wouldn't be too surprised. But Jiang Yi, a guy who he couldn't see the strength of at all. The person who had always been looked down upon by him finally made Dongfang Tian pay a little attention to him. Jiang Yi stood confidently in front of Dongfang Tian, with his right hand on the knife at his waist. He looked at Dongfang Tian's inquiring eyes and chuckled, sorry for the wait, President Dongfang, let's go. Dongfang Tian did not respond, but took a deep look at Guo Hanshua. From her expression, he finally confirmed his guess. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Dongfang Tian nodded, well, let's go. Jiang Yi and his two companions, along with Dongfang Tian's group of 10 people, walked out of the gymnasium in a mighty procession. Zhu Kaijun and Li Zhitian, who were watching them from afar, glanced at each other and hurriedly retreated to the underground swimming pool. As Dongfang Tian walked, he said to Guo Hanshua, Hanshua, let's go to the cafeteria today. Jiang Yi was stunned and looked over. But soon, he realized that the cafeteria Dongfang Tian was talking about was not the number 1 cafeteria he had been in before, but the number 3 cafeteria. Longxing University of Technology is very large, so there are 3 canteen buildings in the entire campus. However, the 3 canteens have different operating conditions because of different contractors. Canteen number 1 is the largest, tallest and most diverse of the 3 canteens. Especially after the renovation a year ago, the current number 1 canteen has added many modern intelligent machines. It can be said to be one of the iconic canteens of Gongda. Canteen number 2 is far inferior to canteen number 1 in terms of both area and operating status. However, the characteristic of canteen number 2 is that it mainly serves Western food from various countries. It can be said that it is specially set up for foreign college students who come to study in Gongda. Canteen number 2 does not require meal cards, all meals here must be paid with cash. Even so, the majority of people who come here are Chinese students. After all, foreigners who come to China want to try Chinese food rather than tasting their own food in a foreign country. As for canteen number 3, Jiang Yi had never been there, because this last canteen was a complete waste of money, or in one word, luxury. Whether in terms of decoration or business operations, canteen number 3 is not much different from those star-rated restaurants outside. In addition to being a place for really wealthy students to order meals, it is also used to entertain school leaders. So everyone jokingly calls it the corruption building. The reason why Dongfang Tian chose this place was not only because he liked the food here, but more because he wanted to move his team's base to canteen number 3. After all, compared to the empty gymnasium, canteen number 3 can be said to be an absolute paradise. Obviously, not only Dongfang Tian, but also Guohanxue and Qingdao have been to canteen number 3. After hearing Dongfang Tian's proposal, both of them couldn't help but shine in their eyes. When they walked out of the gymnasium's sphere of influence, the zombies around them began to increase, and the 13 people did not dare to communicate casually. Everyone held their own weapons. Fortunately, there was nothing else in the gymnasium, and the weapons were enough for each person to have 2 or 3 pieces and more. Dongfang Tian held a long sword in his hand. The thin sword reflected the frosted silver light in the sun. This sword was not an ordinary performance tool, but a real forged weapon. It was specially built at great expense when the martial arts club was first established and regarded as the treasure of the club. Seeing the zombies swaying and gathering in front, Dongfang Tian did not draw his sword, but waved his hand coldly. The iron tower-like Li Gang behind him rushed forward with his team members holding his steel knife. The 6 people made almost no sound, and their footsteps were extremely light as they ran. They also wielded their weapons decisively, without any fear when encountering terrifying zombies. Li Gang chopped the zombie in front of him with his knife, cutting it from neck to shoulder and sending it flying. He kicked it hard, and the headless zombie flew out and hit 2 zombies. The 2 zombies fell to the ground, and before they could get up, the steel knife chopped them fiercely, and their football-sized heads rolled out directly. Compared with Li Gang, although the others were much inferior, they were not afraid when facing the zombies. They took care of their own zombies with just a few moves. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows, and seeing Dongfang Tian looking at him, he smiled and nodded at him. Li Gang dealt with all the zombies, and his 5 men immediately searched each zombie with ease, looting everything they could use. Dongfang Tian then ordered to keep moving forward. Although the battle was quick, it still made some noises. Soon, more zombies rushed over frantically. The 3 people with longbows took down their bows one by one, pulled the bows to the full and shot. 3 zombies fell to the ground immediately. The group did not even stop, but stepped over the corpses and continued to move forward. The 3 archers also pulled out the arrows from the corpses before passing by the zombies they shot. Chapter 47, Captain's Contest. Guohanxue and Qingdao looked at each other, and a hint of seriousness flashed in their eyes. It must be said that no matter how good Dongfang Tian's character is, his team members are indeed very strong. Especially Li Gang, the number of zombies he killed is even more than the total number of other people. Li Gang cut off the zombie in his hand with a knife, holding the bloody head, looking at Jiang Yi provocatively, and raised his hand, and the corrupt head rolled to Jiang Yi's feet. Jiang Yi took a half step to avoid the blood splashing on his toes, looked at Li Gang, and suddenly smiled. Looking at the zombies gathering in front of him, he slowly drew out his dark tang sword. Qingdao naturally saw Li Gang's provocation. At this time, he had been itching to fight back. Seeing Jiang Yi draw his sword, he also drew out his sword instantly, ran out quickly, and slashed at Li Gang. Li Gang was horrified. He never expected that Qingdao would dare to attack him. He just raised his sword in a hurry, but found that Qingdao's sword brushed past his arm and slashed behind him. With a roar, the sharp sword cut off half of the head of the zombie behind Li Gang. At this time, Guohanxue also raised his left hand, pointing it towards the sky, and small wind blades began to gather. The sharp sound of breaking wind attracted everyone's attention. With a sudden wave of his hand, 5 or 6 wind blades whizzed out, changing directions in the air and flashing away. The zombies in front of everyone suddenly fell to the ground. Dongfang Tian's eyes twitched, and he looked at Guohanxue, who was showing off her power, in shock. How could her ability be so strong? Hanxue. Dongfang Tian opened his mouth. Guohanxue, who stunned the whole audience with one blow, was in high spirits and looked back at him in confusion. What's wrong? Dongfang Tian opened his mouth but didn't ask. He just looked at Guohanxue with a deeper look. Jiang Yi saw everything, with a sly look in his eyes. He just liked to see Dongfang Tian wanting something but not being able to get it. With the addition of Qingdao and Guohanxue, the team moved even faster. Jiang Yi was a little depressed. With 2 guys around him, he had no chance to make a move. And Dongfang Tian hadn't made a move either. Jiang Yi also understood that Guohanxue and Qingdao did not want to expose their abilities too early. But soon their thoughts became difficult to continue. As more and more zombies gathered around them, they finally attracted a promoted zombie. Seeing this zombie, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up and he instinctively took a step forward. But Dongfang Tian was faster than him. He drew his sword in an instant, and with a sword stroke, the long sword stabbed straight into the zombie's neck with a sword chant. Dongfang Tian's speed was extremely fast, and the angle of his sword was even more tricky. One sword pierced through the neck of the promoted zombie. Seeing this scene, Li Gang took the lead and shouted, "Good." But how could a powerful zombie be killed by such a small injury? Being pierced through the neck, the damage to it was minimal. With one hand, it grabbed Dongfang Tian's sword and the other hand directly grabbed Dongfang Tian's arm. Dongfang Tian had anticipated this. He flicked his wrist and drew out his long sword. A sword flower flashed past and the hand that was grabbing him was cut off by the sword. However, he underestimated the speed of the zombie. It had no sense of pain and didn't care about the cut finger at all. Instead, it punched Dongfang Tian on the shoulder. Dongfang Tian fell down without noticing. Everyone was shocked. Seeing Dongfang Tian being pinned to the ground by the zombies, Li Gang roared and rushed forward. His steps were very big, and every step he took made the ground tremble. Buzz! The speed of the pitch-black Tang sword became even faster. Jiang Yi saw Dongfang Tian being knocked down by a zombie. He swept his left hand and flew at full speed. He turned into a black light and instantly appeared in front of the zombie, slashing at the zombie's neck with a knife. The sharp blade made the zombie feel threatened, and it instinctively dodged backwards. Jiang Yi's knife brushed past his nose, and Dongfang Tian also got up from the ground. Seeing that the zombie dodged Jiang Yi's knife, he rushed forward and kicked the zombie hard in the stomach. The zombie flew out, lying on the ground and roaring at Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi crazily. Jiang Yi and Dongfang Tian looked at each other and said, "It's okay." The two rushed forward at the same time in tacit understanding, attacking the zombie on the ground with a knife and a sword at almost the same speed. The zombies were extremely fast, but faced with 2 very strong opponents, they were soon covered in wounds. However, it was obvious that the zombies who had been promoted had realized the dangers and were guarding their vital points to avoid being attacked. Dongfang Tian's sword is light and mysterious. Every time he strikes the sword, there is a hint of rhythm. To others, it is a pleasing sight. Compared to him, Jiang Yi's fighting was really unbearable for the people present. Relying on the sharp weapon in his hand, he hacked and chopped randomly. If it weren't for Dongfang Tian's alertness, he would have been accidentally injured by Jiang Yi several times. After dealing with the zombies around, everyone watched Jiang Yi's battle in silence. Li Gang looked at Qingdao, "Is this your captain?" Haruto lowered his head and slapped his forehead hard. Guohanxue also felt very embarrassed. She bit her lip and immediately raised the golden bow in her hand. Li Gang was shocked. "President Guo, please don't mess around. Be careful of our president." Unfortunately, Guohanxue ignored him and shot an arrow with a sharp whistling sound carrying a powerful force of wind. Dongfang Tian, who was tense all over, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A death-like roar in his ears made him squat and hide to the side subconsciously. Jiang Yi also heard the sound of the arrow breaking through the air, but he just turned his body. The powerful arrow brushed past the corner of Jiang Yi's clothes and instantly pierced the arm of the zombie in front of him. The powerful force tore off its right arm. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Come on. He drew his long sword and chopped it down. The zombie's left shoulder was cut by the skull-cutting knife, and blood spurted out. The zombie roared with its hind legs, and without its hands, it couldn't even control the most basic balance. Dongfang Tian got up from the ground in a panic, turned around and glanced coldly, finally landing on Guohanxue, who was still holding a longbow and shooting arrows. Guohanxue did not pay attention to Dongfang Tian, but stared at Jiang Yi, who was fighting. Dongfang Tian also realized that while he was stunned, the zombie had been chopped into a stick by Jiang Yi. He was shocked to think that he, who was so powerful, had lost to Jiang Yi, who couldn't even use a knife. Dongfang Tian stared at Jiang Yi's back fiercely. The hand holding the sword was cold and chilly. A layer of frost hung on the dark red hilt, and the cold mist gradually dissipated. Jiang Yi cut off the zombie's right foot with a knife. Looking at the poor zombie who was about to lose balance and fall, he suddenly smiled and dodged his body slightly, avoiding the cold and sharp sword energy that was coming from behind. The sharp sword, with rolling cold air, pierced into the zombie's belly again. However, this time, the powerful promoted zombie was not as lucky as last time. The moment it was stabbed into the body, rolling cold mist began to emerge from the sword wound, and in an instant, the zombie's neck and head were covered with a layer of frost. Break! Dongfang Tian took a few steps forward, clenched his left fist, and punched out. With a series of cracking sounds, the zombies under the frost screamed as their necks and heads were broken off. Black and red ice crystals splattered everywhere, falling to the ground for a long time before slowly turning into blood and being absorbed by the earth. Jiang Yi stood quietly behind him, watching Dongfang Tian standing next to the zombie and staring at him. Neither of them spoke, but their gazes met in the air, filled with fighting intent against each other. It was not until everyone behind him ran over that Jiang Yi put away his knife and became harmless again. Li Gang walked to Dongfang Tian and asked nervously, "Dongfang, are you okay?" Dongfang Tian shook his head, took the corpse core handed over by his men and said in a deep voice, "Keep moving forward." With Dongfang Tian's men paving the way, and Qingdou, Guohanxue and other masters in charge, the group approached Canteen No. 3 without any danger. From a distance, Canteen No. 3 was basically a hotel opened in the school. The closer you get, the more you can see the care of the operator. The entire No. 3 canteen is a 3-story white building with a European minimalist architectural style. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows on the white walls look clean and transparent. Even though Jiang Yi had never eaten here, he knew that the school's No. 3 canteen was high-end. It was said that a meal here would cost at least 1,000 yuan. When I walked outside the cafeteria, the open-air coffee area, which was supposed to be clean and tidy, was now in chaos. The glass tables were broken into pieces and the parasols on the tables were all toppled over. There was blood and chaos everywhere. It was obvious that a great chaos had occurred here at the beginning of the apocalypse. Strangely, there was not a single zombie outside the No. 3 cafeteria. The whole area was extremely silent. Not only Jiang Yi, Dongfang Tian, Guohanxue and others also discovered the anomaly, but did not rush in. Dongfang Tian directed everyone to explore around. Jiang Yi walked slowly behind the crowd, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Guohanxue stood beside him at this time. "What the hell are you doing? With such a good opportunity just now, why didn't you just kill the zombie, but gave the opportunity to Dongfang Tian instead?" Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows, glanced at Guohanxue who had a puzzled look on her face, and explained in a low voice, "Because I just want him to kill that zombie. If I kill it, the zombie's core will disappear, and there will be no explanation at that time." Guohanxue suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she said that with Jiang Yi's strength, although he didn't know any moves, at least it wouldn't be so difficult to deal with a zombie. But it was also good this way, with Dongfang Tian as the main force, Jiang Yi could better hide his strength. Although it is a pity not to get the potion, compared with the secret of the potion, this loss is nothing. Of course, Guohanxue didn't know that what Jiang Yi lost was not just a bottle of potion, but also the experience of that zombie. Although he contributed a lot, Jiang Yi was able to determine with his own ability that the zombie was killed by Dongfang Tian, so Jiang Yi did not gain any experience at all. Soon, the people who were searching all around came back. After listening to their reports, Li Gang shook his head at Dongfang Tian. Dongfang, there are no zombies or corpses outside. Dongfang Tian frowned. This was very abnormal. There wasn't even a single zombie in the entire area. He didn't think this was a good thing. Chapter 48, The Strange Canteen Number 3. Li Gang is tall, but he is not a weak and brainless person. Obviously, he also felt the abnormality in Canteen Number 3, but the confidence in his strong strength made him not afraid at all. He raised the barbell in his hand and looked at Dongfang Tian. Dongfang, shall we go in now? Dongfang Tian hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Guo Hanxue. Hanxue, do you think we should go in? Guo Hanxue frowned. As the most powerful person present, she instinctively felt a little repulsive to this place, but she couldn't figure out this feeling. Hearing Dongfang Tian's question, she replied coldly, you should ask Jiang Yi, I'm not the captain. Guo Hanxue has already felt that Dongfang Tian is targeting Jiang Yi. Although she knows that Dongfang Tian likes her, Guo Hanxue still feels that his various behaviors after the end of the world make her more and more annoyed with him. Dongfang Tian's eyes flashed with gloom, and he looked at Jiang Yi with murderous intent. Jiang Yi, he was on her lips every day. He had been pursuing Guo Hanxue for 2 years, but he was still not as good as a pretty boy who he had only been with for 4 or 5 days. However, Dongfang Tian did not lose his status due to his strong self-control. Instead, he nodded and said to Jiang Yi, Student Jiang, should we go in? Jiang Yi stared at the number 3 cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Of course, he had heard their previous conversation. But Jiang Yi was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of love bubble drama of you love me, I don't love you, you love him, I'm afraid of him. Until Li Gang angrily scolded, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Dongfang talking to you? Jiang Yi scratched his ear, then turned around and looked at Li Gang sneerfully, since he is talking to me, why are you shouting here? Do you think your voice is too loud? Are you afraid that you won't be able to attract zombies? You! Li Gang's face flushed with anger, and he was about to charge forward with a steel rod in hand. Dongfang Tianyi stopped him. He knew that Li Gang could not be Jiang Yi's opponent in a verbal battle, and it would not do him any good to quarrel with Jiang Yi in front of Guo Hanxue. After looking at Jiang Yi meaningfully, he smiled and said, Captain Jiang, Li Gang has a bad temper. I'm sorry. What do you think we should decide? Jiang Yi raised the corner of his mouth. He hated people like Dongfang Tian. It was too troublesome to get along with him. He shrugged indifferently, today's action is up to you. You decide. Dongfang Tian nodded, glared at the still furious Li Gang with a warning, and then looked at the nearby cafeteria and began to think. If it was for safety reasons, he would never go in, but he was unwilling to retreat in front of Jiang Yi and Guo Hanxue. After all, this was his first chance to show his abilities in front of Guo Hanxue. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Jiang Yi deeply. There was still a good show prepared for him later. How could he give up like this? Anyway, everyone had to go in together, and no one could escape. Having made a decision, Dongfang Tian waved his hand firmly, everyone get ready, go in. Li Gang couldn't wait any longer, and rushed forward with a stick in his hand. Jiang Yi led Guo Hanxue and Qingdou to stand behind the team, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. In his opinion, places with problems proved that there would be a lot of experience. He was not willing to go to places without danger. Li Gang took the lead and pushed open the door of canteen number 3. A foul odor hit Li Gang's face and his face turned pale. When everyone walked into the cafeteria with disgust on their faces turned pale. This was no longer the once luxurious cafeteria number 3. The current cafeteria has turned into a hell. Dark red splashed all over the walls, the ground, and the tables, body parts and rotten flesh could be seen everywhere. The coffee hall on the 1st floor was devastated. Jiang Yi looked down at the rotten head under his feet and frowned. Even if they had a premonition in their hearts, it was far less shocking than what they saw now. Dongfang Tian's face was also very bad. He waved his hand and said, be careful, don't get bitten. Although they wanted to retreat, they still slowly went deeper into the number 3 cafeteria after hearing Dongfang Tian's order. Different from ordinary canteen buildings, canteen number 3 is designed to be high-end, and the 1st floor is actually a transparent cafe. People can come here to drink coffee and do some light work. Except for a huge operation reception desk right in front, the rest of the place can be said to be almost clear at a glance. Although there were broken limbs and bodies everywhere in the hall, there was not a single zombie to be found. Li Gang kicked a corpse head away with a curse, and walked to Dongfang Tian in dismay. I checked everything, there is nothing on the first floor. Dongfang Tian nodded, but the uneasiness in his heart did not ease. Instead, his heart beat faster and faster. He always felt that something was wrong. However, he saw Jiang Yi talking to Qing Do and Guohanxue with a relaxed look on his face, so he suppressed his disgust and said in a deep voice, "Go upstairs." The stairs on the second floor are very spacious, allowing 5 or 6 people to go up and down the stairs side by side. Li Gang led the team up, and Jiang Yi and Guohanxue asked in a low voice, "Can you really feel the danger here?" Guohanxue's face had been a little ugly since she entered the building. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, she shook her head. "No, I feel that the danger does not come from this building. But I can't tell you specifically." Jiang Yi nodded. He believed in Guohanxue's intuition, because only he and Guohanxue knew that Guohanxue was the strongest person in this team of more than 10 people. Because compared with Dongfang Tian and Li Gang, who have only absorbed 1 corpse core, Guohanxue's energy has reached a bottleneck after experiencing the experience of absorbing corpse cores, swallowing potions, and killing corpses. Guohanxue was very sensitive in this state. Her 5 senses were full and her 6 senses were sharp. She could completely detect any strange feelings around her. Since she said there was no danger in the cafeteria, Jiang Yi was relieved. He found that everyone stopped in front of the cafeteria door on the second floor and walked slowly over. Li Gang stood outside the closed door and suddenly turned back to look at Jiang Yi. "Captain Jiang, since we are acting together, we can't always rush forward. How about you go first this time?" Dongfang Tian stood aside, didn't say anything, just looked at Guohanxue and Jiang Yi quietly. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Okay." Before he could step forward, Qing Do behind him had already strode forward, glared at Li Gang in front of the door, and pushed open the door of the cafeteria on the second floor without hesitation. Bang! The loud crash startled Li Gang. He didn't expect Qing Do to be so reckless and break open the door without any precautions. What if there were zombies inside? Wouldn't they be like lambs to the slaughter? "You useless bastard." He instinctively opened his mouth to curse, but was stopped by Dongfang Tian. Looking at the wide-open cafeteria door, Qing Do rushed in. Jiang Yi also smiled at Dongfang Tian and followed him in. The empty cafeteria was no different from the first floor. Although there were stains everywhere on the floor and walls, there were surprisingly not many zombies. Jiang Yi didn't even have a chance to make a move. Qing Do had already drawn his sword and rushed forward. 3 zombies grabbed at him at the same time, but Qing Do held the sword with both hands. With one slash, the heads of 2 zombies were moved away. Before the black blood could splash onto the ground, Qing Do's sword had already pierced through the 3rd zombie's head. Amid the sound of the corpse falling to the ground, Qing Do sheathed his knife and looked back at Jiang Yi. He raised the knife in his hand proudly. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. He knew that Qing Do was showing him how powerful he was. He said yesterday that he was the strongest here with a knife. Damn it, why are there no zombies here? Li Gang frowned and smashed a chair with a stick. Looking at Qing Do, who was looking proud, he felt that this action was extremely frustrating. "Li Gang, watch your emotions." Dongfang Tian looked around the empty cafeteria with a sullen face. After making sure there was no danger, he scolded Li Gang coldly. Li Gang's face froze, he swallowed, and stood aside obediently. But looking at the way he looked at Jiang Yi, you could tell that he didn't take Dongfang Tian's reprimand to heart at all. Jiang Yi suddenly turned around and looked at Li Gang meaningfully, which made Li Gang's heart jump and he instinctively lowered his head. Dongfang Tian then inserted himself in Jiang Yi's sight and said with a smile, "It seems that I am too suspicious. There is no danger here, but it is also good news for us. There must be a lot of food in such a large cafeteria. Everyone, collect them quickly." Jiang Yi naturally had no objection to this decision. He just said to Qing Do and Guohanxue, "Be careful." Then he followed everyone to the kitchen and warehouse. Li Gang led 3 people to the kitchen, while Qing Do followed the others to the warehouse. The 2 teams arrived at the doors of the kitchen and warehouse at almost the same time. This time, without Jiang Yi around, Li Gang was too lazy to do it himself. He just gave a look and others took action. The two doors were opened at the same time, but unexpectedly, something unexpected happened at this moment. The two doors were suddenly knocked open by a huge force before they were completely opened. Countless roars came from two directions. The martial arts club member who opened the kitchen had no time to react. Everything went black in front of his eyes. A huge zombie grabbed his head and bit his neck fiercely. The man screamed and struggled hard, blood spurted from his neck. He turned back to ask Li Gang for help. But his eager eyes turned cold and desperate the next moment. Because Li Gang was standing behind him, when he found out there was a zombie in the door, he kicked the man who opened the door out immediately. The huge force made him and the zombie fall out at the same time. The man yelled, but before he could call Li Gang a beast, countless rotten hands pulled his body into the kitchen door. Countless zombies madly smashed the door open. Li Gang kicked it and turned around to run, shouting as he ran, "Run! There are zombies!" The same happened to Haruto's warehouse. The moment the door lock was opened, the entire wooden door was knocked out. The boy who opened the door was knocked unconscious by the door bolt. The zombies that rushed out of the door saw the fresh food covered in blood and immediately rushed over with a roar. Chapter 49 Death and Escape. Countless zombies madly smashed the door open. Li Gang kicked it and turned around to run, shouting as he ran, "Run! There are zombies!" The same happened to Haruto's warehouse. The moment the door lock was opened, the entire wooden door was knocked out. The boy who opened the door was knocked unconscious by the door bolt. The zombies that rushed out of the door saw the fresh food covered in blood and immediately rushed over with a roar. Seeing the zombies rushing out of the door, they saw the fresh food with blood on their faces and immediately rushed over with a roar of rage. At this moment, Chingdo's knife flashed and disappeared, and the blood-sucking zombie died completely before he could understand what happened. Chingdo danced with his sword frantically, completely blocking the zombies rushing out of the door. However, he also felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult, so he turned around and shouted, "Get him out of here." But when he turned around, Haruto was chilled to find that everyone around him had run away, leaving only the boy on the ground, his life or death unknown. Damn it! Haruto cursed, and the knife in his hand chopped faster. Chingdo! Come back! The black knife was like a gust of wind, directly chopping the zombies surrounding Chingdo. Jiang Yi held the knife in his left hand, grabbed Chingdo with his right hand and ran out. Chingdo shouted, "There's still one person." Jiang Yi glanced at the boy coldly and said, "It's hopeless. Take care of yourself first." Chingdo then realized that in just a short while, several zombies had already gnawed him beyond recognition. Jiang Yi pulled Chingdo back, and the zombies behind them seemed to be pouring out endlessly. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, several small wind blades broke through the air and heavily smashed into the group of corpses behind Jiang Yi, instantly creating a bloody scene. Jiang Yi swung hard and threw Chingdo out, and at full speed he finally escaped from the encirclement of zombies. Jiang Yi, who was temporarily safe, looked up and saw Dongfang Tian also breaking out, but there were only 4 or 5 people. Obviously, this sudden attack caused Dongfang Tian to lose a lot of his men. Dongfang Tian split a zombie with a sword, and successfully met Jiang Yi under the protection of Li Gang and the remaining few people, and said urgently, "We can't stay here, let's go." Without any hesitation, he ran out of the cafeteria with his men. As a result, just as they ran out of the door, with a scream, Dongfang Tian and Li Gang fled back in a panic. Jiang Yi's pupils shrank, and he saw a group of zombies rushing in from outside the door frantically. "Oh no, we are surrounded." Chingdo was protecting Guahanxue, and his heart sank when he saw this scene. Jiang Yi dodged the zombie's siege while scanning his surroundings. "Don't lose heart, it's too early to give up now." At this time, Jiang Yi's extraordinary speed came into play. No matter how many zombies were around him, he could dodge their siege as if he was strolling in the garden. While Dongfang Tian was hacking at the zombies, he looked at Jiang Yi, who did not look embarrassed among the zombies, and at Chingdo and Guahanxue who were escorting him. The murderous intent in his eyes finally erupted without any concealment. Why can he be so relaxed, while I, the head of a club, can only be so embarrassed? Jiang Yi didn't know that Dongfang Tian's killing intention towards him had reached its peak. After quickly observing the cafeteria, Jiang Yi finally found a glimmer of hope. He suddenly pointed at a window and shouted, "Quick, run to the windowsill." As he spoke, the black knife flashed, clearing the way for Chingdo and Guahanxue. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, almost everyone looked towards the window. Upon seeing this, they discovered that there was a platform outside the window. Dongfang Tian's eyes lit up, and he remembered that there was a decorative platform on the first floor, which could be easily climbed over from the second floor window. Zombies would not climb over the balcony, so as long as they successfully climbed up, they could jump directly from the platform to the first floor and be safe. Charge! Almost all the survivors rushed towards the windowsill madly. Jiang Yi was the fastest, dodging left and right to arrive first. He twisted the window open and tore open the screen, but did not go in first. Instead, he turned back to look at Qing Do and Guohanxue. Fortunately, with Guohanxue's long-range arrow attack and Qing Do's short-range sword slash, the two were only a few steps slower than Jiang Yi. Without any hesitation, Guohanxue grasped the hand that Jiang Yi extended to her and used the force to jump onto the balcony. She dived into the balcony, and before her feet touched the ground, the golden bow in her hand had been fully drawn again. An arrow shot out through the window and pierced through several zombies around Qingdo. Qingdo also took advantage of the situation to break free and climb over the balcony. On the other side, Li Gang smashed the window with a stick. Dongfang Tian didn't care about being scratched by the glass and finally jumped over. Li Gang also stepped out, and several people behind him screamed and scrambled to climb up. Just when they were about to be safe, a rotten but strong corpse claw suddenly stretched out from the ordinary zombies and grabbed the boy on the windowsill. The boy's joy at surviving turned into fear. Dongfang Tian watched helplessly as his member was pulled back from the window amid screams, and instantly disappeared in a crowd of zombies. The blood stimulated the zombies. Almost all the windows were smashed by the zombies, and countless dark gray claws were tearing them out frantically. A hint of excitement flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. This was another great opportunity to gain experience. But on Dongfang Tian's side, the only 5 remaining people were completely scared, especially the last obviously different zombie, which made them lose even the strength to lift their weapons. After escaping death, they immediately wanted to jump down. One of the boys, who was obviously very confident in his jumping ability, turned over and jumped down immediately. With a scream, the boy fell heavily on the concrete floor outside the cafeteria, holding his feet and rolling on the ground in pain. Several people who were about to jump down froze at the same time. The screams attracted Jiang Yi, and he looked down from above. Then, a horrifying scene appeared. A large number of zombies hiding somewhere suddenly rushed out from all corners, and the boy who was rolling on the ground in pain was dismembered the instant he screamed. Dongfang Tian's cold sweat instantly dripped down, and he instinctively retracted his legs. When he looked up, he saw Jiang Yi's gaze not far away. A strong sense of humiliation made Dongfang Tian bite his lips tightly. Jiang Yi glanced at the remaining people on the opposite side, and his heart sank slightly. Then I heard a boy shouting in panic, "What should we do? What should we do? We are dead." The original hope was completely extinguished after the zombies gathered outside the first floor. The person whose mentality had been defeated time and time again was about to collapse completely. Li Gang slapped him and shouted angrily, "Shut up, if you shout again, I will throw you out. Jiang Yi, you can go to the 3rd floor from here." At this moment, Qingdo shouted to Jiang Yi, holding the outer box of an air conditioner. Jiang Yi looked up in the direction of his hand and saw that the air conditioner hanging next to the window on the 2nd floor was less than 1 meter away from the windowsill on the 3rd floor. People with stronger physiques could easily jump over by stepping on the air conditioner. Qingdo's words successfully attracted Li Gang and others. Everyone was desperate and reborn, and they rushed forward without caring about pushing anyone away. Fortunately, there were many air conditioners on the 2nd floor platform, so the two teams could climb up at the same time. Haruto jumped onto the machine first, carefully looked into the window on the 3rd floor, and found that there was no one inside. Then he broke the glass, reached out, opened the window, and jumped in. Dongfang Tian narrowed his eyes and watched Qing Do stick his head out again after entering, then he climbed up from the other side with confidence. Jiang Yi used a knife to block the zombie claws that stretched out from the air conditioner on both sides for Guohanxue, and took the opportunity to kill many zombies. If he was not worried that Dongfang Tian would notice, he would have hoped to kill all the zombies on the 2nd floor. When he was the last one to climb into the 3rd floor, before he had time to observe the environment on the 3rd floor, he found that the atmosphere was extremely tense, and even a little tense. "What's going on?" he asked in a low voice. Qingdo said in a deep voice, "There's a man over there who was scratched by a zombie, and Li Gang wants to kill him." Don't come over here. I haven't lived enough. Why can you order me around? Just because I'm injured, you can kill me whenever you want. Dongfang Tian, I got injured to protect you. Are you going to watch Li Gang kill me? Among the only 4 people left, one of them, who was also tall, pointed the bloody machete in his hand at Dongfang Tian, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. But Jiang Yi could see that there was still despair in the fierce gaze. Yes, if he was injured, he would die. Jia Chuan. Don't be excited. Li Gang doesn't mean that. He's just worried about you. Dongfang Tian comforted Jia Chuan while trying to get closer to him, but Jia Chuan at this moment was like a wounded wolf, and no one had any chance of getting close to him. Dongfang Tian tried to comfort him with a concerned look on his face, but his right hand never let go of the hilt of the sword at his waist. Jia Chuan obviously knew Dongfang Tian's true appearance, and laughed bitterly. I have followed you through life and death since the end of the world. I have long thought that this day would come. I don't blame you. But you shouldn't have denied me even the last bit of thought. You are forcing me to hate you. As he spoke, Jia Chuan suddenly turned his gaze to Jiang Yi, who was leaning against the window, then looked at Qing Do, and suddenly laughed. Qing Do, although I was defeated by you, I have never resented you. On the contrary, I envy you. You found a good captain. Follow the strong, and keep your eyes open. Dongfang Tian's face darkened. Jia Chuan, what nonsense are you talking about? After saying that, he winked at Li Gang on the side. Jia Chuan suddenly slashed at Dongfang Tian with his sword and said, stay away from me. Dongfang Tian, I know you will never let me live, and I am not afraid of death. I'm telling you, I've had enough of this life. Jiang Yi put the black knife back into the scabbard, looked at Jia Chuan, who looked very bad, and interrupted, in fact, you may not die. You may even awaken your ability. Everyone present was shocked and looked at Jiang Yi at the same time. Jia Chuan trembled all over, and his eyes flashed with the desire for life. What should I do? Tell me, quickly. Jiang Yi held the knife and said, eat the corpse core. If you eat it, you might survive. If you survive, you will awaken. Jia Chuan was overjoyed and immediately stared at Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian looked extremely unhappy and shouted gloomily, Jiang Yi, what are you talking about? Everyone knows that ordinary people will die if they eat corpse cores. Jiang Yi stood up and stretched out his hand, what about me? Guo Hanchuan knows that I awakened my abilities after eating the corpse core. Chapter 50, Parting Ways. When seeing Guo Hanchuan nod, everyone present looked at Jiang Yi in shock. Although they knew that corpse cores could make people with awakened abilities stronger, they never knew that corpse cores could actually awaken people. Jia Chuan threw away the knife in his hand and looked at Dongfang Tian with eager eyes. Dongfang Tian, you have a corpse core in your body, please give it to me. I will work like a slave for you in the future to repay you. Dongfang Tian looked extremely bad. He touched the corpse core on his chest and refused to speak for a long time. Jia Chuan's expression gradually changed from surprise to shock, and finally filled with anger. He picked up the knife and slashed at Dongfang Tian frantically. Dongfang Tian, you die. Li Gang swung out with his stick, which immediately hit Jia Chuan's wrist. With a sound of broken bones, Jia Chuan held his hands and screamed. The scream woke up Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian was shocked and instinctively looked at the last person besides Li Gang. When he saw that person retreating to the corner with an indifferent face and looking at him with eyes full of disgust, Dongfang Tian finally reacted and knew that his behavior just now was wrong, but he still would not give the corpse core to Jia Chuan. Seeing Jia Chuan's fierce eyes made Dongfang Tian's heart tremble. He knew that it was irreversible. In this case, he couldn't let Jia Chuan live. Jia Chuan, don't believe Jiang Yi's words. He only said it's possible, but it's more likely that he will die directly. Shut up, you hypocrite. If I can't live, you can't live either. After saying that, Jia Chuan suddenly ran towards the stairs. Jiang Yi's brows tightened, but he did not stop Jia Chuan. Dongfang Tian roared, stop him. As he spoke, a cold air gathered in his palm. Li Gang chased after him with a stick in hand, but with his awakened power, his speed was no match for Jia Chuan, who was already determined to die. Jia Chuan had a cruel look on his face. He thought, since he was going to die, it would be better for everyone to die together. As long as they could lure the zombies from the second floor up, none of them would survive. Just as he was about to run to the stairs, his vision suddenly darkened. Jia Chuan looked over and saw that it was the boy who had climbed up to the third floor with him before. Seeing him blocking him, Jia Chuan immediately pushed him with his left hand. Zhang Huiyu, get out of my way. Zhang Huiyu, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised his head and grabbed Jia Chuan's left hand. Jia Chuan was stunned. He didn't expect that Zhang Huiyu, who had always been inconspicuous in the community, would dare to fight with him. Just as he was about to slap him away, Zhang Huiyu lowered his body and actually bumped into Jia Chuan's arms. Jia Chuan's whole body trembled with pain. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the dagger that had pierced his heart. Zhang Huiyu raised his head expressionlessly and said in a low voice, I can't die yet, so, you just die quietly. Ahem. Jia Chuan grabbed the air twice with his left hand. He still couldn't believe that he was killed by Zhang Huiyu, who had no sense of existence. The people behind only saw two people collide with each other, and Jia Chuan stopped. It was not until Jia Chuan's body fell to the ground and he looked at Zhang Huiyu holding a bloody knife coldly that they realized to their horror that Jia Chuan was actually dead. What are you doing? Qingdo pulled out a white knife, his eyes full of vigilance. He felt a cold murderous intent from Zhang Huiyu now, which was even stronger than Jiang Yi's. Dongfang Tian and Li Gang also looked at the scene in horror. Dongfang Tian raised his head in shock and looked at Zhang Huiyu, who had a cold expression on his face. Li Gang waved the iron rod and pointed at him viciously. Zhang Huiyu, I have disliked you for a long time. There is indeed something wrong with you. Put down the knife, or I will smash your head with this rod. Li Huiyu looked at the dagger in his hand that was covered in blood, then looked up at Li Gang. He suddenly sneered, and his body shook. He disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed. When he reappeared, he was in front of Li Gang, with the cold and fierce blade already on Li Gang's neck. Li Gang didn't dare to move at all. Dongfang Tian shouted, Li Huiyu, stop. Chilling air emanated from his body, but he did not use his power. Li Huiyu slowly retracted the knife, looked at Dongfang Tian with disdain, and finally looked at Jiang Yi not far away, and finally turned and left. Li Gang, who had relaxed, could not help but roar, Li Huiyu, where are you going? Don't forget, you are still our team member. Li Huiyu did not even turn his head, but raised his bloody hand and replied coldly, no longer. After watching Li Huiyu go into a room, the corridor became quiet for a while. Li Gang was breathing heavily, and Dongfang Tian was in a complicated mood. He didn't expect that there was an awakener hidden beside him. No wonder Li Huiyu, the weakest member of the team, can always return safely. Haruto was also hit hard and put away his knife in a daze. He really didn't expect that among the 6 people who survived, he would be the most ordinary one in the end. Gua Hanshue's eyes lit up, as if she admired Li Huiyu's character, or was delighted that such an inconspicuous person could have such strength. You know, Li Gang has a solid foundation in martial arts and has supernatural powers. He is already a very powerful character among all the awakened people she has ever seen, but he has no ability to fight back against Li Huiyu. Jiang Yi, does he have the ability of speed? Gua Hanshua looked at his captain based on his feeling. Jiang Yi frowned. The look Li Huiyu gave before he left made him a little confused. But after hearing what Gua Hanshua said, he shook his head. No, I have seen several people with speed abilities, but no one can reach Li Huiyu's level. But I have to say that Li Huiyu has a very thorough grasp of his abilities. In this regard, neither you nor I can compare to him. At this moment, Dongfang Tian finally suppressed the fear in his heart. After all, there was always such a strong person hiding by his side, and anyone who was a little wary would be afraid. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and turned back to Jiang Yi and said, Captain Jiang, Hanshua, we are safe for the time being. What should we do next? Jiang Yi walked forward, knowing that this was Dongfang Tian showing goodwill to him. Glancing at the lonely Dongfang Tian and Li Gang, Jiang Yi smiled and said, there are too many zombies gathering downstairs and outside. We can't leave for the time being. Let's clean up the 3rd floor first, and don't leave any hidden dangers. Dongfang Tian nodded, okay, then Li Gang, let's act separately. Unlike the 2nd floor, most of the rooms on the 3rd floor are private rooms. Instead of moving together, it would be better to disperse. Jiang Yi also agreed, and the 5 of them went to different rooms. Jiang Yi came to the outside of a room, scanned the room, and after making sure that the door was not damaged, he gently opened the door. Just as he opened a gap, a zombie claw stretched out and grabbed his arm. Jiang Yi's hand quickly retracted. Compared with the speed of the zombies, Jiang Yi, who was close to the speed of two people combined, was already extremely close to that of an ordinary speed person. This way, he will hardly be ambushed by ordinary zombies. With a flash of the black knife in his left hand, he instantly cut off the zombie's claw. Then Jiang Yi kicked out, the door was kicked open, and the zombie behind the door rolled out. The three zombies fell to the ground and rolled in a circle. Jiang Yi strode in. After 3 cuts with the skull-cutting knife, the 3 heads all left their bodies. At the same time, the sound of fighting could be heard from other directions. Obviously there were quite a few zombies in the box on the 3rd floor, but because the box had very good sound insulation, they were not disturbed by the zombies that broke in. Jiang Yi searched the room briefly, but there was nothing there. He only found 4 mobile phones and some other odds and ends in the brand-name handbags left by the 3 bodies. He put everything he could use into his backpack, and then he kicked open the next private room in order. Soon, the entire 3rd floor was almost cleaned up by 5 people. Jiang Yi was a little disappointed that there were no zombies that advanced as expected. After all, the 2nd Corpse Corps was supposed to belong to him according to the agreement. When Jiang Yi and the others gathered together again, Jiang Yi couldn't help but tilt his head to glance at Li Huiyu, who was standing behind Guohanxue. Li Huiyu also nodded slightly to Jiang Yi. When Li Gang saw Li Huiyu, he was furious and wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Dongfang Tian, who just stared at the calm Li Huiyu with an extremely vigilant look. At this time, Guohanxue also stepped forward and glared at Li Gang. Dongfang Tian, I hope you can control your men. Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi were both a little shocked that Guohanxue would come forward at this time. Guohanxue stood in the middle without any fear, looking at Li Gang and Li Huiyu. I believe you understand that we are in a critical moment now, and I don't want you to have any internal strife at this time. One more person means one more hope for us. If there is any grudge, I hope to discuss it after it is safe. Do you understand? Li Huiyu held the dagger in reverse and whispered, I didn't want to be your enemy in the first place. I just want to live well. Dongfang Tian, I also hope you don't mess with me again, otherwise I'm not someone you can easily mess with. Li Gang laughed out of anger, Li Huiyu, you are so cruel. If it weren't for us, do you think you would still be alive today? Dongfang Tian took a step forward and stared coldly at Guohanxue. Seeing her serious expression, he said in a low voice, okay, Li Gang. Since he no longer recognizes me as the president, there is no point in forcing him to stay. I agree with Hanshue's suggestion. Guohanxue looked at both sides with satisfaction, then retreated to Jiang Yi's side and signaled Jiang Yi with her eyes. Jiang Yi looked at her with amusement and whispered with a smile, are you looking for trouble for me? Guohanxue rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, please, since you are the captain, shouldn't you think of ways to strengthen the team? Li Huiyu is very strong. Don't you want to fight for such a good player? Jiang Yi curled his lips without comment. Although what Guohanxue said was correct, his selection method was not just to find strong teammates as Guohanxue said. He had only one selection criterion. That was that only those who were recognized by his team-building ability would be his teammates. It's not that Jiang Yi relied too much on his special abilities, but that Jiang Yi gradually discovered some rules of the team mode. Although it's not very accurate, Jiang Yi estimates that his team selection criteria should not be based on strength. Chapter 51 Humanity and Darkness. Since Guohanxue and Qingdou can join in, it means that the team mode does not care whether they are awakened or not. With the addition of 2 members, Jiang Yi has discovered a pattern, that is, not only does he have to recognize the other party, but the other party also has to recognize himself. In other words, although the team mode is his, the choice belongs to both parties. He did approve of Li Huiyu's ability, but it was obvious that Li Huiyu did not recognize him, and even treated him worse than if he listened to Guohanxue. It is impossible for him to become one of my teammates. People who are not on your team list not only cannot provide you with experience, but they are also your enemies, who are trying to steal kills. No wonder Jiang Yi has always been indifferent to him. Trust is a very useful value. Jiang Yi even regarded it as a friendliness and closeness value. Those who cannot read the trust level mean that they have no good feelings towards Jiang Yi at all. For example, Dongfang Tian and Li Gang. Seeing Jiang Yi's look, Guohanxue was so angry that she wanted to knock his head open to see what he was thinking. Li Huiyu was so powerful that no force would let such a person go easily, okay. Qingdou looked at Li Huiyu with some vigilance. To be honest, when he heard what Guohanxue meant, he still felt a sense of crisis. After all, if Li Huiyu joined, he would become the weakest person again. Dongfang Tian looked at Jiang Yi with some complicated feelings. Originally, he had the most talents, but he didn't expect that after a battle, Li Gang was the only one left by his side. Li Gang also saw that Dongfang Tian was in a bad mood, and whispered to him, "Dongfang, don't worry, as long as our plan succeeds, everything here will still be yours." Dongfang Tian's eyes lit up, but then he looked at Jiang Yi and Guohanxue with some complexity. "Do you think we should continue with that plan now? Otherwise, let's give up first." Li Gang was stunned, and his voice rose for a moment, then he immediately lowered it. "Dongfang, what are you thinking about? Don't worry, leave this matter to me." Dongfang Tian raised his head, only to find that Li Gang had left. "Captain Jiang, how can we leave here? Do you have any ideas?" After the 6 people sorted out their belongings, Li Huiyu took the initiative to ask Jiang Yi. As for Dongfang Tian, he was directly ignored. Jiang Yi looked around and found that although this place was temporarily safe, it also blocked any way for them to escape. After all, this was the 3rd floor, and there was only one passage leading to the 2nd floor. There were no other exits, and jumping out from the 3rd floor was simply unrealistic. They just awakened their abilities, not turned into supermen. With no good ideas, he looked at Dongfang Tian and Guohanxue. As for Li Gang and Qingdou, they were simply ignored. Dongfang Tian and Guohanxue obviously thought more about it, but faced with this situation, they had no good solution for the time being. Li Huiyu looked at the 3 obvious leaders with contempt and said in a deep voice, "Since you all don't have a good idea, why don't you listen to mine?" Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but look at Li Huiyu. Li Huiyu leaned against the wall and whispered without paying attention to their different gazes, "Since you all know that if you want to escape, you can only return the same way, then instead of thinking of other ways, you might as well think about how to kill the zombies on the 2nd floor." Everyone was shocked, but Jiang Yi was very excited. Killing zombies was what interested him the most. "Are you crazy? Don't you know how many zombies there are on the 2nd floor? Do you want us to die?" Li Gang's reaction was particularly intense. After all, he had just seen with his own eyes his people being dismembered one by the zombies. Even though he was a thick-skinned man, he still trembled with fear at the thought of that scene. Li Huiyu snorted coldly, "I think you are the one who is crazy. You don't even see how much food there is on the 3rd floor. This amount is not enough for the 6 of us to eat for a day. If we keep wasting time, we will die sooner or later." Li Huiyu ruthlessly revealed the biggest problem facing everyone. Although this was a cafeteria, there was no kitchen on the 3rd floor, and all the food was delivered up from the elevator. The food in the private room had long been rotten and infested with insects, and the only food they could eat was some snacks that they had collected from the guests. Li Gang's face turned red from holding it in, but he didn't say anything. After all, awakened people also need to eat, and the amount of food they consume is actually higher than that of ordinary people. Li Huiyu turned his attention to Jiang Yi again. After all, he was not stupid. Although he looked down on Jiang Yi, who didn't even know martial arts but could form a team, he had to admit that he was the one who had the most say now. Jiang Yi touched his chin. Although he was tempted by Li Huiyu's suggestion, he also had to face reality. There were too many zombies on the 2nd floor. If the 6 of them just rush in, they won't be killing the zombies, but feeding them. But Li Huiyu's words gave him inspiration. They now have a big advantage. That is, the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor are not that spacious, and the zombies cannot climb stairs. Thinking about how they had led almost all the zombies into the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, Jiang Yi suddenly had an idea. He raised his head and smiled, "Maybe there really is a way." Everyone looked at him. Jiang Yi pointed to the stairs and said, "Li Huiyu is right. If we want to escape now, we can only go back the same way. But we also have an advantage. The zombies don't know we are upstairs from them. If we can secretly lock them into the cafeteria from the back, we should be able to deal with the remaining zombies easily. As for the zombies outside the building, it depends on our luck." Li Gang was the first to object, "Are you stupid? There are so many zombies. How can we lock them up? Who will lock them up? You." Guohanxue glared at Li Gang and forced him to stop talking. After thinking about it, Guohanxue couldn't help but nodded. Jiang Yi's method is probably the most appropriate one. As for who will close the door, I think Li Gang, who has the greatest strength, is very suitable. Li Gang stood up with a shove, his face red with anger. Bullshit, Guahanxue. Do you want me to go and die? Whoever wants to go can go, I won't go. Why do you assign me so casually? Dongfang Tian also frowned. Li Gang was his last subordinate. Sacrificing him at this time would be very disadvantageous to him. Yes, in almost everyone's mind, they have already decided that locking the door is sacrificing themselves to save others. No one here is that great. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, wanting to say that he had no intention of sending them to their deaths. But Qingdao stood up and said, I'll go. Li Gang glanced at Qingdao's thin body with disdain. TSK, you are really great, but I don't know if you can do it. Don't fail to lock the zombies and lure them out instead. Qing was extremely angry and held the knife. You. Li Huiyu reached into his bag and took out a deck of playing cards. How about this, let's draw lots. It's really too dangerous to be alone, and someone needs to cover him. We, the ability users, won't be infected either. Captain Zhang's suggestion has a high success rate. As he spoke, he picked out 6 cards and showed them to everyone. Here are 4 number cards and 2 face cards. Those who drew the face cards go, and the 4 people who drew the number cards stay. Any opinions? Jiang Yi looked at him again. He really didn't expect that Li Huiyu would still carry the cards with him at this time. Although he was a little nervous, Dongfang Tian knew that the current situation did not allow him to refuse. After Jiang Yi agreed, he had no choice but to agree. Li Huiyu quickly shuffled the cards and placed them one by one on the windowsill, signaling them, for the sake of fairness, you go first, the last one is mine. No one had any objection, it was just a matter of luck. Soon everyone got their cards and spread them out under Jiang Yi's lead. The result was somewhat unexpected. Li Gang, who was most suitable to go down but was unwilling to do so, won the bid as if by destiny. Holding a queen's card, he had to go down without any reason. But the second photo was not of Qingdao who took the initiative to go down, nor was it of Li Huiyu who made the suggestion. Jiang Yi looked at the color king in his hand with amusement, and gently handed it to Li Huiyu. It seems that this is really God's will. I, who made the suggestion, and Li Gang, who has the greatest power, are very reasonable. Qingdao was a little anxious, or, I'll go. Jiang Yi glared at him and said, do you really want to die? Just follow Guahanxue. Guahanxue also nodded. She also agreed with the combination of Jiang Yi and Li Gang. After all, among the 6 people, Li Gang had the strongest strength, and the speed. He glanced at Li Huiyu. If he didn't have the ability of speed, only Jiang Yi would be more suitable. After seeing Jiang Yi's agile body among the zombies, Guahanxue had no doubt about his strength at all. Li Gang seemed to have thought of something, swallowed his saliva, and did not refuse again. Dongfang Tian's face looked a little unhappy. But after all, he did not draw it, so he could not object to anything. After all, he almost had no say in the team now. Jiang Yi handed his backpack to Qingdao, and seeing that he was still worried, he whispered, follow Guahanxue and take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Guahanxue stood aside and rolled her eyes. All right, just go down and close the door, don't make it like a life and death separation. Li Gang also said something to Dongfang Tian, then he stared at Jiang Yi with a resolute look on his face while holding his weapon. Jiang Yi was so angry that he laughed at Guahanxue's words, but he didn't say anything. He stood on the 3rd floor with Li Gang, holding the black knife. At this time, he could already hear the noise coming from the 2nd floor. Everyone fell silent. Li Huiyu glanced at the phone in his hand and said, 5 minutes. If you don't come back, we will rush down directly. As he said that, he pressed the countdown and walked downstairs with a smile. 5 minutes, that's enough. Li Gang followed Guahanxue downstairs and approached gently. Looking at Jiang Yi's back, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yi was really not worried. As long as he was careful not to make too much noise, the success rate of his plan was quite high. Chapter 52, Sneak Attack and Counterattack. Sure enough, when they could see the 2nd floor, just as Jiang Yi had guessed, there were very few zombies outside. All the zombies were attracted into the cafeteria by the previous movement. Jiang Yi's body lightened, and he flew up, pressing down a zombie on the 2nd floor with its back to the corridor. The zombie was hit by Jiang Yi, and before he could fall to the ground, Jiang Yi's knife had already stabbed into his temple from behind. Be careful to put down the completely dead zombie. Jiang Yi led Li Gang step by step towards the cafeteria. The second floor was not completely quiet, there were still many zombies that had not yet squeezed into the cafeteria. Jiang Yi did not let Li Gang take action, fearing that he would make a big noise. With a few quick movements of the knife, they harvested more than 10 zombies. Under Li Gang's shocked gaze, they actually came to the door of the cafeteria so easily. From a distance, they could see people moving inside the wide-open cafeteria door, as if they were back to the time when they lined up for food. Unfortunately, the people waiting for food inside were not their lovely classmates, but brutal zombies. A hint of excitement flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. As long as he locked the door from behind, the zombies that couldn't open the door would not be able to rush out in a short time. Luck will not always be on the human side. Just when the two thought everything would go smoothly, the zombies inside the door directly discovered the humans approaching them step by step, and the zombies on the outside immediately ran out of the door roaring. Jiang Yi's face changed drastically. He rushed forward and kicked the zombie that rushed out of the door back. He yelled at Li Gang, who was standing in a daze behind him, "Close the door quickly." Li Gang shuddered, suppressed the fear in his heart, threw down the iron rod in his hand and ran over. Jiang Yi quickly chopped the zombies that ran out. Not only that, he even rushed into the cafeteria. After all, the zombies near the door had to be eliminated, otherwise Li Gang would have no chance to close the door. The zombies in the cafeteria were trying to squeeze out of the door like crazy. Jiang Yi had turned into a killing god. The black knife in his hand was like the sickle of the god of death. With one strike, at least one zombie was cut in two. Jiang Yi was so bloodthirsty that he pushed the zombies into the cafeteria with one step and one strike. Li Gang stood behind him, holding the door that was opened inward with complicated eyes, looking at the figure in the cafeteria, then suddenly turned around and opened the door outwards. The door of the cafeteria was very heavy and made a creaking sound when opening and closing. Li Gang was extremely strong and pulled both doors closed with one hand. Just as the door was about to be closed, a figure suddenly emerged from the already small gap in the door and slipped out from under Li Gang's arm. Bang! As Li Gang closed the door, loud banging sounds suddenly came from inside the door. Jiang Yi came out, picked up the thick car lock from the side and inserted it directly into the door handle of the gate, locking it. At this moment, a gust of evil wind hit the back of my head. Jiang Yi sneered, and the black knife in his left hand turned back instantly. The huge force made the iron rod extremely powerful. But Jiang Yi just sank his body slightly, and a piece of iron rod fell to the ground. He kicked out and hit Li Gang in the lower abdomen. Li Gang's face was pale as he covered his lower abdomen and kept moving his legs backwards, looking at the broken solid barbell with horror. Jiang Yi looked at Li Gang coldly. "Do you think I can show you my back so confidently?" Li Gang gritted his teeth. Although Jiang Yi's strength was not strong, it was almost the same as that of a strong man. He was kicked hard in the abdomen without noticing it, which made Li Gang very uncomfortable. Li Gang stood up despite the discomfort and waved his stick. "Did you know I was going to harm you?" "Who told you?" "Li Huiyu." Jiang Yi's left hand had the leather rope wrapped around his wrist. "Li Gang, ever since we arrived at the gym, I have never let down my guard against you and Dongfang Tian. Because I know that we are not the same kind of people, and we will have a fight sooner or later. But I didn't expect that you would actually attack me at this time. Let me think about it. Why?" Li Gang shook his hands. "No need to guess, I can tell you, it's because of Dongfang. Because of your appearance, the relationship between Guohanxue and Dongfang is in crisis. Jiang Yi, I really underestimated you. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have let you in." Jiang Yi shrugged. "Let's talk about this when you meet Dongfang Tian and Guohanxue." Li Gang suddenly swung his stick at him. "No need to say anything, you won't survive until they get down anyway." Jiang Yi took a half step back, the wind from the stick swept across his nose like a tiger's roar, and the knife in Jiang Yi's hand stabbed towards Li Gang's chest strangely. Li Gang is the vice president of the martial arts club after all. In terms of skills, how could Jiang Yi be his opponent? When the stick missed, Li Gang had already reacted and blocked with the long stick in his hand. The silver stick and the black knife collided, and the black knife slashed across the stick, leaving a spark. Li Gang looked at Jiang Yi's black knife in shock. "How can your knife be so sharp?" He only saw a deep cut on his stick that almost cut the iron stick in half again. Jiang Yi waved his hands. Li Gang's strength was too strong. According to Jiang Yi's level information, his strength was at least around 30 points. However, compared with his terrifying strength, Jiang Yi's speed was more advantageous. Without answering Li Gang's question, Jiang Yi rushed up again. Jiang Yi is no longer the good student he was before the end of the world. Now, he can kill any opponent who threatens his life with one blow. Asshole. Knowing that he and Jiang Yi could no longer ease the tension, Li Gang roared and used the stick techniques he had learned to attack Jiang Yi crazily. Jiang Yi was extremely fast, but Li Gang's attack was very methodical. For a while, in the spacious corridor, neither of them could do anything. Li Gang looked at the unrecognizable stick in his hand with a grim expression. He didn't expect that he, who was proficient in martial arts and had supernatural powers, could not defeat Jiang Yi, who was just a little bit fast. Jiang Yi was not feeling well either. Thanks to the indestructible skull-cutting knife, he was able to avoid having his neck smashed by Li Gang's stick. But even so, he suffered a loss of strength in several confrontations. With only 7 points of strength, he was no match for Li Gang. At this moment, his entire left arm was shaken to the point of being unconscious. With narrowed eyes, Jiang Yi knew that Li Gang had to kill him himself. Even if it meant getting hurt. Although Jiang Yi looked weak, he would definitely risk his life when he was ruthless. Having made up his mind, he suddenly gave up defense and rushed forward. Li Gang's eyes lit up, and he used a move to split Huashan, and smashed it straight at Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi raised his head slightly, and suddenly dodged to the left. The iron rod hit Jiang Yi's shoulder brutally. Amidst the sound of bones breaking, Jiang Yi groaned, and his entire right arm broke in an instant. But he did not dodge at all. He seized this desperate opportunity and stabbed Li Gang in the stomach. Li Gang's eyes bulged out and he looked at Jiang Yi's cold eyes in disbelief. Li Gang spit out a mouthful of dirty blood and fell to his knees as he watched Jiang Yi pull the knife out of his stomach bit by bit. The iron rods were thrown together, and he tightly covered the wound on his stomach. Jiang Yi was not in a good situation either. The three of them smashed his shoulder blade with a rod. It even injured his lungs, but compared to Li Gang, his injury was not fatal. Looking at Li Gang, who was bleeding profusely but still refused to give up on survival, Jiang Yi snorted coldly and walked towards Li Gang step by step regardless of the imbalance of his right hand. Li Gang tried to cover the wound in panic, but blood still gushed out from between his fingers. Looking at Jiang Yi walking towards him, Li Gang finally got scared. He knelt on the ground and tried to get up, but his supernatural power seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Jiang Yi, holding a knife, brought him tremendous pressure. Facing Jiang Yi, Li Gang could no longer muster the will to resist. Not wanting to die, he retreated madly. Jiang Yi, no, don't kill me. You can't kill me, I was wrong. Please spare me. Jiang Yi endured the pain and raised the knife to Li Gang's neck. The sharp blade directly cut a bloody mark, and Li Gang dared not move anymore. Jiang Yi sneered, give me a reason not to kill you. Li Gang just begged. He was scared. It was the first time he realized that he was so afraid of death. Jiang Yi waited for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, it seems that you can't think of a reason, so go to hell. Just as he raised the knife, he heard a sharp stabbing sound, followed by a loud shout, stop. Jiang Yi turned around and chopped back, and the ice spike was chopped off by one blow. Dongfang Tian, who was holding the ice spike, had a flash of horror in his eyes. But the other ice spike had already pierced Jiang Yi's heart. Swoosh! A purple light suddenly penetrated between the two of them, exploding Dongfang Tian's ice spike, cutting Li Gang's ear and nailing it heavily to the wall. Jiang Yi and Dongfang Tian stepped back. Li Gang's eyes lit up, not caring about his bleeding ears. Dongfang, save me. Jiang Yi wants to kill me. Dongfang Tian looked at Li Gang, whose stomach was bleeding, with an extremely ugly expression. At this time, everyone gathered together. Li Huiyu looked at the locked door that was constantly being hit, then looked at Jiang Yi and Li Gang. Qingdou had already raised his knife and stared at Dongfang Tian vigilantly. Dongfang Tian, what are you going to do? Dongfang Tian was also extremely angry, why are you asking me? Are you blind? He wanted to kill Li Gang just now. He is a murderer. That's enough. Guo Hanshue walked over with a golden bow in hand, her face cold, and glanced at Jiang Yi, Li Gang and Dongfang Tian coldly. Jiang Yi, what's going on? Instinctively, Guo Hanxue still trusts Jiang Yi more. Jiang Yi sneered, I have to ask President Dongfang why his men wanted to lock me up in the cafeteria and why they tried to attack me secretly after failing. Everyone was shocked and looked in disbelief at Li Gang, who was kneeling on the ground covered in blood. Li Gang covered his stomach in panic, Dongfang, save me, I'm dying. Dongfang Tian's eyelid sank, and he loosened his hand. The ice spike in his hand instantly turned into ice mist and dissipated. He squatted down and pressed on Li Gang's wound, and a burst of ice mist gathered. When Dongfang Tian loosened his hand, Li Gang's wound, which had been bleeding continuously, was actually sealed by ice. Chapter 53 Great Change Crisis. However, Li Gang's condition was not very good either. He sat on the ground with a blue face and purple lips. It was obvious that Dongfang Tian's emergency measures had a great impact on him. Dongfang Tian stood up after saving Li Gang and stared at Jiang Yi coldly. Impossible, although Li Gang has a bad temper, he will never kill anyone. After a pause, Dongfang Tiankai continued, on the contrary, Captain Jiang, is it because Li Gang always targeted you before that you have evil intentions and want to kill Li Gang while we are away? Jiang Yi laughed angrily, now I know what it means to turn the tables. He slowly raised the knife in his hand, in this case, I don't mind being the villain in your mouth. I'll send you two off right here. Qingdou also took a step forward. Dongfang Tian looked at the two of them warily and drew the long sword from his waist with his right hand. Guo Hanxue stepped in between the two of them at this time, glared at Jiang Yi, then turned to look at Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian, do you mind if I ask Li Gang? Dongfang Tian was stunned for a moment, frowned slightly, but still took a step back. Guo Hanxue squatted in front of Li Gang, looked at Li Gang's wound and said in a deep voice, Li Gang, tell me the truth, what happened? Li Gang trembled, looked up at Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi, and said with difficulty, it was him, he suddenly attacked me, when I closed the door, he suddenly attacked me from the side, ah. Li Gang screamed and struggled frantically. Guo Hanxue's fingers were firmly inserted into the icy wound, and she controlled Li Gang coldly, I'm giving you one more chance. Tell the truth, otherwise I will make sure your wound will never heal. Seeing Guo Hanxue being so fierce, everyone shuddered at the same time. Jiang Yi swallowed his saliva. Was it too late for him to fire her now? Li Gang screamed. He could feel that Guo Hanxue was not joking. Her fingers were poking into his wound little by little, and blood was flowing out again. It's you. It's you. Guo Hanxue, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. What's wrong with Dongfang? Why didn't you accept him, but fell for that pretty boy Jiang Yi? Where do you put Dongfang's face? Dongfang has been waiting for you for 2 years, and now that you're stronger, you want to dump us. As long as he dies, you can only go back to Dongfang. Hearing Li Gang's crazy roar, Guo Hanxue withdrew her fingers in shock, allowing Li Gang to breathe heavily and feel alive again. Guo Hanxue slowly raised her head and looked at Dongfang Tian on the side, so, it was you who assigned Li Gang to kill Jiang Yi? Dongfang Tian was stunned and tried to explain in a hurry, but Li Gang suddenly opened his bloody mouth and laughed, so what? Guo Hanxue, don't be naive. It's the end of the world now, and human life is worthless. As long as we can achieve our goal, it doesn't matter if a few people die. Dongfang is the chosen one, and his ability is unmatched. If you follow him, you will live longer. Do you know? Bang! A fist hit Li Gang's face hard. Li Gang looked at Dongfang Tian with a red face in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the president he had always respected would actually attack him. Dongfang Tian was breathing heavily, anger seemed to be coming out of his eyes. He suddenly turned around and saluted Jiang Yi solemnly, I'm sorry, Captain Jiang, I didn't discipline my subordinates well. He actually attacked you because of my personal affairs. This matter has nothing to do with me, but please let Li Gang go for the sake of our fellow human beings. I promise to control him in the future. Everyone knew the truth in their hearts. Looking at Dongfang Tian who still had a hypocritical face, Li Huiyu turned his head away with disdain. Jiang Yi sneered in his heart. He wanted to get rid of him with just 2 sentences. Was his injury in vain? What if I say no? Jiang Yi walked forward step by step with the knife in hand. Li Gang looked at Dongfang Tian standing aside with a complicated expression. When he heard Dongfang Tian's words, his heart seemed to be chilled by the coldness in his stomach. He did all this for him, but he actually punched him in front of so many people to stop him from speaking. How could he? Dongfang Tian kept showing weakness, but seeing that Jiang Yi was completely unmoved, he seemed to be forced to hold the hilt of the sword. Jiang Yi was really fed up with Dongfang Tian's hypocrisy. Today, he would definitely kill Li Gang. Even if someone tried to stop him, he wouldn't mind joining in the fight. Guo Hanxue looked at Dongfang Tian with a complicated expression. To be honest, she really didn't know that Dongfang Tian still had such deep feelings for her. She thought her refusal a year ago had already made her attitude clear. Seeing that two people were about to fight each other because of her, she stood up hurriedly, and just as she was about to speak, she heard a huge explosion downstairs, followed by countless panicked footsteps and miserable cries that reached everyone's ears. Li Huiyu and Qingdou rushed to the first floor immediately. The fight between Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi was forced to end. Everyone was paying attention to the situation on the first floor. Only Li Gang looked at Dongfang Tian's back with disappointment and anger after being betrayed in his eyes. What's going on? Seeing Qingdou and Li Huiyu running back, Jiang Yi couldn't help but shout coldly. At this time, a large group of people rushed up from behind them. The ones they fought against were Li Zhitian and Zhu Kaijun, who were originally in the gymnasium. Seeing these two people, Jiang Yi still had nothing to understand. Following behind them were Qingdou's companions in the underground swimming pool. Dongfang Tian's eyes lit up, and he keenly discovered that there were still a large number of people he left in the gymnasium among the crowd. When they saw Dongfang Tian, they seemed to have found support and shouted, "President." Soon, all the survivors gathered on the second floor. Dongfang Tian did not expect that the situation would change so suddenly. He was originally in the most vulnerable position, but because of the appearance of his subordinates, he regained the right to speak. Li Gang was supported by two people. The terrifying malice in his eyes gradually disappeared when he saw Dongfang Tian's back surrounded by more than a dozen people. What's going on? Who asked you to come? Dongfang Tian still didn't know what happened. At this time, Zhu Kaijun panted and lifted his wet bangs, and walked towards Dongfang Tian with a smile. "President Dongfang, it's like this. A lot of zombies suddenly gathered outside the gymnasium. In order to escape, Li Zhitian and I gathered your men who stayed on the fourth floor and escaped together. I didn't expect to meet you here." He cursed inwardly. He had never expected such a coincidence. He had been planning to seize Dongfang Tian's territory while his elite troops were out, but a horde of zombies actually attacked the gymnasium. At this time, Dongfang Tian's men also explained a few words in a low voice. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Dongfang Tian's eyes. Looking at Zhu Caijuan's hand holding the sword, he couldn't help but pinching the veins. But now is not the time to pursue the matter. Instead, he has to thank Zhu Kaijun. Otherwise, he would probably have to face attacks from Jiang Yi and Qingdou. You said that you were chased by a group of zombies. Just as everyone was rejoicing at having survived the disaster, Jiang Yi looked deeply at Li Gang and Dongfang Tian with a stern face, then turned to look at Zhu Kaijun. Zhu Kaijun looked at Jiang Yi, whose right arm was drooping limply, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, but he still smiled and said, "Not bad, but don't worry, we have successfully gotten rid of them, and we have also dealt with a lot of zombies outside this cafeteria." Jiang Yi was horrified. "Oh no, Qingdou, Hanxue, hurry up. Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Dongfang Tian's figure flashed, and he stopped Jiang Yi with some pride. "Captain Jiang, don't be in a hurry to leave. If you have anything, you can discuss it with us first. Or, if you are worried about Li Gang, don't worry, I will discipline him well and will not let you fall into any danger again. Get out of here." Jiang Yi's face was stiff. He spat out these two words, then held the knife in his left hand and slashed at Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian was horrified. He didn't expect that after his men gathered together, Jiang Yi would dare to attack him. However, he was very skilled and still dodged flexibly. Jiang Yi didn't give him any chance to react and rushed out at full speed. Qingdou and Guo Hanxue were stunned for a moment, and without caring about anything else, they hurriedly followed. Li Huiyu frowned, instinctively feeling that Jiang Yi didn't seem to be leaving to avoid another fight with Dongfang Tian. Being extremely sensitive to his own safety, his body's instincts reacted faster than his thoughts, and he followed Qingdou and chased after him. Only Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun were left standing on the second floor, unable to react for a moment. Jiang Yi chopped off a zombie's head with a knife, endured the pain in his right arm, and quickly rushed past the zombies still left on the first floor. Soon, Qingdou and Guohanxue followed. The four of them were stronger than each other. With their protection, the injured Jiang Yi managed to escape safely. Guohanxue waved her hands to slash at the zombies that were charging at her, and asked, Jiang Yi, what's wrong with you? Why did you leave so suddenly? Jiang Yi panted heavily and walked out of the cafeteria on the broken glass. Zhu Kaijun and his group are too many. They ran all the way here. The zombies behind them will definitely not abandon so much food. It won't be long before they arrive. Jiang Yi, look. At this moment, Qingdou pointed in the direction of the gymnasium in shock. Everyone looked sideways and saw heads shaking 100 meters away, and countless zombies were swaying towards this direction. With a loud curse, Li Huiyu tightly gripped the knife in his hand and suppressed the urge to escape alone. Under the current circumstances, he wanted to see what Jiang Yi could do. Jiang Yi's face also changed drastically. Such a large number of zombies was simply not something they could handle. Run. There was no need to explain anything, the four of them ran in another direction at the same time. Jiang Yi was actually seriously injured, but now he had no blood recovery potion, so he could only bear it. Fortunately, in the past few days he has become somewhat accustomed to how to maintain speed when his right arm is injured, so even though he can't run at his full strength, he still has no problem keeping up with Haruto. Guohanxue led the charge, and the wind blade in his hand flew out without mercy, and the zombies around him immediately fell to the ground. Chapter 54 Sneak Attack. Guohanxue led the charge, and the wind blade in his hand flew out without cost, and the zombies around him were immediately thrown to the ground. With Qingdou and Li Huiyu on both sides, Jiang Yi was safer. All he had to do was run. Don't bite me. Wait for me, please take me with you. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. The four of them ran less than 200 meters when they heard a tragic noise behind them. Looking back, they saw Dongfang Tian and his group madly fleeing from the cafeteria. A large number of zombies attacked the crowd. Those who didn't have time to escape from the cafeteria just bumped into the zombies. How could the zombies miss such a good opportunity? They were already extremely hungry and suddenly opened their mouths excitedly and bit the survivors madly. Few people escaped. Hearing the screams from the people behind them, the four people's faces changed. Guohanxue looked back and saw several familiar figures disappearing among the corpses. She stopped instinctively. Jiang Yi grabbed Guohanxue's arm and asked, what do you want to do? Guohanxue had a look of struggle on his face. Just as he hesitated, several more people were swallowed by the zombies. He suddenly pushed Jiang Yi away and said, run away. I can't watch my own members die like this. As he said that, he turned around and ran back. While running, he swept his hands and several wind blades rushed into the zombies. Jiang Yi's eyes were filled with frost, and he cursed, stinky woman, this is not the way to seek death. However, Jiang Yi had already pulled out the black knife with his left hand and swung it out. The sharp black knife pierced through the three zombies in an instant with a whistling sound, and then Jiang Yi also turned around and chased back. Li Huiyu looked at them in shock, are you all crazy? You're still thinking about saving people at this time. Haruto drew out his white sword with a smile, this is my trusted partner. He rushed over following Jiang Yi's footsteps. A bunch of lunatics. Li Huiyu cursed inwardly, turned around and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. The sudden return of Jiang Yi, Qingdou, and Guohanxue opened a huge hole in front of the zombies. Dongfang Tian and others who had escaped were delighted to see the three people who had returned. The despair in their hearts finally had a glimmer of hope. All the people with special abilities are killing zombies crazily. Although Jiang Yi is back, he may not be great enough to save everyone. He just blocks the scattered zombies in front of the crowd. Give those who are still alive a glimmer of hope. Guohanxue also knew what Jiang Yi meant, so, no matter how much she cared about her members, Guohanxue still endured the pain and abandoned those who were obviously beyond saving. The crowd and the zombies chased each other and ran for hundreds of meters before gradually widening the distance between them. At this time, there were only about 20 survivors, including Jiang Yi and the other two. Some of them were injured and it is unknown whether they will live or die. The survivors looked at Jiang Yi and the other two with gratitude in their eyes. Dongfang Tian, Li Zhitian, and Zhu Kaijun all turned pale when they saw this scene, because they knew that after this incident, Jiang Yi's reputation in the team would reach an unprecedented level. And they may lose leadership completely. Li Gang looked at the three people who were constantly cleaning up after them, and then looked at Dongfang Tian who was just trying to escape in front of him, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. With the support of Jiang Yi and the other two, the people who were fleeing finally had some time to escape. Although zombies continued to rush over from all sides, it was not dangerous to deal with them if they were just ordinary zombies. Soon, everyone ran hundreds of meters while fighting and fleeing. At this time, there were fewer and fewer zombies that could catch up, and only a few zombies that were obviously promoted were still unwilling to give up. Jiang Yi was quite excited when he saw the zombies chasing him from afar, but he also knew that he was definitely no match for these zombies, so he suppressed his desire for experience and potions and madly killed ordinary zombies with the knife in his hand. A group of people ran forward frantically, but Jiang Yi soon discovered the problem. Due to physical problems, the group was obviously falling behind. Guo Hanxue and Qingdou kept maintaining their surroundings, but their speed was still getting slower and slower. Knowing that the team could not be divided any further, Jiang Yi swept his sword horizontally and blocked the way for Dongfang Tian, Zhu Kaijun and others. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly stopped. Li Zhitian roared with red eyes, "Get out of the way, why are you blocking the way?" Jiang Yi glared at him coldly, then looked at Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun, "Do you want to escape like this? Don't you see that your teammates can't keep up with you? Are you going to abandon them?" Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun only thought of looking back at this time. When they saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. The people who had originally escaped with them were less than 30, and they were chasing after them and running for their lives like crazy. But there were still some survivors who were exhausted and fell to the ground and could not get up again. Qingdou and Guo Hanxue quickly chased the zombies that pounced on them and pulled that person up. But even with their protection, people were still being dragged away by zombies. They died completely amid screams. Everyone trembled, having long been frightened by the horror of the zombies. Li Zhitian roared and waved the knife in his hand, "What does it have to do with me? Who cares about their life or death?" Dongfang Tian glanced at the large number of zombies that had disappeared behind him, and knew that if he continued to flee like this, there would be nothing left of his team. Having made up his mind, he resolutely turned around and led the people behind him to kill the nearby zombies. With the addition of Dongfang Tian and others, Guo Hanxue and Qingdou finally felt a little relieved. Jiang Yi stopped in front of Li Zhitian and looked at him coldly, "Either go back to save people, or die." "You're so," Li Zhitian was about to curse, but was stopped by Zhu Kaijun, who gave him a hypocritical dry laugh, "We are all classmates, so we will not stand by and watch someone die. Li Zhitian, go back and help." Jiang Yi stood behind the crowd, looking at these people's unwillingness, and felt a chill in his heart. Is this the nature of human beings after the end of the world? Will he become the same as them soon? Feeling extremely irritated for no reason, Jiang Yi rushed out headfirst, crashed into the scattered zombies, and slashed at the zombies around him crazily. Li Zhitian, Zhu Kaijun and others waved their weapons to block the zombies' attacks while exchanging glances with each other. With the participation of all the people with special abilities, the battle was no longer one-sided. Guo Hanxue and Qingdou could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They found that something was wrong with Jiang Yi, and they immediately ran in his direction. Jiang Yi was so angry that the zombie in front of him didn't have much resistance to the violent Jiang Yi. He cut off one of its arms with one knife. After 3 knives, the crazy Jiang Yi actually chopped off the head of this strong zombie. Panting heavily, watching the light balls pouring into his body, Jiang Yi's manic mood finally eased a little. But before he could relax, a short figure suddenly shot out from the group of corpses. Jiang Yi was shocked and instinctively wanted to look up, but the zombie's claws had already grabbed his face. Jiang Yi instinctively wanted to close his eyes, and a white knife light slashed from the side at this moment. The speed-type promotion zombie screamed miserably, and the outstretched arm was cut off at the root. Jiang Yi hurriedly kicked the zombie out, then he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qingdou who was alert beside him. "Thank you." Qingdou looked at the zombie that crawled up from the ground vigilantly. "Jiang Yi, are you okay?" Jiang Yi shook his sore left hand and walked towards the zombie with incredible speed. "It's okay, I just can't get over it." Ouch! The zombie who lost his arm didn't give them time to chat. He rushed forward with a roar. Qingdou and Jiang Yi slashed at the zombie with their long swords at the same time. The zombie wanted to dodge, but no matter how fast it was, Jiang Yi, who was also super fast, still slashed it on the shoulder. The short zombie tilted his body and was cut open by Jiang Yi's heavy sword. The black sword got stuck on the bone and suppressed it abruptly. Qingdou then slashed in mid-air and cut off the zombie's head with one knife. Jiang Yi looked at Qingdou, who was cooperating well, and suddenly laughed. What was he thinking about? He was not Dongfang Tian, and Qingdou was not Li Gang. At least, his back could be left to Qingdou and Guohanxue. Jiang Yi, who had figured it out, was shocked. Looking at the zombie head at his feet, he couldn't help wailing, "Ah! Qingdou, why did you steal my head again?" The promoted zombies are very precious to Jiang Yi, not only because of the experience, but most importantly, Jiang Yi needs to get precious potions from them. Qingdou scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and saw that there was no danger around. Then he squatted down and prepared to take out the corpse core from the zombie's head. Although there was no potion, the corpse core was also a very important thing. Giving it to Guohanxue could improve her strength. Jiang Yi didn't know that just as he untied the knot in his heart, a malicious force not far away noticed him. Jiang Yi, who had just picked up the corpse core, had a flash of knife light in the corner of his eyes, and he instinctively wanted to retreat. Then he heard Li Zhitian yelling frantically, "Go to hell, bastards!" Jiang Yi looked up and saw Li Zhitian stabbing him with his knife with a crazy and proud look on his face. Qingdou beside him was shocked and pushed Jiang Yi away. "Jiang Yi, be careful." Puff! The sharp sword stabbed into Hirudo's arm. Jiang Yi staggered, and when he looked up, he was horrified to see that Qingdou's arm had been stabbed through by a knife. Li Zhitian frantically wanted to pull out his knife and stab Qingdou again. "Get out of here!" The furious Jiang Yi flashed and appeared beside Qingdou. He grabbed Qingdou's arm and kicked Li Zhitian. Li Zhitian screamed and fell to the ground. Qingdou, who looked pale, took several steps back and was protected by Jiang Yi. Chapter 55, Horrible Orange Crystal Zombie. "Get out of here!" The furious Jiang Yi flashed and appeared beside Qingdou. He grabbed Qingdou's arm and kicked Li Zhitian. Li Zhitian screamed and fell to the ground. Qingdou, who looked pale, took several steps back and was protected by Jiang Yi. Li Zhitian struggled to get up. Guohanxue, who had discovered all this, raised her sharp bow and arrow and pointed it at him. "Don't move. Otherwise I will shoot through your head." Li Zhitian didn't dare to move anymore, but his expression was still unusually proud. He shook the knife in his hand and threw it on the ground. The sudden change shocked all the survivors. Jiang Yi's face turned black. "Why do you want to kill me?" Li Zhitian, who was controlled by Guohanxue, laughed loudly, "Because I hate you. If it weren't for you, Qingdou wouldn't have joined Dongfang Tian's men. Our people suffered heavy losses. These days, if you hadn't taken Qingdou away, we wouldn't have been living in such misery." Qingdou covered his arm, his face pale, but he still struggled and roared, "I want to leave. What does it have to do with Jiang Yi? I have wanted to leave you for a long time." Zhu Kaijun saw this scene from behind the crowd. Although it was different from the result he wanted, he still smiled sinisterly with satisfaction when he saw Qingdou's arm oozing blood. Li Zhitian was indeed easy to use. As long as he provoked him a few times, he would rush forward. Seeing that the situation was settled, Zhu Kaijun walked up and stood beside Li Zhitian, looking at Jiang Yi and Qingdou with a guilty look on his face. "I'm sorry, Zhitian's temper is too impulsive, he just couldn't think straight for a moment. I hope you don't get angry with them." Dongfang Tian stood aside and watched the two groups of people in front of him with a secret joy in his heart. Watching Jiang Yi suffer a loss was something he was very happy to see. At this time, the zombies that were chasing them had been completely eliminated, and the zombies behind could not rush up for a while. People who could breathe a sigh of relief could not help but turn their eyes to the two parties in the conflict. Guohanxue was so angry that his face turned cold. "Everyone is running for their lives, and you are still thinking about harming people. Do you have any brains?" Li Zhitian raised his hands high and took 2 steps back proudly. "I surrender, I was just hot-headed for a moment. You are so powerful, you won't argue with me." Seeing him being so shameless, Guohanxue raised her bow in anger. "You bastard." Zhu Kaijun hurriedly stood in front of Guohanxue and said with a peacemaker smile, "President Guo, calm down. You know that after the end of the world, everyone has been driven to a state of neurosis. Li Zhitian has admitted his fault. Captain Jiang, for my sake, please forgive Li Zhitian this time." I will make him apologize to Qingdao later. Jiang Yi had a gloomy face the whole time, and didn't show any reaction to what Li Zhiqian and Zhu Kaijun said. After hearing Zhu Caijuan's words, he let go of Qingdao, who had lost too much blood, walked forward step by step, bent down to pick up the knife that Li Zhiqian threw on the ground, and looking at the blood on the knife, the murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Jiang Yi's actions caught the attention of many people. Guo Hanxue paused for a few seconds before suddenly turning pale with horror. Corpse poison. There is zombie blood on the knife. Pulling the golden bow tightly, Guo Hanxue pointed at Li Zhiqian frantically. It's you just want Jiang Yi and Qingdao to be infected with corpse poison, right? Li Zhiqian looked innocent. How could that be? I was just hot-headed at the time and didn't think of that at all. But seeing the corners of his mouth raised, everyone finally understood why he was so proud before. He simply wanted to kill people. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Could such a vicious person really be their former classmate? Surrender? No thanks. Apologize? No thanks either. Jiang Yi walked forward ferociously, and with every step, a terrifying murderous aura erupted from his face. Zhu Kaijun and Li Zhiqian were shocked as they watched Jiang Yi walking towards them step by step without paying any attention to other people's gazes. Suddenly they realized that they had no idea who Jiang Yi was. Seeing Jiang Yi's murderous look at this moment, Li Zhiqian screamed in panic. What do you want to do? I've already apologized. Do you still want to kill me in front of everyone? Jiang Yi grinned. Don't worry, after you die, I will apologize to you more sincerely. Zhu Kaijun was so frightened by Jiang Yi's murderous aura that his legs trembled and he dared not utter a word. He sensed Jiang Yi's terror more clearly than Li Zhiqian. Guo Hanxue was startled. Looking at the people around him who were staring at him in horror, he hurriedly grabbed Jiang Yi and said, Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. Jiang Yi looked at her expressionlessly, then suddenly grinned. Pay your debts, pay your lives, what do you think I should do? Jiang Yi. Guo Hanxue was frightened by Jiang Yi's stare and couldn't help but let go of her hand. Li Zhiqian finally realized that he seemed to have underestimated Jiang Yi. Seeing that he didn't mind killing him in front of everyone, he screamed and turned around and ran. Jiang Yi raised his head and looked at Li Zhiqian's back with his eyes narrowed. With a shake of his body, Jiang Yi ran at full speed as fast as the wind. Everyone only saw Jiang Yi's figure flying towards Li Zhiqian. Qingdao, whose eyes were a little blurry, finally woke up and saw Jiang Yi chasing Li Zhiqian. He shouted in shock, Jiang Yi, don't. He couldn't let Jiang Yi become a murderer in front of everyone, otherwise there would be no room for him in the team after this. He couldn't let Jiang Yi become a murderer for him. But at this time Jiang Yi had already lost his mind, and there was only one thought in his mind, kill him. When Li Zhiqian heard the sound of running behind him, he couldn't help but look back, and saw Jiang Yi holding his knife high and standing less than 10 meters away from him with a ferocious look on his face. Ah! He tripped in panic and fell out. Jiang Yi didn't hesitate at all and chopped Li Zhiqian's neck with a knife. Amid the screams of the crowd, the knife chopped down without hesitation. Dang! Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi retreated several steps at the same time with a sharp collision sound. Jiang Yi looked at the knife in his hand that was almost broken and looked at him gloomily. Dongfang Tian, do you want to stop me from killing people? Dongfang Tianchen shouted, Jiang Yi, what on earth do you want to do? You hurt Li Gang before, and now you want to kill Li Zhiqian in front of everyone. Are you so murderous? Do you kill people for a disagreement? Jiang Yi roared, he wanted to kill me and hurt Qingdao. What's wrong if I killed him? Dongfang Tian, don't pretend to be noble in front of me. Get out of here. If you try to stop me again, I will kill you too. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he bypassed Dongfang Tian and pounced on Li Zhiqian, who was struggling to get up. No one noticed that Dongfang Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and he turned around to stop Jiang Yi, but he seemed to be exhausted and could only barely block Jiang Yi's attacks with his sword. Kill him. As long as you kill Li Zhiqian, everyone will know that you are a murderer. But I am the hero who stops you. Dongfang Tian pretended to be out of strength, and Jiang Yi chopped the sword in his hand. After being kicked down by Jiang Yi, he stared at Jiang Yi with wide eyes and chased after Li Zhiqian, who had already run far away. Anger made Jiang Yi lose his mind. He only wanted to kill Li Zhiqian. Seeing that Li Zhiqian had run far away and the knife in his hand was completely broken, Jiang Yi stopped. Guo Hanxue and Qing Do were relieved, but Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun looked a little ugly. Puff! Li Zijian thought he had escaped from the pursuit of this horrible demon. He was excited, but suddenly he felt a pain in his chest and fell forward, barely surviving the fall. Li Zijian looked at the black knife tip protruding from his chest in disbelief. He turned back painfully, only to see Jiang Yi still 5 or 6 meters away from him. The others were also looking at this scene in shock. Dongfang Tian roared in his heart, what happened just now? When did he pick up Jiang Yi's knife? He clearly hadn't taken it in his hand when he was fighting with me. Jiang Yi dropped the half-broken knife in his right hand and looked coldly at Zhu Kaijun, who was shaking in fear not far away. Haven't you always wanted my knife? Here it is. Li Zijian cried out in pain, save me. I don't want to become a zombie, President Zhu, please save me. Zhu Caijun's face turned blue with fear. He fell to the ground as he watched Jiang Yi walking towards him step by step. It has nothing to do with me, Captain Jiang. I really didn't know Li Zijian wanted to kill you. Jiang Yi glanced coldly at Zhu Kaijun, who was sitting on the ground with yellow urine dripping from his pants. Amid the shouts of Guo Hanxue and Qing Do, he walked towards the dying Li Zijian step by step. Li Zijian tried to pull the knife out of his body in pain, but he could only roll on the ground helplessly. Jiang Yi walked towards Li Zijian under the trembling gaze of everyone. When he was thinking about how to torture him, he suddenly shuddered all over, and Jiang Yi flew back, looking at Li Zijian with wide eyes. Not only him, everyone stared at Li Zijian in disbelief. Li Zijian knelt on the ground in pain, holding the knife on his chest with both hands, bleeding from his mouth and nose. He looked at everyone for help, but found that everyone was staring at him. Who? The heavy breathing sound with a foul odor kept spraying on his neck. Li Zijian's hair stood on end, and he looked back while enduring the pain. A ferocious mouth grabbed Li Zijian's neck and bit it madly. Li Zijian screamed, and in front of everyone's horrified gaze, his head was torn off his neck by a huge force. It seemed that the weird zombie appeared out of nowhere, holding Li Zijian's head with blood all over his face, staring at everyone from afar. No one dared to move, because no one could see clearly where this zombie came from. It seemed that it appeared behind Li Zijian in an instant and attacked him. All the hairs on Jiang Yi's body stood up. He could feel that this zombie was much more powerful than any advanced zombie he had ever encountered. My eyes fell on the orange crystal on the zombie's forehead and my heart skipped a beat. It's not red. The horrible female zombie held Li Zijian's head in one hand and his body in the other, staring at Jiang Yi blankly. As if she knew Jiang Yi, she suddenly opened her bloody mouth and revealed a weird smile. Then a gust of wind flashed by. When everyone reacted, they saw that the zombie and Li Zijian's body had all disappeared. Chapter 56, Escape. What's going on? What kind of monster is this? Dongfang Tian asked in a deep and fearful voice, and no one could answer him. The appearance of the horrific zombies completely shattered everyone's confidence. At this point they even lost the belief in escaping. Can they really escape from such a monster? Jiang Yi's nerves relaxed, and he staggered and almost fell. The look that the zombie gave him before leaving made Jiang Yi feel as if he had fallen into an abyss, frozen to the bone. Oh no, the zombies are catching up again. I don't know who noticed it first, but when Jiang Yi looked up, he saw a large group of zombies roaring and rushing towards them at a corner not far away. There were also several advanced zombies in the zombie group that stood out. He quickly turned around and ran back, helping Qing Do up. Jiang Yi shouted at Guo Hanxue, who was still in a daze, quick, find a safe place. We can't deal with these zombies. Guo Hanxue was distracted for a moment, and finally came to her senses, with a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Li Huiyu, who had been hiding somewhere, suddenly emerged from the bushes nearby. After taking a deep look at Jiang Yi, he pointed in the direction he was coming from and said, "Run this way. There's a supermarket ahead." Without Li Huiyu saying anything, everyone who reacted ran forward like crazy. No one wanted to die, even the seriously injured Li Gang was holding on to one of his men and didn't dare to let go. Roar! The extremely fast promoted zombies caught up first, grabbed a few survivors, tore their necks with their sharp fangs, and threw them into the zombie group. Dongfang Tian and a few other people with special abilities frantically used their abilities to escape from the zombies. Jiang Yi was also spotted by the zombies. He held his left hand in a hollow position, and a black knife flashed. The skull-cutting knife that was taken away by the weird zombie before returned. After chopping a zombie away with a knife, he pulled the unconscious Qingdao and broke through the encirclement of zombies. Guohanxue kept moving around, and the arrows in his hand had long been shot out. He could only continuously activate small wind blades to clear the way for everyone. The strong desire to survive made the survivors break through their limits, and they finally rushed to the supermarket in front before being surrounded by the swarm of zombies. The few people running in the front frantically lifted up the half-closed roller shutter door and rushed into the supermarket. The people behind them also rushed in, tumbling and crawling. As soon as Zhu Kaijun rushed in, he screamed, "Close the door. Quick!" Jiang Yi, who was running behind Qingdao, blocked the half-closed door, pushed hard, and forcefully pushed open the two people who were closing the door, and squeezed in with Qingdao. Guohanshue's last superpower exploded crazily, and the chaotic wind blade struck the zombies in front of him like flying blades. Then Guohanshue fell into the supermarket with a pale face. Until then, the boys who were frightened by Jiang Yi holding the black knife pulled down all the rolling doors and glass doors with force, and used the heavy cash register to block the door. In the dark supermarket, everyone huddled up in fear as they heard the constant banging and roaring coming from outside the door. It was not until a long time later that the sound outside the door gradually stopped. A few brave people found a few packs of candles from the supermarket. After lighting them, the dim supermarket finally became a little brighter. Jiang Yi supported Qingdao and looked around vigilantly. He found that most of the things here had disappeared. It was obvious that the place had been cleaned up long ago, so there were no zombies hiding. Most of the food is gone, but there is still plenty of daily necessities. The survivors began to hug each other in fear, as if this would give them a sense of security. Even the lucky girl who survived couldn't help crying. Jiang Yi finally had time to look at Guohanshue. "Are you okay?" Guohanshue bit her lip, looked at the scratches on her arm and shook her head. "It's okay, they are just ordinary zombie scratches." At this moment, the survivors began to scream. "Suanji, you've been bitten. Li Tsuyuan, there's blood on your hands too." The crowd was in chaos, and they who had been huddled together for comfort a moment ago were instantly divided into two teams. One group was composed of uninjured people, while the 3 or 4 people who were excluded had pale faces and kept explaining, "No, I scratched it, not bitten by a zombie. It's over. Woohoo. I'm going to turn into a zombie. Mom and Dad, I can't go home." The scene was in chaos. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun became the backbone of the crowd. Dongfang Tian kicked the somewhat crazy Sun Ji to the ground and said in a cold voice, "Tie them up. If they dare to resist, their hands and feet will be broken." The injured people still wanted to resist, but with the control of Dongfang Tian and several people who were obviously very skilled, they were soon tied up and cursed. Zhu Kaijun had people use shelves to enclose a space and throw the injured people in. Dongfang Tian then led the 4 people straight to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was calling Qingdao who had fainted, and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Dongfang Tian's eyelids twitched, and he unconsciously cast his eyes on the strange black knife in Jiang Yi's hand, and then he said tentatively, "Captain Jiang, Qingdao is also injured, please understand, hand him over and keep him under unified care." Jiang Yi stood up and said, "No need, Qingdao is here, so you won't have to bother me." Dongfang Tian's eyes flashed with anger. "Jiang Yi, now is not the time for you to throw a tantrum. We are here, and no one must become a corpse. Otherwise, everyone's safety cannot be guaranteed." Jiang Yi's voice alarmed everyone. They thought of Qingdao's injury. Even though Qingdao had saved them before, they couldn't help but speak up when they thought that he was about to die and turn into a zombie. "Yeah, tie him up quickly, what if he turns into a zombie? Why are you still tying him up? Just throw him out. Can't you see he's already passed out?" Jiang Yi didn't have time to argue with them. Guohanshue stepped forward and said, "Jiang Yi has already said that Qingdao doesn't need you to worry about him. If he really turns into a zombie, I will get rid of him as soon as possible." Dongfang Tian refused to give in. "Hanshue, this is not a joke, you better listen and get out of the way." Jiang Yi stood up and stretched out the knife in his left hand. "Dongfang Tian, get out of here. Qingdao was injured for him, how could Jiang Yi hand him over?" Dongfang Tian repeatedly provoked him, which made Jiang Yi's killing intention burst out again. "Captain Jiang, this supermarket has a second floor. Why don't you take Qingdao to the second floor?" Li Huiyu, who had been silent all the time, said in a low voice. Jiang Yi didn't think much about it. He turned around and helped Qing Do, whose body was a little hot, up. He pointed the tip of the knife at the person who wanted to get close to him. Get out of my way, or don't blame me for cutting a hole in your body. Looking at Jiang Yi's knife, everyone instinctively stepped back. Are you kidding? They didn't forget that Jiang Yi had just killed Li Zhitian a few minutes ago. Guo Hanxue followed Jiang Yi upstairs with some concern, but Dongfang Tian grabbed her arm and said, Hanxue, don't follow Jiang Yi. He is a murderer. Being with him will only bring trouble to you. Seeing that Guo Hanxue still wanted to follow Jiang Yi, Dongfang Tianjin was a little angry. What's so good about Jiang Yi? If it weren't for his ability, how could he compare to himself? What on earth was wrong with Han Shui that she would follow such a person wholeheartedly? Guo Hanxue turned around and stared at Dongfang Tian with cold eyes. Dongfang Tian, please let me go. You don't need to care about my affairs. Don't forget about Li Gang's matter. Just pray that Jiang Yi won't come after you again. Dongfang Tian was startled, and guiltily let go of Guo Hanxue's hand. Jiang Yi placed Qingdo on an iron bed on the second floor. Qingdo was sweating all over and his body was terribly hot. The wound on his arm had turned black and thick blood with a foul smell was flowing out. Li Huiyu leaned aside, watching Jiang Yi tearing off the clothes on Qingdo's arm and said, you shouldn't have brought him up here. Jiang Yi didn't even raise his head. When he saw Guo Hanxue coming up, he immediately said, Hanxue, bring a basin of water and a towel. Guo Hanxue moved quickly, opened a few bottles of mineral water, soaked a towel and handed it to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi wiped Qingdo's wound with a towel. Maybe he pulled the wound. Qingdo suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He grabbed Jiang Yi's hand and smiled bitterly, don't bother, I know I can't do it. My body is a little stiff now, am I going to turn into a zombie soon? At this point, Qingdo suddenly laughed miserably, looked at Guo Hanxue who was standing aside with red eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, President Guo, can I trouble you for something? If I want to become a zombie, please kill me. Don't let Jiang Yi do it, his skills are too poor, and he can easily make a big hole. Hearing Qingdo's self-mockery, Guo Hanxue smiled with tears in her eyes and said, don't worry, I won't let Jiang Yi destroy your body. Jiang Yi saw that the two people seemed to be telling their last wishes, so he could not help but press hard on Qingdo's wound. Qingdo screamed loudly, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Li Huiyu shuddered, and looking at Jiang Yi who was holding a black hand, he could not help but take 2 steps back. Guo Hanxue screamed, Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Jiang Yi glared at them and said, it's too early to talk about a will. How can I let Haruto, such a good teammate, die so easily? Everyone was stunned, and Qingdo's eyes sparkled, I can't die. Jiang Yi, do you have a way to save me? Jiang Yi took out a fiery red corpse core from his pocket and said in a deep voice, Qingdo, remember what I said before? If you swallow the corpse core, you may not die, and you may even awaken your abilities. Everyone suddenly remembered what Jiang Yi said on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Guo Hanxue took a step forward excitedly, what are you waiting for, Qingdo, eat quickly. A strong desire to survive also flashed in Qingdo's eyes, I want to eat. I don't want to die. Jiang Yi nodded, and without further ado, he stuffed the corpse core into Qingdo's mouth. Qingdo swallowed hard. Fortunately, the corpse core became soft in his mouth, preventing the weak Qingdo from swallowing it to death. Soon after swallowing the corpse core, Haruto began to struggle frantically, his entire body flushed red like fire. Jiang Yi couldn't suppress the irritable Qingdo by himself. Chapter 57 Awakening. Li Huiyu hurriedly took a rope and tied Qingdo to the bed, and Jiang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The powerful ability attacked the virus in Qingdo's body, but Qingdo, whose mouth was blocked, couldn't even scream. The extreme pain made veins pop all over his body, his eyes bulged, and it was extremely terrifying. Guo Hanxue was worried about this and clenched her hands nervously, Jiang Yi, is Qingdo okay like this? What is the success rate of swallowing corpse cores? Jiang Yi stood by the bed and stared at the struggling Qingdo, whispering, 50-50. Guo Hanxue couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Jiang Yi's words, half the chance, fortunately, Qingdo has a strong willpower, he should be able to hold on. Jiang Yi added, if you don't live, you will die. Guo Hanxue was so angry that she punched Jiang Yi on the lower back, causing Jiang Yi to hold his waist and breathe in cold air. Are you going to die? It's already this late, and you're still gasping for breath. Guo Hanxue was so angry that tears were about to flow. But Jiang Yi covered his waist and said calmly, it all depends on Qingdou himself. If he can hold on, he will live. If he can't hold on, he will die. Jiang Yi's words were very heartless, but both Li Huiyu and Guo Hanxue knew that Jiang Yi was the only one who felt the saddest here. Qingdou was injured while trying to save him and is now facing a life-or-death situation. How could Jiang Yi not be nervous? But there is really no way to solve this problem. Qingdou can only rely on himself to persevere. Haruto struggled frantically, the rope rubbed his skin, and bloodstains spilled over the bed sheets. It was dark, but Haruto was still struggling in pain. Jiang Yi asked Li Huiyu with a wooden face, how many hours has it been? Li Huiyu glanced at his phone, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, it's been more than 5 hours. He couldn't imagine how Haruto could endure 5 hours of extreme pain. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to last even an hour. But Qingdou seemed to keep Jiang Yi's reminder in mind all the time, you must not faint. Ah! Kill them! Just as the 3 people on the second floor watched Haruto struggle to his death for nearly 6 hours, their bodies becoming stiff and numb from waiting, screams came from downstairs. Long after the noisy sound of heavy objects falling, there was a sudden knock on the room where Jiang Yi and the others were. The 3 of them were stunned at the same time. Guo Hanxue glanced at Qingdou who was still struggling in pain on the bed inside, I'll go open the door. When he opened the door, he saw a girl standing outside, hesitating and wandering at the door. Guo Hanxue was a little surprised, Hanya. You escaped too. Jiang Yi looked up and saw that the person who came was the girl who had passed the message for him in the gymnasium before. The girl tiptoed and carefully looked into the room a few times, with a look of fear in her eyes, President, are you all right here? Those people downstairs have turned into zombies. And 2 more students were injured. Well, they asked me to ask. Guo Hanxue sighed in her heart. She knew Hanya's purpose. After hearing what happened downstairs, she felt very uncomfortable. Thank you. Tell Dongfang Tian that Qingdou is fine. Ah. Hanya couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard Guo Hanxue's words. After all, she had seen with her own eyes that several injured classmates turned into zombies one by one, without exception. When she heard that Dongfang Tian sent her up to ask, her first thought was to refuse, after all, there was also an injured person upstairs. But she felt incredible when she heard Guo Hanxue's affirmative answer. How could it be possible that he had been poisoned by corpses for 5 or 6 hours and he hadn't turned into a corpse yet? Okay then, I'll tell them. Seeing that Guo Hanxue had no intention of explaining, Hanya blushed and went downstairs embarrassedly. Li Huiyu was sitting on a stool. Seeing Guo Hanxue coming back, he couldn't help but sneer sarcastically, it seems that the character of the legendary President Dongfang also needs to be examined. He actually let a woman come to question him. How impressive. Guo Hanxue glared at him, what does this have to do with you? Do we all have to be as selfish as you and live only for ourselves? Li Huiyu shrugged. He would not argue with Guo Hanxue because there was no need. Just like she disliked him, Li Huiyu also disliked Guo Hanxue's personality. Jiang Yi stared with a wooden face at Qingdou who was struggling in pain on the bed. Qingdou's sweat had soaked the bed, and his hands and feet had been tied up by Jiang Yi and Guo Hanxue while he was struggling. But even so, his hands and feet were covered in blood from the ropes as he struggled madly. Jiang Yi was almost going crazy. It had been going on for too long. It didn't take me that long at first, why? Is there a level of awakening? Or is there something that affected Haruto's awakening? Jiang Yi didn't know that using corpse cores to awaken not only had a great risk of becoming a corpse, but was also related to many other factors. For example, one's physical fitness, personality, character, injuries, and even the strength of the awakened ability. Jiang Yi had just been injured when he ate the corpse core, which could be said to be a coincidence that he took advantage of the best time for rescue. And after Qingdou was injured, it took a long time before he was safe. Fortunately, Qingdou's physique is several times stronger than Jiang Yi's. He has been meditating on his soul since he was a child, and his character is even tougher than Jiang Yi's, so he can persist until now in the most dangerous time. Of course, the longer he persists, the greater the benefit to Qingdou after he wakes up. Jiang Yi. The 3 of them had been waiting for too long, and their faces were a little numb. Qing Do on the bed gradually stopped struggling at some point. He glanced at Jiang Yi who was sitting beside the bed protecting him and Guohanxue who was standing not far away, and uttered 2 words in a hoarse voice. The lack of water made his 2 words sound like the sound of a saw cutting through stone. But it instantly awakened the 3 people who were in a trance. Jiang Yi stiffened his neck and looked down at Qingdo who was trying to smile at him. Guohanxue approached him in surprise. "Qingdo, you're awake. Is he safe, Jiang Yi?" He turned around and asked Jiang Yi who was sitting next to him. But after waiting for a long time, the 3 of them didn't get a reply from Jiang Yi. Guohanxue couldn't help but push him puzzledly. "What are you doing? Qingdo is fine, aren't you happy? You can't even smile." Jiang Yi swayed a bit, and when he heard Guohanxue's scolding, he grinned at Qingdo, who was in the same condition, with a pale face. The bloodshot mouth scared the 3 of them. Then his eyes rolled up, and Jiang Yi fell to the ground. "Jiang Yi!" Qingdo struggled hard, and the ropes that bound his hands broke instantly. Guohanxue and Li Huiyu hurriedly helped Jiang Yi, who had fainted and vomited blood. Guohanxue only felt a handful of sticky liquid in her left hand. She raised her hand and screamed, "Blood!" Li Huiyu frowned and ripped off Jiang Yi's clothes. The 3 of them gasped at the same time. Jiang Yi's right shoulder was completely bruised and bleeding. Guohanxue tore off his sleeves. At this time, Jiang Yi's entire right arm was swollen to the thickness of his thigh. Li Huiyu took a deep breath and said, "How did he get hurt?" His right shoulder bone was almost completely shattered by the huge force. Qingdo was also a martial artist, and was familiar with these injuries. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's a stick wound." He slammed the bedside hard. Jiang Yi was so badly injured, but he still stayed with him for almost a whole night. How was he going to repay this friendship? Without time to explain, Guohanxue placed the unconscious Jiang Yi on Qingdo's previous bed and simply cleaned the wounds on Jiang Yi's body. Luckily she still had some medicine in her bag. Li Huiyu was a little disappointed. "Captain Jiang is useless. His right hand will never recover from such a serious injury." Just as he said, Li Gang, who possessed supernatural powers, hit Jiang Yi's shoulder with his stick with all his strength, causing him irreparable damage. Such injuries are almost impossible to completely heal, not to mention now, even before the end of the world. But Guohanxue and Qingdo were not too worried. Qingdo raised his head and said, "No, there is still a way. As long as Jiang Yi wakes up quickly." After saying that, he clenched his fists with great confidence and stared at his hands with an ambiguous expression. This power is too mysterious and wonderful. Qingdo felt that not only would he not be transformed into a corpse, but his body had been greatly improved. He could fight against 5 people at once without losing. It seems that some sword techniques that were previously unusable can now be performed easily. I can definitely help Jiang Yi now. Jiang Yi, who was in a coma, didn't know yet that his action had once again deeply moved the already sentimental Qingdo, and the trust level in the team mode finally rose to 100%. Jiang Yi was unconscious for the whole night. A lot of things happened during this night. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun were still worried, but when they saw Qingdo opening the door, no matter how unwilling they were to believe it, they finally realized that it was indeed possible to use the corpse core to awaken after being poisoned. The students on the first floor were furious when they learned about this. Some of the students whose friends had died before began to blame Dongfang Tian and others. They scolded them for being selfish and refusing to use the corpse core to save people. Even the subordinates who originally supported them began to have private discussions. Dongfang Tian had a headache, but in the end he took out the only 2 corpse cores with great heartache and fed them to the classmate who had just been scratched. This saved some of his reputation. However, the result was not too good. When daybreak came, one of the 2 students who had swallowed the corpse core was completely transformed into a corpse and almost hurt someone again. The other one was lucky enough to awaken. Unfortunately, what awakened was the enhanced eyes. For now, it can only achieve night vision, which can see farther and more clearly. Dongfang Tian's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, because the person who had awakened was from Zhu Caijuan's side, and the one who died was his original member. Looking at his smug expression, Dongfang Tian wanted to stab him in the face with an ice cone. ZZ. Jiang Yi took a breath painfully. He was awakened by the aroma. He stared at the ceiling in confusion for a long time before he realized what had happened. He smiled bitterly when he felt his right hand being wrapped like a zongzi again. Chapter 58 Recovery. Qingdo, who brought the porridge, saw Jiang Yi wake up and approached him in surprise. Jiang Yi, you woke up. How are you? Where does it hurt? Guo Hanxue angrily pushed Qingdo, who wanted to put his face close to hers, away and glanced at Jiang Yi, who looked very bad, and said, Are you stupid? You didn't even tell me that you were injured, and you just pretended to be a hero and stood up. Jiang Yi smiled distressedly. Good Hanxue, please stop scolding me for my injury. I'm so hungry, give me a bowl of porridge. Guo Hanxue, who had a sharp tongue, snorted and put the porridge in her hand beside the bed. Let him feed you. You two have such a good relationship. One of you is watching over the other. I'm going to eat. Looking at Guo Hanxue, who turned and left, Jiang Yi and Qingdo stared at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Looking at Qingdo's awkward movements, Jiang Yi raised his left hand in embarrassment. I can eat it myself, my left hand is fine. Qingdo immediately handed over a spoon, and he helped Jiang Yi carry the porridge, and finally there was no longer the awkwardness as before. Jiang Yi devoured the not very soft and glutinous white rice porridge in big mouthfuls. After the end of the world, being able to eat a hot meal, even without any side dishes, made him feel happy. After eating 2 bowls in a row, he was no longer so hungry. While Jiang Yi was eating, Qingdo briefly told him what happened afterwards. Jiang Yi nodded. Well, this is good. Now that everyone knows that corpse cores can cure corpse poison, you and I won't be so special. Qingdo looked at Jiang Yi gratefully. Thank you, I don't know how to express it, but thank you so much. You didn't give up on me at the last moment. Haruto couldn't help but feel scared when he thought that he might become a soulless zombie who only knew how to eat people. Jiang Yi shook his head. It's nothing, aren't we teammates? I will never give up on you until the last moment. Qingdo was in awe and became more and more grateful to Jiang Yi, until Jiang Yi couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him out to eat. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Turn on the light screen. He was still at level 8, but the previous battle had put him close to upgrading again. After taking a quick look at the team mode, Jiang Yi realized that Qingdo's trust value had reached the maximum and would not drop any further. Trust value, 100%, it will not drop any further. This team member will fight against enemies with you for life. He is a partner you can trust 100%. It is recommended that you use resources to train him vigorously. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. He felt happy when he thought of Qingdo's fierce admiring gaze. In the end times, what could be more worthy of joy than a strong and trustworthy teammate? Compared to him, even though the rational Guo Hanxue already trusts himself very much, he is still some distance away from the maximum value. After putting away the light screen, Jiang Yi opened his backpack and checked his gains. Thanks to the crazy killing of zombies before, Jiang Yi's backpack finally didn't seem so empty. In addition to more Tianquan water and jade meat, there are also 100 kilograms of fresh dog meat, sky blue magic recovery potion, bright green body tracing potion and fiery red, blood recovery potion. Thank God, I didn't get hurt in vain. Jiang Yi excitedly took out the blood recovering potion and swallowed it in one gulp. A scalding sensation filled his entire right arm. Jiang Yi felt that his arm under the bandage was being straightened piece by piece. He gritted his teeth and tore off the bandage. His right arm, which had regained consciousness, was even more painful. Trying hard not to scream out, Jiang Yi watched his purple and swollen arm gradually recover to its original appearance starting from the fingertips. Hiss. When the effect of the medicine wore off, Jiang Yi raised his arm with force and couldn't help but take a breath. It seemed that the injury this time was too serious. Even the blood-restoring potion could not restore him to his best condition in one go. But that was enough. When Jiang Yi stood up and walked out of the bedroom with his upper body naked, the 3 people who were eating on the second floor were all stunned. Li Huiyu reacted immediately and stood up in shock. How is this possible, Jiang Jing, how are you injured? Jiang Yi smiled, and raised his head despite the friction between his bones. Almost done. Thank you too, if you hadn't come back at the end, we might not know when we can escape. Li Huiyu's eyes were fixed on Jiang Yi's arm, and he turned a deaf ear to Jiang Yi's thanks. Guo Hanxue naturally knew how Jiang Yi recovered. In delight, she also stood up and glanced at Li Huiyu. Don't be surprised by what you have never seen before. This is just Jiang Yi's ability. Li Huiyu withdrew his gaze blankly. After hearing what Guo Hanxue said, he just thought that Jiang Yi's ability might be of recovery type, and did not think in the direction of more magical system capabilities. Jiang Yi smiled and would not expose Guo Hanshue's cover for him. After all, he himself could not see through Li Huiyu. He was originally a nobody in the team, but suddenly he would not even blink an eye when killing people. He seemed selfish and only cared about his own safety. However, at the last moment, they escaped danger because of his appearance. Jiang Yi didn't want to think of him as sinister, but instinctively he was extremely wary of Li Huiyu, so he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to expose his abilities. Qingdao awakens, Jiang Yi's injuries recover, and the second floor is filled with joy. This joy was so dazzling in the eyes of Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun. Dongfang Tian went up to the second floor and saw Guo Hanxue, Jiang Yi, and Qingdao chatting and laughing. He felt as if his anger was about to explode. Yesterday's whole day of escape left him mentally exhausted, and the series of events that happened even made him doubt himself. Could he really become a powerful head of a family? Confused, he accepted Zhu Caijuan's advice and went upstairs to discuss the next steps with them. When he saw this scene, he suddenly became furious. Zhu Kaijun couldn't help swallowing his saliva as he looked at the steaming porridge pot. They fled all the way and threw away everything that could be thrown away. Although there were still some food on the first floor, if he had to choose, he would be willing to exchange 10 bags of spicy chicken feet for a bowl of fragrant hot porridge. The two people had different thoughts, but they were both very self-controlled. Even if they were angry, they did not show it. They just smiled and said, "Captain Jiang is awake. Come here earlier." Han Shui said you rested. Dongfang Tian sat next to Han Shui with a smile. Guo Hanxue frowned and moved her body a little to the side, but she still didn't completely avoid him. Zhu Kaijun also sat down, glanced at the porridge and pickles on the table, and then smiled. "Yes, President Dongfang and I feel very sorry for what happened yesterday. I didn't expect Li Zhitian to be such a person. But he has got retribution. I hope Captain Jiang Yi won't be too angry." Jiang Yi drank the porridge slowly, glanced at the two people, and continued to eat. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun looked at each other, and a trace of shame and anger flashed in their eyes. The two of them were both well-known figures in the school. When had they ever been ignored when they were so humble and begging for peace? But now they had to bow their heads. Because even though Jiang Yi only has 4 people, their fighting power even exceeds the sum of all the people on the first floor. Not to mention Guo Hanxue, whose strength was so strong that even Dongfang Tian was no match for her wind power. And the mysterious Li Huiyu, whose sudden rise made Dongfang Tian feel particularly insecure. In addition, Haruto, who should have turned into a corpse, not only did not die, but successfully awakened. Dongfang Tian, who suffered a huge loss due to this, became more vigilant. He did not forget that he and Haruto had a grudge. In the end, Jiang Yi looked so weak and had clearly awakened his abilities, but neither he nor Zhu Kaijun could figure out his abilities. If Dongfang Tian had not discovered his mysterious recovery ability, he would have thought he was an ordinary speed enhancer. But obviously, Jiang Yi is not. And the person who can convince Guo Hanxue must be even more unfathomable in strength. Unfortunately, the two of them completely forgot that being trusted is not just about being stronger. What really made Guo Hanxue trust Jiang Yi more and more was his weak but self-reliant soul. When Guo Hanxue was most helpless, Jiang Yi's appearance was like a ray of light that tore through the darkness, and he had become Guo Hanxue's greatest support. Li Huiyu looked coldly at the two people in front of him who were talking freely, but they were just constantly testing him. Annoyed, he took the bowl and turned away, without giving them any good look at all. After Jiang Yi finished the last bite, he looked up at the two people who looked embarrassed and angry and said calmly, "So, what do you two want to say?" Dongfang Tian's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed his anger and did not bother to test him. He said directly and clearly, "Let me be frank, Jiang Yi. I heard you say before that you were from Canteen Number 1. I want to know the real situation there. Also, I want to take everyone back with you." Jiang Yi smiled and clapped his hands. "Just say it directly, no problem. Then let's go back together." Zhu Kaijun and Dongfang Tian were stunned. They had thought of all kinds of possible problems, but they didn't expect to find out in the end that everything they had thought of and prepared was useless. The two felt very frustrated. Even though their goal was achieved, they didn't feel the slightest joy of success. Seeing them look as if they had eaten a fly, Guo Hanxue on the side couldn't help laughing. She covered her mouth tightly to avoid breaking the inexplicable embarrassment. She found that she liked watching her captain scolding others more and more. Zhu Kaijun felt a little embarrassed when he heard Guo Hanshue's voice of holding back laughter, and secretly cursed Jiang Yi for not being able to do things. But he still said with a look of contagion, "Really, thank you so much. After all, without your strong fighting power, it would be really difficult for ordinary people here to reach Canteen number 1. I just don't know if they will welcome us there." Dongfang Tian snorted coldly, "Why don't they welcome us? Don't forget that this is a school and we are all students of the school. The cafeteria is not theirs." Hearing Dongfang Tian's words, Qingdou and Li Huiyu couldn't help but roll their eyes. It was obvious that Dongfang Tian had forgotten how he had privately taken control of the gymnasium just before yesterday. Chapter 59 Canteen Rules. Dongfang Tian snorted coldly, "Why don't they welcome us? Don't forget that this is a school and we are all students of the school. The cafeteria is not theirs." Hearing Dongfang Tian's words, Qingdou and Li Huiyu couldn't help but roll their eyes. It was obvious that Dongfang Tian had forgotten how he had privately taken control of the gymnasium just before yesterday. Zhu Kaijun didn't look at him, but just stared at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi nodded, "Yes, you can enter the number 1 cafeteria at will, but it is managed by teachers and school management, so President Dongfang's previous approach may not be used again." Hearing Jiang Yi's words, Zhu Caijuan's eyes flashed. He was the student union president of the school and was also a member of the management. If Canteen number 1 was still under the control of the school, it would be the best for him. When Zhu Kaijun thought about regaining his high and mighty status, he wanted to run over immediately, but he still listened carefully to what Jiang Yi said about Canteen number 1. Jiang Yi raised 3 fingers. Compared to other places, the cafeteria already has relatively complete rules. If you really want to go there, I hope you too can abide by them, otherwise the consequences will really not be as good as you think. Looking at the 2 people with puzzled expressions, Jiang Yi put down a finger and said, "First, all the supplies in the cafeteria need to be handed over to the unified management. No matter who it is, they need to go out to search for more supplies. Those who don't want to go out can also stay in the cafeteria to do some defensive work. The general rule is that the cafeteria doesn't want to keep idle people. Of course, those in management are excluded." Jiang Yi secretly complained in his heart. Secondly, private fighting and snatching of supplies are prohibited in the cafeteria. Once discovered, you will be expelled from the cafeteria immediately. Unfortunately, this rule only applies to ordinary survivors, and those who have awakened have already risen above. Third, no one is allowed to organize a team privately. If you want to join, you must accept the canteen's rearrangement. No ganging. Jiang Yi said as he watched the changes in the 2. Sure enough, when they heard the 3rd point, the 2 people who had calculations in their minds turned grim. Although there are a large number of survivors in the cafeteria, these 3 iron rules have completely cut off their thoughts of making a comeback through the cafeteria. Even without any communication, the 2 of them quickly made a decision. They had to go to the cafeteria now, because they had nowhere else to go. Without a stable environment, they would not be able to continue the work even if they had more subordinates. Seeing that the 2 did not say anything else, Jiang Yi smiled and knocked on the table. "Also, I forgot to tell you that if you want to join the cafeteria, you can't come empty-handed. Before I left, the cafeteria just stipulated that every person who joins needs to deliver more than 10 kilograms of food or corresponding supplies." "What? 10 kilograms? That's so much." Zhu Kaijun jumped up and shouted in shock. "Are you kidding? They still have nearly 20 people, and that's more than 200 kilograms of food. And this is just the minimum requirement for them to enter the cafeteria. According to the first rule, if they want to go to the cafeteria, they need to hand in any supplies they have, otherwise they will not even be qualified to stay in the cafeteria." 200 kilograms of food made both of them look unhappy. After all, in this situation, the food that can be eaten has been divided up by everyone. Even if they are powerful, it is impossible for them to conjure so much food out of thin air. Jiang Yi smiled as he looked at the 2 people who looked frustrated, then turned around and asked Guo Hanshue, "When we were having dinner just now, didn't you say that this place was not far from the infirmary?" Guo Hanshue couldn't help but frown when she heard so many requests. She thought that the cafeteria was the last pure land of the university, but she really didn't expect that the pure land might not be as beautiful as she imagined. Hearing Jiang Yi's question, he was stunned. "Yes, it's not far from here, it's the medical building." "What's wrong?" Jiang Yi gestured to the two of them, President Dongfang, President Zhu. I think the cafeteria is very short of medicine right now. I wonder if the two of you are interested in going to the medical building. The two's eyes lit up, and they obviously thought of using medicine instead of food. But soon, fear flashed in Zhu Caijuan's eyes. We can't go there. Before the end of the world, that was where the corpses were kept. Now it's probably been occupied by zombies. If we go there, we'll be seeking death. Dongfang Tian also thought of this and his face turned ugly. After all, it would be a shame to watch such a good solution being lost. Actually, Jiang Yi leaned forward and said, maybe things are not as bad as you think. President Zhu is right. That may be the first place where the zombies broke out. But you have to know that zombies also need to eat. It has been so long. They will definitely not stay there without food. Drugs are no different from stones on the roadside to zombies. If we don't go now and wait for the people from the cafeteria to come, we won't have any chance at all. Guo Hanxue looked at her captain with some confusion. She instinctively felt that Jiang Yi was making a big net and tying the two guys onto his boat step by step. It was not until the two of them, who had been forced by Jiang Yi to make a decision, left to prepare, that Guo Hanxue asked, what exactly are you planning to do? Do you have to go to the medical building? Don't tell me it's for the medicine, that stuff is of no use to you. Jiang Yi shook his finger, no, I really want the medicine. Seeing Guo Hanxue's face full of disbelief, he relaxed his shoulders and shook his head with a smile, okay, I'll tell you. In addition to drugs, I want to kill zombies more. Apart from there, I can't think of any other place with a large number of zombies near here. You're crazy. Guo Hanxue screamed, I know your ability requires you to keep killing zombies, but you can't drag all those people on the first floor into this. Seeing Guo Hanxue's angry face, Jiang Yi suddenly laughed, who do you think I am? Although I need to kill zombies, I really want to help them. We can't enter the cafeteria without equivalent supplies. We can't provide them with more than 200 kilograms of food, do you have it? Guo Hanxue snorted, obviously unwilling to answer Jiang Yi's question. Jiang Yi patted her shoulder and said, you have to know that in the end times, being weak is not an excuse. In the cafeteria, there are more people with weaker strength and physique than them, but they still kill zombies and look for supplies every day. This is the iron law of the end times, no one can escape, and people without value are only worthy of being thrown out to feed the dead. Jiang Yi's expression was exceptionally grim. He had once been one of the weakest people in the cafeteria, and he had deeply experienced the law of the jungle. In the end times, there was no sympathy, only respect for the strong and the belief in constantly becoming stronger. I have to say that I am lucky. I have transformed from an ordinary person into an awakened person. But Jiang Yi would never sympathize with the weak just because he knows they're suffering. Instead, he hopes to see them become stronger. And to become strong, one needs to be tempered by life. Guo Hanxue was a bit shocked as she went to pack her luggage. The four of them didn't have much to take, and the little rice they managed to find on the second floor was eaten up by the four big eaters. Qingdou stuffed the remaining bits and pieces into a small bag and carried it on his back. Guo Hanxue had used up all of his purple arrows, so he carried a golden bow on his back and held a boning knife in his hand. Li Huiyu also carried a bag on his back, playing with the short knife that he had never left in his hand, and secretly glanced at Jiang Yi from the corner of his eye. Because of Qingdou's insistence, Jiang Yi went into battle lightly, with only a black knife in his hand. After randomly putting on some clothes he found on the second floor, Jiang Yi took the three of them downstairs. When their figures appeared on the first floor, nearly 20 pairs of eyes on the first floor fell on them. Jiang Yi looked around and saw envy, jealousy, flattery and anger in those eyes. But no one dared to come forward to please or blame. Because they knew that Jiang Yi and his men were very strong, so strong that they could make them despair. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun couldn't help but bury their thoughts deep in their hearts when they saw Jiang Yi's imposing figure. Now if they wanted to go to the cafeteria, they would need the powerful protection of Jiang Yi and his men. They could only endure. Just wait, Jiang Yi. Sooner or later, I will tear you into pieces. Putting everything into his hatred for Jiang Yi, Dongfang Tian smiled and nodded, Captain Jiang, everyone is ready, let's go. Jiang Yi nodded. It was obvious that the two of them had already explained to everyone that the survivors were no longer in the heavy despair like they were yesterday. Instead, their anticipation and anxiety about the cafeteria made everyone more energetic. Li Gang stood in the crowd, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yi's back, and he clenched his fists tightly. Seriously injured, he had no real strength and could only survive carefully among ordinary people. Two boys quietly opened the door of the supermarket, and suddenly several arms stretched out from under the gap of the door. The two of them retreated hastily in fear, and the others screamed in shock, some even dropping their weapons on the ground. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and gestured, and Qingdao immediately strode forward and opened all the rolling doors. Roar! The zombies that had been blocking here since yesterday rushed in frantically. Dongfang Tian and the others were so scared that they cursed Qingdao, but they were mentally prepared and rushed forward to kill ordinary zombies crazily. Li Huiyu and Qingdao also rushed out. Li Huishou's right hand held the short knife, nimbly like a fluttering butterfly. His body kept flashing, always appearing at the most appropriate angle to stab the zombie's neck with the knife. Qingdao held the knife in one hand and chopped wildly with his right hand. No zombie was his match. Originally he could only chop into half of the neck, but now he just needed to use his strength to sweep, and the zombie in front of him would have its rotten head chopped off in an instant. Strength, speed, spirit, have all been greatly improved. Haruto only feels that he is now even stronger than his father. Jiang Yi paid attention to it for a while, but he no longer cared about it. Although he was curious about Qingdao's ability, Qingdao wanted to keep it secret for the time being, so Jiang Yi no longer cared about it. After all, these ordinary zombies should not be worthy of Qingdao's ability after awakening. Chapter 60 Tyrant Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi didn't ask Qingdao to open the door directly because he wanted everyone to die. It was because after one night and the smell emitted by several survivors who turned into zombies, the zombies outside had actually dispersed a long time ago. Jiang Yi clearly saw from the second floor that there were less than 20 zombies gathered outside the door. If everyone couldn't deal with these zombies, Jiang Yi really had to consider giving up on these people. Sure enough, after the initial chaos, Dongfang Tian discovered that the number of zombies that broke in was not as many as he had imagined, and he immediately ordered everyone to start attacking the zombie group. With the help of Haruto and others, more than 20 zombies were killed on the spot soon. Besides being a little frightened, surprisingly no one was injured. The survivors were very excited about this result, but Jiang Yi knew that this was natural. After all, they were all students in the gymnasium. They either had good physical fitness or had practiced martial arts. As long as they didn't have fear in their hearts, they wouldn't have any problems facing the slow-moving zombies. After the joy, some people glared at Jiang Yi and others, obviously remembering that Jiang Yi had asked someone to open the door rashly. Dongfang Tian and the others had no intention of explaining this, but everyone obviously distrusted Jiang Yi even more, and followed Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun closely and left the supermarket. Li Huiyu followed behind, looking at Jiang Yi with a sneer. Qingdao was very angry, not understanding why they were hostile to him. Gua Hanshua stroked his forehead. Jiang Yi, can't you be more tactful? Now you've offended everyone. Jiang Yi shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, I am not their parents, so I don't have to accommodate them. I promised to take them with me, but I didn't say I would protect them all the way. I would be exhausted to death and there is no way I can make it to the cafeteria. As long as they dare to kill zombies themselves, they can live better, right? Gua Hanshua rolled her eyes, I can't argue with you, but don't regret it. Look at Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun. Everyone is treating them like gods, while you are treated like grass. If this continues, when will we be able to win over more people? Jiang Yi ignored her mumbling, and seeing more zombies gathering in front of him, he immediately drew his knife and ran out. These were all precious experiences. Wouldn't it be great for him to gain experience by killing monsters? Why should I listen to a woman buzzing in my ears? Gua Hanshua, who hadn't finished speaking yet, saw Jiang Yi running away and immediately stamped her feet in anger. Jiang Yi, I haven't finished speaking yet. Qingdao also rushed out, and Gua Hanshua turned to look at Li Huiyu in anger. Li Huiyu immediately shrugged helplessly, don't look at me, I didn't agree to join you. After saying that, he ran away with a knife in hand. The road to the medical building was not peaceful. Small groups of zombies often rushed out of the building and madly attacked Jiang Yi and his group. However, this time, after everyone was forced to pick up weapons to kill the zombies, their fear of the slow-moving zombies gradually decreased a lot. Even when a few zombies ran out, before Jiang Yi and others could take action, ordinary survivors had already knocked them to the ground with sticks, and then hit their heads wildly until they burst. Seeing that zombies were not that scary, some people in the team were immediately excited. The desire to survive and the excitement after seeing blood made everyone's emotions unprecedentedly high. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun saw all the changes in the team. Thinking that all these changes were caused by Jiang Yi, they became more wary of Jiang Yi. It was not that they did not want everyone to go out to fight, but they did so to show their fairness and democracy. They showed magnanimity to those who did not dare to fight at all, letting them stay in the gymnasium to fend for themselves. Even if they raised the treatment of those who went out to fight, some people would criticize them after a long time. Those who went out to fight envied the safety of those who could not go out, while those who did not go out envied the good food and drink of those who fought. They were not unaware of this, but just ignored it. As time went on, the team became more and more divided. However, Jiang Yi only used a simple act of coercion to gather everyone's fighting power. Of course, there was also hostility towards Jiang Yi, the tyrant. Dongfang Tian and the others were happy to see this happen. After clearing the zombies in front of him, Jiang Yi counted them while fighting. Now there are a total of 23 people in the team. Excluding the 4 people on his side, there are 10 people following Dongfang Tian, and there are only 7 people around Zhu Kaijun. Although it seems that Dongfang Tian is stronger, in fact, apart from Li Gang, a half-disabled person with special abilities, Dongfang Tian is the only one with special abilities. Zhu Kaijun's left and right have both enhanced vision and enhanced speed. Zhu Kaijun is not just a brainy person, he is also ruthless when it comes to killing zombies. As for the 4 people on Jiang Yi's side, they are complete freaks. When people with special abilities are so rare, it is surprising that all 4 of them are people with special abilities. Not to mention himself and Guohanxue, Li Huiyu really gave Jiang Yi a big surprise. It turned out that he did not have enhanced speed, but an extremely precious spatial ability. Moreover, his space is not just for storing things. He can actually use his spatial abilities to perform short space jumps. This was also his biggest trump card that allowed him to survive until now. He was seen flashing constantly in the swarm of zombies. Every time he killed a zombie, he would strike with thunder from the most bizarre angle. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would retreat like lightning. Seeing his charming movements, Jiang Yi and Guohanxue's eyes lit up. Isn't he a natural assassin? Dongfang Tian also saw Li Huiyu's amazing performance. He gritted his teeth and froze the zombie in front of him into ice, smashing it into pieces on the ground. Originally, Li Huiyu should have been his subordinate. If he had known that he was so powerful, he would never have let him go even if he had beaten him to death. Zhu Kaijun was also envious when he saw Li Huiyu. With such a strong strength, if he followed him, it would really be like adding wings to a tiger. However, Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun both mistakenly thought that Li Huiyu had joined Jiang Yi, but how could they know that Jiang Yi was also staring at him and drooling? What a cool superpower. Compared to his, my own ability is just garbage. It's a pity that I recognized Li Huiyu, but it was obvious that Li Huiyu did not join my plan. Otherwise, after fighting for such a long time, my team mode could not have ignored such a strong teammate without any action. Jiang Yi, who was somewhat disappointed, took out all his frustration on the group of corpses in front of him. The black knife chopped wildly, and he looked extremely majestic. But he didn't know that when he saw Jiang Yi fighting, countless people behind him complained in their hearts. It's so ugly. Jiang Yi probably doesn't know that he, who is madly killing zombies, is full of loopholes in the eyes of these people who have practiced martial arts for many years. Looking at the knife in his hand, I just felt that it was a good knife with the wrong owner. The way Jiang Yi used it, the skull-cutting knife was indestructible. If any other knife had been used, the blade would have probably bent and broken long ago. Dongfang Tian narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the way Jiang Yi fought. Although Jiang Yi had no special moves in his fighting, he was very fast and his reaction ability was even faster than others, so even if he was trapped in a swarm of zombies, he could deal with them with ease. But Dongfang Tian was very sure that Jiang Yi was not a speed enhancer. Because the other speed enhancers in the team had a completely different feeling from Jiang Yi. Just looking at the other speedster, he was running very fast, and when he was running at full speed only a shadow could be seen. However, it was not the same for Jiang Yi. Although his speed was very fast, it was far from the level that ordinary people could not catch up with. Moreover, his speed was not only fast in running, but also in dodging and attacking. Although it seems not as good as the speed enhancer, the all-round speed increase makes Jiang Yi more comfortable in close combat, and the speed can be fully controlled. He chopped the zombies in front of him with a knife and frowned slightly. Although these zombies are still ordinary zombies, he still clearly feels that these zombies have become stronger. The skin also became harder, and the head that could have been cut off with one knife now required all my strength to succeed. Roar! A promoted zombie suddenly ran out of the building. Its huge body looked particularly abrupt. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up and he rushed forward immediately. He couldn't wait to kill the promoted zombie. Seeing someone actually running towards him, the promoted zombie slapped him angrily. Seeing its slow speed, Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with disdain, and he dodged flexibly and raised his hand to slash. The sharp black knife cut the giant zombie's arm, but it only scratched the skin. So tough. Grinning, Jiang Yi jumped out of the battle circle and shook his stiff wrist. It looks like a defensive zombie. After many battles with advanced zombies, Jiang Yi has figured out some rules. That is, the advanced zombies are like awakened humans and have some characteristics. For example, some are very fast, some are very powerful, and the one in front of him is obviously one with particularly hard skin. This kind of zombie is extremely difficult to kill, because the knife can't cut close, and the axe can't chop through. At least for Jiang Yi now, it feels a bit sad like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog. However, there is also an advantage to dealing with this kind of zombie, that is, although the defensive zombie is also very powerful, its speed is very slow, only a little faster than ordinary zombies. Such a turtle-like advanced zombie cannot be killed, but you will not be hurt by it either. Captain Jiang, I'm here to help you. Dongfang Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the promoted zombie. After knowing the importance of the corpse core, no one would be indifferent to it. Zhu Kaijun also signaled to the speed enhancer beside him, and the man excitedly waved the copper stick in his hand and ran away. Although he was a few steps behind Dongfang Tian, his attack landed on the zombie's head first. Bang! With a dull sound, the solid copper rod hit the defending zombie's head firmly. Chapter 61 Haruto's Sword Drawing Technique. The speed enhancer was obviously a few steps slower than Dongfang Tian, but his attack landed on the zombie's head first. Bang! With a dull sound, the solid copper stick hit the defending zombie's head hard. But the huge zombie was not hurt at all. It looked up at the person who attacked it and suddenly punched him. Huang Yi didn't expect that his full-strength blow didn't smash the opponent's head. He was stunned when the huge fist hit his head and he flew out in an instant. When he fell to the ground, his eyes were dizzy, his whole head buzzed, and blood flowed down his hair. Ouch! The smell of blood stimulated the zombies, and they roared to the sky. The terrifying zombies took big steps and pounced on Huang Yi on the ground. Jiang Yi swung the black knife, and the sharp black knife blocked the zombie's claws, and the blade was stuck between the nails, making a sharp friction sound. Li Huiyu. Jiang Yi was unable to save people due to the huge force of the zombies. Seeing the zombies around him ready to attack Huang Yi on the ground, he immediately shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Huiyu's short figure appeared beside Huang Yi. He looked at Huang Yi, who was vomiting on the ground, with disgust, grabbed his neck and retreated backwards, throwing the hand to Zhu Kaijun, "Watch your men." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared behind the huge zombie, and the sharp dagger fiercely slashed across the zombie's neck. But it was like a blunt knife cutting cowhide. Not only did the sharp knife fail to cut the zombie's neck, but the blade even curled a little. The zombie that was attacked abandoned Jiang Yi's knife and turned to grab Li Huiyu. Dongfang Tian appeared from nowhere and pressed his palm on the zombie's back, emitting energy from his whole body. "Seal it." Crack. The zombie with thick skin and flesh seemed to sense the danger behind him and turned back suddenly, but it was too late. The ice layer visible to the naked eye instantly covered his whole body, and a thick layer of ice crystals completely froze it. Dongfang Tian took a step back and glanced at Li Huiyu with some pride. Li Huiyu secretly groaned and turned away. Jiang Yi also put down the knife in his hand with regret. The ordinary students who had been paying attention to this place saw Dongfang Tian's heroic performance and shouted excitedly. Crack! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a transparent crack exploded on the ice surface. Then there was a bang, and a large amount of ice chips splashed. Dongfang Tian stepped back in horror, but his neck was still cut by his own ice chips. He was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. He saw the zombie escaping and quickly stabbed it with his sword. The sharp sword was cold and stabbed into the zombie's throat. But that was all. Dongfang Tian's full-strength sword only pierced its throat. Apart from a few drops of black blood sliding down the sword, it did not cause any major damage to it. However, Dongfang Tian also completely enraged the zombie. With a roar, the huge zombie grabbed the sword on its neck with one hand and reached straight towards Dongfang Tian with the other hand. Dongfang Tian hurriedly drew his sword, but the normally sharp sword was firmly held in the giant zombie's hand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. Seeing that he was about to be caught by the zombie, Dongfang Tian decisively let go of the hand holding the sword and narrowly avoided the zombie. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he chopped the zombie on the back of the neck with his knife, blood splattering everywhere, but the cut was only 1 or 2 centimeters. The zombie holding the sword waved his hand to grab Jiang Yi, but Jiang Yi dodged nimbly. Gua Hanxue also noticed the weirdness of the zombie at this time and wanted to help, but she was a little far away at this time, and she also had to protect several girls in the team, so she was unable to extricate herself. Jiang Yi frowned, looking at the thick-skinned zombie surrounded by himself, Dongfang Tian, and Li Huiyu. Even his knife couldn't cut it. Was he just going to give up like this? Jiang Yi tried to attack its eyes, but this zombie obviously had a certain level of intelligence and knew how to protect its vital points. Once it discovered that Jiang Yi had the motive to attack its weaknesses, it would put its hands in front of its eyes. Damn it, doesn't it have any weaknesses? Dongfang Tian jumped in the air as he watched the sword energy being swung around by the zombies, but neither his own ice ability nor Li Huiyu's space ability could do anything about it. Not only did he fail to take down the zombie, but he also lost his sword. How could he not be furious? Suddenly thinking of something, Dongfang Tian shouted at the crowd not far away with red eyes, "Li Gang, come and help." Li Gang, who was covering the wound on his abdomen with one hand and waving an iron rod to block the zombies with the other, trembled and instinctively wanted to turn around, but the pain from his hand pressing on his stomach made him grit his teeth and think again whether he had really done something wrong. "Li Gang, why are you still standing there? Unless we deal with it, none of us can leave." Seeing that the zombies around were gathering more and more because of this zombie's obstruction, Zhu Kaijun became a little anxious. Compared with the precious corpse core, Zhu Kaijun valued his own life more. He didn't care whether Li Gang was injured or not, and pushed him hard. Li Gang looked grim and wanted to refuse, but seeing that everyone was staring at him, he gritted his teeth and walked towards the zombie. At this moment, a slender hand grabbed him. "Go back and stay, I'll go." Li Gang was stunned and looked down at Qingdou who came out from behind him. At this time, Qingdou's aura kept rising, and killing countless zombies made his knife sharper. He saw everything that happened. Since Jiang Yi didn't call him, he didn't want to go over. But when he saw Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun actually forcing Li Gang, who was obviously seriously injured, Qingdou became a little angry. Seeing Li Gang being forced to fight that strange zombie, Qingdou couldn't accept the warrior spirit he had cultivated since childhood. He grabbed Li Gang and walked over him step by step towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi forced the zombies back with a knife, turned around and saw Qingdou, and immediately laughed. "What? Do you have a solution?" Qingdou nodded, and slowly put the white knife in his right hand back into the scabbard. "Jiang Yi, step back and let me try." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he saw Qingdou so confident. After thinking about it, he stepped back and gave his position to him. Dongfang Tian roared angrily, "Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Apart from Li Gang's enhanced power, we can't kill it at all." Haruto glared at him but said nothing, holding the scabbard in his left hand and pressing the hilt with his right hand. He kept adjusting every inch of his muscles, lowering his body slightly, and the whole person was like a cheetah gathering strength to pounce. Li Huiyu couldn't help but look at Qingdou with some vigilance. The aura emitted by Qingdou at this moment made everyone present feel a chill on their backs. Itoryu, Shinoto no rain. Suddenly, Haruto's body seemed to be equipped with springs. After 2 quick steps, he jumped to a height of more than 3 meters. The white sword was unsheathed, and the bright light was dazzling. The sharp sword directly cut from the zombie's left shoulder to the right abdomen. Puff! Black blood spurted out, and the defending zombie screamed and roared. A hideous knife scar on its chest instantly dyed its clothes red. Li Huiyu and Dongfang Tian paused in shock at the same time. Sword drawing technique. Dongfang Tian was extremely shocked. He could never have imagined that the legendary secret killing skill sword drawing technique that only Yamato swordsmen could learn would actually appear on Haruto. Roar! The zombie, who was seriously injured for the first time, attacked everywhere frantically. Qingdao frowned and kept blocking the zombie's attacks. He didn't expect that his full strength slash only scratched the zombie's skin. But, that's enough. Thinking of Jiang Yi's questioning about his abilities this morning, he couldn't help but turn around and smile. Jiang Yi, haven't you always been curious about my abilities? Then you better watch carefully. Jiang Yi recovered from the astonishment of the knife and became even more excited when he heard Qingdao's words. He didn't know why, but since awakening, Jiang Yi became more and more curious about the abilities acquired by others and always wanted to explore the mysteries. Qingdao took a deep breath, stared at the zombie that had already stared at him and was running towards him step by step, and slowly put the knife back into the sheath. Seeing his action, Dongfang Tian and Li Huiyu immediately stared at Qingdao. The legendary sword drawing technique is the most powerful secret skill of the Yamato swordsman. It is said that only the strongest swordsmen of the contemporary era are qualified to practice it. Don't ever think that the art of sword drawing is as simple as drawing the sword in an instant and then slashing. In fact, the real core of the art of sword drawing is to achieve the unity of man and sword in the instant of drawing the sword. Different angles, different points of force, and different means of slashing are the real secret skills that every swordsman must continue to study throughout his life. With the sword returned to the sheath, Qingdao suddenly closed his eyes as he looked at the zombies running towards him, and his body relaxed to the extreme. Suddenly, he began to run very fast, facing the horrible zombies head-on. He slightly pulled out a piece of the blade with his right hand, and when he was less than half a meter away from the zombies, he suddenly drew the sword, and the sound of the sword filled the air. Jiang Yi's brows twitched, and he didn't even see how Qingdao drew the sword. Just as he was distracted, Qingdao actually slowly stopped and his figure appeared behind the zombies. And his sword actually returned to its sheath. Ito Ryu. I. Double slash. Ding. With the sound of the knife guard hitting the scabbard, the zombie behind him suddenly screamed, and his body exploded from the chest. A deep cut that could see the bones seemed to split from the inside out. The tall zombie was cut into pieces by a single knife in front of the shocked gazes of Jiang Yi, Dongfang Tian and others. Qingdao was also very excited. After all, it was his first time using his superpowers, and the effect was abnormal. However, he obviously had not forgotten his purpose. Seeing the upper body of the zombie struggling, he immediately shouted, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was distracted for a moment, but immediately reacted. He quickly stepped forward and stabbed the defending zombie in the eye. As Jiang Yi pulled out the black knife, the unstoppable defending zombie finally began to be defeated. Dongfang Tian's face was as dark as water. Qingdao's strength was beyond his imagination. Not only did he have supernatural powers, but he also knew powerful sword drawing skills. With him around, it would be impossible for him to do anything to Jiang Yi. After all, even he might not be a match for Qingdao, not to mention Jiang Yi, whose strength was unknown. This made him, who had a strong desire for revenge, so angry that he scratched his palms. Chapter 62 The Horrifying Orange Crystal Zombie. Jiang Yi looked at the sharp knife marks on the zombies in shock, but could not tell what special powers Qingdao had used. However, now was not the time to ask. The death of the advanced zombies boosted everyone's morale, and they quickly dealt with the zombies. They could already vaguely see the white medical building not far away. The medical building of the University of Technology is a renovated old building. Overall, except for the inability to perform surgeries, the other facilities are no different from those of an ordinary small hospital, so it occupies a large area. Except for the temporary inpatient department on the third floor, the first and second floors are places for consultations. Especially on the first floor, there is a pharmacy and warehouse for storing medicines. These two places are the destinations of Jiang Yi and his friends. As they got closer to the little white building, the red cross on it became more and more obvious. Everyone felt relieved. Without the zombies blocking their way, they moved faster and faster. But soon, they found that there were still many zombies trapped in the little white building. After all, before the end of the world, a large number of dead bodies were piled up on the entire third floor. Now these corpses have resurrected. Some have fallen from the windows, with broken limbs, but they still manage to crawl out. However, more of them are crowded on the third floor and roaring madly. I am afraid that people dozens of meters away can hear them clearly. Zhu Caijuan's face turned pale. Hearing the roars, his heart began to beat fast. He wanted to give up, but when he saw Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi, who looked calm, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Dongfang Tian wasn't really too worried, because before the end of the world, his martial arts club also participated in the work of moving corpses. He still clearly remembered that the dead people were locked in rooms on the third floor one by one. Not only that, there were a large number of access control gates blocked in the corridor. Not to mention the zombies who knew nothing. Even if he was a living person, it would be impossible to run out if he was locked in. Since the zombies on the third floor can't come out, there's nothing to be afraid of about the remaining zombies. Captain Jiang, when are we going in? Although Dongfang Tian knew the situation inside, he still asked Jiang Yi. After all, he didn't want to take responsibility if an accident occurred. Jiang Yi was not clear about the situation in the building, but he was not a fool. Just looking at the windows on the first and second floors that were still intact showed that it was not too dangerous here. Although most of the windows on the third floor were broken and there were people inside, there was nothing to be afraid of if there were zombies that couldn't climb through the windows. After thinking for a while, he said to Guo Hanxue, break the door. Guo Hanxue nodded, took the golden bow from his back, and asked for an arrow from someone else. He aimed the bow at the glass door. The breath of wind began to surround her, and the sharp wind gathered on the arrow. When the power reached its peak, Guo Hanxue instantly let go of her hand. With a loud bang, everyone only felt a burst in their ears, and the gate in the distance was completely shattered into glass fragments on the ground. A large number of zombies rushed out of the hospital with the door wide open crazily, but just as Jiang Yi guessed, after only 30 or 40 zombies rushed out, no more zombies appeared inside. In the absence of advanced zombies, these zombies had their heads smashed by the crowd in less than 5 minutes. Just after Jiang Yi chopped off the head of the zombie in front of him with a knife, suddenly a powerful force seemed to surge in his body. The wonderful feeling made him take a deep breath, and his original fatigue disappeared in an instant. Is this an upgrade? Jiang Yi had never thought that he would be able to reach level 9 so easily. His body shook, and the 19-point extreme made him more flexible. He swung out with a knife, and it was a head. Awesome! After the upgrade, Jiang Yi felt that he had endless power. He acted so quickly that within a few breaths, the few remaining zombies fell to the ground almost at the same time. Guo Hanxue's eyes lit up slightly, and she leaned forward and whispered, Jiang Yi, have you leveled up again? Jiang Yi nodded excitedly, yes, I feel that I am stronger now. Guo Hanxue was also very happy. After all, the stronger Jiang Yi was, the more secure they would be in the future. Seeing that Jiang Yi and Qingdou were growing steadily, she was standing still. She didn't know how to break this barrier. Ah! A scream startled everyone who were immersed in joy. They looked in the direction of the scream and saw that one of them was standing outside the crowd in pain, trying to escape to them with a terrified look on his face. But his neck was being held by a thin hand. The seemingly thin and weak hand was like an iron hoop holding him tightly, unable to let him move even a little. It's her, it's that zombie. The vision enhancer with particularly good eyesight looked over instinctively, but was so scared that he sat on the ground and peed, pointing in panic at the thin body standing behind the man. Everyone was so scared that they huddled together, wanting to escape but not daring to move at all. Looking at those cold eyes, even Li Gang couldn't help but retreat to the corner. Qingdou stood in front of Jiang Yi alertly and shouted in a low voice, Jiang Yi, step back quickly, we are no match for it. Jiang Yi nervously loosened his clenched knife at this time. The one who suddenly appeared in front of them was actually the female zombie who killed Li Zhijian and took away the body yesterday. At this time, she was still wearing simple clothes and looked no different from an ordinary zombie, but the orange color on her forehead indicated her difference. The zombie glanced at everyone and suddenly exerted force to expose the neck of the boy in her hand. She bit him and blood splattered all over her face. As the boy struggled and screamed, the female zombie raised her head again and swallowed the flesh and blood in her mouth. The boy in her hand covered his half-missing neck and died with his eyes open while screaming crazily. Seeing this scene with their own eyes brought a great visual shock to the young college students. Everyone was so scared that they wanted to flee in all directions, but at this time Dongfang Tian shouted, don't run, if you scatter, you will be attacked by it. Dongfang Tian's words successfully frightened everyone, but no one dared to face this horrible zombie. The female zombie tilted her head, suddenly dropped the corpse in her hand, and shook her body. She appeared again, unexpectedly next to Dongfang Tian. Hanya, whose heart and soul were all on Dongfang Tian, was the first to scream, President, be careful. No matter how scared she was, for the sake of the man she loved, the usually timid Hanya rushed forward recklessly to pull Dongfang Tian away. Dongfang Tian was so frightened that his hair stood on end. The horrible zombie that suddenly appeared in front of him actually grinned at him and then grabbed his neck. The sudden feeling of a tight grip on his arm woke Dongfang Tian up from his panic. He turned around and grabbed Hanya, who was trying to pull his arm, and pushed her out madly. Gua Hanshue witnessed all this and immediately exclaimed, "Dongfang Tian, what are you doing?" Hanya was filled with shock and her body fell uncontrollably towards the horrible female zombie. The female zombie did not hesitate at all and pierced Hanya's chest with her sharp nails. Hanya leaned forward in pain, staring at Dongfang Tian with a terrified face with bloodshot eyes. Pop! With a muffled sound, the female zombie pulled her hand out of Hanya's body, taking out a hot heart. The heart beat vigorously in her hand, but gradually died down. Hanya could never have imagined that after escaping the great explosion at the beginning of the apocalypse, the timid girl would die at the hands of her beloved man just when she was about to be safe. Dongfang Tian retreated in horror, his skin burning from Hanya's hot blood. The female zombie bit off a piece of flesh from her heart and swallowed it alive. Blood flowed down her neck into her clothes, making her look even more terrifying. It loved blood and looked at Dongfang Tian's figure even more crazily. It threw down the corpse in its hand and walked towards Dongfang Tian. "Go to hell." With a cry of grief, Gua Hanshue raised his hand and a huge wind blade swept across. The female zombie stopped and tilted her head to look at the wind blade shooting towards her. Dongfang Tian was overjoyed. "Shoot her to death, shoot her to death." Puff! The blood-stained hand waved casually, and the whistling huge wind blade was actually shattered in the air by the slender hand of the female zombie. Everyone who thought everything was over was so scared that they couldn't even breathe. The female zombie was also stunned for a moment, looking stupidly at her cut finger. Suddenly, her face turned hideous, and she opened her mouth wide and screamed at Gua Hanshue. "Ah!" Gua Hanshue's face was pale. With her energy exhausted, she could hardly withstand the pressure from this terrifying zombie. The female zombie turned around and walked towards Gua Hanshue, but a flash of aurora flashed by in an instant. The female zombie paused, shook slightly, and slid a few meters away. Jiang Yi chopped the ground with a knife, and the floor tiles under the knife were directly cut off. He stared at the zombie who avoided him angrily. "Don't get close to her." Gua Hanshue fell to the ground, looking at the man standing in front of her, and cried out in pain, "Jiang Yi." Jiang Yi did not look back because he did not dare. At this moment, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Seeing that Gua Hanshue was in danger, Jiang Yi attacked the horrible zombie without any thought, but unfortunately she dodged it. Haruto also rushed over at this time, holding a white long sword in his right hand, and his left hand pulled out the black short blade for the first time. Jiang Yi stood with his chest puffed out in front of everyone, trying hard to control himself from trembling, but the fear made him unable to even muster the courage to pick up the knife. Dongfang Tian escaped from danger. When he saw Jiang Yi standing in front of him and thought about his previous performance, he knew he was finished. With the sharp contrast of Jiang Yi, his previous behavior has completely revealed his humanity. No one will believe him anymore. Seeing Jiang Yi actually confronting that terrifying monster, he suddenly roared in his heart, "Kill him. Kill him, as long as he dies, I will still be the Dongfang Tian that everyone loves." After being chopped in half by Jiang Yi, the female zombie that frightened everyone stood there in a daze, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yi. Chapter 63 Differentiation. Jiang Yi's whole body seemed to be frozen. He didn't dare to move at all as the female zombie stared at him. But gradually, after not seeing any movement from the female zombie for a long time, Jiang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he realized that the zombie was not staring at him, but at the skull-cutting knife. Jiang Yi was stunned. His own knife? What was so good about it? He tried to move the black knife, and the female zombie's gaze followed it. Jiang Yi's heart sank. Ordinary zombies had almost no vision, while the advanced zombies seemed to be able to vaguely see human figures. However, this orange crystal zombie seemed to have fully recovered its vision, and she could clearly see such a thin blade. Such a stalemate consumed everyone's physical strength. Jiang Yi's face gradually became worse. If he hadn't been hanging on for a breath, he would have fallen to the ground. "Damn it, let's fight, the dead will fall to the sky." Knowing that the stalemate could not continue, Jiang Yi suddenly raised the skull-cutting knife and rushed forward. Unexpectedly, this action seemed to scare the female zombie. After roaring twice in anger at the raised black knife, it suddenly dodged and disappeared out of thin air again. Everyone was horrified, fearing that it would appear next to them. Everyone looked around nervously, but after a long time without seeing it appear, Qingdo suddenly said, "Jiang Yi, the body is gone." Jiang Yi was looking around alertly, and was stunned when he heard Qingdo's words. He looked up, only to find that Hanya, whose heart had been dug out, and the boy whose neck had been bitten off, had both disappeared. It seemed that it was really gone. His left hand loosened and the black knife fell to the ground. Jiang Yi gasped heavily, and cold sweat dripped down in fear. Guo Hanxue finally woke up from her hesitation. Looking at the half-bloody heart on the ground, she suddenly screamed and rushed towards Dongfang Tian, Dongfang Tian. With a raised hand, a wind blade instantly slashed towards him. "Han Shui, you're crazy." Dongfang Tianho had just calmed down from fear when she saw the wind blade attacking her. She immediately covered her right hand with a layer of ice, and grabbed the wind blade with all her strength, trying to crush it. However, even with a layer of ice, a deep wound that could be seen to the bone was still cut on the palm of her palm. "Don't call my name, you don't deserve it." Guo Hanxue raised her hand angrily, and the wind blade hovered in her palm. Dongfang Tian also roared, "Are you blaming me? Why? Did I let her come closer? I was fighting at the time, where was she? A woman who didn't even dare to lift a knife suddenly approached me. I was polite not to cut her with my sword." When everyone heard Dongfang Tian's words, they were shocked. Was this the Dongfang Tian they believed in? It turned out that this was how he viewed ordinary people like them. "You are lying. If that's the case, why did you accept Hanya? You knew she loved you, but you took advantage of her love again and again." A person who was originally following Dongfang Tian suddenly roared. Looking at his red eyes, it can be seen that Hanya's death was a huge blow to him. Dongfang Tian glared at him with murderous intent, but the boy was not afraid at all. "Dongfang Tian, I'm not afraid of you. Today I will let everyone know what kind of person you are." When Guo Hanxue heard the boy recount the shady things Dongfang Tian had done, she was completely stunned. She had never expected that Hanya, who had always been shy around her, was actually Dongfang Tian's plaything in bed. Dongfang Tian even forbade her to tell anyone. Not only that, he also forced Hanya to get close to him and find out the news about Jiang Yi from him. "You are such a scumbag." Guo Hanxue cursed hatefully, and finally couldn't help but swung the wind blade in his hand. Dongfang Tian shattered the wind blades with a sword, his face extremely gloomy. "So what? Guo Hanxue, now is the end of the world, put away your pitiful saintly heart. As long as I am strong enough, I can have any woman I want. Hanya is dead, and soon there will be the next Wangya and Zhangya. I told you not to call my name." Guo Hanxue bit her teeth, picked up the longbow placed aside, put an arrow on it and pointed it at the eastern sky. Haruto was shocked, President Guo. Dongfang Tian was even more horrified. Knowing Guo Hanxue's archery skills, he did not run away, but rushed towards her. He wanted to block the arrow. But he still underestimated Guo Hanxue. An arrow shot through the air. Even though Dongfang Tian had dodged it alertly, the whistling arrow still pierced his shoulder in an instant. Dongfang Tian fell to the ground, blood gushing out wildly. Guo Hanxue threw down the golden bow and walked towards Dongfang Tian step by step. Dongfang Tian endured the severe pain and stabbed him with a sword, but Guo Hanxue took Dongfang Tian's sword backhanded. Dongfang Tian was shocked. He couldn't believe that his sword could be snatched away so easily. Facing Guo Hanxue, all his advantages seemed to have disappeared. Holding Dongfang Tian tightly with both legs, Guo Hanxue raised the sword that originally belonged to Dongfang Tian high up and screamed, "Dongfang Tian, go to hell." Guo Hanxue. Just as the sharp sword was about to stab down, a sudden call made Guo Hanxue pause. She screamed and stabbed down fiercely with the sword. She gasped heavily as she stabbed. Dongfang Tian stared blankly at the sword blade that brushed past his face and felt like he couldn't even breathe. After struggling to stand up from Dongfang Tian's body, Guo Hanxue turned around to look at Jiang Yi, who was standing behind her supported by Qingdo. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and she burst into tears. Pulling the long sword off the ground, looking at the words engraved on it celebrating the opening of the martial arts club, Guo Hanxue said coldly with tears in her eyes, "You are not worthy to use it. As she said that, she turned around and walked towards Jiang Yi with the sword in her hand, stuffed the sword into Qingdo's arms, and turned and left. Dongfang Tian was pulled up. Jiang Yi stared at him and said to Zhu Kaijun, "There is no danger here anymore. Take your men in and have a good rest." Zhu Kaijun, who was frightened by the series of unexpected events, blankly directed everyone who were also uneasy to walk into the medical building. After Jiang Yi sent Qingdo away, he slowly walked to Guohanxue, who was leaning against a tree and crying with her eyes closed, and gently patted her shoulder. Guohanxue opened her eyes and wiped away her tears. "I'm fine, I just don't understand why the good world has become like this. Will we never be able to go back?" Jiang Yi sighed and gently hugged Guohanxue. "Yes, believe me, one day, the world will return to its former age." Guohanxue was slightly stunned by being hugged suddenly. After hearing Jiang Yi's gentle comfort, she was stunned at first, then slowly stretched out her hand and hugged him. She buried her face in Jiang Yi's neck, and tears kept flowing down Jiang Yi's neck. After a long time, the two separated awkwardly. Jiang Yi carefully felt the wonderful feeling of his hair sliding through his fingers, and smiled to break the awkward atmosphere. "Let's go in too, it's time to go back." Guohanxue also knew what Jiang Yi meant by going back. As long as they collected enough medicines, they could return to the cafeteria, and getting there would be the beginning of the real struggle. Entering the building, it was completely different from what Jiang Yi had expected. After a rest, they did not collect medicine as Jiang Yi had imagined. Instead, they confronted each other, and there was a vague situation of a Three Kingdoms confrontation. On one side were Zhu Kaijun and Huang Yi's 10 men. On the other side was Dongfang Tian, but there were only 3 people behind him. And the 3 people standing behind him were also vaguely hesitant. As for the third party, Jiang Yi was particularly surprised. Standing in front was the seriously injured Li Gang and the boy who had previously exposed Dongfang Tian's darkness. What surprised Jiang Yi most was that Li Huiyu was actually standing next to Li Gang. Haruto stood outside the circle, feeling a little helpless. Dongfang Tianhe looked gloomy and glared at Li Gang. "Li Gang, what do you mean now? Are you going to betray me too?" Li Gang shook his head. "Dongfang, it's not that I betrayed you, but you gave up on me a long time ago." Dongfang Tian seemed to have thought of what happened in canteen number 3 before, and said in a deep voice, "What kind of temper are you playing? You should know that the situation at that time forced me to say that. I have always taken such good care of you, how could you betray me when I needed help the most? You disappoint me so much." Li Huiyu hugged his chest and smiled contemptuously. "Take back your true face, Dongfang Tian, everyone knows your true face now." Seeing Li Huiyu, Dongfang Tian became even more angry, gritting his teeth and pointing at him. "You have no right to speak here, Li Huiyu. The thing I regret most is that I misjudged you. Don't forget that you were the one who killed Jia Chuan." Li Huiyu snorted coldly. "So what if I killed him? He had already been poisoned by the corpse poison. You clearly had the corpse core but refused to give it to him, forcing him to want to die together with you. Have you forgotten that?" Dongfang Tian didn't want to talk to him about this, so he turned and looked at Li Gang. "Li Gang, are you really going to betray me too? You have to know that after this, we will be enemies." A trace of fear flashed across Li Gang's eyes, but he still looked at Dongfang Tian firmly. "Dongfang, I don't want to be your enemy, but I also have the right to choose. My choice is to stay away from you, otherwise I am really afraid that I will be the one who dies one day." "You!" Dongfang Tianqi wanted to curse, but Jiang Yi had already walked into the middle of the 3 forces and looked at them coldly. "What? Have you rested enough? Or do you think the number of dead is not enough? I didn't bring you here to watch you divide the forces here. I don't care what grudges you have. I have the final say here. Anyone who has any objections can stand up." As Jiang Yi spoke, his left hand was already on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and he gently pulled out a section. Seeing Jiang Yi's strong intervention, Zhu Kaijun, who was watching the fun, immediately raised his hand. "Don't look at me, Captain Jiang, this has nothing to do with me. We are all classmates, why do we have to fight and kill each other? It will hurt our feelings." Jiang Yi nodded and looked at Li Huiyu again. It was obvious that he had made his own new choice, but he did not choose himself. Instead, he cooperated with Li Gang and had a say. Chapter 64 Enemies Meet. As for Dongfang Tian, he was the one who worked the hardest, but now he has the least say. Seeing Jiang Yi staring at him, he glanced at them fiercely with a sullen face, took 2 steps back, turned around and shouted to the only 3 people left behind him, "What are you still looking at? Go find some medicine." Jiang Yi saw Dongfang Tian give in, and then he glanced at everyone present. "Now, everyone go find medicine. I only give you half an hour, after half an hour, everyone must leave." The large number of living humans gathered on the first floor have already stimulated the endless zombies on the second and third floors. If they don't leave quickly, being surrounded by zombies is no joke. Li Huiyu and Zhu Kaijun obviously knew the seriousness of the matter, so they stopped arguing and quickly took people to look for precious medicines. Jiang Yi's face looked a little bad, and his body swayed for a moment. He was immediately supported by Qing Do. "Jiang Yi, are you okay?" Jiang Yi shook his head. "I'm fine, just a little weak. You accompany Han Shui to collect some useful things for us. There won't be many chances to find medicine in the future." Although he was very worried about Jiang Yi, Qingdo still nodded, and he and Guohanxue carried their backpacks and walked towards the warehouse that had been found. Jiang Yi walked out of the building slowly, sat down on the steps, looked at the mess in front of the building inside. The non-stop fighting in the past 2 days made him not only physically exhausted, but also mentally exhausted to the point of suffocation. He could see that Guohanxue really wanted to kill Dongfang Tian before, and he even hoped that Guohanxue could kill Dongfang Tian with one sword, but he couldn't let Guohanxue do that. Apart from the fact that Dongfang Tian was really famous, with even people in the cafeteria repeating his name every day, the most important thing was that he didn't want Guohanxue to be stained with the blood of a living person. He was afraid that she would live in guilt for the rest of her life. However, Dongfang Tian was indeed a very big problem for him. Zhu Kaijun, and even Li Huiyu and Jiang Yi were all confused about what he was thinking. Li Gang was also his enemy, but maybe he was scared by him and Li Gang never bothered him again. Jiang Yi, who didn't like trouble, didn't mind finding a chance to kill him, but now Li Huiyu suddenly joined forces with Li Gang again. Jiang Yi, who originally didn't take Li Gang seriously, fell silent. The current situation was really too bad for him. Just when I didn't know what to do, I suddenly heard a deep voice in my ears, "Be careful, don't attract zombies. It's so unlucky. Why is it our turn to go on a mission again today? Don't complain. Gao Wei is already very dissatisfied with us because of Jiang Yi's incident last time. You are not stupid. Can't you see that Gao Wei doesn't value us anymore? Be careful, brother. It won't be long before Gao Wei won't have any chance for us anymore." Jiang Yi stood up from his squatting position, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, his left hand unconsciously clasped the skull-cutting knife. After thinking about it, Jiang Yi did not rush forward directly, but leaned in the shadow under the sun. I didn't hide for too long before I saw 2 boys moving forward alertly and talking to each other. It was obvious that the 2 of them had a very good relationship and were very skilled in taking care of each other's blind spots. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth viciously. "Shen Tong. Wang Hai." Jiang Yi would never have thought that right before returning to the cafeteria, he would actually run into the person he hated the most. All I saw were 2 men, one was tall and mighty, holding a thick full-metal mace in his hand. The other one was as fat as a pig, but he was not as amiable as the fat man. Instead, he had a sinister and sad look on his face, which made him look like a bad person. It was these 2 who, a few days ago, attacked me when Jiang Yi went to the girls' dormitory with them, and I almost died from the corpse poison. After much thought, I finally got the chance for them to act alone. Seeing that the 2 of them were also targeting the medical building, and the pillar where he was hiding was the only way they had to pass, Jiang Yi didn't want to hide anymore, so he stepped out and stood in front of them. "Long time no see, you two." Shen Tong and Wang Hai were originally surprised at what happened here. When they were on guard, Jiang Yi suddenly appeared and scared the 2 of them. "Jiang Yi. Ghost." Shen Tong, whose power was enhanced, screamed in fear, but was covered by Wang Hai next to him. "What are you shouting about? Where did the ghost come from? Is it Jiang Yi? You are not dead." Jiang Yi walked down nonchalantly and stood in front of the 2 of them. "Why? Are you disappointed to see that I'm not dead?" Shen Tong and Wang Hai looked at each other and suddenly grinned. "Yeah, I'm really angry that I didn't see you being eaten by zombies, and we got scolded by others." Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. "What should we do? It just so happens that I also want to settle accounts with you." "Go to hell." Shen Tong, who had been accumulating strength for a long time, suddenly jumped up, swung the wolf-tooth stick in his hand and hit Jiang Yi on the head. Buzz! The heavy wolf-tooth stick has a terrifying momentum. Boom! It hit the floor tiles hard and blew the tiles below into stone powder. Wang Hai saw this scene from behind and his pupils dilated instantly. Shentong. Be careful behind you. Jiang Yi put his hand on Shentong's shoulder, and Shentong was so scared that he quickly turned around and swept away. But Jiang Yi had already exited the attack range. This scene shocked Shen Wang and the others. They stared at Jiang Yi in shock. Wang Hai said in a deep voice, "You've awakened." Jiang Yi looked at them, trembling with fear, and slowly drew the knife from his waist with a grim smile. "Yes, I have to thank you very much. If you hadn't murdered me and made me want revenge, I might not have survived the painful transformation." Wang Hai also put away his previous carelessness and seriously took out a steel knife from his back. This knife looks like the guillotine used to cut grass for livestock in the countryside. It has a thick back, a wide and long blade, and an extremely sharp edge. Such a big knife placed there looks intimidating. With the weapon taken out, Wang Hai became more courageous. "Humph, even if you awaken, so what? It's only been a few days. I don't believe you can be stronger than us. Shentong, let's deal with him together." The two men ran towards Jiang Yi at the same time. Wang Hai's knife went straight to Jiang Yi's head, while Shentong's copper stick cunningly smashed towards Jiang Yi's feet. The two of them have used this tactic countless times, and even advanced zombies were killed by their combined attack. But this time, they were facing Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, who had long been aware of their dirty tricks, how could he not pay attention to this? He took a step back, but still held the black knife in his left hand towards the guillotine. He raised his right foot and kicked towards the copper stick that was sweeping past. The two were delighted when they saw Jiang Yi's actions. He secretly laughed at him for overestimating his own abilities. You should know that Shentong's strength has been enhanced. If he strikes him with a stick, even an advanced zombie will have its bones and tendons broken. Dang! With a dull sound, the huge force pressed Jiang Yi's body down, but the black knife cut into Wang Hai's knife little by little. Wang Hai pressed the knife hard, and was shocked to see that his knife was actually cut into the blade little by the thin black knife. Shentong was equally shocked, because he hit the stick with all his strength, but was actually stepped on by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was not so arrogant as to compete with the strength enhancers. He simply took advantage of his faster speed than the two of them and stepped down when the wolf-tooth stick swept under his feet. But even so, Shentong's terrifying power made Jiang Yi's right foot numb. With a frown, Jiang Yi suddenly exerted force, cut off the sharp guillotine with one knife, and kicked Shentong in the chest. The two men retreated at the same time, but Jiang Yi did not give them any time to buffer. He held the knife in both hands and rushed towards Shentong. Shentong, who was kicked in the chest and felt stuffy, had no time to react. A black light flashed, and then his hand holding the copper stick slammed heavily to the ground. The severe pain made Shentong hug his arms and scream, but Wang Hai turned around and ran away in fear. He saw the look in Jiang Yi's eyes when he was about to chop off Shentong's arm. It was a vicious look without any hesitation. Shentong rolled on the ground covered in blood. When he saw Wang Hai running away, he screamed, "Wang Hai, save me. Take me away." Jiang Yi sneered, and his body suddenly shot out. His speed of 19 points made him much faster than the obese Wang Hai. Wang Hai had just run a few steps when his eyes went dark. When he looked up again, he saw the expressionless Jiang Yi and immediately stepped back in fright. But Jiang Yi's knife had already stabbed towards his chest. Wang Hai raised his arms and the sharp knife cut across his arms, but only left 2 bloody marks. Everything that could cut off an ordinary person's hands only left shallow scars on Wang Hai's body. However, Jiang Yi's murderous intent had already captured Wang Hai's mind. That knife was like the hand of the devil, and Wang Hai could not forget it for a long time. He squatted on the ground and gasped, "Jiang Yi, you can't kill me. I have enhanced my defense, your knife can't kill me at all." Jiang Yi frowned. The knife he had just used was like hitting a tree. It was awkward and had great resistance. Hearing Wang Hai's roar, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Thank you for reminding me." The knife in his hand stabbed straight at the throat without hesitation. Wang Hai was shocked and raised his arm hastily, but he didn't feel any pain for a long time. He raised his head in surprise, only to find that Jiang Yi in front of him had disappeared. Jiang Yi stood behind Wang Hai, holding the wolf-tooth stick that Shentong had thrown on the ground, and hit Wang Hai fiercely on the back of the head. Wang Hai's body swayed, he looked back at Jiang Yi, and his fat body fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Yi took 2 breaths and threw the stick on the ground. It was something given to strength enhancers, but it was too difficult for him to use it himself. Feeling that his arm had regained strength, Jiang Yi grabbed Wang Hai by the collar and walked towards Shentong. Shentong had lost too much blood at this time, and his face was pale. He trembled as he watched Jiang Yi pull Wang Hai over like a dead pig, and immediately begged in horror, "Jiang Yi, don't kill me, please, we are classmates." Jiang Yi sneered, "Don't worry, you can't die yet." As he said that, regardless of Shentong's struggle, he pulled Shentong and Wang Hai into the woods not far away. Jiang Yi didn't realize that in the dark at the entrance of the medical building, a beautiful figure witnessed everything. She was so nervous that the marble doorpost she was holding onto was cracked. Chapter 65 Madness and Truth. Jiang Yi forcefully pulled the 2 of them into the woods, away from the medical building. Jiang Yi was full of cruelty at this moment, and Wang Hai and Shentong's constant pleading could not move his kindness at all. Throwing them under his feet, Jiang Yi turned around with his head raised. He could feel his blood beating faster, his heartbeat seemed to jump out of his chest, and his adrenaline was rising to the limit. "Jiang Yi, please let us go, we really know we are wrong. From now on I am willing to listen to you and work like a slave for you." Compared to Shentong who had a broken arm, Wang Hai who woke up from a coma was more concerned about his life. When he realized what happened, he knew that he was no match for Jiang Yi at all, so he decisively knelt on the ground and begged for mercy loudly. But now Jiang Yi was so excited that he couldn't listen at all. Wang Hai's pleas became just noise in his ears. Finally, Jiang Yi couldn't stand it anymore and roared loudly, "Shut up. You are so noisy. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you now." Wang Hai was frightened by Jiang Yi's terrifying appearance. His body was shaking like a sieve and he dared not say another word. Jiang Yi looked at the 2 people in front of him. God knows how much endurance he needed to not break their necks immediately. As soon as he saw them, Jiang Yi's mind kept echoing the painful awakening process in the girls' dormitory. Damn it! Jiang Yi punched a tree and took a deep breath to avoid killing immediately. Holding back his anger, Jiang Yi turned around and waved his left hand. The skull-cutting knife thrown in the medical building instantly appeared in his hand. He put the knife on Shentong's neck. "Tell me, why do you want to kill me?" Shentong, who had lost an arm, was pale at this moment. He was sweating from the pain. He looked at the ferocious Jiang Yi and suddenly grinned, "I'm happy. I just want you to die." Looking at Shentong's careless appearance, Jiang Yi shook his head, "Wrong answer." Puff. Ah. The black knife stabbed deeply into Shentong's abdomen. Shentong bent over and screamed, his facial features twisted together and he looked like a monster. Jiang Yi pulled out the knife, without even looking at Shentong who was covering his wound and cursing at him. He turned to look at Wang Hai with his eyes wide open. Wang Hai took a step back in fear. Although he had killed zombies before, and even crippled people, and even used zombies to kill others, he could not even dream of killing people as ruthlessly as Jiang Yi. Seeing Jiang Yi looking at him, with the black knife in his hand still dripping with Shentong's blood, Wang Hai screamed, "It's Gao Wei. It was Gao Wei who ordered us to kill you when we go out with you. He is the one who wants to kill people, it has nothing to do with me." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he grabbed Wang Hai's hair and pulled it back fiercely. He looked at Wang Hai, who was unable to move, fiercely, "Why? I don't think I have ever offended you three, why do you want to kill me?" "I want a reason. It's because of Qin Jiazi." Shentong half lying on the ground, looking at the angry Jiang Yi, suddenly smiled with gloating. Jiang Yi turned back suddenly, "What happened to Qin Jiazi?" Shentong laughed, "Because Gao Wei has taken a fancy to your woman, but your woman said that unless she kills you, she will not be with Gao Wei." Jiang Yi was stunned. He had never expected this to be the reason. His first reaction was to disbelieve it, "You are talking nonsense." Wang Hai felt that Jiang Yi's emotions were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Fearing death, he looked at Shentong and screamed, "Stop talking, Shentong, stop talking." But Shentong never took Jiang Yi seriously. Even though she was in his hands now, Shentong only had deep hatred for Jiang Yi. You didn't expect that it was your woman who betrayed you." She told Gao Wei in person that she didn't want to bear the stigma of abandoning her boyfriend for someone else, so only by killing you would she be single again, and naturally she could be with Gao Wei. Jiang Yi trembled. He didn't want to believe it, but his remaining rationality told him that what Shintong said was very likely true. He threw Wang Hai to the ground with force, and put the black knife against his chest. Tell me, is what Shintong said true? Wang Hai didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Yi pressed down with both knives slightly, and the sharp skull-cutting knife actually cut through Wang Hai's skin with super strong defense. I'm telling you. It's true, this was all Qinjiazi's idea. Stop stabbing me. It hurts so much. Wang Hai could feel the sharp knife piercing into his body bit by bit. He had never felt such pain since he awakened, and he finally collapsed. His face was covered with tears and snot. He answered whatever Jiang Yi asked. Jiang Yi stood up trembling. It turned out that everything was like this. There was no ancestral jade pendant at all. Qinjiazi asked him to come out just to give herself a reasonable reason for disappearance. I'm afraid that now she is together with Gao Wei as a matter of course, and people who know that she and Qinjiazi are a couple will not think that she has done anything wrong, because she is dead. So, that's how it is. Jiang Yi sighed. After knowing the truth, Jiang Yi gradually calmed down, and the tyrannical aura on his face also dissipated slightly. Wang Hai lay on the ground, clutching the blood on his chest. Jiang Yi, what I said is true, let me go, I really don't want to kill you. Gao Wei forced me to do this. Jiang Yi lowered his head and looked at Wang Hai, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Wang Hai's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively felt that Jiang Yi had no intention of letting him go. Jiang Yi was silent for a moment. You guys go, since you didn't kill me directly at the beginning, this time, I will give you a chance to leave. The two were stunned at the same time. Shintong gritted his teeth and lay on the ground, with a layer of hatred in his eyes. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Jiang Yi sneered, what? Do you want me to kill you now? Don't be happy too soon. I only told you to escape, but I didn't say I won't kill you. You gave me a chance to escape at the beginning. In return, I should give you a chance. Run, as fast as you can. The next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. After that, Jiang Yi took a few steps back and made way for the road behind him. Wang Hai and Shintong looked at each other, then immediately climbed up while enduring the pain in their bodies. Compared to Shintong, Wang Hai's injuries were not serious, while Shintong actually lost an arm and was stabbed. However, the physical fitness of the enhancers has been greatly enhanced. This kind of injury that would be fatal to ordinary people, surprisingly, does not affect the life of the ability user too much. The two of them supported each other and stared vigilantly at Jiang Yi, who didn't move at all. After gritting their teeth, Wang Hai supported Shintong and ran out. Just as they were about to walk out of the woods, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. The two were horrified. Jiang Yi held a black skull-cutting knife with murderous intent on his face. I said, when we meet again, it will be time to kill you. Shintong was furious. He pushed Wang Hai away and pounced on Jiang Yi. I'm going to fight you. Let's die together. Buzz. The sharp black knife drew a black light at an extremely fast speed. A black light flashed, and Shintong glared angrily with his bull eyes. Hot blood spurted out of his throat uncontrollably. He fell to the ground without saying a word, and died with his eyes open. Wang Hai, who was pushed out, didn't even look back, and didn't even give the dead Shin a look, and ran out of the woods like crazy. Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. Gao Wei, save me. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Shintong's death made the stone in his heart lighter, and the resentment accumulated in these days dissipated a little. Looking at Wang Hai's slow escape, he couldn't help but laugh evilly and started to chase after him. Puff! Wang Hai looked at the sunlight outside the woods in surprise. Before he could feel the joy of surviving the disaster, a sharp wind blade pierced his heart from behind. Wang Hai looked down at the bloody hole on his chest in disbelief. He opened his mouth and blood kept flowing out of it. No. Impossible. After Wang Hai awakened his enhanced defense, he never thought that one day he would die from a pierced heart. Jiang Yi walked out of the woods and saw Wang Hai lying on the ground. He raised his head hesitantly and sighed softly. Come out, how long have you been here? Guohanxue walked out from the shadow of a tree hesitantly, her hands still retaining the movements after casting the wind blade. Seeing Jiang Yi's complicated eyes, Guohanxue hesitated. I'm sorry Jiang Yi, I want to avenge Jiao Jiao. Jiang Yi was stunned, and suddenly realized who Guohanxue was referring to. It seems that Wang Hai and his men really deserve to die. The first time she killed someone, Guo Hanshue's hands trembled a little, but she did not regret it. Just as she had said to Jiang Yi, one day, she would make Shentong and Wang Hai, who had insulted Jiao Jiao, pay with blood. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, it doesn't matter, as long as you feel better. Guo Hanshue took a deep breath and said, Jiang Yi, I think you can't just listen to what they say about this matter. After all, what they say is not entirely true. Jiang Yi's body trembled. He didn't expect Guo Hanshue to talk to him about this matter at this time. To be honest, he had already believed what Shentong and Wang Hai said, but Guo Hanshue's explanation instantly gave Jiang Yi a glimmer of hope. Yes, Shentong and Wang Hai were his enemies. How could he completely believe the words of his enemies? Maybe they made these up to deceive him. He had been with Qin Jiazi for 4 years. Although he knew that he had completely misjudged her, he still couldn't believe that she could be such a vicious woman. Was it possible that the 4 years of getting along were all fake? Does Qin Jiazi really not have any feelings for me at all? Looking at Guo Hanshue, Jiang Yi suddenly smiled bitterly, I don't know. To be honest, I just realized now that the Qin Jiazi I have known for 4 years is completely different from the one in other people's eyes. What Qingdo had said to him before was also a sharp thorn in Jiang Yi's heart. If Shentong and Wang Hai would deceive him, Jiang Yi really had no reason to suspect that Qingdo would make up a story to deceive him. Chapter 66 Arrival at the Canteen. What Qingdo had told him about Qin Jiazi had left a sharp thorn in Jiang Yi's heart that he could not ignore. Seeing Jiang Yi's frustrated face, Guo Hanshue felt distressed and anxious. Jiang Yi, I am also a woman. I know that women may have their own little thoughts, but we are also good at using lies to cover up our true thoughts. If you give up now, aren't you afraid that you will regret it in the future? Jiang Yi pulled his hair in distress, what else can I do? Do I have to hold Qin Jiazi's hand and ask her if she has been playing tricks on me? Guo Hanshue took his hand and nodded affirmatively, no, I want you to see it with your own eyes and find the answer yourself. No matter whether it is true or not, only when you are sure can you guarantee that you will not regret it in the future. Jiang Yi stared blankly at Guo Hanshue, who had a determined expression. After a long time, he suddenly laughed. Yes, no matter whether it is true or not, someone always needs to find the answer. This person can only be myself. Maybe it's time to put an end to my feelings for Qin Jiazi. Having made the decision, Jiang Yi suddenly said jokingly, you said that all girls are good at using lies to cover up the truth. What about you, Guo Hanshue, are you also hiding some truth from me? Guo Hanshue was stunned, and the next second she instantly pulled back the hand that was holding Jiang Yi, her eyes wandering around, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Oh, I've been out for too long, Qingdo may not be able to find me soon. Seeing Guo Hanshue running away, Jiang Yi suddenly wanted to laugh, but Qin Jiazi's back seemed to overlap with Guo Hanshue's, which made Jiang Yi unable to laugh. In the end, all I could do was smile bitterly. After making the decision, Jiang Yi grabbed Wang Hai's feet and pulled him back into the woods, throwing him together with Shentong's body. It was obvious that their injuries were not caused by zombies. Jiang Yi didn't want others to know that they had been killed by him and Guo Hanshue. Jiang Yi picked up some wood and piled it on top of them. He then took out a lighter and the raging flames instantly engulfed the two bodies. Jiang Yi, with a wooden face, made sure that the two men had been burned beyond recognition by the flames before he turned and left. When I returned to the outside of the medical building, I saw that everyone had already come out. Each person was carrying a package, and some even carried 3 or 4 packages on their backs. Guo Hanshue was already standing in the crowd, with Qingdo standing beside him. Jiang Yi tried hard to hold back his laughter when he saw Qingdo at this moment. He only saw a package made of a white coat hanging around Qingdo's neck, one on each hand, and a bigger backpack on his arm. The whole person was like a walking luggage rack. Looking at Guo Hanshue next to her, she had nothing in her hands, except for the golden bow on her back and the small backpack at her feet that made her less conspicuous in the crowd. Everyone had a look of joy on their faces, and it was obvious that they had gained a lot. Seeing Jiang Yi's return, they also showed a hint of gratitude. Dongfang Tian, Zhu Kaijun and Li Huiyu also knew that Jiang Yi had reached an extremely high level in everyone's hearts. Although they were their captains, what Jiang Yi said might be more effective than theirs. Seeing everyone's gains, Jiang Yi nodded and said to the leaders, since everything is ready, let's go. Everyone was eager to go to what was said to be the last safe place in the school. With so many medicines, they now dared to kill zombies. They believed that they could live better in the cafeteria than before. Dongfang Tian and others seemed to have thought of some solution and were not too worried about the rules after going to the cafeteria. It seemed as if God could not bear to see Jiang Yi's recent bad luck. After coming out of the medical building, everyone had a smooth journey. Except for a few blind zombies that suddenly rushed out, there was almost no danger. The closer they got to the cafeteria, the fewer zombies there were nearby, and the number of advanced zombies was pitifully small. Jiang Yi chopped a powerful advanced zombie in half with a knife, then raised his head and could see the 4 big words, East District Cafeteria, on a 4-story building not far away. As the canteen with the largest flow of people in the university, Canteen number 1 can be described in one word. It was originally an old teaching building of the University of Technology. Later, due to the expansion of the new school district, it was converted into a cafeteria that can accommodate 5,000 people dining at the same time. In the past 2 years, a lot of computer-automated things have been added, which has made the originally ordinary cafeteria actually have a place in the National University Cafeteria rankings. Everyone dealt with the zombies one after another. The sharp-eyed people were already looking at the cafeteria not far away and screaming excitedly. "Who are you? Where are you from?" At this moment, a group of people came over vigilantly from a distance. Everyone was stunned, and looked over in surprise, and saw that these 7 or 8 people were full of murderous aura, and each of them was wearing simple armor. Not only that, they were holding sharp weapons in their hands. Everyone was shocked. You know, when they came out of the gymnasium, apart from a lot of bows and arrows, they didn't have many swords that could really kill zombies. But every one of these people in front of him could hold a knife, and they looked murderous. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and recognized the leader. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yi lowered his head and retreated to the middle of the crowd. Zhu Kaijun was the first to react. He immediately took a step forward with Dongfang Tian, looked at the man leading the way and shouted excitedly, "Teacher Mao, it's me, Zhu Kaijun." Dongfang Tian was also very excited when he saw Mao Xingyu, and rushed forward quickly, "Teacher Mao, I'm Dongfang Tian." Mao Xingyu held the knife cautiously and shouted coldly, "Don't come over here, stop." Mao Xingyu's expression startled the 2 men, and they stopped at the same time. Mao Xingyu looked at the 2 men carefully. In half a month, even if the living conditions were good, their body shapes were very different from those of the foreign officials. Mao Xingyu looked at the 2 men carefully for a long time before he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and put down the knife with a smile. "It's really you, I didn't expect that you are still alive. And you can even walk here." Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun breathed a sigh of relief after Mao Xingyu's murderous aura dissipated. After all, how could they, who were only in their 20s, be the opponents of Mao Xingyu, the former Long Province Sonda King and current PE teacher at Gongda? Mao Xingyu naturally knew Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun. Not to mention Zhu Kaijun, he is the current president of the student union, and he was one of the original approvers for Dongfang Tian to become the president of the Wushu Club. Mao Xingyu was also very happy to see that they could come back alive. After all, he had been teaching and educating people for nearly 10 years, and Mao Xingyu took good care of young people like Dongfang Tian who loved Chinese martial arts. He patted their shoulders vigorously, "Well, no problem, you are still so strong." When facing the teachers in the school, all the students felt relieved and happy from the bottom of their hearts, as if they had found their organization. Mao Xingyu was happy, and he glanced at everyone. Seeing that everyone was holding something in their hands, he nodded with satisfaction. "Now that you are back here, just settle down. You have so many supplies, I think there won't be any problems. After you settle down, you can apply to join the search team. As long as you dare to fight and act, our school will definitely return to peace." Several people who had already known about the cafeteria nodded vigorously. Mao Xingyu was so excited that he wanted to say something else, but a man behind him stepped forward and said coldly, "Captain Mao, it's getting late, we still have to find supplies." Mao Xingyu was stunned and glanced at the person who was talking to him. Dongfang Tian and others also looked at the man, only to see this plain-looking boy looking at the disheveled people with disdain. He did not have the slightest good expression towards the former celebrity. He just said one sentence and then stopped talking, as if he did not see Dongfang Tian and others. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of Dongfang Tian and the others, but they did not dare to offend anyone at this time as they had not yet entered the cafeteria. However, they memorized the appearance of this boy in their hearts. Half a month after the apocalypse, how many of those who can still survive dare to say that they are still innocent college students? All of them who have chopped zombies and seen blood have red hands. Even those who were weak in character before the apocalypse have become cold-blooded after the torture of these days. Jiang Yi lowered his head and looked at the boy with a strange smile. He really didn't expect that after not coming back for a few days, Lu Linquan, who only knew how to kneel on the ground and beg to let him in, would rise so quickly. Being able to lead a team means this guy must have done something these days. Jiang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one familiar with these people. Zhu Kaijun was more tactful. He just glanced at Lu Linquan and smiled. "Teacher Mao, are you going out? Then we won't disturb you. You can finally have a good rest these days. Go ahead and get busy. We'll report to the cafeteria now." Mao Xingyu's eyes flashed with hesitation, but with Lu Linquan behind him, he opened his mouth but just nodded. "Okay, you guys go first. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me." Before he could finish his words, Lu Linquan and his men had already passed Teacher Mao and walked past everyone proudly. Not only him, almost everyone in the team looked at them as if they were country bumpkins. This look was as if they had been stripped naked in public, making everyone's eyes filled with anger. But with the warning from Dongfang Tian and the others, everyone could only glare back but did not dare to rush forward to vent their anger. After Mao Xingyu and the others walked away, the team also cooled down from their previous excitement. Although they were still moving forward, the enthusiasm had dropped to a lower level. Dongfang Tian's face looked unhappy too. Although he knew from Jiang Yi that the cafeteria was not so harmonious, he could not have imagined that he had been given a warning before he even arrived at the cafeteria. How could he, who had always been so proud, tolerate this? He clenched his fists tightly and said, "Just wait. I, Dongfang Tian, will not give in just like that. No matter who it is, I will trample them under my feet." Chapter 67 Separation. Jiang Yi didn't know what each of them was thinking. As they were about to reach the cafeteria, he stopped and looked at the others. "We're already here, let's separate here." Everyone was stunned. Zhu Kaijun smiled and said, "Student Jiang. Now that we are here, don't you want to go in with us?" Jiang Yi shook his head. "No, I have other things to do, so I won't go in with you." Li Huiyu whispered, "Jiang Yi, is there something that prevents you from going in?" Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, looked at Li Huiyu's expression that seemed to be concerned about him, and suddenly smiled. "Don't think too much, it's just that I can't go in now." After thinking for a while, he said to everyone, "You know, I came out of the cafeteria, but I stayed outside and couldn't go back. That's because I offended some people in the cafeteria who I couldn't deal with. Now they may be looking for me. If you don't want to cause trouble, it's best not to reveal that you have seen me." Everyone was stunned. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun looked at each other, thinking. Jiang Yi didn't care about their thoughts and just glanced at them coldly. "I hope you don't have any other thoughts. Maybe I can't deal with my enemies, but to deal with you. I think you should know my strength very well." Everyone was silent, and the little thoughts that some people had just raised also fell silent. Yes, maybe they could rely on some powerful people with Jiang Yi's information, but Jiang Yi could not deal with those people, but it was effortless for him to deal with them. They were not arrogant enough to compete with a mysterious person with special abilities. Especially after seeing Jiang Yi chasing Li Zhitian. Seeing that everyone was afraid to look him in the eye, Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction, and finally looked at Dongfang Tian and the others. "Okay, no matter what conflicts we had before, since we are here, I hope to end it here. I know you may want to attack me, so come on, but you must know that I will definitely not show mercy next time." Zhu Kaijun was startled and was the first to express his opinion. "How can that be possible? We are here and it is too late to release Jiang. In this case, we will leave first." After saying that, he led the few people who were willing to follow him and left. Dongfang Tian looked at Jiang Yi deeply, then looked at Guohanxue, but Guohanxue lowered her eyes and didn't even look at him. Dongfang Tian's heart tightened, and he snorted coldly and turned away with the three lonely people behind him. The last ones were Li Gang and Li Huiyu. Obviously, among them, Li Huiyu was the real boss and the one who had the best relationship with Jiang Yi. Li Huiyu exchanged punches with Qingdao in a relaxed manner. "Then we will go in first. If there is anything, as long as I can help, you can come to me." Although Li Huiyu is very arrogant, he is not a fool. Making friends with a strong team will only benefit his future, not harm it. Watching everyone leave, Qingdao and Guohanxue behind Jiang Yi looked at him. "Jiang Yi, is the enemy you mentioned real? Who is it? I will help you." Qingdo took a firm step forward. Jiang Yi had no doubt about his words. His 100% trust was not only in Qingdo. Jiang Yi also trusted Qingdo subconsciously. He trusted him so much that he could completely trust him with his back. Looking at Guo Hanxue who was on the side, he said, "Hanxue, you take Qingdo in first. I will find a way to get in. Once inside, try not to approach me in public. If there is anything, I will find you. Don't worry about my affairs. I will handle it myself." When Qingdo heard this, he suddenly became anxious. "Jiang Yi, what are you talking about? Aren't we partners? Do we have to just watch you when you have something to do?" Guo Hanxue, who knew what Jiang Yi was up to, grabbed Qingdo's neck and handed the backpack to Jiang Yi, ignoring his constant twisting and struggling. "Okay, we'll wait for you inside. Here are your things, and I've put some more things you may need, be careful." Jiang Yi took it with a smile, and watched Guo Hanxue carrying Qingdo, who was 3 inches shorter than her, as if she were a kitten, towards the cafeteria. Qingdo kept screaming, "President Guo Hanxue, put me down. I haven't finished talking to Jiang Yi yet." Guo Hanxue pulled him and interrupted him, "Call me sister." Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly while holding his bag. The closer he got to them, the more he realized that both Guo Hanxue and Qingdo had a side that was unknown to others. Knowing that they all cared about him, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel warm in his heart and gently covered his chest. Is this the feeling of being cared for? Okay, next, let me see how to get in. Jiang Yi suppressed the warmth in his heart and glanced around with a relaxed mind. Finally, he crouched down and got into the woods not far away. Not long after walking, Jiang Yi stopped. Looking at the building not far away, he felt a little sad. Suppressing the sadness in his heart, Jiang Yi walked into the building. He was not worried that there would be any zombies here, because it was very close to the cafeteria. This place had been cleaned up many times and all the usable things had been looted. Walking up the stairs step by step, Jiang Yi looked at the familiar yet strange dormitory building in front of him. Before the end of the world, this place was full of singing and laughter. There were always people chasing and joking in the corridor, and the shouts of playing games were endless. I felt a little disgusted before, but now, looking at the black stains all over the floor, Jiang Yi missed the appearance of this place before the end of the world. Pushing open the broken door, Jiang Yi walked into his dormitory. The dormitory had been ransacked and even the bunk bed had been dismantled. Jiang Yi picked up a book, patted the footprints on it, looked at his name on it, and smiled bitterly. If only the world was still the same as before, how great it would be. Without much time to reflect, Jiang Yi simply prepared a place to rest, took out a portion of jade meat and tianquan water and started eating. The aroma of the jade fat meat diluted the sadness in his heart. The strong feeling of fullness made Jiang Yi pat his stomach happily. After resting for a while, he summoned a light screen on the wall. Level 9, 79/512, Speed 19 points, Defense 10 points, Strength 7.75 points, Spirit 7.75 points, Constitution 5.5 points. Looking at his own physical data, Jiang Yi shook his head in distress. It was becoming increasingly difficult to upgrade. Although his growth with each upgrade seemed to be great, at level 9, he had almost no advantage over Qingdo and Guo Hanxue. Although his speed and defense seemed to have surpassed those of ordinary people, almost all people with awakened abilities have greatly improved in all aspects of their physical body. Just talking about his fastest speed, he was almost completely crushed by Guo Hanxue. Although Qingdo may not be as fast as himself, he can still suppress himself with his combat experience. As for defense, all Jiang Yi can do now is to avoid getting injured easily, such as not getting his skin scratched by falling. As for Wang Hai, who couldn't be cut by a knife or split by an axe, it was impossible. A knife was enough for an ordinary person to stab himself to death easily. As for the rest, well, let's not mention it. Switching to the team page, Jiang Yi's expression finally looked better. Guo Hanxue, trust value 92%, experience value that can be shared 46%. Qingdo, trust value is 100%, full value, and experience value that can be shared is 50%, full value. Although the team mode did not bring Jiang Yi much benefit at the beginning, as the two of them trusted him more and more, Jiang Yi found that he was gaining more and more experience. If it were not for the two of them, Jiang Yi would probably still be stuck at level 7 and unable to advance. You know, the experience that these two people can provide to Jiang Yi at this time is almost equal to another himself. After truly understanding the great benefits of the team mode, Jiang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief at his terrifying upgrade experience points in the future. There are still only these 2 pages, and the ability of his system has not changed. Jiang Yi focused his attention on the space, reached into his pocket, and the space appeared in front of him. In addition to a large amount of endless food and water, the number of potions that Jiang Yi had left exceeded 10 bottles. Even Jiang Yi didn't know when he killed so many advanced zombies, but there were still only 3 kinds of potions: blood recovery, magic restoration, and body tracing, and no new potions appeared. As for the dog skin obtained from killing Dahue, it was snatched away by Guohanxue, on the grounds that it could be used as a quilt. Thinking of the way Guohanxue held on to the fur blanket and refused to let go, Jiang Yi shook his head with amusement. It had only been less than 2 hours since they separated, and Jiang Yi suddenly missed her and Qingdou a little. I don't know whether they can enter the cafeteria successfully or whether they will get into any trouble. Although Jiang Yi was worried, he did not regret his decision because he still had to verify the facts he wanted to verify. Just like Guohanxue said, if he did not witness the truth with his own eyes, he would definitely regret it in the future. It's not that he can't let go of Qinjiazi. He knows very well in his heart that it's over between him and her. Even if she really isn't with Gao Wei, he can't forgive her based on what she did before. But, gripping the skull-cutting knife tightly, Jiang Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If she was the one behind his affairs, even if he had loved her for 4 years, Jiang Yi would never give up. After a night's rest, Jiang Yi sat up from his desk when the sky was getting bright. Without a bed, he could only sleep on the hard table all night, but for the end of the world, this was already very good. Jiang Yi, who already had a plan, finished his breakfast, opened the cold-blooded backpack that Guohanxue gave him, unzipped it, and Jiang Yi looked at the several packs of masks and a black hat and suddenly smiled. It can only be said that girls are more thoughtful. Putting them aside, Jiang Yi took out a few more pieces of clothing. They were all durable and dirt-resistant men's clothing. Apparently, Guohanxue had collected them for him because she knew he often damaged his clothes. Chapter 68 Li Xunjia. In addition to the miscellaneous items such as power banks that he had collected before, there was also a medicine box wrapped in a plastic bag. Jiang Yi guessed the purpose of this box of medicine with just a quick glance. Obviously Guohanxue also knew that he had no use for these ordinary medicines. They were placed here just for himself to use when entering the cafeteria. I felt warm in my heart. It seemed that Guohanxue had already guessed that I might not go to the cafeteria with them, and even took care of all these things for me in advance. After stuffing the things back into his school bag, Jiang Yi changed into the new clothes that Guohanxue had prepared for him. The black jeans and black leather jacket made Jiang Yi look 100 times more energetic than before. After shaving off his protruding beard, Jiang Yi put on his hat and pulled the brim down to cover his eyes. At this moment, no one would be able to recognize him at a glance except those who are particularly familiar with him. Finally, Jiang Yi, wearing a black mask and holding a skull-cutting knife, has completely become a black god of death. The pair of eyes hidden under the mask and the post are bright and sharp. After putting on his backpack, Jiang Yi looked back at the dormitory which had already been completely changed, and left without looking back. Goodbye, my old life. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yi walked out of the dormitory building without any hesitation and rushed straight into the group of corpses not far away. The crazy blade was invincible in the zombie swarm. In a few breaths, more than a dozen zombies were killed by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi swept through these zombies one by one. After confirming that there was no target for him, he left and ran towards the next direction where there were zombies. Yes, Jiang Yi did not choose to go back to the cafeteria alone. Instead, he wandered around the cafeteria, madly hacking and killing zombies. He wanted to further improve his strength before returning to the cafeteria. However, Jiang Yi did not take the risk alone on a whim. The reason why he dared to act alone, in addition to his confidence in his own strength, was also because the area around the cafeteria was cleared by the search team every day, so it was difficult for a group of zombies to form in the area where Jiang Yi was located that would pose a threat to him. Jiang Yi was so tired of killing zombies that he would walk up to any zombies that moved and slash them. With his greatly increased strength, he could kill ordinary zombies with one strike. Jiang Yi chopped down the last zombie in front of him with a knife, looked at the zombie in front of him carefully, nodded with satisfaction, reached out to feel around his body, and finally took out a dead cell phone, a handful of change and an ID card. Throwing the money away, Jiang Yi wiped the dirty ID card and vaguely saw that the photo on the ID card was 50% similar to Jiang Yi. Not only the figure, but also the eyes and facial features were very similar. He silently memorized the information on the ID card and then Jiang Yi put away the ID card and mobile phone. Dig a hole and bury the head of the owner of the ID card. Since he was going to do it, Jiang Yi would do it perfectly. With his high IQ, it was easy for him to come up with a relatively perfect plan. After packing up everything, Jiang Yi put on his backpack and left quietly. Run, don't fight. Fang Qingchuan chopped off a claw of the corpse that was stretched out with a knife. Seeing his companions around him fleeing in panic, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He didn't expect that a routine search mission would cause them to lose so many people. Fang Qingchuan frantically tried to win a chance for everyone to survive. But as an ordinary person, he soon couldn't hold on any longer. More and more zombies appeared, surrounding the survivors and the team, waiting to drain their energy so they could feast on them. Woo, woo, I don't want to die. The timid ones can no longer bear the approach of death and begin to cry loudly. Fang Qingchuan was annoyed by their crying. He stopped the zombies and shouted, "Don't cry. Hurry up and use something to stop them. If you don't want to die, move now." A man who had already lost his will to fight screamed tremblingly, "Damn it, Fang Qingchuan, you are not our captain. We are all going to die anyway, why should we listen to you? Damn it, I hate cowards like you, get out of here." Fang Qingchuan's face darkened, and he didn't care about them. He didn't want to die yet. As long as he could still live, he would never give up. Not good. Suddenly, Fang Qingchuan saw that a friend next to him who was madly attacking zombies was suddenly bitten on the shoulder by a zombie and was pulled into the zombie group with a scream. With the death of his companions, a crack was suddenly torn open where he was, and the zombies instantly broke through the defenses they had held with great difficulty. Ah! Seeing so much food in front of them made the zombies even more crazy, and they rushed towards the crowd regardless of everything. Puff! A human head flew into the sky. Just when Fang Qingchuan was completely desperate, a fierce wolf suddenly rushed in from outside the corpse group. As the figure crashed into the corpse group, it actually tore a huge gap directly. Fang Qingchuan's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Quick, follow me." The people who survived also saw this scene, and the power that disappeared suddenly seemed to return. Fang Qingchuan chopped the zombies in front of him with the iron knife in his hand frantically. Others also took weapons to kill the zombies in front of the gap. Soon, after losing 2 more companions, Fang Qingchuan finally rushed out with everyone. Seeing the man in front of them, who looked like a god descending from heaven and could kill at least 1 zombie with every strike, made everyone feel very inspired. Fang Qingchuan raised his knife and roared, "Follow me and kill me." The crazy killing was quickly reversed with the appearance of that man. However, Fang Qingchuan was not blinded by his passion. He broke through the encirclement of the zombies, killed another group of zombies to vent his anger, and then fled like a flash following the figure who saved them. The advantage of humans over zombies is that they are faster. In a life-and-death crisis, even ordinary people can run at the level of athletes. They quickly escaped the zombies and hid in a cleared house. Their lives were no longer in danger. Everyone collapsed to the ground in an instant, and they cried and laughed after surviving the disaster. Fang Qingchuan was also frightened. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the boy in front of him, they would have been torn to pieces by the zombies. Looking at him, he didn't look much stronger than any of them. He was wearing the same black clothes that were stained with blood as theirs, and it was impossible to tell the brand. A black-brimmed hat covered most of his face, and only a pair of bright eyes were revealed under the black mask. After catching his breath, Fang Qingchuan walked up to the boy and extended his hand gratefully. "My name is Fang Qingchuan, thank you for saving us." The boy was also very tired, but he still struggled to stand up and replied in a hoarse voice, "My name is Li Xingzhe. It's nothing. Since we met, I can't just watch you die in front of me." Fang Qingchuan held Li Xingzhe's hand tightly out of gratitude, and was reluctant to let go for a long time. Li Xingzhe pulled his hand back awkwardly. Are you their captain? Where are you from?" Li Qingchuan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. "No, our captain is gone." At this point, Fang Qingchuan gritted his teeth in hatred. If it weren't for his arrogant and reckless command, they wouldn't have crashed into the group of zombies and almost been wiped out. Li Xingzhe was a little surprised. He thought Fang Qingchuan was the captain. After all, these people obviously obeyed his orders. As if seeing Li Xingzhe's doubts, Fang Qingchuan smiled bitterly, I am the vice-captain of our team. In the absence of a captain, I can temporarily take over the captain's orders. Li Xingzhe suddenly realized and asked in a sedative way, what are you going to do next? I still need to find other people in the school. Do you want to come with me? Fang Qingchuan looked at Li Xingzhe in astonishment, have you been wandering around on your own since the end of the world? Oh my god, are you a person with special abilities? Li Xingzhe scratched his head in confusion, yes, you are the first group of living people I met. But what is a person with special abilities? I don't know. Everyone was shocked as if they were looking at a rare animal. Fang Qingchuan suddenly laughed out loud, then you don't have to look for it anymore. I can tell you for sure that almost all the survivors of Gongda are in the cafeteria. And we came out of the cafeteria to look for supplies. Li Xingzhe's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, really? Are there so many people? Oh my god, I thought I was the only one in the whole school. Everyone looked at Li Xingzhe's innocent appearance and couldn't help but smile kindly. Fang Qingchuan happily introduced Li Xingzhe to the current situation of the Gongda cafeteria, and finally invited him to go back with him. Li Xingzhe naturally would not refuse and nodded excitedly. Fang Qingchuan then counted the number of people and discovered with grief that out of the original team of 15 people, only 8 were left alive, and 3 were injured. After returning, they would have to undergo a trial to see if they could continue to survive. What is the trial? Li Xingzhe followed the crowd and saw the 3 injured people walking back with their hands tied by others. Fang Qingchuan's eyes flashed with a heavy look, the trial is to lock up the injured and feed them the crystal cores in the zombies. There is a certain chance that the corpse poison can be eliminated, and even awaken their abilities. Li Xingzhe seemed a little surprised, oh my god, there is such a thing. I didn't even know it. Fang Qingchuan smiled bitterly, it's not as simple as you think. Starting from the day before yesterday, there have been no less than 10 people participating in the trial in the past 3 days, but only 2 of them have survived without turning into corpses. Moreover, the corpse cores needed for the trial must be provided by our own team. If we don't have corpse cores, we can only watch our companions turn into corpses bit by bit. Clenching his fists tightly, Fang Qingchuan said painfully, but we only have 2 corpse cores now, and the others have been taken away by the captain. Therefore, we must discuss with the 3 of them as soon as possible, who will not be able to participate in the trial. Chapter 69 Trial. After hearing Fang Qingchuan's words, the 3 injured people behind him all became nervous. Although they knew that the result of the trial could be turning into zombies, they still had a glimmer of hope. They didn't want to die, so no one was willing to give up this last chance to live. Li Xingzhe was stunned for a moment, then took out a fiery red crystal from his backpack, corpse core. Is this it? Everyone stared blankly at the corpse core in Li Xingzhe's hand. Fang Qingchuan screamed excitedly, that's it. Xingzhe, you actually have a corpse core. Li Xingzhe handed him the corpse core, here you go, give it to them. There was excitement in the eyes of the 3 people. Now, they all have equal opportunities. But although Fang Qingchuan was tempted, he did not take it directly. He smiled bitterly and said, I can't take it, Xingzhe. Do you know that this thing is very precious now? Not only can it give people a chance to awaken, but most importantly, it is something that all ability users are in urgent need of. If you take it, you can easily get the protection of an ability user in the cafeteria, which can make your life better. Li Xingzhe was stunned for a moment. Although he was a little confused about why the cafeteria seemed to have changed, he still put the corpse core in his hand, just take it. Anyway, I can't use it now. At worst, you can return it to me when you get the corpse core later. Fang Qingchuan then accepted the corpse core under the 7 pairs of red-hot gazes, and nodded to Li Xingzhe, okay, I will take good care of you in the cafeteria in the future. Li Xingzhe nodded. With a good result, everyone's mood was not so heavy anymore, and they soon returned to the outside of the cafeteria. The cafeteria at this time is no longer the spacious square as before, but a large number of obstacles are piled up in circles, surrounding the cafeteria door. Compared with other places in the university, which are rarely visited, there are people coming and going outside the cafeteria. Although they don't talk to each other, when they pass by each other, people can feel at ease, because people around you are all the same kind. Fang Qingchuan led everyone through the obstacles and came to a table outside the door under the watchful eyes of the guards. A fat teacher was sitting behind the table. He was wearing a pair of broken gold-rimmed glasses and twirling an oil pen. When he saw someone coming, he sat up straight and asked casually, "Which team are you from? Where is your captain? Is anyone injured? How much did you gain?" Fang Qingchuan said in a deep voice, "We are from Renhai's team. Renhai is dead." The fat teacher paused with his pen and looked up suddenly. "Renhai is dead? How did he die?" Fang Qingchuan gave a brief explanation, and the fat teacher started recording again. He counted the number of people, and when he saw that they all came back empty-handed, he was too lazy to ask what they had found. When he learned that 3 people were injured, he immediately waved his hand, and the students guarding the door came forward with iron chains and tied up the 3 of them. The fat man then looked at Fang Qingchuan. "Do you want to accept the trial?" Under the fanatical gaze of the 3 people, Fang Qingchuan handed over 3 corpse cores. "Yes, we want to conduct the trial." The male teacher's eyes lit up. It's not like he had never seen corpse cores before, but this was the first time he had seen 3 of them. Extreme greed flashed in his eyes, and he instinctively stretched out his fat hands towards the crystal core. Li Xingzhe looked at his actions with contempt. He finally understood why the success rate of awakening in the cafeteria was so low. However, he was not discovered because his hat was pulled down. Suppressing his greedy nature, the fat teacher took the 3 corpse cores in his hand and was about to arrange for other people to go to the isolation area. Suddenly, his eyes swept over Li Xingzhe. "Isn't he from your team?" Fang Qingchuan watched his companions gradually go away, then he reacted and hurriedly pulled Li Xingzhe over. "Yes, we can come back safely this time, thanks to Xingzhe, because he has never been here, so I brought him back." The fat male teacher did not leave this time. He put his raised foot down again and took out a form and handed it to Li Xingzhe. "Fill out this form. Do you have your student ID and ID card? Have you awakened? Do you have any special abilities?" Li Xingzhe smiled lightly, took out his student ID and ID card from his pocket, and started filling out the form. The fat teacher glanced at the student ID card, and saw Li Xingzhe wrote "No" in the place of "Whether Awakening" with the corner of his eye. He picked up the ID card with a look of disdain and said, "Take off your mask. It's summer, why wear a mask?" Seeing the teacher's appearance, everyone's eyes flashed with anger. Li Xingzhe was their savior. Before the end of the world, he was in charge of logistics and was usually high and mighty. Now after the apocalypse, he took the opportunity to get close to the awakened and became the material manager. He was even more unfriendly to ordinary people like them every day, and he often exploited them. If it weren't for the fact that killing people was not allowed here, and he was so afraid of death that he never left the cafeteria, someone would have hit this guy with a club and buried him alive long ago. Li Xingzhe didn't mind and just slowly took off his mask. The fat teacher just glanced at it casually and found that it looked about 40% like the ID card, so he didn't pay attention to it anymore and threw the ID card on the table. "Okay, they told you the rules for entering here, right? Every newcomer must hand in all his supplies, and the value of at least 10 kilograms of food cannot be less than that. You." Glancing at his small backpack, the fat teacher's eyes flashed with sarcasm. "It seems that you can't even take out 10 kilograms of food. Go out and get enough and come back." Fang Qingchuan clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart. God knows how much anger he had accumulated in the past 2 days, and now they couldn't even enter the cafeteria. Just as he was about to lose his temper after being repeatedly embarrassed by the other party, Li Xingzhe smiled and opened his backpack. "Teacher, I don't have any food, I don't know if this bag is enough." Everyone was stunned, watching Li Xingzhe take out a plastic bag and gently put something on the table. Soon, as the plastic bag was opened, everyone's eyes lit up, and there were neatly stacked medicine boxes in the bag. They are all the most in-demand cold and anti-inflammatory drugs. These things are worth more than gold in the cafeteria. Li Xingzhe didn't care at all. He naturally saw the look in everyone's eyes, but he really didn't need this thing. Okay, this thing works too, but what you have is barely enough." The fat teacher tightly grasped the medicine bag in his hand, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and quickly processed the entry procedures for him. Li Qingchuan wanted to speak, but was stopped by Li Xingzhe. Li Xingzhe was not stupid, so he could see that he had given too much medicine, but he didn't care. After all, it was interesting to see a person's true nature after spending a little more medicine, which brought a little pleasure to his depressed mood these days. Soon the formalities were completed. The fat teacher took out a badge from his clothes, compared it with the number on Fang Qingchuan's badge, tore off a piece of paper, wrote a string of words, and put it inside and threw it to Li Xingzhe. "Here, wear this on your chest, don't lose it, otherwise you will have to apply for a new one, which costs money." Li Xingzhe took it in a daze and saw the words written in bold on it, Team 11, Li Xingzhe. Scanning the chests of other people, I discovered that everyone had a badge like this on their chest, but because the badge was not very big, it was not obvious when pinned on the chest. I was wondering when did the cafeteria adopt this policy. Finally it was done, and the fat teacher ran away impatiently with 3 corpse cores and a bag of medicine. Fang Qingchuan was very worried about his 3 team members, but there was nothing he could do. Even if the people who came back were not injured, they still needed to be isolated for 3 hours. An injured person would not be able to turn into a zombie within 3 hours, but would already show various symptoms and be discovered by everyone. A piece of land was simply enclosed and guarded, and no one was allowed to leave the area. This was the so-called quarantine area. Li Xingzhe didn't mind and just found a place to sit down and rest. Fang Qingchuan looked worried. Xingzhe, I'm sorry, I forgot that I still need to provide supplies. Li Xingzhe didn't care, it's okay, everyone has to give it anyway. Fang Qingchuan sighed, but you don't need that much medicine. The medicine you have is enough to pay for 2 people. Li Xingzhe didn't want to argue with him about this, so he asked with a smile, Captain Fang, can you tell me about the search team? What should I do if I want to join the search team? When Fang Qingchuan mentioned this, his eyes lit up. Great, you are so good at fighting, it would be a pity if you don't join the search team. But the next moment, Fang Qingchuan looked at his badge and smiled bitterly, don't call me Captain Fang. This time, our captain is dead, and our 11th team may have to be reorganized. I don't know where I will be assigned to by then. Li Xingzhe was stunned, and Fang Qingchuan explained. It turned out that in order to search for supplies, the cafeteria formed 15 teams, and those with awakened abilities could become the captains of these 15 teams voluntarily. There can even be multiple awakened people in a team, but ordinary people need to apply to join. Not only do they need to be good in skills, but they must also dare to fight and kill in order to join. Each team has a minimum of 10 to 15 people. For example, half of Fang Qingchuan's team 11 died, and the captain was also gone, which was basically equivalent to the destruction of the team, so next, they would most likely face the situation of splitting them up to fill the gaps in other teams. Li Xingzhe saw Fang Qingchuan's reluctant look and couldn't help asking, why do you want to join the search team? What are the other awakened ones who don't join the search team doing? Fang Qingchuan's eyes were filled with envy. Sage, the status of the awakened ones is very high. Our safety depends largely on them. So in addition to the captains of each team, other awakened ones who choose not to join the search team are also treated very well. They don't even need to hand in their own supplies. All they have to do is protect the cafeteria from being breached in times of crisis. Li Xingzhe narrowed his eyes. When did the status and hierarchy in the cafeteria become so clear? Chapter 70, Current Situation of the Canteen. If you don't want to disband Team 11, is there any other solution? Thinking of Fang Qingchuan's expression, Li Xingzhe couldn't help but ask. Fang Qingchuan's eyes flashed with excitement, yes. As long as one of our 3 team members becomes an awakener and is willing to stay in Team 11 and become the captain, Team 11 will not disband. Li Xingzhe thought of the fat guy's expression before, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. He was afraid that Fang Qingchuan's good dream would be shattered. You talked and I talked, and soon 3 hours were up. At the guard's call, Fang Qingchuan and others were driven out. Only then did everyone really walk into the cafeteria. Li Xingzhe looked at the cafeteria in front of him, which was both familiar and unfamiliar, and was a little hesitant for a moment. Fang Qingchuan pushed him and said with a smile, you must be hungry. Let's go and talk while we eat. After that, he enthusiastically pulled Li Xingzhe towards the food pickup entrance. Each person took a plate. If it weren't for the row of empty food counters, Li Xingzhe would have felt like he was back in the days before the apocalypse, queuing up for food. The line ahead was quite long. Fang Qingchuan whispered, go into the cafeteria. There are 2 meals a day. You have to remember the time. If you miss it, there will be no more. Li Xingzhe nodded and slowly followed. Soon they arrived in front of the smart rice machine. This machine is embedded in a wall, with only a bank ATM-like thing exposed. Although it looks inconspicuous, it is a highlight of the canteen of the University of Science and Technology. It is an intelligent machine independently developed by the University of Science and Technology, and a Chinese patent has been applied for. Many universities are introducing this machine. The fully integrated smart rice machine only requires you to add raw rice and water into the control cabin at the back. The machine will automatically adjust the water-rice ratio, and after steaming it will be divided into equal portions of various sizes according to the order requirements. Putting the plate under the food outlet, Fang Qingchuan took out a meal card and showed it to the female teacher guarding the machine. The female teacher ordered a 200-gram portion with ease. With a buzzing sound from the machine, a square piece of rice that looked like white tofu fell into the plate, and Li Xingzhe also got a 4-liang portion of rice. Going further forward, you will see a soup machine, which is similar to a rice machine. Just put a bowl underneath and you can get a bowl of hot soup. However, the food counter further ahead was empty. There was no rich braised pork, no fragrant steamed pork with rice flour, and no legendary dark food in the cafeteria. There were only 2 simple dining ports open. Li Xingzhe stared blankly at the middle-aged woman serving the food. She nimbly used the large spoon in her hand to scoop a little bit of fried pickles and put it on his rice, then impatiently drove him away. After finding an empty table, Fang Qingchuan looked at the stunned Li Xingzhe and sighed, "Didn't you expect the cafeteria to be like this? We're still lucky. If we didn't join the search team, we'd only have 2 taels of rice for each meal, which wouldn't be enough. Although our 4 taels is not enough, at least it's better. When we find something to eat outside, we can fill our stomachs." Li Xingzhe ate the hardened rice mouthful by mouthful. He clearly remembered that the cafeteria was quite harmonious before, but how could it become like this in just a few days? Is everyone eating on the first floor? I don't think there are many people here. Fang Qingchuan also frowned. The rice was too dry. It was obvious that not enough water was added. After drinking a mouthful of the not-so-good soup, Fang Qingchuan pointed upwards and said, "The first floor is where we ordinary people eat, and the second floor is where we rest. You must not go up to the 3rd and 4th floors. They are where the awakened ones rest, and we are not allowed to go up there." Li Xingzhe's pupils shook slightly, and he exerted force with the hand holding the chopsticks, breaking the hard plastic chopsticks in half. Fang Qingchuan was shocked and handed over a new pair of chopsticks. "Is the quality of chopsticks so bad now?" Li Xingzhe didn't say anything. He quietly ate the last grain of rice in front of him, then went upstairs. Fang Qingchuan seemed a little anxious. He took Li Xingzhe to the resting place of their 11th team, asked the team members who had returned earlier to take care of him, and then left in a hurry. Standing on the 2nd floor, Li Xingzhe finally knew where the bunk beds in the dormitory had gone. At this time, the 2nd floor had become a dormitory. All the dining tables were moved away, and bunk beds were stacked upright in the empty space. Each bed could sleep 2 people. A rough count showed that the entire 2nd floor could accommodate 400 to 500 people at the same time. But most of the beds are empty. The members of the search team can have a more independent space. In fact, they just mark out an area and use the tables from the original cafeteria to form a circle to declare whose territory this is. As for the inside, there are still simple bunk beds and everyone has to sleep together. Several team members who had returned earlier were very enthusiastic about Li Xingzhe. After all, their lives were saved by Li Xingzhe. One of the team members diligently prepared a lower bunk. "Li Xingzhe, you can live here, this is." Suddenly, a trace of sadness flashed in the boy's eyes. "It's my friend's bed, but he will never come back." Li Xingzhe patted his shoulder gently. "Thank you." The boy quickly calmed down and smiled as he stepped aside. "Have a good rest. We probably won't be able to go on a mission today." "Yes, even the team is about to disband, so what mission is there?" Li Xingzhe threw his backpack on the bed and leaned back to rest, thinking about the current situation of the cafeteria. He didn't expect that the cafeteria now has clear levels. After just a few days away, the awakened people and ordinary people have completely formed a step-by-step gap. If he had known this, he should not have hidden his identity as an awakened person, which would have made it easier for him to inquire about some things. But he was not in a hurry. He still had plenty of time to confirm that matter. "Take your dirty hands away." A scream woke Li Xingzhe up. He jumped off the bed instinctively and reached for his lower back with his left hand. After he touched nothing, he was distracted. At this time, everyone on the 2nd floor turned their attention in the direction of the noise, only to see a bunk bed suddenly shake violently and almost flip over. A figure hit the bed, screamed and fell heavily on the concrete floor, screaming and covering his lower back. Apparently he had suffered a serious injury to his waist after hitting the bed. Jiang Yi frowned, the voice sounded familiar. He rushed to the place where the incident happened. Damn it, do you know how expensive my shoes are? How dare you step on my shoes? A man stood at the door of the second floor with a vicious look, and one corner of his pair of white shoes was stained with a little dust. There were two girls following behind the man. The girls leaned on him and kept comforting him, but they didn't even look at the boy lying not far away. Jiang Yi squeezed into the crowd and saw at a glance that the person lying on the ground was actually the boy who had made the bed for him before. His sharp eyes stared at the man, and it turned out that man was a speed enhancer. But it wasn't the awakener who was in the cafeteria before he left. The man was looking at the dirty mark on his shoe angrily, and then he rushed up to the man on the ground and kicked him violently. You are a lowly person, a lowly ordinary person, and you dare to offend the noble awakened one. Do you want to die? The man wailed and tried to dodge, but the injury to his lower back made it impossible for him to avoid the opponent's brutality. The man's eyes turned red, and he kicked harder and harder. The awakened ones are stronger than ordinary people, and his relentless kick soon made the boy's head covered in blood. The man became more and more excited in the fight, and the people around him either retreated cowardly or glared at him indignantly, but no one dared to stand up and blame him. The pleasure of mastering absolute power made him crazy with excitement. He loved the end of the world so much. Only in this world could he, who had once been poor and looked down upon, vent freely. Those who looked down on him were all fed to zombies by him. He is an awakener, he is the darling of this world. And these lowly ordinary people are not worthy of standing on the same level as me. They are only worthy of crawling at my feet and looking up at me. The man was so excited that he beat her. The two female companions behind him had already retreated to a corner in fear, huddled together and trembled. The man looked at his classmate covered in blood without any intention of holding back. He suddenly bent down, grabbed the man's hair and lifted him up. Looking at the man's face covered in blood, he licked his tongue excitedly, his eyes swept to the wall not far away, and suddenly he pressed the man's head with one hand and smashed it over. Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect that the awakened would kill people for just a small matter. Ha! He threw the boy and his hand against the wall with great force, but his slap hit the wall. The man who had awakened his speed looked at his hand with only a few strands of blood-stained hair in confusion, then looked not far away and saw the boy who was supposed to be in his hand sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Next to him, a guy dressed in black, wearing a hat and a mask that completely concealed his face, was supporting him. Who are you? The man was a little alert. After all, the person who could snatch someone from his hands, a man with enhanced speed, but made himself unable to sense, could not be a lowly ordinary person. Are you okay? Ignoring the man's shouting, Li Xingzhe carefully checked the boy's condition. The man was a little dazed, but at least he had not lost consciousness. Li Xingzhe then let him go, and his eyes swept towards the man like a vicious snake. Who gave you the right? How dare you harm your compatriots here? The man was startled and took a step back, but soon his eyes fell on the white badge on the other person's chest and he suddenly reacted and screamed, "Asshole, who told you to save him? You lowly person, don't you know that I am an awakened one?" Li Xingzhe dug his ears and said, I know. What are you yelling about? It's just that I've awakened my speed. Why are you yelling about it? If someone doesn't know, they would think your parents gave birth to a Neza. You dare to scold me? The man seemed to be shocked. Untouchables, you are all untouchables. His eyes gradually turned red. The man roared madly, with a wicked smile on his face, Untouchables, you should die. Suddenly he rushed towards Li Xingzhe and punched him in the head. Chapter 71, The Corrupted Human Heart. Everyone didn't even react. When they came to their senses, they saw the arrogant man standing in front of Li Xingzhe with a shocked look on his face. His fist was held by the other party's 5 weak fingers, and no matter how he pulled, he couldn't move at all. Li Xingzhe looked at the man he had captured with contempt. Now, you are being held in the hands of the untouchables in your eyes, so what are you? The man's face turned red, and he kept trying to pull his arm free, but Li Xingzhe's fingers were like an iron claw. The harder the man tried, the tighter he held. Let go, the man roared with a frown on his face. Li Xingzhe sneered, and suddenly leaned forward, pushing the man in front of him to fall back several steps. The man stood in the crowd and felt his scalp tingling. The people around him were pointing and talking, and the expression of the man in front of him made him feel despised again. He had never thought about how an ordinary person could be more powerful than an awakened person, and roared, I will kill you. The body shot forward instantly and punched him in the head. Li Xingzhe turned his head and dodged the fist that brushed past his head. He grabbed the other person's clothes and exerted force suddenly, throwing the man to the ground with a back throw. Everyone's eyes lit up. All along, they believed that the awakened ones were stronger and more powerful than them, so no one dared to compete with the awakened ones. But now, they suddenly discovered that the awakened ones were not as powerful as they imagined. Admittedly, a speed enhancer is very fast, but relatively speaking, his strength is not that extraordinary. At least everyone has clearly discovered that they can capture the figure of that speed enhancer. Good. I've had enough of those people. They're all human, but they think they're superior. Ugh, what the hell? Lin Yu was lying on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in the back of his head and back. He was in a trance. He actually lost. How could this be possible? He was an awakener, and the other party was just an ordinary person. How could he lose? Hearing the excited shouts of the people around him, Lin Yu looked at the man with his back to him, and suddenly pulled out a sharp knife from his waist. He activated his speed ability and rushed towards Li Xingzhe fiercely. Although Li Xingzhe did not look back, the sound of the wind behind him made him lower his eyes in disdain. Have the awakened people in the cafeteria fallen to this point? Just as he was about to turn around, a light chuckle suddenly came from behind the crowd. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Lin Yu, whose eyes were full of murderous intent, suddenly paused. His hand holding the knife trembled slightly. He swallowed hard and looked back at the crowd behind him. At this time, everyone did not dare to say a word and took the initiative to make way for them. I only saw a group of people wearing black gowns walking out in a line. Leading them was a beautiful woman. She was the height of an average boy, with long wavy hair draped behind her. A leather coat bound her curvy figure. She wore a pair of thin leather gloves on her hands and held a thin bamboo stick in her hands. But such a beautiful woman, who didn't look special, shocked the entire second floor when she appeared. Li Xingzhe also instinctively took a half step back. It was her. Ma Miaoyue held a bamboo stick and led a dozen equally pretty yet heroic girls behind her, staring closely at Lin Yu in front of them. Lin Yu, you must know the rules of the cafeteria, right? Killing is not allowed in the cafeteria. Awakened people are no exception. Do you want to break the law knowingly? Lin Yu was so scared that he almost dropped the knife in his hand. He hurriedly explained, Teacher Ma, it's not what you think. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, not to kill him. Ma Miaoyue snorted, really? Do you think there's something wrong with my eyes? Or is the knife in your hand actually a toy? Lin Yu was trembling. He might not be afraid if he met someone else, but Ma Miaoyue was the real ruthless person in the cafeteria. Don't think she was so kind and gentle just because he called her teacher. In fact, even before the end of the world, at least half of the students at the University of Technology would tremble at the mere mention of her voice. Ma Miaoyue glanced at the three people involved in the incident, and a trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes. I will report this matter to the higher-ups, Lin Yu. When Lin Yu heard this, he was so scared that he threw the knife in his hand to the ground, knelt on the ground, and wanted to rush up to hug Ma Miaoyue's thigh. No, Teacher Ma, I really know I was wrong, please don't tell them. Otherwise I will be expelled. Lin Yu had to be afraid, because the canteen's rules were iron laws in everyone's eyes. Over the past few days, there were people who dared to challenge them, but their results were all tragic. Lin Yu still remembered that just a few days ago, due to a disagreement, an awakened person accidentally killed an ordinary person and was directly expelled from the cafeteria by the leadership and was not allowed to return within 1,000 meters. At that time, the awakened one was not only not afraid, but also made a cruel statement. But within 3 days, Lin Yu saw the awakened one whose body was eaten to pieces among a group of zombies. From then on, Lin Yu knew that being so-called expulsion was essentially a death sentence for them. Don't think that you are invincible just because you are an awakened person. In fact, compared with the countless zombies outside, an awakened person is nothing. Ma Miaoyue was unmoved and turned to leave. Lin Yu chased after him with a howl, but was pushed back by Ma Miaoyue with a stick. Lin Yu, if you are really proud of your awakening, then show some manners. You are really disgusting now. Lin Yu no longer had the arrogance of an awakened person. His mind was filled with the miserable ending after he was also expelled. Teacher Ma, I didn't expect you to have time to take care of my people. Ma Miaoyue turned around and saw another group of people coming from behind. It was also an awakened person, who was clapping his hands with a smile on his face. Ma Miaoyue frowned, Guo Renwen. Your people are doing whatever they want and killing people at will. Shouldn't you give an explanation for this? When Lin Yu saw the person coming over, he suddenly rushed up in surprise. Captain Gua, please save me, Ma Miaoyue is going to. Puff. A finger poked into his stomach. Lin Yu swallowed his words and looked at Guo Renwen in shock as he calmly pulled out his finger. Guo. Guo Renwen took a tissue from his men behind him and slowly wiped the blood off his hands. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, he elegantly stuffed the red tissue into Lin Yu's wound, then smiled and looked at Ma Miaoyue. Teacher Ma, is this an okay explanation? Ma Miaoyue frowned. As the school doctor, she could see that Guo Renwen's finger did not hit Lin Yu's vital point, but this action undoubtedly gave people an infinite sense of shock. Glancing at the expressions of the ordinary survivors around me, I saw that everyone was shaking like a sieve, and some of the timid ones didn't even dare to open their eyes. Li Xingzhe lowered his eyes. He really didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few days, the people in the cafeteria had changed so much. It seems that Teacher Ma's deterrent power in the cafeteria has been greatly weakened. After all, just a few days ago, Ma Miaoyue could be said to be the strongest person in the entire cafeteria. Many of the rules in the cafeteria were made by her personally, and no one dared to violate them. But now look, a freshman in high school who appeared out of nowhere can challenge her authority in public. Lin Yu held his stomach and screamed. The severe pain made him break out in cold sweat. Guo Renwen didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at Li Xingzhe with interest. My classmate, I see that you have very good physical fitness. Is there anyone interested in joining my fourth team? Everyone was in an uproar, and there were countless gleams of envy and jealousy in their eyes when they looked at Li Xingzhe. Although the ranking of the search team has little to do with its strength, everyone has a sense that the higher the ranking of the team, the stronger its strength. This is indeed the case. The fourth captain, Guo Renwen, is definitely a ruthless man. Ma Miaoyue frowned and looked at Li Xingzhe. She knew that Guo Renwen was definitely not as approachable as he seemed. Now he suddenly invited an ordinary person who had offended his subordinates. She instinctively felt that things were definitely not simple. Li Xingzhe was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled and pointed to his badge. Sorry, I already have a team, and I have no plans to change teams. Rejected, Guo Renwen stared at his badge for a few seconds before nodding with a smile. If that's the case, forget it. I've already punished Lin Yu, so is it okay for me to explain this to you? Li Xingzhe nodded calmly. In fact, I prefer to solve the problem myself, but since Captain Gua has taken action, I will accept it. Li Xingzhe's indifferent words stunned Guo Renwen and Ma Miaoyue. Can't this guy chat? It was obvious that Guo Renwen just wanted a step, but it was obvious that Li Xingzhe smashed this step with his own hands. Guo Renwen's frozen face suddenly burst into laughter. He pointed at Li Xingzhe and turned away without saying a word. At this time, Lin Yu's two female companions who were hiding nearby walked forward tremblingly and helped up the pale-faced Lin Yu. Du Songbai, who was lying on the ground, also woke up at this time. Seeing Lin Yu turning around to leave, he suddenly shouted, Shaoli, are you doing this to Kuan Yu who died? The tall girl who was supporting Lin Yu paused and looked back at Du Songbai on the ground bitterly. A dead person, do you expect me to guard him for the rest of his life? Don't be silly, Du Songbai. As long as I can survive, I'm willing to do anything. After saying that, he looked at him one last time, then left with the team amid Lin Yu's screams. Ma Miaoyue watched Guo Renwen leave before she prepared to leave. Before leaving, she turned to Li Xingzhe and said, be careful of Guo Renwen. Li Xingzhe narrowed his eyes slightly under his hat. Thank you, Mr. Ma, I know. It was not until Ma Miaoyue left that the crowd on the second floor began to discuss. Everything that had happened before had given them a huge shock. Not only was it possible for an ordinary person to defeat an awakened person, but more importantly, they had seen the hostile contest between the two awakened captains. Chapter 72 Unexpected News. And Li Xingzhe naturally became the focus of discussion. Li Xingzhe, who didn't want to attract attention, smiled bitterly and helped the dazed Du Songbai back to the bed of Team 11. He saw that Du Songbai's injury was not good. He even had a slight fever. After thinking about it, he took out a bottle of red liquid from his backpack, poured a little into the water bottle through a dead corner, and handed it to Du Songbai. Du Songbai's mind was full of what his best friend's girlfriend said before she left. He took the cup and took a big sip unconsciously. Li Xingzhe asked with concern, are you feeling better? Do you want to lie down and rest? Du Songbai shook his head, thank you for saving me. Li Xingzhe chuckled, nothing, I haven't thanked you for making my bed yet. Du Songbai looked sadly at the bed he had prepared for Li Xingzhe.
That was the bed of my good friend Dong Kuan-yu. A few days ago, he was bitten to death by zombies while trying to save me during a mission. Li Xingzhe didn't know how to comfort him. After all, after the end of the world, this kind of thing happened every day. He could only pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. But Du Songbai had obviously been suppressed for a long time, and he continued unconsciously, "The girl just now is his girlfriend. I really didn't expect that she followed Lin Yu just a few days after Kuan Yu went there." Li Xingzhe's arm pressing on his shoulder couldn't help but tighten. This story was so familiar. Maybe she also has her own difficulties. Li Xingzhe said to himself. Du Songbai's reaction was very resistant. No, she shouldn't do this. At least she shouldn't have followed someone else right after Kuan Yu died. She makes me sick. Seeing Du Songbai, who was extremely emotional, Li Xingzhe didn't know how to persuade him. His own affairs were still a mess, so how could he comfort others? However, after all, he was seriously injured. Du Songbai didn't hold on for long and soon fell into a daze and fell asleep. Li Xingzhe, who was also a little irritable, couldn't rest. He walked out in a confused state, walking around aimlessly. He was very familiar with the cafeteria. Even though it had been changed beyond recognition in the past few days, he could still figure out the current layout of the cafeteria. Although the second floor is a place for ordinary people to rest, it is obvious that there are not only ordinary people here. There are also some awakened people interspersed here. At this time, most of them are directing ordinary people to do something. Their expressions are like unit leaders coming here for inspection. What caught Li Xingzhe's attention was that in addition to those who were lying down to rest, many people were repairing and sharpening their weapons. Compared with those ordinary students who were doing hard labor, they were obviously more energetic and vigorous, as if they were soldiers who had been on the battlefield, born with an indescribable aura. Li Xingzhe guessed that these people should be members of the search team like Fang Qingchuan. On the wall of the cafeteria, there is a huge blackboard with some information densely written on it. Li Xingzhe stood in front of it and scanned it. Most of the information on it was about missing people. It was nothing more than looking for lost classmates, friends, etc. Li Xingzhe was watching casually, when suddenly a message in the corner shocked him. He hesitated and reached out to touch the message, "Looking for my boyfriend XX, who lost contact after searching for supplies in the female dormitory a few days ago. Anyone who finds him can go to the third floor. There will be a generous reward." Li Xingzhe suddenly looked at the message with sarcasm, picked up a piece of rag from the side and wiped out the message completely with force. He didn't expect to see this message here, but he didn't have too many emotions. With her style of doing things, she would naturally complete many things perfectly, otherwise she would not have deceived him for so many years. It seemed that she would not feel at ease until she saw her own body. "How is it? Did you find it?" "No, I don't know why Boss Gao had to look for them." Just when Li Xingzhe was feeling irritated, he heard a few people coming up the stairs talking. Li Xingzhe didn't pay attention to them at first, but when he heard the content, it caught his attention. "What do you know?" They were Boss Gao's earliest followers, and they were also awakened. Now they have suddenly disappeared. Boss Gao is a little uneasy. He always feels that someone may be targeting him, so he asked us to go look for them. A strong man carrying a heavy iron sword walked up the steps 3 at a time. Everyone was a little disdainful. "They are just trash. They were probably eaten by some zombies a long time ago. I don't understand why Boss Gao trusts them more when you are so powerful." The man's men were obviously standing up for their captain. The tall and strong boy's eyes flashed with indignation, but he said in a rough voice, "What nonsense, do you think you can comment on Boss Gao? You are asking for your life. This boy is not stupid. He knows what kind of person Boss Gao is, and he also knows who are the truly powerful people under his command. Although he is quite strong, when compared with those people, he is just a joke. Especially the group of new people who joined a while ago. Each of them was a genius among their generation before the end of the world, and now they are even more powerful like monsters. I am just a power enhancement, so naturally I can't compare with them. Even though both of them have enhanced their powers, I cannot compare with the newcomer." Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was, the man could only swallow his anger. But now there was finally a glimmer of hope. The 2 lackeys that Boss Gao trusted the most were missing. Although this made Boss Gao a little nervous, it also gave them a chance to be valued. This heavy sword of his was the new weapon that Boss Gao gave him yesterday. "But Captain, those girls who came a few days ago were so pretty.
They're no worse than the ones Ma Jiaoyue sent down. We may have no chance, but haven't you always wanted to find a girlfriend? Why don't you talk to Boss Gao about it? The obscene and evil grin from a person behind the man caused the others to also laugh excitedly. But the tall man slapped his face, turned around and slapped him. If someone had helped him, the wretched boy would have been slapped down the stairs. The boy covered his rapidly swelling face, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, but he wailed, "Captain, why did you hit me? I did this for your own good. Do all the good women have to be given to Master Gao? Can he use them?" The man was furious and was about to kick, but the other party nimbly escaped. "If you want to die, don't take me with you. Is that someone we can even covet? Even Boss Gao has to give way to this person, and you dare to set your sights on him? You are courteous. Have you forgotten the subordinate that Boss Gao suddenly killed yesterday? It was because he flirted with that girl in public, so Boss Gao was forced to kill him to explain to the girl." Everyone was shocked. You know, their captain was a strong man who dared to talk about Ma Miaoyue in private, but he was so afraid of a woman who had just been here for 2 days. Who was that woman? Especially the man before was so scared that his legs were shaking. What did he do to a woman that even Boss Gao couldn't touch? If this matter was spread by others, he would be dead. Captain, I really didn't mean it. You can't let anyone spread it." The man held his captain tightly, pleading. The captain shook him off irritably. "Why are you crying? I was just saying that. No matter how powerful they are, they can't take someone's life just because of a word. Besides, we are all family here, who can spread the news?" After he finished speaking, he glanced at everyone in a warning manner. Finally, he noticed Li Xingzhe standing in front of the blackboard not far away. He glared at him fiercely, and found that this person seemed not to have heard their conversation. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, restrain yourself. There have been a lot of strong men coming recently. I think there will be some changes. If you don't want to become cannon fodder, then behave yourself." Obviously, his men were very convinced by their captain. When they heard his words, they swallowed their saliva instinctively, and went up to the 3rd floor quietly without any mood to chat or laugh. Standing on the 2nd floor, Li Xingzhe touched his chin in thought. "Interesting, I wonder if I can take this opportunity to make something happen." Li Xingzhe's brain was spinning rapidly. The more chaotic the cafeteria was, the more conducive it would be to his investigation. However, it was not the right time yet. It was not that Li Xingzhe was not anxious, but he knew that there were many powerful awakeners around the other party. If he was not completely sure, and he rushed in at this time, it would not be bravery, but recklessness. Just when Li Xingzhe was thinking about what to do, Fang Qingchuan just walked up from the 1st floor, looking haggard. Seeing Li Xingzhe, he couldn't help but call him, "Xingzhe, why are you here?" Li Xingzhe responded and said with a smile, "It's okay, if you can't sleep, just take a walk." Fang Qingchuan pulled an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth. "Okay, it's still early anyway, if you sleep too much, you won't be able to sleep at night." Li Xingzhe looked at Fang Qingchuan, who was obviously worried, and asked, "What were you doing just now? Did something happen?" Fang Qingchuan shook his head. "No, nothing." Li Xingzhe thought for a moment and pointed in the direction of the balcony. "Let's go, stay there for a while." Maybe he really had something on his mind. Fang Qingchuan thought about it and followed him. Unexpectedly, Li Xingzhe took out a box of cigarettes from his bag. Even though Fang Qingchuan was not a heavy smoker, his eyes lit up. He took one with gratitude and took a deep breath of the smell of the cigarette. Seeing how intoxicated he was, Li Xingzhe handed him a lighter. Fang Qingchuan refused. "No, cigarettes are so precious now, I'll save them for later." Li Xingzhe jokingly stuffed a whole box of untouched cigarettes into his clothes. "You can smoke, I don't smoke either." Li Xingzhe really didn't care much about this thing. He had collected more than 10 boxes before. Although he didn't smoke it, he knew that this thing was considered hard currency in the cafeteria. Li Xingzhe just felt funny when he saw his appearance, but he still asked, "What happened? I see you seem to be worried." Fang Qingchuan was stunned, but he was reluctant to return it to Li Xingzhe. With a whole box of cigarettes as a base, he carefully lit the cigarette, took a deep puff, and indulged in the aroma of the cigarette. Chapter 73 Everyone's Choice. Li Xingzhe just felt funny when he saw his appearance, but he still asked, "What happened? I see you seem to be worried." Fang Qingchuan paused while smoking, and looked at the square below the balcony with a wry smile. "Gone." The 3 people before are all gone. Li Xingzhe was stunned and stood up straight. Are you talking about the 3 injured students? Fang Qingchuan nodded dejectedly, staring blankly at the bright spark in his hand. Just now, news came from the trial house that all 3 people failed. Li Xingzhe calculated the time and basically the result should be out by this time. If an ordinary person does not eat the corpse core, it will take about 10 hours for him to transform into a zombie. But if he eats the corpse core, the spread of the virus will be accelerated, and it will take at most 5 hours, and he will either awaken or transform into a zombie. However, when Li Xingzhe thought of the fat guy's expression before, he couldn't help but ask, did you see their bodies? Fang Qingchuan was stunned. Corpses? No, all the corpses were cremated. Li Xingzhe frowned. Could it be that his previous malicious thoughts had really come true? Otherwise, it was too coincidental that among the 3 people, not a single one had awakened. Xingzhe, what are you thinking about? Is there something wrong? Fang Qingchuan was not a fool, so he could naturally see that there was something wrong with Li Xingzhe's expression. Li Xingzhe thought about it, and although he was unwilling to believe his previous guess, he still said, do you think they really ate the corpse core? Fang Qingchuan was stunned at first, then his expression became more and more shocked. He didn't even notice that the cigarette in his hand had fallen. He said in a hurried voice, you mean? Li Xingzhe shook his head, I am just guessing. After all, none of us has seen the real situation inside. Impossible. This is a matter of life and death. How could anyone dare to do this? Although he said this, a hint of hesitation already revealed in Fang Qingchuan's eyes. Li Xingzhe smiled bitterly. He did not want to describe human nature as being so dark, but in fact, there had always been such people, whether before or after the end of the world. Fang Qingchuan was stopped from going down to ask to see the body. After all, it was too late to say anything now. The person was gone. Making a fuss at this time would only put Fang Qingchuan in a disadvantageous situation. The devastated Fang Qingchuan returned to his bed in a daze and lay there for a long time without saying a word. The sage's hints revealed many things that he had discovered long ago but had not dared to think about too deeply, but now they were rushing into his mind. Li Xingzhe didn't know that his words kept Fang Qingchuan awake all night. The next day, when everyone saw Fang Qingchuan with a terrible complexion and untidy beard, they were all shocked. They were relieved until they confirmed that he was not sick. A group of people went to eat together. When they heard the news that 3 people had failed the trial, they all fell silent. This was not just because their companions were really dead. If you think about it more deeply, no one awakened, which not only wasted 3 precious corpse cores, but more importantly, the future of their Team 11 was in danger. A team without awakened people will not be recognized, so what they will face next is dismantling and reorganization. They don't even have the right to choose which team to join. Fang Qingchuan forced a smile and said, don't worry too much. I'll go ask later. We have to try our best. After all, Fang Qingchuan is the deputy captain of Team 11. Although he is not an awakener, he also has the right to enter the 3rd floor. He still needs to fight for the arrangement of Team 11. After dinner, Fang Qingchuan held a collective meeting for the first time as the acting captain. The meeting was simple, just to solicit everyone's opinions on how they should proceed. At this time, Team 11 only had 7 people, including Li Xingzhe. Team 11 was really in name only. What do you think? Tell me. Do you want everyone to stay in Team 11, or switch teams? As a responsible person, Fang Qingchuan analyzed the current situation with everyone in a very organized manner. The team members had different expressions. Du Songbai was the first to say that he wanted to follow Fang Qingchuan and Li Xingzhe. The other 4 had different thoughts. Fang Qingchuan said in a deep voice, I hope you will think about it carefully. No matter what decision you make now, it will be the right one. After all, it is the end of the world. Everyone should think about themselves first. After hearing Fang Qingchuan's words, a man immediately said in a deep voice, Brother Fang, I want to try another team. I have a friend who is in Team 8. He hopes that I can go there so that I can have an acquaintance and take care of each other. Fang Qingchuan glanced at the classmate in front of him. He had always been brave and daring in the team. If there was one old team member who survived, this person was the one he least wanted to leave. But he had already expressed his thoughts, and even though he was reluctant, Fang Qingchuan nodded, okay, I hope you can be well in Team 8, pay attention to safety, and don't rush into anything. The boy was a little sad, his eyes were red, he stood up tremblingly and nodded vigorously, I'm sorry, Brother Fong. Seeing the students about to leave, another boy looked up tentatively. Brother Fong, I want to quit the team too. Du Songbai was already breathing heavily because of the departure of his classmate. Now that he saw that the most timid guy in the team was also leaving, he shouted angrily, what do you mean? Don't you forget how much Brother Fong took care of you? He took you into the team because he saw that you had no one else to do and had nowhere else to go. If it weren't for Brother Fong's care, would you still be alive today? Now that the team is in trouble, you want to leave. Touch your chest, do you still have a conscience? A trace of pain flashed across Fong Qingchuan's eyes, but he still said in a deep voice, Songbai, shut up. Du Songbai wanted to get up excitedly, but Li Xingzhe, who was sitting next to him, slapped him back to the bed. If you are injured, just lie down honestly. Now you don't feel any pain, do you? I have to say that the red potion is indeed magical. Just half a bottle of it made the seriously injured juniper and cypress come back to life. No, Brother Fong, I'm not. I'm scared, I don't want to die. Brother Fong, thank you for taking me in, but I'm too timid, I don't dare to kill zombies, and I can't run fast, so I can only hold you back. The weak man choked up and spoke incoherently. Fong Qingchuan strode forward and hugged him. I know. You don't have to feel guilty. I know someone in the logistics department. I will take good care of you. At least I won't let you starve. Live well. Aren't you still waiting for your brother to come? You must live well until the day you see your relatives. It was just that the 18-year-old boy suddenly burst into tears. After the end of the world, he had been in death and despair. If it weren't for the longing for his family, he didn't know how many times he wanted to end his cowardly life. Fong Qingchuan divided the things belonging to the team into two parts and gave them to two people. He asked the tall man to take the other one to the logistics department. With his friend's care, he believed that the child would be able to live and wait for his relatives to arrive. Finally, there were only 5 people left in the empty Team 11. Fong Qingchuan suppressed the pain in his heart. Songbai, Sun Chang, Liang Yi, do you really want to stay here? Songbai immediately expressed his attitude, and the remaining 2 men looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. Boss, the 3 of us escaped from the same dormitory. If the brothers don't support you now, how can we be worthy of the dead 4th brother? Only then did Li Xingzhe realize that the 2 people who had been keeping a low profile in the team were actually Fong Qingchuan's roommates and cared about him very much. In the early days of the apocalypse, if it weren't for Fong Qingchuan, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. The brotherhood between the roommates and the pursuit of the end of the world will naturally not separate them. In fact, many people in the cafeteria team up with their dormitory roommates. After all, they are the most familiar strangers. Fong Qingchuan felt a little better at this time. He laughed and pounded his chest with the 2 men. Finally, he looked at Li Xingzhe. Li Xingzhe leaned on the bed frame. Don't look at me, I don't know anyone here. It's good to follow you first. Fong Qingchuan nodded gratefully. After all, it was reassuring to have a strong person in the team. Okay, in that case, I will fight to the death to protect Team 11. Fong Qingchuan felt motivated again at this time. Although Team 11 was not his, he still wanted to persevere. However, boss, even if Team 11 is still retained, the captain will probably have to be reassigned, right? Compared to Du Songbai, who was just hot-headed, Sun Chang was obviously a rational person. Pushing his glasses, Sun Chang asked. Qingchuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded dully. Yes, no matter whether Team 11 is disbanded or not, the management committee will send new awakeners over. Du Songbai jumped up and down excitedly. Can't we apply for Brother Fong to be the captain? Although Brother Fong is not an awakener, we dare to fight zombies and can complete the mission. We are no different from other teams. Li Xingzhe smiled and explained first, that's not the case. You have to know that zombies are not just what we see. Strong zombies are not something we can deal with. Only powerful awakeners can deal with them. Moreover, there are 15 teams in the cafeteria now. If we are the only one without awakeners, even if Fong Qingchuan wants to compete with them for tasks and benefits, he will be at a disadvantage. Fong Qingchuan stared at Li Xingzhe blankly, then nodded hastily. Yes, Xingzhe is right. It's not that ordinary people can't be captains. As you know, many awakened ones look down on ordinary people like us. They don't even bother to be on the same level with us. I can barely maintain Team 11 by myself, but I'm afraid Team 11 will become the bottom team in the future. I don't want to see everyone working equally hard but being looked down upon by others. Let's not talk about this. We definitely need an awakened captain. After hearing what Li Xingzhe and Fang Qingchuan said, the other three stopped talking. Although they were unwilling, they could only agree with frustration. Since it was decided, Fang Qingchuan was ready to report it. Li Xingzhe rejected Fang Qingchuan's invitation and asked Sun Chang, who looked very rational, to go with him to the third floor to report. Chapter 74 Miao Dao. Are you kidding? Li Xingzhe knew without thinking that there must be a lot of people on the third floor who knew him, and now he didn't want them to know he was here. When not on a mission, daily life in the cafeteria is still very dull. Due to the shortage of food, people who have nothing to do will not be too active. Maintaining physical strength is the most basic knowledge in the apocalypse. Of course, it wasn't all like this. Liang Yi, who had nothing to do, invited Li Xingzhe and the other man to go to the first floor to trade some things. Although the cafeteria is not big, Li Xingzhe did not expect that there would be a trading area here. After all, everyone has their own needs, and it is convenient to set aside an area for exchanging items. However, after looking around, Li Xingzhe didn't find anything he liked. After all, most of the supplies are now in the hands of the management committee. Although each team can keep a portion of the supplies as a reward in addition to the share they must hand in when they return from the mission, what else can Gongda have now? It's not that no one has thought about leaving the campus, but of those who left, no one came back. There was only one team, 5 awakeners and 10 strong athletes, but after one day, only one speed enhancer escaped back. He died within half a day of returning to the canteen. No one knew what news he brought back, but from then on, the canteen management would ban all teams and individuals from leaving the campus of Gongda. Once they decided to leave, they were not allowed to come back. Although there was no explanation, everyone knew that it was definitely more dangerous outside than inside the school. There were still some really brave people who dared to go out, but it had been about half a month since the end of the world, and no one had returned, let alone outsiders coming in. Huh. Li Xingzhe was stunned when he saw a Miao Dao on the table. There was such a thing in the school. A girl sat indifferently behind a table. In front of her table were items with some ethnic flavor. The most special one was the knife in the middle. The total length is less than 50 centimeters. The handle is wrapped with animal skin. The blade is narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, with a thick back and a thin blade. There are deep blood grooves on both sides and the tip of the blade is flat. Li Xingzhe had learned about Chinese sword types before, and recognized at a glance that this was a Miao Dao. But this is a school, why would anyone bring this thing? How much is this knife? Li Xingzhe could see it, and others would naturally notice it too. Some boys who looked obviously strong and powerful gathered in front of the knife, looking at it excitedly. The girl raised her head coolly and said calmly, 30 kilograms of food, or antipyretic and anti-inflammatory drugs will do. Are you crazy? You dare to ask for so much for just a broken knife? The boy who was playing with the knife was startled and almost cut his finger. He hurriedly threw the knife on the table. The girl frowned and carefully put the knife back in place. Everyone was also shocked by the price. No matter how good the weapon is, it is not the only one. In fact, there is no shortage of weapons in the cafeteria. As long as you have the stuff, it's easy to change weapons. Just like the most conspicuous place in the trading area is the place where swords are exchanged. A knife can be exchanged for supplies weighing only about 10 kilograms. After all, there is an awakened person in the management committee who can produce weapons and can provide several weapons to ordinary people every day. Even though this Miao Dao looks more refined and sharper, no one would think it is worth 30 kilograms of supplies. The girl was too lazy to explain, she just glanced at them coldly and said, if you can't afford it, leave. The boy who was kicked out punched the table angrily, and everything on the table was shaken to pieces. Only the knife remained firmly on the table, without moving at all. Li Xingzhe's eyes lit up, what a good knife. Beauty, how can you talk like that? You are driving up the prices. Be careful or I will complain to you. A trace of greed flashed in the boy's eyes, not only for the knife, but also for the girl in front of him. As if he had thought of something good, the boy suddenly laughed obscenely, bent down excitedly and whispered, or, if you don't want to be complained, we can find a quiet place to discuss the price of this knife. The girl raised her head and stared at the boy. His companions behind him began to make a noise. After all, after the apocalypse, there were very few girls who survived.
The girls in the cafeteria either became awakened ones or the women of awakened ones. No one would choose them at all. At this time, a beautiful girl appeared alone. Everyone would have some other ideas. The woman looked coldly at the man who was teasing her, and suddenly she held the Miao Dao in reverse, stretched out her left hand and tore the boy's hair. As the boy screamed, she pressed him on the table, and the sharp Miao Dao pressed on his neck. Ah! The boy screamed in panic, but the girl lowered her head and her long hair hit the boy's face, but at this moment he did not dare to have any improper thoughts. The boy's companion stepped back in horror. Awakener. She is the Awakener. Ah, except for the Awakener, who else could easily subdue a big and strong boy in the blink of an eye? The girl stared at him coldly. Now, do you still want to talk to me? The boy was so scared that he couldn't even stand up. He knelt on the ground with his head pressed firmly on the table. He wanted to raise his head, but found that the hand pressing on his head was like a stone. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move at all. No. I don't dare anymore. I was wrong, please let me go. The girl pressed the knife, then suddenly threw the boy to the ground and said, "Get away from me." The boy touched his neck and climbed up in panic. Not daring to even breathe, he rolled and crawled out with his companions. The people present looked at the girl quietly. They never thought that there would be an Awakener in this simple trading area. And she was a girl. For a while, everyone whispered from a distance, most of them were guessing her origins. The girl put down the knife and waited for a long time, but no one came forward to ask for the knife. Knowing that she couldn't sell it today, she got up reluctantly and prepared to leave. However, Li Xingzhe took the knife in his hand and played with it before her. Compared with ordinary swords, the Miao Dao is more like a widened machete, but its chopping ability is outstanding. An ordinary knife cannot cut off a zombie's head with one stroke, but this knife can do it easily. Although the blade had been cleaned, Li Xingzhe still found some traces of blood on it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but look up at the girl. What kind of situation would make a powerful awakened person sell his weapon? The girl stood across the table, staring at Li Xingzhe blankly. She didn't expect someone would come up to look at her knife. The knife is great, I want it. Li Xingzhe smiled and put the knife on the table. The girl, whose facial features obviously did not resemble those of a Han Chinese, said calmly, 30 kilograms of food or antipyretic and anti-inflammatory drugs. Li Xingzhe opened his backpack and said, "Let me see if there is enough to pay for your knife." Li Xingzhe flipped through the bag a few times and actually took out a piece of fresh meat weighing 10 kilograms. Such a large piece of meat immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. After the apocalypse, being able to have enough food is the greatest happiness. They have long lost access to meat. The girl obviously did not expect that the other party would trade with fresh meat. She took it with some excitement and shook it in her hands skillfully, not even 30 pounds. Li Xingzhe smiled and nodded. His backpack seemed like a treasure bag. He quickly took out 4 boxes of medicine that had not been opened yet. These 4 boxes are the anti-inflammatory and antipyretic drugs you want. Take a look. The girl grabbed it excitedly, carefully looked through the name and instructions of the medicine, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She held the box tightly, and finally picked up the Miao Dao reluctantly. After stroking it carefully, she pushed it to Li Xingzhe. "It's yours, please take good care of it." Li Xingzhe took it with a smile and held it in his hand. "Don't worry, I will." The girl then nodded, packed all her things into her school bag and left without looking back. Until then, everyone started to make a noise. Not only were they talking about this woman who suddenly appeared, but they were also talking about who Li Xingzhe was and why he was offering 10 kilograms of fresh meat at this time. This was a big deal that they could not imagine. "Master, come and take a look at my goods, I guarantee they are all genuine." "Brother, come to me, I have all kinds of pants and shoes." All of a sudden, the entire trading area surrounded Li Xingzhe. Liang Yi finally came to his senses from the shock and hurriedly squeezed out with Li Xingzhe. The two ran a long way before they got rid of the group of crazy guys. They half-squatted and panted heavily. Xingzhe, why did you buy a knife? Don't you have a knife?" Li Xingzhe wiped his sweat in fear and said with a smile, "The blade of the previous knife was bent, so I threw it away." Liang Yi nodded, not doubting it. After all, weapons were used to chop human bones, and weapons of poor quality would be scrapped in a short time. However, thinking of the items for trading, Liang Yi felt a little distressed. "You don't even know how to negotiate the price." No matter how good this knife is, it's not worth 30 kilograms of food. Li Xingzhe played with the knife in his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, she's a girl, she must have encountered difficulties, so she sold all the knives she used. I think it's a good deed for me. The two came back talking and laughing. One person stood not far away on the first floor, staring at the two people disappearing on the stairs. He scratched his head in confusion. Strange, this figure looks so familiar. After Li Xingzhe came back, he saw Fang Qingchuan had actually returned, and was chatting with Songbai with a happy face. Seeing Li Xingzhe, he immediately came forward. Li Xingzhe tilted his head with amusement. Let me guess, it seems that the result is beyond your expectations. Fang Qingchuan nodded vigorously. Yes, I didn't expect it to be so smooth. The management committee has promised to send an awakener to us. We can go out to look for supplies again tomorrow. Our team 11 is saved. Chapter 75 Li Xingzhe. Jiang Yi. Li Xingzhe was also very happy for him, and Fang Qingchuan only then noticed the two people who had returned. After asking the reason, the three of them felt a little painful. After all, a weapon was not worth this price at all. However, Fang Qingchuan saw Li Xingzhe's silent smile and knew that what was very expensive to them was not too rare to Li Xingzhe, so he gave up. As for the girl Yang Yi described, Fang Qingchuan did not have any impression. After all, he did not know the actual situation on the third floor very well. Li Xingzhe asked, do you know who the captain to be sent down is? Li Xingzhe wanted to find out more about it, to make sure it wasn't a useless person like Lin Yu who was not very strong but arrogant. Fang Qingchuan shook his head. It was obvious that although he had received a positive answer, he had not been told who would be sent over. With expectations in their hearts, everyone rested quietly for a night. Early the next morning, after eating a dry breakfast, Fang Qingchuan excitedly went to pick up the new captain. Fang Xingzhe and others who had nothing to do sat around a dining table, talking about things they thought were interesting. Fang Qingchuan joined in and asked a lot of questions about the awakeners in the cafeteria. Unfortunately, they didn't know much about this matter. They only knew that the awakeners on the third floor were also divided into groups, and they had a clear ladder of strength. There were people of different levels. Li Xingzhe was a little confused. Don't the teachers care about it? Let the students make such a fuss. Hearing Li Xingzhe's words, everyone was ashamed. Sun Chang then realized that Li Xingzhe had just joined. Just as he was about to explain the reason for this matter, he heard Fang Qingchuan's familiar voice coming from the door behind him. Everyone gather quickly, this is our new captain. The new captain was tall and mighty, like a strong brown bear, strong and powerful. He stood behind Fang Qingchuan, indifferently scanning the team members who would belong to him in the future. After scanning them one by one, the man was stunned for a moment when he saw Li Xingzhe's back. When Li Xingzhe heard Fang Qingchuan's call, he stood up and turned around with a smile, but his smile disappeared without a trace when he saw the two people behind him. Outside the balcony on the second floor, Fang Qingchuan and the others looked at the new captain and Li Xingzhe in bewilderment, while Du Songbai looked at the man who remained in place in shock. Why is it you? Lin Yu raised his head proudly. Didn't expect that you will be my team member from now on. After listening to Du Songbai's description, Fang Qingchuan looked at Lin Yu who looked relaxed and suddenly became nervous. It was not known whether it was their luck or misfortune that the original minimum standard was to have at least one awakener, but they had two enhancers together. But one of them turned out to be the one who had a grudge against them yesterday. Now, even Fang Qingchuan didn't know how to face Lin Yu. The most important thing was why Lin Yu happened to appear here so coincidentally. After all, they had a huge conflict yesterday. Fang Qingchuan and Sun Chang looked at each other and thought more. Could it be that Lin Yu came here just to take revenge on them? On the other side, on the balcony far away, Li Xingzhe was staring at the man in front of him with a wooden face and his arms crossed. The man seemed a little embarrassed, his previous arrogance was gone, and he was actually a little timid facing Li Xingzhe's gaze. Li Xingzhe pinched his forehead under his hat with a headache. Why are you the captain? Li Gang was even more embarrassed. You are the one. How did you get here and become a member of the team? Jiang Yi. Yes, the man who had been calling himself Li Xingzhe was Jiang Yi who had left the crowd before. After finding a new identity, Jiang Yi had been entering and leaving the cafeteria with this new identity. But he really didn't expect that in less than 3 days, he actually ran into a familiar face, although the relationship with this familiar face was not very harmonious. Li Gang still remembers the conflict between him and Jiang Yi. Since then, Jiang Yi's thin body and fierce look have been constantly echoing in his mind. Even in the middle of the night, when he had just fallen asleep, he would wake up in fright from his dreams. The wound on his stomach still hurts. In short, Li Gang was scared. He was really scared of the boy in front of him. It wasn't because of his strength, but because of his fierce killing intent. He thought he had gotten rid of this nightmare and would never meet him again, but he never expected that the guy who threatened them not to reveal their identities a few days ago would appear in his team by coincidence. This made him feel a little helpless. Jiang Yi glanced at Fang Qingchuan and the others who kept looking at them, and sighed helplessly, "What's wrong with this guy? Who of you two is the new captain?" Li Gang was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Yi didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing him, he instinctively replied, "I am the new captain of Team 11, and Lin Yu is the deputy captain." Because the frequency of advanced zombies is increasing, the management committee has decided that each team must have at least 2 awakened ones in the future. Jiang Yi nodded. This decision was reasonable. After all, even he discovered that the advanced zombies in the corpse group appeared more and more frequently. Not only that, the strength of ordinary zombies had also greatly increased. Obviously, if no way was found to curb it, it would not be long before a zombie group composed entirely of advanced zombies might appear. Sighing, Jiang Yi helplessly glared at the innocent Li Gang and said, "Remember, my name is Li Xingzhe now. We are just high school classmates. You are just a little surprised to see me here. From now on, you will be the captain of Team 11. Do whatever you want." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but Li Gang chased after him with a bitter smile, "Boss, please don't scare me, okay? I really know I was wrong. I was not clear-headed before, and I wanted to kill you because of Dongfang Tian's things. How dare I be the captain if you are here? How about you come? I will help you." Li Gang was really scared, and later, after seeing Dongfang Tian's true character, he gradually admired Jiang Yi's rationality and command ability. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that the fact that so many of them could arrive at the cafeteria safely and have certain priorities once they arrived was entirely due to Jiang Yi. But this still did not stop Li Gang from being afraid of Jiang Yi. That black knife had become his nightmare. Jiang Yi waved his hands in annoyance, "Stop talking nonsense to me. I'm just an ordinary person. Just do whatever your superiors assign you to do. If you keep talking too much, I'll stab you." As he said that, he shook the Miao Dao in his hand. As for his own skull-cutting knife, Jiang Yi had thrown it into the rain terrace of a dilapidated building a long time ago. After all, the skull-cutting knife was too conspicuous and iconic. Li Gang shuddered, the wound on his mother's stomach hurt again. The two came back one after the other, and Fang Qingchuan and others immediately surrounded them. "Xingzhe, is everything all right?" Jiang Yi, who is now Li Xingzhe, smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, this Li Gang is my high school classmate, we were just catching up just now, right, Li Gang?" As he spoke, Jiang Yi bumped into the stunned Li Gang. Li Gang was startled and nodded quickly, "Yes, yes. Jiang and I, ah. Yes, Xingzhe, we are good friends." Fang Qingchuan looked at Xingzhe strangely as he crushed the foot of their new captain, causing Li Gang to grimace in pain. Everyone thought it was just a fight between old classmates, but Sun Chang pushed his glasses with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Du Songbai was very excited, "That's great, you two are classmates. Captain, my name is Du Songbai, and I will be your team member from now on." Jiang Yi felt a headache. Why was this guy so heartless? However, Lin Yu's face looked a little unhappy. After all, his goal was not only to become the vice-captain, but most importantly he wanted to teach these two people a lesson. However, Li Gang, who came out of nowhere and squeezed his position as captain to become vice-captain, turned out to be the classmate he wanted to take revenge on. This was troublesome. Lin Yu was not afraid of Li Gang, he was afraid of the power behind Li Gang. Even Guo Renwen did not want to conflict with them. How could Lin Yu dare to touch the tiger's whiskers? It seems that it is not possible to do it openly, so I can only do it secretly. After much stumbling, the meeting with the new captain finally ended. It was only then that Jiang Yi found out that after Li Gang and his friends arrived at the cafeteria, they were invited by the management committee to join in. And just as Jiang Yi had mentioned before, the management committee did split them up. Zhu Kaijun got his wish and became a member of the management committee. After all, his performance in the student union was very outstanding. Dongfang Tian became the captain of Team 7. However, Dongfang Tian brought all the people who had escaped with him back. Most of them are boys who have seen corpses for a long time, and their overall strength is close to the top 4 among the 14 teams. As for Guo Hanxue, whom Jiang Yi was more concerned about, Li Gang didn't know much about her. He only told him with certainty that Qingdou and President Guo had not joined any team. But Guo Hanxue and Qingdou lived on the 4th floor, and were treated very well. Everyone in the management committee was very respectful to her. Jiang Yi nodded, not doubting it. After all, Guo Hanshue's strength was there, and the greatly increased experience every day told him that these two people were not slacking off. This was something he discovered by accident. Even if they were not together, he could still gain experience points. He was basically able to level up by just lying down. In just 2 days, my level 9 experience points are almost full. I estimate that in less than 2 days, I will be able to level up again. This is all thanks to the efforts of these two guys. But it was also because of this that the two people's experience was also soaring. Before arriving at the cafeteria, Guo Hanxue had already reached the peak of her strength. In terms of superpowers, there were probably few people in the entire cafeteria who could be her opponents. For such a person, anyone who was not a fool would know that they must be coaxed into a cage, not suppressed. When they found out that Fang Qingchuan would be their vice-captain in the future and that the new vice-captain was actually Lin Yu, Du Songbai and Liang Yi were somewhat shocked. Fang Qingchuan didn't look disappointed because he had known about it for a long time. Chapter 76 Recruiting People. Well, Fang Qingchuan will help me manage the team from now on. I'm a big and strong guy, and I don't have the energy to manage a team in such a detailed way. Li Gang glanced at Jiang Yi and Fang Qingchuan, and gave the order with a cough. Everyone was shocked, then overjoyed, but Lin Yu's face turned black. Captainly, this is against the rules. Li Gang glanced at him and said proudly, I am the captain of Team 11. What I say here is the rules. Lin Yu, do you have any opinions? Lin Yu was furious and stood up suddenly. You. Li Gang crossed his arms and raised his head. Why? Deputy Captain Lin also wants to find someone to help you. I'm happy to help. Lin Yu's face changed color, but he was still concerned about Li Gang's identity. He snorted coldly and turned away. As soon as Lin Yu left, Du Songbai and others cheered in a low voice. Jiang Yi glanced at Li Gang, who was secretly looking at him with amusement. Am I so terrible that I could make Li Gang so scared of me? Seeing Jiang Yi nod, Li Gang was really relieved and relaxed. Fang Qingchuan, there are too few people in the team. We are not going out today. You can take someone to recruit some people. The salary can be increased accordingly. Fang Qingchuan hesitated and wanted to speak, but Li Gang waved his hand and said, Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Besides, Besides, our Team 11 is not bad either. I will apply for a batch of weapons and equipment. If others have them, we must have them too. Everyone's eyes lit up. Weapons and equipment were what any team urgently needed, but their captain had no status in the management meeting before and could not get them anything. Obviously, the Captain Li Gang who came this time has more power. Seeing his confident look, Fang Qingchuan and others were also very excited. After giving the order, Li Gang glanced at Jiang Yi and found that he had nothing to say, so he strode away, holding Lin Yu, who was like a thin stick, in his hand. Since they are both captains, why shouldn't he contribute? Lin Yu didn't want to go, but he couldn't break free from Li Gang's giant hand. As soon as the two captains left, Du Songbai and others cheered. They didn't expect the result to be much better than they had imagined. With a powerful captain and new weapons and equipment soon to come, how could they not be happy? It's a pity that no one knows that all this is because Jiang Yi is here, otherwise the Li Gang they are facing would probably be in the same situation. Jiang Yi knew that since Li Gang could serve as the vice president of the martial arts club, he must have management skills. Although he looked rough, he was meticulous. It was enough for such a person to grasp the general direction. As for the rest, just like he promoted Fang Qingchuan, he won over the more prestigious people in the team and saved himself a lot of trouble. As for Jiang Yi, he was like a mountain in Li Gang's heart, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. He could only try to please him carefully, fearing that Jiang Yi would be unhappy and stab him twice. The conflict between them had happened because of Dongfang Tian before, but later Li Gang and Dongfang Tian parted ways and the conflict point between the two no longer existed. What's more, it was Li Gang who suffered the loss, so Jiang Yi would not dwell on the previous incident. Fang Qingchuan directed everyone to carry 2 tables and placed them in a corner of the cafeteria on the 1st floor. Du Songbai immediately shouted loudly, recruiting people, the search team is recruiting people, those who want to have a full meal, come quickly. The people on the first and second floors looked over at the same time, their eyes sparkling as they surrounded them in the blink of an eye. Which team is it? I'll do it, I'll do it. Yeah, does it include food? If it includes food, I'll do it. Liang Yi stood at the table and yelled, quiet, quiet, listen to our brother Fang. Fang Qingchuan also stood on the stool and shouted, we are Team 11, and we are recruiting about 10 people today. Anyone interested, come and sign up. Team 11, isn't that Renhai's team? Disband. Questioning voices kept coming from the crowd, and some people left quickly with a look of disappointment on their faces. As we all know, among the 15 teams, the ones with higher rankings have the highest overall strength, while the former captain of Team 11, Renhai, is just a person with enhanced vision and is a bit arrogant, and he has offended many people before. In addition, Team 11 is a team known for its extremely high mortality rate, so as soon as Fang Qingchuan announced the team number, most of the people lost interest. Everyone was very anxious. Fang Qingchuan stretched out his hand and said, isn't our Team 11 captained by Renhai now? From today on, our captain is Li Gang, who has enhanced strength, and our vice-captain is Lin Yu, who has enhanced speed. We are also a team with 2 awakeners. After hearing Fang Qingchuan's words, everyone started to hesitate. After all, they had changed people and the team was a new team. Although they didn't know what the new awakeners were like, they were definitely stronger than the former Renhai. So what? You are still the last one in the group. No matter what, you are just a suicide squad. Everyone was stunned. A group of people walked in from the back of the crowd. They were wearing neat uniforms and had the same weapons. Overall, they looked much stronger than Qingchuan and his men. When Fang Qingchuan saw the person who came in, his face darkened. After seeing the other party making fun of them, he ordered people to put the table opposite Jiang Yi and the others. The man who spoke before stood in the open space between the 2 tables and looked around. I am Fan Song from Team 9. In response to the policy of the management committee to expand enrollment, we are now recruiting people publicly. If you meet the requirements, you can get a weapon and a pound of food when you join the team. You will not have to worry about food and drink in the future, and maybe there will be girls who like you. Students who are confident in their abilities, come and sign up. Everyone's eyes lit up. This treatment was much better than before. After all, the search team was not a welfare home, nor was it a job recruitment before the end of the world. What kind of salary and benefits could there be? At this time, nothing was more substantial than more food and drink. I sign up, I sign up. Don't push, I was here first. Whoever dares to rob, I will kill him first. Seeing the other side crowded together while there was no one on his side, even Jiang Yi couldn't help but want to complain. How bad is Team 11? Fang Qingchuan and the others also looked unhappy, but they couldn't come up with any good solutions for the time being. Jiang Yi looked at Fang Qingchuan and asked hesitantly, Brother Fang, are there any benefits in our team? Fang Qingchuan was a little embarrassed, hey, it's nothing actually. All the previous things were taken away by Renhai, and our team often failed to complete the assigned targets before, so. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. The deceased Renhai was truly a talent, as he was able to turn a search team into this state. Boss, what should we do? Liang Yi couldn't help but get anxious as he saw people on the other side eagerly signing up, but no one was interested in their side. Fang Qingchuan clenched his fists tightly, but he had no idea what to do. They didn't have the strength, so they naturally couldn't make a promise like Fan Song did. Take a look, fresh meat is free. At this moment, Fang Qingchuan heard Li Xingzhe's voice behind him. Everyone who heard this instinctively turned around and saw neatly arranged pieces of fresh meat on the table. The fat rolling down from the meat was like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, which immediately made the crowd explode. It's meat. It's actually meat. I haven't known what meat tastes like in a long time. It looks so delicious. Fang Qingchuan also swallowed his saliva and hurriedly walked over. Xingzhe, why do you still have meat? Put it away quickly, keep it for yourself. Jiang Yi smiled and pushed him away. Come here if you want to eat meat. Anyone who signs up and passes will get half a pound of fresh dog meat for free. But obviously, apart from some ordinary students who wanted to make a living, those who really wanted to find a team were not too interested. Jiang Yi just smiled and was not disappointed.
He continued, our new captain, Li Gang, is the vice president of the Wushu Club. He has a very advanced martial arts foundation and can also pass on his experience. All members who join can receive regular martial arts guidance. In addition, we also promise that everyone can get a weapon or equipment, and the income from each operation will be all yours except for the part you pay. Fang Qingchuan pulled Jiang Yi hard. Xingzhe, how can you make the decision on your own? What if? Jiang Yi turned around and said, don't worry, I'll tell my captain about this later, he will definitely agree. Fang Qingchuan stopped talking. After all, judging from his previous appearance, the captain really cared about Li Xingzhe. Maybe he really agreed to Xingzhe's request. If it really came true, it would be a great benefit for both the newcomers and the old ones. Do you keep your word? Someone was tempted. After all, both flesh and professional guidance are very important to those who survived the apocalypse. And the final promise that the team's income could be distributed to everyone was a heavy blow. Jiang Yi did not speak, but just looked at Fang Qingchuan. Fang Qingchuan coughed twice and nodded awkwardly. Yes, what Xingzhe said is what our captain meant. As long as students with real ability are willing to join, everything we promised will come true. This time, no one hesitated anymore. Although Li Xingzhe was a stranger, many people knew Fang Qingchuan, so this time, someone finally joined Team 11. As soon as Fang Qingchuan passed, Du Songbai gave him meat. Although there were still people asking for advice from Team 9, it was obviously much worse than Team 11. Fan Song's face turned dark and he almost crushed the list in his hand. The people from Team 9 couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw someone holding a fist-sized piece of dog meat. However, they were slapped by Fan Song. Have you never eaten meat in your life? After yelling, Fan Song glared viciously at Fang Qingchuan and Jiang Yi in the crowd, then turned and left. What else could he do if he didn't leave? Could he even promise to go out? If he dared to say that, the captain would tear him apart. Because no team would ever distribute the team's income to its subordinates. If that is the case, why would these awakened ones come down to serve as captains and lead this group of ordinary people through life and death? Soon, nearly 50 people signed up frantically, and Sun Chang, who was in charge of the registration, was dazzled. However, signing up does not mean joining Team 11. With so many choices, Fang Qingchuan must carefully screen them. Chapter 77 Meow Girl. His requirements are also very simple. The first is bravery, and it is best if you have killed zombies before. The second is to obey orders. People who are too slippery are not good either. Third, you need to be in good physical condition. Don't even think about not having surgery. If you can't move your legs, it would be really a disaster. As for the examination method, it is very simple. As long as you can beat Liang Yi in arm wrestling, or be on par with him, it will be fine. First come, first served, stop when full. Although Liang Yi is not a muscular man, his strength is still stronger than that of an ordinary person. So out of the 20 people who took the test, only 3 or 4 barely passed and successfully joined. Compared to everyone else who is busy, Jiang Yi is now idle. Everyone seems to have forgotten about him and has not assigned him any work. Bored Jiang Yi looks here and there. He even found the time to compare wrists with Liang Yi, but unfortunately, before he could react, Liang Yi pinned him down on the table, causing Du Songbai and Fang Qingchuan to laugh at him. Feeling depressed, Jiang Yi walked to the trading area while shaking his wrist. Before he had walked far, he heard a crisp slapping sound. Looking at the direction of the sound, Jiang Yi saw a small group of people gathered not far away. Anyway, Jiang Yi was bored, so he walked over and looked inside out of curiosity. But he was stunned to see 2 girls in the crowd. He knew one of the girls, she was the foreign girl who sold him the Miao Dao yesterday. Yes, Jiang Yi could tell at a glance that this awakened girl was not a Han Chinese. Her unique facial features are three-dimensional and distinctive, and combined with the fact that she sells items from ethnic minorities, Jiang Yi believes that she must be a Miao girl. But her condition was not good at this time. She tilted her head to one side, her hair was messy, and she covered her face with her left hand, looking sad. Opposite her, a petite girl was crying with tears on her face. If she hadn't retracted her right hand, everyone would think she was the one being bullied. The girl slapped with all her strength, her palms were numb, her eyes were red, and tears were falling. She looked at the Miao girl opposite with hatred in her eyes. Don't follow me anymore. I will never forgive you. The Miao girl's eyes widened, as if she had been hit hard. She swayed and almost fell, but she still stood still. She tried to grab the girl's arm eagerly, but the girl screamed wildly and dodged her hand in panic. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. The Meow girl looked miserable. Xinger, don't believe what they say, they can't be trusted. The girl called Xing Er had a face full of hatred. Do you want me to believe you? You are a murderer. You killed Wu Rong and Wang Li. We still think you are our good sister, how could you do such a thing? The painful look on the Meow girl's face was heartbreaking. No, I didn't. They are no longer human. They are zombies. Why don't you understand? They can't come back. I don't want to see them wandering around the campus and hurting others. The Meow girl became more and more excited, holding Xinger with her slender hands. Xinger struggled frantically. Let me go, I won't listen, I don't believe it, they are not dead yet, it's you. You are jealous that they are better at studying and have a better family background than you, so you killed them, stay away from me. The Meow girl screamed, I didn't, I never thought about it. Xing Er found that she couldn't break free from him, so she gave up, but he looked at her with desperate eyes. Kill me. The Meow girl was shocked. Xinger, what are you talking about? How could I? Xing Er suddenly laughed. What? You can't do it. Then let me go, and don't let me see you again. The Meow girl was devastated and staggered back a few steps. Seeing the girl staring at her, she turned and walked towards a group of boys who were watching the fun outside. The girl suddenly woke up, rushed forward, and grabbed the clothes of the man who hit her in the head. I warn you, don't touch Xinger. Otherwise, I will kill you no matter where you are. The man was not afraid at all. He shook the girl's arms with his hands, lowered his head and smiled at her. Since you are worried, why don't you join us? You should know that compared to Lu Xing, I hope you will join us more. The man glanced at the girl, his eyes flashing with possessiveness. Lu Xing stood behind her, looking at the girl who was standing up for her, with a trace of resentment in her eyes, and said harshly, Yuan Jr., from today on, we no longer have any relationship, and you don't need to worry about whether I live or die. If you really miss our one-year friendship, then stay away from me, I don't want to see you again. Yuan Jr. opened her mouth, but when she saw her friend's look, she couldn't say anything. She watched the girl leave with the man who obviously had bad intentions. The girl closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, her body went limp. She hadn't rested for days and finally couldn't hold on any longer. She fainted. A figure quickly appeared beside her and hugged the sleeping girl. Jiang Yi looked at the unconscious girl in his arms in distress, and saw that the people around him were clearly confused, so he picked her up and walked to the second floor. Yuan Jr. didn't know whether she was unconscious or asleep. She vaguely felt a cool feeling stimulating her throat. She suddenly had difficulty breathing and opened her eyes and coughed violently. Jiang Yi put the water bottle aside in a panic and patted her on the back. Are you okay? Sorry, I have never fed water to anyone before, I choked you. Amidst the coughing, Yuan Jr. finally woke up completely. At this moment, she just felt her whole body was weak. She stood up with some difficulty and looked up. Only then did she see that the person who had been talking endlessly in her ear was actually the boy who bought her Miao Dao yesterday. Maybe because she was familiar with him, Yuan Jr. was not too nervous. She just asked weakly, where is this place? Jiang Yi handed her the bottle again. You seem very tired, drink some water, this is our team's bed area. The girl took the bottle, looked at the light pink water in the bottle and frowned, then looked at Jiang Yi who looked calm, hesitated for a moment, and then drank it gulp by gulp. Seeing Yuan Jr. drinking the water, Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with satisfaction. If she didn't drink it, his half bottle of blood-recovering potion would be really wasted. Yuan Jr. only felt that the water tasted sweet, but she was not worried that there might be medicine in the water, so she didn't care too much. But after drinking the water, she seemed to feel much better. Yuan Jr. sat up with some difficulty. Thank you, I'll leave now. Jiang Yi held down Yuan Jr. who was about to stand up and said, You are not fit to run around in your current condition. You should just rest. The girl wanted to struggle, but her eyes fell on the knife placed beside the bed, and she finally relaxed a little. Jiang Yi looked at the girl in front of him, thought for a moment, and then said tentatively, Before, I saw what happened between you and that girl. Yuan Jr. was stunned and looked down in frustration. Jiang Yi sat next to her and said, Can you tell me about your story? I feel like she has some misunderstandings about you. Yuan Jr. smiled bitterly. There is no misunderstanding, I was the one who killed Ah Rong and Ali.
It is only natural that Xing Er hates me. I am just worried now whether her illness has been completely cured, and those people are not trustworthy at all. I am worried about her. Jiang Yi listened quietly to Yuan Junia's chatter and soon figured out what was going on. It turned out that Yuan Junia was really a girl from the Miao ethnic group. She was originally a little timid about meeting outsiders, but she was quickly accepted by the three girls in the same dormitory and became friends with them. All this was originally the best time in Yuan Junia's memory. But everything changed after that sudden rain. The three girls who were dragged out by Wu Rong and Wang Li for shopping had a fever, but unlike Yuan Junia, whose condition was getting better, the other two girls' conditions were rapidly deteriorating. When Lu Xing, who had returned from vacation, opened the door, she saw Yuan Junia chopping off Wang Li's head with a knife, and Wu Rong had already fallen to the ground with a bloody mess. This sudden scene frightened Lu Xing so much that she fainted on the spot. Then she was in a coma for more than a week and her condition continued to worsen. But Yuan Junia still insisted on protecting their friendship. During these 10 days, Yuan Junia never left Lu Xing's side and took good care of her. She had obviously not eaten for 3 days, but Lu Xing never missed 2 meals of porridge a day even when she was in a coma. Just when Yuan Junia was about to give up, someone finally found them. They were the group of people who had taken Xing'er away before. They claimed to be from the 5th Search and Rescue Team. But Yuan Junia saw them snatching other people's things many times, and once she even saw several people bullying a female classmate. Because of Xing'er's illness, Yuan Junia did not say anything until they arrived at the cafeteria. She immediately took Yuan Junia away from those people, but Xing'er's condition did not improve due to lack of food and medicine. Just when Yuan Junia was at a loss, the group of people came again, bringing food and medicine and suggested that she join them. Yuan Junia then realized that the reason they were kind enough to bring them back was that they valued her strength. After having a fever, Yuan Junia also awakened. After the rejection, the other party did not get anxious, but instead watched as life became increasingly difficult for both of them. Yuan Junia had no choice but to try to sell the things on her body to see if she could get something in exchange. Then Jiang Yi found out that because of the supplies he exchanged, Lu Xing not only woke up completely, but her illness also healed very quickly. However, she still did not forget the scene she saw before she fell into a coma. And that group of people saw that they couldn't recruit Yuan Junia, so they actually recruited Lu Xing into the team when she was most resistant to them. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. He could imagine what Lu Xing's future life would be like. The other party obviously wanted to use Lu Xing to force Yuan Junia to join them. If Yuan Junia really remembered their old friendship, she would definitely come. Even if she didn't come, they wouldn't feel at a disadvantage with a girl. Chapter 78 Aya joins. Obviously, Yuan Junia also thought of this, so she threatened the other party. But obviously the other party did not take her threat seriously. No, I still have to go find Xing'er, she can't stay in that team. While chatting, Yuan Junia suddenly wanted to get out of bed, but before her feet touched the ground, she fell to the ground. Jiang Yi hurriedly helped her up. Don't worry, your body is not well yet, why are you so weak? Where is the meat from yesterday? Jiang Yi was very confused. You know, Yuan Junia was not an ordinary survivor. She was obviously an awakened person, but at this moment she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up without her own support. As Jiang Yi asked the question, Yuan Junia's stomach actually started to growl. Yuan Junia's face turned red and she pounded her stomach hard. Don't yell. Jiang Yi suppressed his laughter, pressed her down on the bed, took out a piece of jade meat from his backpack and handed it to her. Eat it. This piece of meat can replenish your physical strength. Yuan Junia quickly refused. How can this be? You already gave me a lot yesterday. But she couldn't take her eyes off the meat roll. Eat it. If you continue to be hungry, you will probably starve to death. Yuan Junia hesitated for a long time, but finally Jiang Yi stuffed the food into her hand. Only then did she shyly start to eat it. The aroma of the jade fat meat is incomparable. After just one bite, Yuan Junia's eyes lit up and she ate it in big mouthfuls. Jiang Yi handed over a bottle of water. Why are you so hungry? Yuan Junia swallowed the meat in her mouth with force. Xing'er is sick, she is too weak and needs to be nourished. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. Just because of this? He almost starved himself to death. Is it worth it? She is just an ordinary classmate of yours. Do you really want to starve yourself to death for her? To be honest, Jiang Yi felt distressed, but more speechless and angry. After all, people only have one life, and in his opinion, Yuan Junia's behavior shows that she does not cherish her precious life. No, as long as Xing'e recovers her health, all this will be worth it. After finally eating a whole piece of jade fat meat, Yuan Junia's face looked better. Jiang Yi said in a deep voice, "You'd better not go to her. No matter how much you explain now, she won't listen." Yuan Junia lowered her head with a heavy heart. "I know, but I don't want her to be deceived like this." Jiang Yi shook his head. "It's already this late, and there's still someone as stupid as you. Do you think your classmate doesn't know? She just wants to get rid of you." Yuan Junia looked up in shock. "Impossible, why would Xing'e want to get rid of me?" Jiang Yi sneered, "Because she doesn't consider you a friend at all. Can't you see that the look in her eyes when she looks at you is only disgust and fear, but she doesn't have the nostalgia and guilt for a friend." Yuan Junia would not believe it. "You are talking nonsense, you don't even know who we are, how can you say that about Xing'e?" Jiang Yi shrugged. "Even if I'm talking nonsense, can't you feel it yourself? Does Lu Xing really regard you as a friend? If so, why did she take all your things with her when she left?" Yuan Junia's face turned pale. No matter how hard she tried to be stubborn, she had to admit that Jiang Yi was right. No matter whether Lu Xing's feelings for her had changed or not, she shouldn't have taken away all the remaining food. At that time, she was immersed in the blow and did not pay much attention. Now looking back, she realized that Lu Xing was carrying their only backpack. Impossible, Xing'e would never do that. Yuan Junia leaned on the bed in pain, muttering to herself. Jiang Yi held her shoulders and carefully exposed the facts that she didn't want to pay attention to in her heart. "Don't be silly, you have done enough. This relationship is over. Think about it, it's the end of the world now. You don't think about how to become stronger, how to go home, but just think about such a fake friendship." "Shut up. What do you know?" Yuan Junia suddenly shook off Jiang Yi's control and cried crazily. "Do you think I'm having an easy time? I'm a meow, you guys are born to look at me with strange eyes, and you watch me no matter what I do. Only they don't think I'm special and are willing to be friends with me. I want to protect this friendship, what's wrong with that?" Jiang Yi said coldly, "What if this friendship is just your imagination from beginning to end?" Yuan Junia covered her face and said, "Stop talking, please, stop talking." Jiang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and looked at Yuan Junia. "What about me? If I am willing to be your friend, would you accept it?" Yuan Junia looked at him strangely. "Sorry, this is not the friendship I want." Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Then join my team." "Are you sick?" Yuan Junia was speechless. How could anyone talk so crazy? Jiang Yi stared at her seriously. "I'm not kidding, you have nothing now, what could be worse than the current situation? Let me be frank, I am impressed by your ability. As long as you join this team, it will also be of some help to your classmate." Yuan Junia narrowed her eyes. "What did you say? What is the connection between these two?" Seeing that Yuan Junia was obviously attracted by his idea, Jiang Yi couldn't help but explain, "Don't forget, your classmates have joined Team 5. So even if something really happened, how could you fight alone against a team?" Yuan Junia puffed out her chest confidently. "Don't underestimate me, I'm very strong." Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. "I know you are strong, but you are not the strongest. There are still many people who you can't even get close to. So don't overestimate your own strength. Only when you have your own team and new friends can you deter the other party and not easily attack your classmates. Do you understand?" Yes, Jiang Yi wanted to recruit Yuan Junia. It must be said that although Jiang Yi could not fully agree with Yuan Junia's character, he had to say that Yuan Junia was very suitable to be an opponent. She had strong strength and a simple character. At the very least, she has a temperament that even Han Shui doesn't have, and this temperament is very attractive to Jiang Yi. He can't wait to keep her by his side and witness her changes step by step. Although the invitation was just a spur of the moment, the more Jiang Yi thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He was not just inviting her to join Team 11, he wanted to make her his real teammate. Just like Qingdou and the others. It must be said that although Jiang Yi's reason was absurd, it really touched Yuan Junia's heart. "If I join the team, will it be easier to get close to Lu Xing? After all, there is cooperation between teams. Moreover, as long as my strength becomes stronger, the other party will gradually fear me. Okay, I can join you, but I want the same treatment as others. In addition, I have the right to withdraw at any time." Yuan Junia, who was moved, finally gave in and put forward her own requirements. Jiang Yi swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, secretly happy in his heart. He originally planned to double Yuan Junia's salary based on the treatment of others, but he didn't expect that she made an offer for himself first. Jiang Yi is not stupid, so he won't give away more of his private property. Okay, happy cooperation. What's your name? Jiang Yi was embarrassed to find that after chatting for such a long time, he didn't even know the other person's name. Yuan Junia smiled and held Jiang Yi's hand. A hint of doubt flashed across her face, but she quickly ignored it. I won't tell you my Miao name. My Han name is Yuan Junia. In the Miao ethnic group, we call girls A. You can just call me Aya. Maybe it was because they finally arrived at the cafeteria, Yuan Junia felt a rare sense of relief. Facing Jiang Yi's natural and unpretentious smile, she also let down some of her guard. When Fang Qingchuan and the others came back exhausted with the newly recruited team members, they saw Jiang Yi and Yuan Junia talking and laughing. Their first reaction was to rub their eyes in disbelief. This was a precious girl from the end of the world. How could she appear here? When Jiang Yi introduced to everyone with a smile that Yuan Junia would also be a new member of their Team 11, the boys howled in agony, and even Fang Qingchuan and Sun Chang had smiles on their faces. However, when Jiang Yi secretly told them that Yuan Junia was actually an awakener, their eyes widened. Fang Qingchuan looked at the girl who was surrounded by a group of beasts and swallowed hard. He was really worried about these guys. Shengzhe, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to recruit so many team members. You also recruited an awakener for everyone. The most important thing is that she is a beautiful girl. Fang Qingchuan really doesn't know how to praise him. Jiang Yi smiled, nothing, since I am also a member of the team, I naturally have to contribute. Don't worry, I will report this great achievement to the captain. Just think of the meat you contributed as a loan from the team. I will definitely compensate you later. Jiang Yi didn't care too much about it. After all, he didn't have much else in his space now, and there was only so much food that he had no place to put it. However, the jade meat was somewhat special after all, so Jiang Yi couldn't take out too much. However, Jiang Yi didn't care much about the more than 100 kilograms of fresh dog meat he got after killing Dahui. Anyway, the meat of the beast wasn't tasty, and there were better ones. Who cared about them? Jiang Yi didn't know that because of his self-righteousness now, he would regret it countless times in the future. When Li Gang and Lin Yu rushed back, they saw a team that was completely different from the one in the morning. Including the two of them, Team 11 now has 20 people. This is also the upper limit of the team. The management committee stipulates that no team can exceed this number. This is the inside story that only every captain knows. Fang Qingchuan and his team don't need to know why, they just need to execute it. Especially when Lin Yu saw that there was a beautiful girl in the team, his eyes immediately widened. Chapter 79 Jiang Yi's Enemy. Fang Qingchuan reported everything that happened today to Li Gang in a low voice. Li Gang looked at Jiang Yi in a daze with complicated eyes, but he was not surprised in his heart, because this man had proved his extraordinariness countless times. As for Yuan Junia, although she appeared suddenly, Li Gang knew that even if she was Jiang Yi's person, it was not surprising that she was an awakener. After all, Jiang Yi was the first person in Gongda to awaken after birth. Whether it's President Guo or Hiroto, the fact that they trust him so much has proven that he has an unparalleled charm. After clearing away the prejudice in his heart, Li Gang felt that Jiang Yi had the temperament of a leader of the pack. Interrupting Fang Qingchuan's suggestion, Li Gang knew that even if Jiang Yi could produce these things, he would not care at all. In Team 11, he was the only one who knew that Jiang Yi's purpose was not this. But he couldn't say it. He still hadn't forgotten Jiang Yi's murderous eyes. Don't worry, I know about this. Take some people to the third floor and get the weapons and equipment back. Fang Qingchuan's eyes lit up and he looked at Li Gang with admiration. In the competition among 15 teams, Li Gang, the new captain, was able to get regular weapons. This can only be described as a bit of power. Jiang Yi looked at Fang Qingchuan strangely as he called a group of people to leave in a hurry. Just as he was wondering, Li Gang sat opposite him. Captain Jiang, you. Jiang Yi waved his hand and said, don't call me captain, just call me Jiang Yi. But don't call me the wrong name in front of Fang Qingchuan and the others. My name is Li Xingzhe now. Li Gang rubbed his forehead helplessly. He really didn't understand Jiang Yi's purpose. But he still nodded obediently.
Okay, Boss Jiang, you are here today. Thank you. Jiang Yi looked at Li Gang, who was rarely calm, strangely and laughed. You are so weird, I am still used to your hot temper. Li Gang smiled bitterly. He wanted to do it, but he didn't dare to do it in front of Jiang Yi. Apart from not being able to beat him, the most important thing was that Li Gang felt he was in the wrong. When facing Jiang Yi, he always felt like he owed him something. Jiang Yi also knew what he was thinking and patted his shoulder. Okay, I know everything. Let's forget about what happened before. You don't have to worry about me affecting you. Li Gang hurriedly shook his head. Of course not, I know that you don't think highly of this small cafeteria, so how could you possibly think highly of my small position as captain? If you want, I would rather give up the position to you. Li Gang was absolutely sincere in what he said, because all the way here, Jiang Yi had repeatedly demonstrated his qualities as a team leader. In the end, Jiang Yi naturally couldn't be the captain of Team 11, he still wanted to secretly get information. Li Gang had no choice but to stop insisting. After this conversation, the two of them gradually let go of their previous unhappiness. Jiang Yi said in a deep voice, have you ever seen a man named Gao Wei? He is also an awakener. Li Gang was stunned. Gao Wei. Don't you know? The current chairman of the Canteen Management Committee is Gao Wei. What? Jiang Yi stood up in shock, with a look of disbelief on his face. Are you telling the truth? How is this possible? He is just a student. How can he be the president of the management committee? Li Gang hurriedly grabbed him and said, keep your voice down, don't let others hear you. After thinking about it and feeling a little worried, Li Gang took the dazed Jiang Yi to a deserted corner and said in a deep voice, I don't know what grudge you have against Gao Wei, but you'd better not go looking for trouble with him now. Jiang Yi frowned, and Li Gang took a deep breath. I only found out after I came to the cafeteria. The cafeteria management committee had long been instigated by Gao Wei and a group of students and teachers. Vice Principal Zhu Yuhong was also killed by Gao Wei. What? Jiang Yi was really scared. Before he left the cafeteria, the management committee was established at the suggestion of Zhu Yuhong, and Gao Wei at that time was just an ordinary awakener. At most, he was given a lot of preferential treatment because of his special abilities. But how could he suddenly become the highest authority in the cafeteria? Li Gang's face was not looking good either, because President Zhu Yuhong was a very righteous or responsible person in Gongda. He had devoted his life to the education industry and had done many practical things that benefited students. Although he was a bit rigid, he was still well received. Such a person actually died at the hands of the student he loved, which made many people sigh. However, the force is stronger than the people. Those who couldn't stand it or even wanted to resist were all eliminated by Gao Wei's faction. The rest either dared to be angry but dared not speak out, or had already gone along with the crowd. What's going on? Tell me everything you know. Jiang Yi felt a surge of anger exploding in his body, not only because of Gao Wei's change, but also because of his grief for Principal Zhu Yuhong. If it weren't for Principal Zhu's maintenance, the cafeteria would not have been able to take shape so quickly. He still remembered that every day Principal Zhu would stand at the door and watch the students come in and out. Every time someone went out, he would solemnly tell them to be careful and not get hurt. At night, he personally took a pen and paper to check all the students' names one by one, for fear that someone might be missing. Li Gang recalled in a deep voice, I also heard from others that Principal Zhu disagreed with the privilege agreement proposed by Gao Wei and several other awakeners. Just a few days ago, Gao Wei and 3 team leaders suddenly attacked Principal Zhu of the management committee. They threatened Principal Zhu with the lives of several female students to hand over the management committee to them. In order to protect several female students, Principal Zhu quietly left the cafeteria, and the whole incident was over. Principal Zhu was not killed. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. He thought Gao Wei and others killed Principal Zhu with their own hands. Li Gang shook his head with a gloomy face, it's no different from killing him. Because Gao Wei was worried, he sent people to follow him from a distance. They didn't come back until they saw Principal Zhu being surrounded by a group of zombies. Damn it! Jiang Yi slammed the railing hard. The murderous aura on his body was like substance, condensing on his body and suppressing Li Gang next to him, who couldn't help but feel a little breathless. Jiang Yi's heart was burning, he wished he could rush up and kill Gao Wei and the management committee right now. Boss Jiang, I hope you won't be impulsive. There are many awakened members in the management committee now, and Gao Wei has won over more than half of the captains who are willing to support him.
Not to mention that he has the most powerful person in the cafeteria by his side. I met him once, and to be honest, I don't think you can be his opponent. Li Gang said in a deep voice. Jiang Yi had a gloomy face. It seemed that he still underestimated Li Gang. No wonder there was no chaos in the cafeteria despite such a big change. I'm afraid there are still many ordinary people who don't even know that this incident happened. Knowing that they couldn't cause trouble for the enemy for the time being made Jiang Yi feel irritable. Even when the team gathered together for dinner at night, people who knew him could feel the depression emanating from him. Yuan Junya wanted to ask him what was wrong, but was stopped by Fang Qingchuan. Although Fang Qingchuan didn't know why the captain and Jiang Yi became so silent after chatting for a few sentences, he still felt that what Jiang Yi needed most now was not the comfort of others, but to be given space to think. Jiang Yi really needs to plan carefully, because he wants Gao Wei to die. But Li Gang told him that Gao Wei couldn't be killed easily. It's not that Li Gang has become a saint now. Since the end of the world, the things Li Gang has handled for Dongfang Tian have made his hands stained with more human blood than Jiang Yi. The reason why Jiang Yi was stopped from killing people was that more than half of the awakened people in the management committee supported Gao Wei. At this time, even if Gao Wei was really killed, it would cause the entire cafeteria to collapse. Second, Jiang Yi's strength was too weak. Li Gang didn't think that he could successfully kill Gao Wei. Instead, he was more likely to be killed by the other party. Jiang Yi listened to all of Li Gang's words. He stayed up all night thinking about every detail. He didn't have such a grand plot to kill people for justice. He simply wanted revenge, but he didn't want to pay with his own life because those scumbags didn't deserve it. In this case, he must not act impulsively. Instead of getting hurt, it would be better to make use of other forces. Jiang Yi thought. Li Gang said that more than half of the awakened people support Gao Wei. What about the remaining half? Can he take advantage of this? Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled in the night. He wanted revenge and wanted to deal the heaviest blow to Gao Wei. He might as well start with those who opposed Gao Wei. The brain's superoperation of negative cores overnight directly caused Jiang Yi to be listless the next day, and even his head was nodding while eating. The few people in the team who had been watching him couldn't help but worry about whether he would swallow the food into his nostrils. Yes, even though Jiang Yi didn't participate much in the team's discussions, he is now the most prominent person in Team 11. Apart from Li Gang, Lin Yu, Fang Qingchuan and others, too many people who have never tasted meat always have sparkling eyes when they see Jiang Yi, as if Jiang Yi is a big piece of walking fresh meat. Even Aya went out of her way to find Jiang Yi and extorted a pound of dog meat from him. Her reason was very sufficient. Since everyone who joined had some, she should have some too. Moreover, she was an awakened one, so she wanted double. Jiang Yi complained speechlessly, not knowing what was so delicious about dry and tough dog meat. The breakfast in the cafeteria is still rice with not-so-fresh fried vegetables. After a simple meal, Li Gang asked everyone to gather together. Only then did Jiang Yi discover that the entire team had changed drastically overnight. Not only did the number of people reach the maximum of 20, but each of them was holding a shining machete in his hand, and except for himself and Aya, all other ordinary people were wearing linen armor. It's called linen armor, but Jiang Yi feels like it's something that was made by gluing several pieces of coarse cloth together and then cutting them apart. This set of linen armor is not beautiful at all, and it may even affect the movement of the limbs. Perhaps because this problem cannot be solved, the cloth armor has no sleeves and looks like a vest. A pair of wrist guards must be worn separately to protect the arms.